After wandering around outside in the scorching heat, coming home to sit on the bamboo mat spread over the king and eating a bowl of sweet tofu instantly makes you feel relaxed and refreshed, with all the heat and restlessness vanishing without a trace. Once they finished their bowls of sweet tofu, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin stood up again. Seeing the two of them get up, Granny Chen also stood up. "You just got back and now you're heading out again? Where are you off to?" Ruanruan winked at Granny Chen with a smile. "Grandma, we're going to find Xiao Xiao." Granny Chen wanted to say more, but Suimin waved his hand to stop her. "All right, it's summer vacation now and it's not cold outside. You can't expect them to stay home all day. Go on, just remember to come back for lunch." "Okay, Grandpa, Grandma, we're off." Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin left right away. When they reached the front gate, they didn't forget to call out and ask Granny Chen to come lock the door behind them. Even though Wang Aijuan had been dead for a long time, Ruanruan still wasn't at ease. Whenever she wasn't home, she'd have Granny Chen bolt the door from the inside, just in case anything unexpected happened. When Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin arrived at Hu Xiaoxiao's house, Li Dongong was already there. Seeing the two of them, Li Dongong grinned. "You two are always busy with something. If I don't set up plans with you in advance, I can never find you." Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin walked over and casually sat down at the table. "We won't be busy anymore from now on." Seeing that they didn't want to talk about what they'd been up to, Li Dongyong didn't press further. He wasn't the nosy type. Li Dongong honestly hadn't expected that, after a whole year of high school, the three people he was closest to would turn out to be Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin, and Hu Xiaoxiao. It was a bit of a surprise, but he was quite happy with how things turned out. "When we're in our second year, let's work hard. Maybe we'll all get into the same university and still be classmates. If we're studying away from home, we won't have to worry about being bullied," Li Dongong said. Hearing Li Dongong suddenly bring up university, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were both momentarily stunned. But neither of them mentioned that they weren't planning to go to college. After all, there wasn't really a good reason to give, so they decided to just take things as they came. Just then, Hu Xiaoxiao came out from the inner room and overheard what Li Dongong said. She immediately protested. "We finally have a break, and all you can talk about is studying? Don't tell me you've studied yourself, silly. You're the one who's silly." Li Dongong shot back. "I'm just being motivated. Besides, the three of you have better grades than me. If I don't work hard to catch up, I'll be left in the dust." Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao instantly cheered up. "Now, that's what I like to hear. Then you'd better work hard and see if you can catch up to me. Just you wait." Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin quietly listened to their banter, emotions stirring in their eyes. The four of them met up today, not because there was anything important going on, but simply because the holidays were a bit dull, so they decided to get together and chat. There's never a shortage of things to talk about among people the same age. With laughter and conversation, the whole morning passed by in a flash. As lunchtime approached, Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin, and Li Dongong all got up to say their goodbyes. No matter how much Hu Xiaoxiao tried to persuade them to stay, they each went home for lunch. There were 5 working adults in Hu Xiaoxiao's family now, with only Hu Xiaoxiao still a student. Life was actually going pretty well for them. But that's only one side of the story. If you look at it from another angle, you'd realize that things were also quite tough for Hu Xiaoxiao's family. After all 4 of Hu Xiaoxiao's older siblings had reached the age to get married. Whether it's marrying off a daughter or bringing home a daughter-in-law, it's no small expense. Ruanruan and the others were well aware of Hu Xiaoxiao's family situation, so how could they possibly stay for lunch at her house? In July, Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinshue's wedding was finally set. The date for their wedding was decided for July 18th. July is the hottest time of the year, but since the date had already been chosen, it wasn't easy to change it. Fortunately, both of them were factory workers, and for workers' families, weddings didn't involve big banquets. The factory leader would act as the officiant, and with the officiant as witness, the couple would make their vows, and that was that, the marriage was official. Since they couldn't host a banquet, Qianaju thought she'd buy some candies, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and some eggs, boil the eggs, and hand them out to friends and relatives as a token gesture, just enough to cover the formalities. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin weren't employees at the textile factory, but as Xiao Xiulan's relatives, they could still attend the wedding. Watching Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinshui standing on stage, dressed in white shirts and black trousers, solemnly making their vows, Ruanruan suddenly lost all her expectations about marriage. It was so solemn, so serious, so formal. It didn't feel like a wedding at all. But regardless of how it felt, the wedding was done. Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinshui applied for a staff dormitory at the factory. Both of them were still relatively new at work, and since Wang Qinshui was a model worker, he had to set an example, so there was no question of getting a suite. They were only allocated a single room. Ruanruan had gone to see the room with them, and even helped Xiao Xiulan tidy up. Although it was just one room, it was actually quite spacious, about the size of a classroom at the production team's elementary school. There was no Kang heated brick bed. In the room, just a solid wood double bed, which was more than enough for 2 people. The furnishings were pretty basic, nothing like the house Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju had lived in before. Aside from the double bed, there was only a small square table, probably for meals, and nothing else. Fortunately, Wang Qinshui's family had helped him prepare some things. A 5-drawer dresser, a wardrobe, a tall table, a round table, solid wood stools, and a wash basin stand. Once these were arranged in the room, it no longer felt so cold and empty. When Xiao Xiulan spread a bright red quilt over the bed and all the little odds and ends of daily life were put in their places, the whole room felt much warmer and more inviting. Living here, none of the households had their own private bathrooms or kitchens. The kitchen was on the first floor, and so were the bathrooms and showers. Life here definitely wasn't as comfortable as living in the Xiao family's courtyard, but neither Xiao Xiulan nor Wang Qinshui ever thought of staying at the Xiao house after getting married. No matter how simple or bare it was, this was their own home now. As long as they both worked hard, everything would get better in time. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin didn't leave until after the wedding games were over. With Xiao Chenjin, the bride's younger brother, present, no one dared to go too far with the pranks. Everyone just went through the motions. It got dark later in the summer, so when Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin walked out of the textile factory, it was only a little after 8, and there was still some light in the sky. Even so, there weren't many people left outside. Anyone who did pass by was quiet and kept to themselves. Walking down the silent street, Ruanruan looked up at the sky, then turned to glance at Xiao Chenjin. She didn't say a word for a long time. Xiao Chenjin could sense that Ruanruan wanted to say something but was holding back. After waiting a while and still not hearing her speak, he finally asked, "Ruanruan, what is it you want to say? Why aren't you saying anything?" Ruanruan hesitated for a moment before finally replying, "I was just thinking about what Xiulan's life will be like now that she's married." Her voice was especially soft, as if she was afraid that speaking any louder might shatter something fragile. Xiao Chenjin had been wondering what was on her mind, but when he heard this, he didn't know how to answer. He'd never been married himself, so he really couldn't say. The two of them looked at each other, then broke into a smile and let the question go. There was no point in guessing now, time would tell. 2 days later, the newlywed Xiao Xiulan brought her new husband, Wang Qinshui, back to the Xiao family home. Many traditions had changed by now, but a married daughter returning to visit her parents was one that never would. Ruanruan had been eagerly waiting to see Xiao Xiulan. Knowing she'd be coming home today, she went to the Xiao house early to wait. She was sitting on the Kang in Xiao Chenjin's room when she saw Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinshui walk in through the front gate. Ruanruan hurriedly started to stand up. It was stuffy inside during the summer, so the glass windows were usually left open. Xiao Xiulan had already spotted Ruanruan through the window and called out, "Ruanruan, just stay seated. I'll come in." After all, it was only a few steps, no need to keep running back and forth. Ruanruan had barely sat back down when Xiao Xiulan strode in. Ruanruan, did you miss me that much? Look at how excited you are. Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She was excited, yes, but it wasn't just because she missed Xiao Xiulan. Xiulan, what happened to your hair? Xiao Xiulan used to have 2 long braids. Her hair was thick, black, and shiny, and those braids looked beautiful. But it had only been a few days since they'd last seen each other, and now the braids were gone, replaced by a short, ear-length haircut. Looking at the short hair, Ruanruan couldn't tell if it was just that she wasn't used to it, or if the style really didn't suit Xiao Xiulan. Either way, it just felt odd. Xiao Xiulan touched her hair and laughed it off. What's the big deal? I'm married now, I'm not a little girl anymore. Wouldn't it be silly to keep wearing 2 braids? People would laugh at me. That made sense, but did she really have to cut her hair this short? Weren't there any other hairstyles? Ruanruan thought back to all the factory workers she'd seen. Come to think of it, there really weren't any other styles. Unmarried girls with short hair wore it in 2 little pigtails, and those with long hair had 2 braids. For married women, their hairstyles were either just like Xiao Xiulan's, or maybe a bit longer or shorter than hers. Basically, everyone had the same hairstyle, no one really stood out. Ruanruan touched her own hair. Hers was pretty much the same as Xiao Xiulan's, except she had a few more bangs. But, seeing Ruanruan still looking conflicted, Xiao Xiulan laughed and ruffled her hair. You really are just a little girl. It's just hair. Look at you, all tangled up over it. What's there to be so conflicted about? Clearly, Xiao Xiulan didn't care about it at all. Ruanruan pressed her lips together and could only set the matter aside for now. The only thing she could be glad about was her hairstyle. Luckily, she'd always had short hair, so even after getting married, she wouldn't have to cut it specially. Thinking of this, Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her laugh, Xiao Xiulan found it even funnier. You. 1 minute she's worried, the next she's laughing. Such a personality. When will she ever be able to marry Xiao Chenjin? After silently feeling a bit sorry for Xiao Chenjin, Xiao Xiulan chatted a bit with Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin, then left the house to find Qianaiju in the kitchen out back. Having just become a daughter-in-law, Xiao Xiulan actually had a lot she wanted to ask Qianaiju. After Xiao Xiulan left, Ruanruan was still frowning. Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment and said, Ruanruan, don't worry. Even if you want to grow your hair out after we get married, it's fine. Our family doesn't have that rule. What kind of rule is it that says you have to cut your hair after getting married anyway? Hearing this, Ruanruan smiled, but didn't take it to heart. It wasn't a rule specific to any family, it was just what everyone did. At lunch, Wang Qinxue was even warmer than before, acting much more natural around the Xiao family. Maybe it was because he was married now and truly saw himself as part of the Xiao family. After lunch, Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue didn't stay long before heading off. Ruanruan watched them walk away, then turned to see Qianaiju looking a bit downcast. After raising her daughter for more than a decade, suddenly she was married off and became someone else's daughter-in-law. Of course, it felt different. Seeing Qianaiju's expression, Ruanruan felt even more grateful. Grateful that she'd chosen Xiao Chenjin, and grateful that their families lived right next door. That way, when she and Xiao Chenjin got married, Grandma Chen wouldn't be as sad as Qianaiju is now. Ruanruan walked over to Qianaiju and took her arm. Auntie, don't worry. We live so close, whether Xiulan comes back to visit, or you go see her, it'll be easy. Hearing Ruanruan's comforting words, Qianaiju's eyes immediately filled with a smile. You're right, Ruanruan. She said that, but in her heart, she still sighed. What she was worried about wasn't time or distance at all. Before the new school year started, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin spent a few days living at the 3rd Production Brigade. They didn't stay long, just about a week, mainly to keep Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng company, and to visit Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua as well. All 4 elders were in good health and living well, which put Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin at ease. A week before school started, they returned to the county town. When the new semester of their 2nd year of high school began, their homeroom teacher was still Lu Guodong. After a whole summer apart, Lu Guodong looked just the same as before. But once classes officially started, Su Ruanruan realized that her previous feelings had all been an illusion. Lu Guodong had changed, at least when it came to academics. He was even stricter than before. In Lu Guodong's words, studying is like rowing upstream. If you're not advancing, you're falling behind. With only a year left until the college entrance exam, time was running out for them. Getting into university was harder than ever, harder than 1,000 people crossing a single log bridge. So, they had to work hard, and then work even harder, study, and then study even more. Even though Su Ruanruan didn't plan on going to college, she didn't slack off on her studies at all. She even started buying books related to medicine at the bookstore. If there were no new books to buy, she'd ask Su Aimin to find a way. After all, Su Aimin had a wide network, so getting a few books was an easy task for him. And so, the days of their second year of high school slipped quietly by in this tense atmosphere. At first, Su Ruanruan would occasionally think of the man who had secretly talked with Wang Aijuan. But as time passed and the man never showed up again, Su Ruanruan gradually forgot about him. Nothing else mattered now. The most important thing was to get through this fulfilling year. However, as the second semester of her second year began, Su Ruanruan started to feel increasingly anxious. The closer the college entrance exam got, the more restless she became. The first person to notice something was off was Xiao Chenjin. After all, he spent the most time with Su Ruanruan every day. If even he didn't notice something was wrong, no one else would. Ruanruan, what's going on with you lately? Are you under too much pressure? How about you stop reading at night for the next few days? During the day, they had school, and after finishing her homework at night, Su Ruanruan would still read books about medicine and nursing. Her schedule was packed to the brim. Just watching her made him feel tired. How could she not be exhausted? Su Ruanruan shook her head. It's not that I'm tired from studying. Then what's wrong? Xiao Chenjin's expression turned serious. If you don't tell me, I'll just assume you're overworked from studying, and from now on, you're not allowed to read at night. If you don't agree, I'll stand outside your window and watch you. Xiao Chenjin knew Su Ruanruan well. If she hadn't agreed to something, it didn't count. But if she promised, she would always keep her word, no matter what. Su Ruanruan was a little helpless, but could only agree for now. All right, I won't stay up late reading anymore. She knew why she was feeling so anxious, but she also thought Xiao Chenjin had a point. When you're not in a good mood, it's best not to put too much pressure on yourself. After she stopped staying up late to read, Su Ruanruan's mood and energy did improve a lot, though not completely. A week before the college entrance exam, Xiao Chenjin noticed that Su Ruanruan was acting even stranger. Every morning, she would leave at the last possible minute, almost rushing into the classroom as the bell rang. After school, as soon as the teacher announced dismissal, she'd be the first to stand up, sling her bag over her shoulder, and dash out the door. Xiao Chenjin had to chase after her all the way home, finally catching up before she got there. Ruanruan, stop running. Today, you have to tell me what's going on with you. Xiao Chenjin stared at her intently. If you don't tell me, I'll... Su Ruanruan raised her eyebrows. You'll what? I'm just waiting for you to tell me. After saying this, Xiao Chenjin stared at Su Ruanruan with wide, hopeful eyes, his gaze full of pitiful longing. Being looked at like that by Xiao Chenjin, Su Ruanruan didn't avert her eyes. She met his gaze for a long moment, then suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. Xiao Chenjin hadn't expected Su Ruanruan to do that, and he looked at her a little surprised. Seeing his expression, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but ruffle his hair again. Xiao Chenjin blinked. You can touch my head all you want, Ruanruan. As long as you tell me what's been going on with you lately. With someone treating her like this, what was there to hesitate about? Su Ruanruan had never really intended to hide anything from Xiao Chenjin. She just didn't know how to say it, which was why she'd hesitated for so long. But now, in this moment, she'd finally thought of a good explanation. Lately, I keep having dreams, she said. I dream that during the college entrance exams, Grandma gets sick and I'm not at home. So I've been feeling really uneasy. Xiao Chenjin had thought something big must have happened to Su Ruanruan, but hearing her explanation, he finally relaxed. He didn't doubt her words at all. In Su Ruanruan's heart, Granny Chin was just as important as he was. They were both her top priority. Dreaming over and over that the person most important to you gets sick, and even dreaming of a specific date, anyone would be worried. Dreams are always the opposite of reality. It'll be fine, Xiao Chenjin comforted her. Su Ruanruan wanted to agree with him, but the memories from her previous life were still vivid in her mind. How could she not worry? Let's just go home first. I still can't relax, Su Ruanruan said, pulling Xiao Chenjin along as she hurried home. They weren't far from home to begin with, and in just a few minutes, they stepped through the Su family's front gate. There was no one in the yard. Su Ruanruan quickly headed for the kitchen, calling out as she walked, "Grandma, are you inside?" "I'm here." "Ruanruan, Chenjin, you're back? Go study in your room, you two. Dinner will be ready soon. I'll call you when it's done." Hearing Granny Chen's voice, Su Ruanruan felt a little more at ease, but she still hurried into the kitchen. Only when she saw Granny Chen really cooking did she finally smile. "Grandma, just make a couple of simple dishes." "It's fine." "How could that do? The exams are almost here. You need to pay special attention to your food these days." In Granny Chen's mind, Su Ruanruan loved studying more than anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent the past year burning the midnight oil every day. From elementary school until now, she'd worked so hard for so many years. Now that the final moment was almost here, nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Su Ruanruan had said the same thing many times before, but Granny Chen always refuted her with the same words. If Su Ruanruan tried to say more, she'd just get shooed out of the kitchen. There was nothing she could do, so Su Ruanruan could only go back to her room with Xiao Chenjin. Sitting on the kayang, she took out her books, but still couldn't calm her mind. Right now, all she wanted was for time to pass faster, for the college entrance exams to be over, so she could finally get through these difficult days. Although there were still 3 days left until the exams, they'd already received their high school diplomas. These last 3 days at school were really just because the teachers were worried. Only by keeping an eye on them could they feel at ease. Su Ruanruan didn't plan to go to college, but she also didn't want to make it too obvious and have people suspect her intentions. Her plan was to pull some tricks during the exam, score a bit lower and fail the entrance. Then that would be that. But if she took leave and skipped school before the exam, that would be too conspicuous. So even though she was worried and uneasy, early the next morning, Su Ruanruan still went to school together with Xiao Chenjin and Hu Xiaoxiao. Fortunately, the next 2 days passed without incident. It wasn't until the day before the college entrance exam that anything happened. That morning, Lu Guodong took them to familiarize themselves with the exam venue, and afterwards, he let the students go home. By the time Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin got home, it was almost lunchtime. The moment they walked in the door, Su Ruanruan sensed something was off. At this time of day, lunch should already be ready, and the courtyard should be filled with the aroma of food. But when Su Ruanruan walked into the kitchen, all she saw was a cold stove and empty pots. Xiao Chenjin, who followed her in, was also surprised. "What's going on? Aren't Grandpa and Grandma eating lunch today?" Su Ruanruan didn't answer. She turned and hurried out of the kitchen, heading straight for Granny Chen's room. It was a hot summer day, so usually the doors and windows would be open for ventilation. But when Su Ruanruan reached Granny Chen's room, she found all the doors and windows tightly shut, with the curtains drawn. "Grandpa, Grandma, are you asleep?" As she spoke, Su Ruanruan raised her hand and knocked on the door. Xiao Chenjin, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. How could they be sleeping at this hour? They waited for a while before finally hearing Su Aimin's voice from inside. "Ruanruan, you're back. Why are you home so early? Didn't you say you were going to check out the exam site today? Wait a second. I'll open the door for you." There was a rustling sound from inside. After a long moment, the door finally opened. Su Aimin looked at Su Ruanruan and smiled. Your grandma didn't sleep well last night, so she's napping now. What do you want for lunch? Grandpa will cook for you. Don't underestimate my cooking skills. I've been learning from your grandma for over a year now. As he spoke, Ruanruan stepped out of the room and tried to close the door behind him. Ruanruan quickly blocked the door with her hand. Grandpa, what's wrong with Grandma? Isn't it hot in here in the middle of the day? Why not open the windows for some air? We're both getting old, your grandma and I. We're afraid of the cold, not the heat. Not like you youngsters, always complaining about how hot it is. Ruanruan didn't want to argue with Ruanruan any further. His tongue was getting sharper by the day. If she kept going, she'd never get into the room today. She insisted on going in, and Ruanruan couldn't really stop her. More importantly, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He could only watch as Ruanruan rushed into the room, letting out a long sigh. Xiaoqianjin, sensing something was wrong, hurried over as well. Grandpa, what's really going on with Grandma? Your grandma is sick. She's been ill for 2 days now. It started as a cold, but after taking some medicine, she didn't get better and then developed a fever. Today she started coughing too. Sigh. You and Ruanruan are about to take the college entrance exam. How could she bear to tell you she was sick? She made me keep it from you, and I couldn't refuse her. Who knew we still couldn't keep it a secret in the end? Before he could finish, Ruanruan saw the serious look on Xiaoqianjin's face. After Ruanruan rushed into the house, she saw Granny Chen lying on the Kong bed. Even though it was the height of summer and the house was stifling hot with the doors and windows shut, Granny Chen was still lying there wrapped tightly in a quilt, covering herself up completely. Even her head was buried under the covers. Perhaps she heard footsteps coming in, because Granny Chen's muffled voice came from beneath the blanket. Why are you coming in again? Has Ruanruan come back? If she's back, tell her I'm asleep, make her something to eat, and let her rest. She has her exam tomorrow. She needs to get a good night's sleep. I've said so much. Why aren't you answering? Are you even listening? She stopped mid-sentence. Granny Chen lifted a corner of the quilt to peek out, but instead of seeing Ruanruan's familiar old face, she saw Ruanruan's tense expression. Ruanruan, you're back? Grandma just took a nap today. Didn't expect you to catch me. I'll get up now. Was everything okay when you went to check out the exam site this morning? What do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you. As she spoke, Granny Chen tried to get up, but Ruanruan hurried over and gently pressed her back down. Grandma, I'm not a little kid anymore. She was already 17 this year, and if you counted her previous life, she was almost as old as Granny Chen. All this time, she had always seen Granny Chen as someone she needed to take care of. She never expected that, in the end, it would be Granny Chen taking care of her. Normally, it wouldn't matter. Between her and Granny Chen, did it really matter who took care of whom? But this time was different. Granny Chen was sick. Even though Ruanruan had spoken quietly outside just now, Ruanruan had heard every word. Thinking about how anxious and uneasy she'd been every day, always worrying about Granny Chen's health, she hadn't realized that Granny Chen had already been sick for 2 days. If she hadn't come home early today and caught Granny Chen off guard, she probably wouldn't have found out until after the college entrance exam was over. Ruanruan didn't even dare to think about it. Grandma, we're going to the hospital right now. As she spoke, Ruanruan pulled back the quilt and, in a princess carry, lifted Granny Chen into her arms. Granny Chen wasn't as tall as Ruanruan, nor was she heavy, barely 100 pounds. Ruanruan picked her up with ease, turned, and headed outside, ignoring whatever Granny Chen was saying and refusing to stop. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she saw Ruanruan and Xiaoqianjin. Qianjin, you're coming to the hospital with me. Grandpa, pack up anything we might need and bring it to the hospital later. Don't forget to lock the door. With that, Ruanruan strode out, not giving Ruanruan a chance to react. By the time Ruanruan came to his senses, all he could see was Ruanruan's fleeting figure disappearing out the front gate. This wasn't me spilling the beans. Ruanruan muttered, then hurried into the house to quickly gather their things. The Su family's house was a bit of a distance from the county hospital. At a normal pace, it would take about 20 minutes to walk there, or just 7 or 8 minutes by bicycle. But with Granny Chen's current condition, she couldn't sit steadily on a bike, so Ruanruan didn't even consider it. She simply carried Granny Chen and ran toward the county hospital. She ran so fast with Granny Chen in her arms that she was no slower than riding a bike. Even though it was midday, there were still plenty of people outside. When they saw Ruanruan carrying Granny Chen, everyone couldn't help but look on with curiosity. Ruanruan paid no attention at all to the curious, probing, or shocked looks she was getting from people around her. Right now, there was only one thing on her mind: getting to the county hospital as quickly as possible. She had no idea how long she'd been running. She'd completely lost track of time. If you asked her, she'd say this was the longest distance she'd ever run in her life. It wasn't until she saw the gates of the county hospital that Ruanruan finally felt a glimmer of hope. She was more than familiar with the county hospital. She knew it like the back of her hand. There probably wasn't a single place outsiders were allowed to go that she hadn't been to countless times already. Navigating the hospital with practiced ease, she went to the office, got the doctor to do a checkup, filled out the forms, picked up the medicine, went to the ward, and got the force started. By the time everything was finally settled, Min arrived at the hospital, lugging several large bags, and managed to find their ward without any trouble. The ward was spacious, with 6 beds in one room. Granny Chen was lying on the bed by the window at the far end of the room. After all the commotion, Granny Chen was a bit tired, but she hadn't fallen asleep. She just looked at Ruanruan, wanting to say something but not knowing how. Just then, Min came in. When Granny Chen saw Min come in with so many bags, she frowned. If this old man hadn't messed things up, would Ruanruan have found out? "What are you doing, bringing so much stuff? Are you planning for me to stay here forever?" Min, who had barely set the bags down, was stunned by Granny Chen's words. I just thought it'd be inconvenient to go back and forth, so I tried to bring everything we might need all at once." Granny Chen was about to say more, but Ruanruan spoke up first. "Grandpa, you did the right thing. Grandma's going to have to stay here for a while. There's a lot she'll need, so it's better to be prepared." Hearing this, Granny Chen forgot about Min for the moment and looked at Ruanruan in surprise. "Ruanruan, why do I have to stay here for a while? Wasn't it just a minor illness?" If you asked her, she'd say a little medicine and some rest would do the trick. Now that she was at the hospital and already getting in 4, she figured she'd be fine in a day or 2. So why was Ruanruan saying she needed to stay here for a while? Confused, Granny Chen waited for an explanation, but Ruanruan didn't give one. She just said, "I just asked the doctor, Grandma, you can only eat light food for now. I'm going home to make some porridge. Qingjin, you stay here and keep an eye on Grandpa and Grandma. When the 4 is done, call the nurse. I'll be back soon." Xiao Chenjin knew Ruanruan was worried about leaving Granny Chen and Min here alone, so he nodded. "Don't worry, Ruanruan, I'll keep an eye on things here." With Xiao Chenjin there, Ruanruan felt reassured and left in big strides. After Ruanruan had been gone for a while, Granny Chen finally looked away and turned to Xiao Chenjin. "Chenjin, what do you think is going on with Ruanruan? Why does she want me to stay here longer?" Xiao Chenjin gave her a gentle smile. "Grandma, you were in the wrong this time. How could you hide your illness from me and Ruanruan? I think Ruanruan is right. You should stay in the hospital for a while and really take care of yourself. When you're fully recovered, then you can go home. Don't worry. Even if the hospital isn't as convenient as home, you still have me and Ruanruan here, don't you? With the 2 of us, we'll make sure you eat well and sleep well. Everything will be just fine. You'll be back to full health in no time." Hearing this, Granny Chen immediately grew anxious. "That won't do. You and Ruanruan have exams tomorrow. How can you stay here to look after me? I'll be good and stay in the hospital. Your Grandpa Su is here with me. Don't worry about me, you 2 just focus on your exams." If Granny Chen hadn't mentioned the exams, it would have been fine. But now that she brought it up, the smile on Xiao Qingjin's face faded. "Grandma, you only ever think about letting us take our exams in peace. But have you thought about what would happen to us if you delayed your treatment and something went wrong? No matter how important the exams are, they're not as important as your health. For both me and Ruanruan, what matters most is your well-being. Ruanruan ran all the way home to the Su family's house, arriving drenched in sweat. She didn't even dare to sit down and catch her breath. After quickly washing her face, she started the fire and began cooking. Luckily, she was used to these chores, and cooking on the old stove was fast. In less than half an hour, Ruanruan had finished preparing all the dishes. There was millet porridge with red dates, 4 boiled eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, vinegar-sautéed cabbage, and a few egg pancakes. The simple, light dishes were packed neatly into a few lunchboxes, and Ruanruan headed out again. This time, she rode her bicycle. She could run pretty fast, but riding a bike was easier and saved energy. Why waste her strength? With the bike, she got there much faster. In less than 8 minutes, Ruanruan arrived at the county hospital. The hospital's security was pretty good. She locked her bike in a spot where the gate guard could see it, then hurried toward the ward with the lunchboxes. When Granny Chin saw Ruanruan return so quickly, her cheeks flushed and her forehead covered in sweat, her heart ached with worry. "You silly girl. Why did you run so fast? What difference would a few minutes make? Come here and sit down, catch your breath." Before Ruanruan could even reach them, Xiao Chenjin came over to take the lunchboxes from her hands. Ruanruan had prepared lunch for 4 people, with generous portions. Though the food was simple and light, there was more than enough for everyone to eat their fill. She'd come so quickly that the food was still steaming hot when the boxes were opened. It was too hot to eat right away, it needed to cool a bit, or it would burn their mouths. There were 2 beds in the ward, but only 2 people staying there, Granny Chin and another elderly lady, who looked to be in her 50s or 60s, lying on the second bed by the door. She'd mostly been asleep before, but now, perhaps drawn by the aroma of the food, she groggily opened her eyes and looked over. After watching for a moment, the old lady seemed to understand what was going on. She looked at Granny Chin with envy. "Sister, you're really living the good life. Look at you. Your children and grandchildren are all so filial, running around and taking care of you." Hearing the old lady praise Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin, Granny Chin beamed with pride. Yes, they're both very filial. If she didn't know how filial Ruanruan was, she wouldn't have tried to hide her illness from her. She was just afraid that Ruanruan would get distracted before her exams and worry too much about her. They had been hiding it so well, but who would have thought? In the end, they still couldn't keep it a secret. It's just like they say, what you fear most always ends up happening. Ruanruan didn't pay any attention to the complicated look in Granny Chen's eyes. Once the porridge in the lunchbox had cooled down, she carried it over to Granny Chin. "Granny, let me feed you." Granny Chin was getting in 4, so her left hand couldn't move. It would be so inconvenient to eat porridge with just one hand. But who would have thought, when Granny Chin heard Ruanruan's words, she let out a half-amused, half-exasperated laugh. "It's just a minor illness, I'm not that old yet. Why would I need you to feed me? Is the porridge cool enough? If it is, just hand it to me, I can eat it myself." Hearing this, Ruanruan had no choice but to pass the lunchbox to Granny Chin. Granny Chin wasn't feeling well and didn't have much of an appetite. Eating too much wouldn't be good for her, so Ruanruan had only given her half a box of porridge. Granny Chin finished the porridge in one go, wiped her mouth, and said to Ruanruan, "You should eat too. It'll get cold if you wait." When Ruanruan went to eat, Granny Chin added, "Once you finish eating, my 4 should be about done too. There's nothing else for you to do here. You and Chengjin should go home, read a bit, get some rest, recharge your energy. That way you'll be ready for tomorrow's exam." Ruanruan kept eating as usual and replied calmly, "I'm not going home, Granny. I'm not taking the exam tomorrow." "That's fine." "What? What did you say? You're not taking it?" Granny Chin was so shocked that her voice jumped several octaves. Ruanruan put down her chopsticks and looked at Granny Chin seriously. "Granny, I said I'm not taking the exam tomorrow. I'm not planning to go to college, and I don't want to attend university anymore. I want to work at the hospital as a nurse. If I can become a doctor someday, that's even better. With you and Grandpa at home, I just can't relax. I don't want to leave for school. If before, her reluctance to go to university was just because she was afraid of the coming storm, now Ruanruan was thinking more about Granny Chin and Suimin's health. They were getting older every day, and both had come from poor backgrounds, suffering and working hard for years. Their health wasn't as good as it looked on the surface. Even though they didn't lack food, drink, or money now, good health isn't something money can buy. Just thinking about leaving and the possibility that Granny Chin or Suimin might get sick made Ruanruan feel unbearably anxious. At first, Granny Chin was angry, sad, and blamed herself. But after listening to Ruanruan's explanation and seeing how serious she was, Granny Chin gradually calmed down. She had raised Ruanruan and knew her better than anyone. Ruanruan wouldn't make a decision like this on a whim. It had to be something she'd thought long and hard about. Since that was the case, there was no point in objecting. Just as Ruanruan had said before, she was grown up now. She wasn't a child anymore. She had the right to know things and to make her own decisions. Just like how Granny Chin hadn't wanted to tell Ruanruan about her illness for her own good, Ruanruan could also make her own choices. If you've really thought it through, then do as you wish. Just make sure you're certain, if you miss this chance, there's no going back. Ruanruan nodded. I know. I've made up my mind. Suimin listened to the conversation between the two, glancing at Granny Chin, then at Ruanruan. He wanted to say something but didn't dare and, in the end, could only shake his head. He couldn't win an argument with the old one. He couldn't win an argument with the young one either. Since they'd already made up their minds, he might as well just listen. Hurry up and eat, your food's getting cold. Granny Chin urged Ruanruan. Just as she was about to look away, she caught sight of Xiao Chunjin sitting next to Ruanruan. Chunjin knew. If Xiao Chunjin got into university, wouldn't that mean the two of them would have to part ways? Before Granny Chin could think any further, she heard Xiao Chunjin say, Grandma, I'm staying with Ruanruan. Hearing this, Granny Chin couldn't quite describe how she felt inside. She could only wave her hand and say, I'm tired, I'm going to get some sleep. The kids had all grown up. They had their own ideas now. That very night, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju found out that Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin weren't going to take the college entrance exam. Back then, neither of them had gone to university either. They'd both started working in factories right after high school, and over the years, life had turned out pretty well. So, whether Xiao Chunjin went to university or not didn't matter much to them. If he got in and wanted to go, then fine. If he didn't want to take the exam or go to university, that was fine too. Since you two don't plan on going to university, you'll need to start thinking about work. Ruanruan, Chunjin, do you have any plans? Although the family didn't lack for food or money, and they didn't really care about the small salaries from their jobs, people couldn't just sit around doing nothing. If you lazed around too long, even a good person would go to waste. Ruanruan immediately shared her plans. When they heard she wanted to work as a nurse in a hospital, Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua both thought Ruanruan must have been scared by Granny Chen's recent illness, and that's why she wanted to work in a hospital. Qian Aiju nodded, very supportive of Ruanruan's decision. Working in a hospital is great. It's a good job for a young woman. Tomorrow I'll ask around and see how the process works. Although Ruanruan had already looked into it herself, she didn't refuse Qian Aiju's kindness. Thank you, Auntie. No need to be so polite with your aunt. Qian Aiju waved her hand with a smile, then turned to Xiao Chunjin. Ruanruan already knows what she wants to do. What about you? Xiao Chunjin gave a mysterious smile. Can't say. Can't say. Dad, Mom, Ruanruan, just wait and see. Once I succeed, I'll tell you. What if you don't succeed? Qian Aiju pressed. How could I not succeed? Mom, don't you believe in your son? It's not that. Then just wait and see. Seeing that Xiao Chunjin wouldn't say anything no matter what, Qian Aiju simply stopped asking. Noticing that it was already dark outside, Granny Chen interrupted their conversation. Aigua, Aiju, you both have work tomorrow. Go home and get some sleep. Chenjin, Ruanruan, you two go home too. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan refused in unison. Why are you two staying if you're not going home? Grandma, my grandpa's not in good health. The hospital just isn't as comfortable as home. It's better for him to sleep at home at night. Tomorrow, when we come back, we can bring breakfast too. Grandpa was just telling me at lunch how good he's gotten at cooking. Su Ruanruan said with a grin. Grandma, I'll stay here with you tonight. If you need to get up in the middle of the night or anything, I can take care of you. Chen Granny could brush off what Su Ruanruan said at first, but when she heard the rest, she didn't know how to refuse. Seeing that Chen Granny didn't say anything, Xiao Chenjin quickly added, Grandma, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving just you and Ruanruan here tonight. I'll stay too, so I can protect you both. Hearing this, Chen Granny couldn't help but laugh. We're in a hospital. Why would we need you to protect us? That's what she said, but she didn't actually tell Xiao Chenjin to leave. She herself didn't mind being alone, but she really couldn't feel at ease leaving Su Ruanruan, a young, pretty girl, by herself. Su Aimin looked at the three of them with longing eyes. Seeing that they'd already made up their minds, he could only stand up, pick up the mesh bag with the lunchboxes, and say, all right. You all stay and leave me to go home all alone. Uncle, how could we let you go home all alone? Aren't Aigua and I going with you? Qian Aiju said with a laugh. Everyone chuckled at her words. Xiao Chenjin walked Su Aimin and the others out to the hospital entrance before heading back. When he returned to the ward, he had just reached the door when he heard Su Ruanruan talking to someone inside. He pushed open the door and saw a girl in a nurse's uniform sitting next to Su Ruanruan. In an instant, Xiao Chenjin guessed who she was. He hadn't met her in person, but he'd heard Su Ruanruan mention her before. This could only be Zhao Hongyun. Zhao Hongyun was on the night shift tonight. While doing her routine rounds, she saw Su Ruanruan and stopped to chat. After nearly a year of getting to know each other, even if they weren't best friends, Su Ruanruan and Zhao Hongyun had at least become close. Ruanruan, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll ask the doctor for you and see how serious your grandma's condition really is. But from the looks of it, it shouldn't be too bad. If you need anything, just come find me at the nurse's station, okay? I got it, Sister Hongyun. Thank you so much. Oh, no need to thank me. We're friends, aren't we? I have to check on the other wards, so I'll get going. You two should get some rest. As Zhao Hongyun spoke, she stood up. Granny, I'll get back to work now. Chen Granny beamed warmly. All right. Go on, don't let us keep you. Su Ruanruan stood up with her. Sister Hongyun, I'll walk you out. No need. It's just a few steps, no need to see me off. As the two turned around, they saw Xiao Chenjin coming in through the door. Xiao Chenjin smiled at them. Ruanruan, is this the Sister Zhao you always talk about? Hello, Sister Zhao, I'm Xiao Chenjin, Ruanruan's fiancé. Oh. Ruanruan is still so young, I didn't expect she'd already be engaged. Well, you two get some rest. I'll be off now. As soon as Zhao Hongyun left, the old lady in the other hospital bed looked over in surprise. You two are a couple? I thought you were siblings. How are you both so good-looking? Granny, you're really blessed to have such a wonderful grandson-in-law. The lighting in the room wasn't very bright, but the three of them could still see the envy in the old lady's eyes as she spoke. During the college entrance exams, everyone just goes directly to their assigned exam rooms. Even if you're in the same exam room, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be with classmates from your own class, and the proctors are usually teachers you've never met. Because of this, no one realized that Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin hadn't taken the college entrance exam until after it was all over, and even then, Lu Guodong only found out by chance. It was only when the exams were finished and Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were nowhere to be seen among the students who came back to class that Lu Guodong, after asking who Xiao, finally learned the truth. In Lu Guodong's own words, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were the two most gifted students he'd seen in all his years of teaching. No matter the size of the exam, the two of them always came in first, and not just by a little, but by a landslide. Lu Guodong had always believed that even though their small county didn't have the best teachers or resources, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin would still make it into university. But he never imagined that the two students he had the highest hopes for would quietly skip the exam without a word. Lu Guodong was filled with mixed emotions, but with dozens of students still watching him in the classroom, he could only take a deep breath and force down all the feelings inside. It wasn't until after school, when all the students had left, that Lu Guodong finally called out to Hu Xiaoxiao, who was about to leave. "Where are Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin? Why didn't they take the college entrance exam?" Hearing the question, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't dare hesitate. She told him everything she knew. Ruanruan's grandmother is sick and in the hospital. Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin have been staying there with her these past couple of days. At this, Lu Guodong's expression softened a little. He knew a bit about the Su family situation, two elderly people at home, and only Su Ruanruan as their grandchild. With her grandmother sick, of course Su Ruanruan would be at the hospital taking care of her. But to miss the college entrance exam because of this, Lu Guodong couldn't help but feel regret. "Are you going to visit them at the hospital?" "I'll go with you." Li Dongang, who had been sitting at his desk, quickly stood up when he heard this. "Teacher, I'll go with you too." The three of them set off immediately. As soon as they left the school gates, they headed straight for the county hospital. In the hospital room, Su Ruanruan was wiping Grandma Chen's hands and face. Grandma Chen's condition was now under control. The fever had gone down and hadn't come back, though she still coughed from time to time. But even that was much better than when she'd first been admitted. Neither Su Ruanruan nor Su Aimin were ones to skimp on medical care. They had the doctors run every test imaginable for Grandma Chen: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, everything. The results weren't bad. Years of hard work had left Grandma Chen with some hidden health issues, but nothing serious. As long as she rested and took care of herself from now on, she'd be fine. This illness had started as a minor cold, which then triggered those underlying problems. She hadn't been sick for years, so when she finally did fall ill, it seemed especially severe. But all in all, it was a good thing. It was better to have everything flare up and get treated than to let it fester inside. Su Ruanruan had just finished cleaning Grandma Chen's hands and face, and was about to take the basin of water out to empty it when Xiao Chengjin beat her to it. "I'll do it." "Ruanruan, take a break." With that, Xiao Chengjin grabbed the basin and jogged toward the door before Su Ruanruan could stop him. But as soon as he stepped out, he ran right into Lu Guodong and the other two. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, Xiao Chengjin shot a subtle look at Hu Xiaoxiao, a look that said, "Some things can only be understood, not explained." Catching Xiao Chengjin's look, Hu Xiaoxiao felt utterly helpless, almost on the verge of tears. She was innocent too, wasn't she? This was their homeroom teacher, after all. The teacher had already said he wanted to visit Grandma Chen in the hospital. How could she possibly stop him? Just as Su Ruanruan sat down in the hospital room and looked up, she saw Xiao Chengjin returning with the basin in his hands. She was surprised. "How did you get back so quickly?" "At a normal pace, you should only just be reaching the water room now." Before she finished speaking, she saw Lu Guodong, Hu Xiaoxiao, and Li Dongang following closely behind Xiao Chengjin as they entered. Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongang were one thing, but why was Lu Guodong here? Su Ruanruan quickly stood up. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Guodong had a pretty good temper. Though he was a bit upset, he didn't scold anyone. He walked over to the bedside, greeted Grandma Chen first, and then turned to Su Ruanruan. "Hu Xiaoxiao told me your grandmother was ill, and that you've been at the hospital these past 2 days to take care of her, so I came to check on you. The two of you skipped the exam without a word. Are you planning to repeat the year and try again next year, or do you have other plans?" "Teacher, we're planning to find jobs and start working," Su Ruanruan answered honestly. Lu Guodong had already guessed Su Ruanruan might say that, so he wasn't surprised. "Even if you've decided to work, you shouldn't give up on learning. The more you can learn, the better." It broadens your horizons and will benefit you greatly. Everything Lu Guodong said came from the heart. He truly cared about his students. Su Ruanruan didn't plan to go to college, but she never intended to reject Lu Guodong's goodwill, so she nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. We won't give up on learning. As long as you have the desire to learn and put it into action, you don't necessarily have to stay in school. It was already getting dark outside, so Lu Guodong didn't stay long before leaving. As soon as he left, Hu Xiaoxiao patted her chest in relief, her face still full of lingering fear. Finally, he's gone. That really scared me. I thought the teacher would be furious. He always believed you two would get into college. Their county was small and not very prosperous. Every year, only a handful of students managed to get into college. Even calling it a handful was generous. Last year and the year before, not a single student from either of the two main high schools got into college. This year, there was finally a glimmer of hope, but then this happened. Su Ruanruan didn't mind much. She smiled and said to Hu Xiaoxiao, "Who knows, maybe you'll get in." Hu Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand. "Come on, if anyone knows me, it's you. My grades are way behind yours." I never expected to get into college. Not getting in is fine, too. I'll just find a job, and then we can see each other every day. Seeing that Hu Xiaoxiao had already come to terms with it, Su Ruanruan felt much more at ease. In her previous life, not a single student from their county got into college that year. Not only that year, but for the next 2 years as well. Then, 2 years later, the college entrance exam was cancelled altogether. You could say that for more than a decade after, there wouldn't be a single college student from their little county. But so, what if you don't go to college? Life still has to go on, doesn't it? The summer days were long, but Su Ruanruan still didn't let Hu Xiaoxiao stay too late. Instead, she asked Li Dongying to walk Hu Xiaoxiao home. She's already a grown-up, does she really need someone to walk her home? She grumbled under her breath, but her feet didn't slow down at all. She called out to Hu Xiaoxiao, who was already heading out, "Hey, wait up for me." "Wait for you? Am I supposed to walk you home? How could I let you walk me home?" "Of course I should walk you home." Listening to their voices gradually fading away, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chin exchanged a glance and both burst out laughing. That night, it was Zhao Hongyun's turn for the night shift again. When Su Ruanruan first met Zhao Hongyun, she was already 18. Now, she was 19. For girls this age in the production brigade, most would already have kids running around by now, but Zhao Hongyun still wasn't married. Not only was she not married, she didn't even have a boyfriend. Although it was normal for girls in the county to marry a bit later, it was still a bit unusual for someone Zhao Hongyun's age to not even have a suitor. Su Ruanruan wasn't someone with an especially strong curiosity, nor did she like prying into other people's private lives. Even if she occasionally felt a little curious, she would never ask outright. Zhao Hongyun came to Granny Chen's ward last, after checking on the other rooms. After asking Granny Chen a few questions, Zhao Hongyun smiled and reminded her to get some rest. "Granny, I've checked with the doctor. He says you're fine now. In a few days, you'll be able to go home. Just rest up for now. I'm going to step outside and have a word with Ruanruan." Granny Chen had a good impression of Zhao Hongyun and nodded with a smile. "All right, you two go ahead." At night, the hospital corridors were lit, but the lights were rather dim. The hallway was completely empty, not a soul in sight. Occasionally, you could hear faint voices, but it was impossible to tell where they were coming from, making it all feel a bit eerie. If someone timid were standing here, they'd probably be scared to tears. But Su Ruanruan and Zhao Hongyun weren't the timid type. Zhao Hongyun had worked at the hospital for 3 years already and was used to this kind of atmosphere. She didn't feel scared at all. She pulled Su Ruanruan over to the corridor before stopping, then leaned in and whispered with a smile, "Ruanruan, you're pretty brave. That's good, otherwise, if you want to work in a hospital, you'd have a hard time. Whether you're a nurse or a doctor, working at a hospital always means night shifts. If you can't even handle a little scene like this, how can you expect to do your job well?" Su Ruanruan smiled at her words, not pursuing the topic further. Hongyunjia, did you pull me out here because you have something to tell me? Zhao Hongyun tapped Su Ruanruan on the head. Aren't you clever? You got right to the point. What else could it be? It's about work. I heard the exam is coming up soon this year, but they're only hiring 8 people in total. You'd better prepare well. Su Ruanruan hadn't expected news to come so soon. She thought she'd have to wait until autumn. Surprise aside, she was mostly delighted. Hongyunjia, thank you so much. I'll study hard. When I pass the exam, I'll treat you to a nice meal at the state-run restaurant. Whatever you want to eat, we'll order it. Well, since you said it, I'll remember that. Don't you dare go back on your word. Don't worry, Hongyunjia. How could I go back on my word? It's just a meal at the state-run restaurant. Why would she go back on her word? Zhao Hongyun still had to hurry back to the nurse's station, so the two of them didn't chat for long. When Su Ruanruan returned to the ward, Granny Chen was still awake. Xiao Chenjin was sitting on a stool, eyes fixed on the door. As soon as he saw Su Ruanruan come in, he broke into a smile. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan tiptoed over and leaned in close to the two of them, quietly repeating what Zhao Hongyun had just told her. After listening, both Granny Chen and Xiao Chenjin beamed with joy. But the three of them didn't say much more and soon lay down to rest. After all, there was still another elderly lady in the ward, and it wouldn't be good to disturb her sleep. Zhao Hongyun had only mentioned that the exam was coming up soon, without giving a specific date. Su Ruanruan kept it in mind, but she wasn't too anxious about it. Over the past year, she had read quite a few books on medical care and nursing. Every book she read seemed to be etched into her mind. She remembered everything clearly. Whether or not she could put it all into practice was another matter, but at least she had the theoretical knowledge down. Doing some practice tests shouldn't be a problem. Compared to Su Ruanruan's calmness, Granny Chen was much more worried. She kept wanting to ask around for updates to see when the official notice would come out. But lying in bed, Granny Chen didn't see many people, so there was no way for her to find out. In the end, she simply handed the task over to Su Aimin. But before Su Aimin could even make it to the lobby, Qian Aiju brought good news. It turned out the exam date had been set. It would be held in a week. However, this news wasn't being widely announced. Only hospital staff were in the loop. Only people known to the hospital staff could participate in the exam. Fortunately, after so many years in the county, Qian Aiju wasn't just focused on work. She had good connections and managed to secure a spot for Su Ruanruan to take the exam. Knowing that everything was settled and that it was now up to Su Ruanruan's own performance, Granny Chen finally felt at ease. 2 days before the exam, Granny Chen had fully recovered and was cleared by the doctor to be discharged. By the time they finished packing up and left the hospital, it was almost noon, and the heat outside was stifling. There were too many people to fit on one bicycle, so Xiao Chenjin rode ahead with their belongings back to the Su house, while Su Ruanruan, Granny Chen, and Su Aimin walked slowly behind. Walking under the blazing sun, Granny Chen's face was full of smiles. You know, I never thought there was anything so great about being outside before. But after staying in the hospital for so many days, I've realized outside is wonderful. The air is fresh, the weather is nice, everything is good. The most important thing in life is not to get sick. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan nodded in agreement. Grandma, you're absolutely right. That's why you have to take good care of your health from now on. If you ever feel unwell, we'll go to the hospital right away, no more waiting. All right, I'll listen to you. When the three of them got back to the Su house, they saw the front gate wide open, with a basin of water at the entrance. Xiao Chenjin and the others were waiting nearby. Seeing Granny Chen return, Xiao Chenjin picked up the basin, and Qian Aiju dipped a big leaf in the water and sprinkled some over the three of them. All right, that's enough. Granny Chen waved her hand with a smile. It's the thought that counts. Let's go inside, let's go home. After all, things were different now than they used to be. If someone saw them and decided to make a fuss, it could cause trouble. Qian Aiju and the others understood the reasoning as well. Hearing this, they stopped what they were doing and all entered the courtyard together. Granny Chen had thought that after being in the hospital for so many days, She would come home to find the courtyard and house a complete mess, dirty and chaotic. But when she stepped inside, she was surprised to see everything spotless and tidy. The scene she had imagined was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Granny Chin gave Su Aimin a big thumbs up. Not bad at all. Su Aimin lifted her chin proudly. Of course. This is nothing. It really is nothing, Granny Chin agreed. So from now on, cleaning up will be your job. Sure, leave it to me. You can rest. Leave it to me? Su Aimin was caught off guard. Yeah, why? You don't want to. No. No, I do. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Listening to their exchange, Ruanruan and the others could barely hold back their laughter. People always say that the older you get, the more like a child you become. How true that is. When Granny Chin was in the hospital, there was nothing she could do but lie in bed all day. Now that she was finally home, she couldn't sit still. She kept wanting to tidy things up and make something delicious to help Ruanruan regain her strength. Even though Su Aimin brought food from home every day, the hospital food was never as good, and sleep was poor too. After just a few days, Ruanruan had clearly lost weight. Her face had never been very full to begin with, and now it looked even thinner, which made Granny Chin's heart ache. Granny Chin was anxious to cook something good for Ruanruan to nourish her, but Ruanruan herself didn't mind at all. She thought she looked great. Her features were more defined after losing weight. Granny Chin wanted to keep busy, and Ruanruan didn't try to stop her. For one thing, Granny Chin really had recovered. For another, even if she said something, Granny Chin wouldn't listen anyway. Since the outcome would be the same regardless, Ruanruan simply kept quiet. With only 2 days left, Ruanruan hoped to squeeze in a bit more studying before the exam. Sharpening your sword right before battle may not make you faster, but it'll at least make you shine. A little last-minute cramming is better than nothing. The 2 days flew by. If you asked Ruanruan, she couldn't even say how much she managed to absorb, nor did she know what would be on the test. With a bit of anxiety, she headed to the county hospital. Xiao Chunjin dropped Ruanruan off at the exam building. When Ruanruan walked into the room, she saw that quite a few people were already seated. At a glance, they were all girls about her age. After quickly scanning the room, Ruanruan found a seat and sat down. What she didn't know was that not far behind her, someone slowly lifted their head and stared at her back for a long while. This exam wasn't much different from the ones she'd taken in school, except there were more proctors to ensure that no one could cheat. There were a lot of test papers, too. Ruanruan counted 6 sheets, with questions on both sides. The exam lasted 3 hours. No one spoke the entire time. The only sound was the rustling of pens on paper. Ruanruan barely had time to think. As soon as she got the papers, she started writing. All the questions were about nursing and medical knowledge. She couldn't guarantee she knew every answer, so she just did as much as she could. 6 exam papers in 3 hours. Even if you know all the answers, finishing in time is a real squeeze. Not to mention, if you come across something you don't know, you have to stop and think. So whenever Ruanruan ran into a question she didn't know, she didn't even hesitate before moving on to the next one. From start to finish, she never let her mind wander, and her hand barely stopped writing. Even so, when the call for time's up came, Ruanruan had just finished her first pass through the papers. There were a few unanswered questions at the beginning. She'd planned to come back to them after finishing everything else, but now there was no time. As she put down her pen, Ruanruan let out a quiet sigh in her heart. After all, she'd only studied this material for a year, and she was self-taught. She was still far behind. When she saw her papers being collected, Ruanruan couldn't help glancing around, curious about how everyone else was doing. What she saw startled her. A few girls were quietly wiping away tears. Seeing this, Ruanruan instantly understood. They probably hadn't done well on the test. But just how badly did they think they'd done, to start crying as soon as the papers were handed in? Ruanruan was curious, but she didn't keep staring at them. Come back in 3 days at 8 a.m. to see the results, the examiner said. then hurried off with the stack of papers. With that, Ruanruan joined the group of girls heading outside. Outside, Xiao Chenjin had been waiting anxiously. When he finally saw Ruanruan come out, he broke into a smile. "It's lunchtime already. Are you hungry? Grandma must have finished cooking by now. Let's hurry home and eat." Okay. 3 days passed in a flash. On the morning of the 4th day, Ruanruan finished breakfast and hurried out the door. Today, Xiao Chenjin didn't go with her. In fact, he'd left even earlier than she had, though he hadn't said where he was going. But Ruanruan could guess he was probably busy with work, so she didn't ask, just waited for him to surprise her later. When she arrived at the hospital, Ruanruan easily found her way back to the place where the exam had been held 3 days ago. Before she even reached the door, she could see from a distance that a crowd had gathered outside the room. Ruanruan found it odd. Why were all these people standing outside instead of going in? When she squeezed into the crowd, she realized why. There was a sheet of paper posted on the wall, with the names of those who had passed the exam written on it. Ruanruan remembered clearly that there had been at least 30 or 40 people taking the test, but now there were only 18 names on the list. She also hadn't forgotten the most important point. The hospital was only hiring 8 people this time. 8 people, which meant that out of these 18, 10 would still be eliminated. But how would they decide? Another exam? As Ruanruan was pondering this, the door suddenly opened and a woman in her 30s stepped out. "Those who made it to the second round stay. If you didn't, you can leave now." Even if they didn't want to go, there was no point in staying, so the girls who hadn't made it, though upset, still left. With over 20 people gone, the area suddenly felt much less crowded. "Wait outside. We'll call you in one at a time." Ruanruan wasn't the first to be called in, but she wasn't anxious. Not being first was just fine. Aside from the one who had already gone into the room, there were only 17 people left. With a single glance, Ruanruan could clearly see the faces of all 17 people. She didn't look around, but instead turned her attention back to the piece of paper posted on the wall. Earlier, she'd only been focused on finding her own name and hadn't paid attention to who else was on the list. Now, looking carefully, she suddenly spotted an unexpected name, Qian Huihui. Even though it had been nearly 2 years since she'd last seen her, Ruanruan had a good memory and could still recall what Qian Huihui looked like. After seeing Qian Huihui's name, Ruanruan glanced around at the people nearby. Sure enough, in the farthest corner, she spotted Qian Huihui. Sensing something, Qian Huihui looked over at Ruanruan at the same time, their gazes meeting across several people in between. Ruanruan was about to look away after just a glance, but unexpectedly, Qian Huihui suddenly gave her a bright smile. Qian Huihui's smile was dazzling, revealing a row of white teeth. Ruanruan didn't count exactly how many teeth were showing, but she could clearly see there weren't any gaps. But that made sense. 2 years ago, Qian Huihui was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, still in her youth. How could she have missing teeth? If she'd lost any, she must have found a way to fix them. Judging by the look of it, Qian Huihui's parents must have treated her well. Her teeth looked just like the real thing. Thinking this, Ruanruan calmly withdrew her gaze without any sign of emotion. In the past 2 years, Hu Xiaoxiao's family hadn't been bothered again, and Ruanruan didn't feel much about Qian Huihui anymore. She was just someone she'd once clashed with, now nothing more than a stranger. Seeing Ruanruan so calmly look away, as if she hadn't even noticed her, Qian Huihui was suddenly flooded with a mix of emotions. She'd already seen Ruanruan at the last exam and had deliberately avoided her, afraid something might happen between them. This time, with fewer people, there was no way to hide, and she felt a bit nervous. She hadn't expected Ruanruan to react like this. But Qian Huihui quickly pushed aside her jumbled thoughts, because just then, the first person who'd gone in came back out. She kept her eyes lowered, looking rather downcast. Just as everyone was about to ask her something, she called out someone's name, letting them know it was their turn to go in. After that person went in, she moved to the side and stayed silent. Some people were dissatisfied, some rolled their eyes, and some didn't care at all. No one knew what was happening inside the room, but people were going in and coming out pretty quickly. After 3 or 4 more people, it was Ruanruan's turn. Ruanruan pushed open the door and went in, finding several nurses in uniform inside. When they saw her, they called her over and asked her a few questions about nursing and some about pharmacology. These weren't topics that had been tested before, but Ruanruan happened to know all the answers and responded smoothly. Maybe because she answered so quickly, the nurses seemed quite satisfied. Then, a nurse in her 30s said, "You try giving an injection." "Now you've stumped me." Ruanruan didn't have any tools, and she hadn't practiced giving injections at all this past year. "I've never done it before, but I can give it a try." After all, she had the theoretical knowledge. Ruanruan thought that since she had the chance, she should at least give it a shot. As for whether she would make it or not, Ruanruan didn't think too much about it for now. Kong Yanfeng, the nurse in her 30s, couldn't hide her surprise after hearing Ruanruan's answer. Ruanruan had done extremely well on the written test, and her answers to the interview questions just now were not only clear and well-organized, but also flawless. With someone like this, Kong Yanfeng had assumed she must be a vocational student who had studied medicine for several years. But now it seemed she was mistaken. If Ruanruan really had studied medicine for years, how could she have never practiced giving injections? Feeling a bit regretful, Kong Yanfeng still nodded. Go ahead and give it a try. After all, she was a promising candidate, so she deserved a chance. When Ruanruan picked up the pillow for the first time, she wasn't nervous at all. She had never given anyone an injection before, but she'd been on the receiving end and had watched others do it. Combined with her theoretical knowledge, she figured she could give it a shot. But in the next moment, Ruanruan paused, needle in hand. Who am I supposed to inject? Kong Yanfeng couldn't help but want to laugh. She rolled up her sleeve and offered her own arm. Inject me, Ruanruan. It looked like everything would be decided by this one attempt. Without hesitation, Ruanruan began her first injection, steady, precise, and decisive. The needle was attached to a tube and a bottle of glucose. Even if it went into the body, it would be fine, so Ruanruan had nothing to worry about. Maybe it was her strong comprehension, or maybe her powers of observation and imitation, but she actually succeeded on her first try. This genuinely surprised Kong Yanfeng. From Ruanruan's movements, it was obvious she was a beginner, but she turned out to be quite talented. Given that, she could stay. Kong Yanfeng thought for a moment, then after a short pause, let Ruanruan remove the needle from her arm. Go wait outside. And send in the next person a Qianhui. Ruanruan hadn't expected Qianhui to be the one after her, but she didn't say much. She just nodded and left the room. The moment Ruanruan opened the door and stepped out, she felt everyone's eyes on her. She was used to scenes like this, so she calmly looked at Qianhui. Qianhui, it's your turn. Qianhui was startled by Ruanruan's words, but quickly composed herself and walked toward the door. The two passed each other without exchanging a glance. There were 18 candidates in total, and it took over an hour to interview everyone. Once the last person came out, the door closed again. Ruanruan figured the interviewers were probably discussing the results. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes, the door opened and Kong Yanfeng called everyone in. Based on your written and interview scores, we've reached a decision. The 8 people we're hiring this time are Ruanruan, Qianhui, Wang Jiajia, Su Xinfang. Let's congratulate these 8. For those who didn't make it, don't be discouraged, there's always next year. Although meant to be comforting, the words sounded hollow and powerless. Those who didn't make it looked dejected, on the verge of tears, but unwilling or unable to cry. Kong Yanfeng had seen this scene many times and didn't pay it much mind. Instead, she addressed Ruanruan and the other 7. In a bit, follow me to get familiar with the environment and handle some paperwork. Then I'll arrange your work schedules and other details. Kong Yanfang was a decisive and efficient person. Once she said she would arrange jobs for Su Ruanruan and the others, she didn't waste a single moment. She immediately took Su Ruanruan and the rest with her, paying no mind to how those who hadn't passed the interview and were still lingering around might feel. They spent the whole morning running around with Kong Yanfang, finally getting most of the onboarding paperwork done. Kong Yanfang also assigned them their work schedules and introduced them to the experienced staff who would be mentoring them. By the time everything was sorted out, it was already lunchtime. Su Ruanruan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she went to look for Zhao Hongyun. As luck would have it, just as Su Ruanruan arrived, Zhao Hongyun was getting off work. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan grinned and said, "Sometimes chance meetings are better than planned ones." "Hongyun Jia, come on, let me treat you to lunch at the state-run restaurant." The moment she heard this, Zhao Hongyun immediately understood what was going on. She looked at Su Ruanruan in surprise and delight. "Ruanruan, you passed the interview? When do you start?" "Tomorrow." "Which department are you starting in?" "Pediatrics." "Huh? You're going to be busy then." Although every department in the hospital was busy, pediatrics and gynecology were especially hectic. Su Ruanruan being assigned to pediatrics on her very first day, whether that was a good thing or not was anyone's guess. Having spent so much time around the hospital, Su Ruanruan had a sense of how things worked and naturally understood what Zhao Hongyun meant. But she didn't mind. "I'd have to go there sooner or later anyway." "That's true." New nurses had to rotate through every department, spending a month in each. Zhao Hongyun had gone through the same process herself. Her first department hadn't been pediatrics, but the second was, so she'd experienced that level of busyness firsthand. Seeing Zhao Hongyun lost in her memories, Su Ruanruan gently shook her arm. "Hongyun Jia, let's get going. If we wait any longer, there won't be any food left." Realizing Su Ruanruan was serious about treating her to lunch at the state-run restaurant, Zhao Hongyun started to protest. "I didn't really help you much, just gave you a few pointers. I was just joking before. I can't really let you treat me. You haven't even started working yet." She hadn't even started her job yet. How much money could she possibly have? But Su Ruanruan just took Zhao Hongyun's arm and headed out. "Who says so? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even known where to start looking for this opportunity. Besides, you've been working at the hospital for years, and I just got here. There's so much I don't know. I'll be relying on you for help. You're not refusing to eat with me because you're afraid I'll bother you in the future, are you?" "What are you talking about?" Fine, I can't argue with you." "Then let's go." Zhao Hongyun could only shake her head helplessly and follow Su Ruanruan out of the hospital, heading for the state-run restaurant. Back then, a state-run restaurant wasn't a place where you could just eat whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. They had fixed opening and closing hours, and the number of dishes was limited each day. If you arrived late, there'd be nothing left to eat. Fortunately, the state-run restaurant wasn't far from the county hospital, just a 5 or 6 minute walk from the main gate. The restaurant itself wasn't big, just 2 storefront rooms. Altogether, there were only about 10 tables inside, and at this hour, 8 of them were already full. Su Ruanruan pulled Zhao Hongyun over to sit at an empty table. "Hongyun Jia, wait here for a bit. I'll go get our food." Back in the old days, restaurants would have waiters come over to take your order and serve you at the table. But that wasn't the case in state-run restaurants. In a state-run place, you had to go up to the counter to order. When your food was ready, the staff would call out from the window, and you'd have to go pick it up yourself. Of course, you had to pay first, otherwise, who knew if you could actually afford the meal? What if someone tried to dine and dash? That said, Su Ruanruan knew that in all these years, no one had ever dared to skip out on the bill at a state-run restaurant. She glanced over the menu for the day and ordered 2 bowls of rice, a plate of braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a bowl of bok choy soup, and 4 meat buns. Except for the scrambled eggs and the soup, which needed to be cooked fresh, everything else was ready to go. After paying with cash and ration tickets, Su Ruanruan could take most of the food right away. When Zhao Hongyun saw the spread Su Ruanruan brought back, her eyes went wide. "Ruanruan, why did you buy so much?" Just as she finished speaking, someone called out from the counter. The scrambled eggs and bok choy soup were ready. Ruanruan grinned. They sure cook fast here. How could they not? The pots, the stove, the ingredients. Everything was ready to go, and the chef was just waiting around. Whipping up 2 dishes took no time at all. Ruanruan set the last 2 dishes on the table and sat down across from Zhao Hongyun. Hongyun, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just ordered my favorites. If you don't like something, we can always get something else. Zhao Hongyun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How could she not like it? There was white rice, braised pork, eggs, and big meat buns. What more could anyone want? If she didn't like this, there probably wasn't anything else she could eat. Ruanruan, you ordered way too much. There's no way the 2 of us can finish all this, it's just 2. Ruanruan waved her hand, cutting her off. Hongyun, I have a big appetite. Don't worry, we'll finish it all. As she spoke, Ruanruan picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks and placed it in Zhao Hongyun's rice bowl. Come on, Hongyun, eat. I can't eat until you do, and the meat's going to get cold. The braised pork at state-run restaurants was always cut into neat cubes, each piece layered with lean and fatty meat, glistening in a rich, fragrant sauce. Just the smell was enough to make your mouth water. To have such delicious food in front of you and not be able to eat it, that was real torture. Zhao Hongyun stared at the braised pork in her bowl and couldn't help swallowing. Her monthly salary was limited, and she had plenty of other expenses. She didn't get to eat meat often, let alone such big chunks. Ruanruan, then I won't stand on ceremony. Seeing Zhao Hongyun finally start eating, Ruanruan didn't hold back either. She picked up a piece of braised pork for herself. The moment she bit into it, oh, that flavor. It was beyond words. The Su family was well off, but they didn't eat meat every day. So whenever she got to eat a big piece of meat, Ruanruan always cherished it, savoring every bite. She had ordered quite a lot, but somehow, the 2 of them managed to finish everything, not leaving a single crumb. Even the staff in the hot, crowded restaurant kept glancing over at them. They probably hadn't expected 2 young girls to be able to eat so much. After the meal, Zhao Hongyun had to get back to work, while Ruanruan headed home to the Su family. From the moment Ruanruan left in the morning, Granny Chen's heart had been in her throat, anxiously waiting for her to come back and hopefully bring some good news with her. She waited and waited, all the way until after lunch, before Ruanruan finally returned. As soon as she saw Ruanruan come in, Granny Chen immediately headed for the kitchen. You're only just getting back now, did you eat yet? Let me make you something. Whether or not she passed the interview was important, but to Granny Chen, Ruanruan's health was even more important. Seeing Granny Chen rushing off to the kitchen, Ruanruan quickly stopped her. Nai, I've already eaten. I had lunch with Sister Hongyun. You remember Sister Hongyun, right? How could I forget? She's that little nurse from the hospital, isn't she? How did you end up eating with her? Granny Chen asked, a little puzzled. We made a deal before. If I got to stay and work at the hospital, I'd treat her to a meal at the state-run restaurant. So just now, I took her there for lunch. Well, if you said you would, then you should keep your word. Granny Chen agreed wholeheartedly. The most important thing in life is to keep your promises. Wait, so you mean you made it? You're going to be working at the hospital from now on. Granny Chen stared at Ruanruan in shock, her face a mix of surprise and joy. Ruanruan hadn't expected Granny Chen to take so long to react, but she nodded with a smile. That's right. I got the job. I start tomorrow. Wonderful. That's wonderful. Granny Chen was over the moon, pacing around the room in excitement. This is such great news. We should celebrate, shouldn't we? Before Ruanruan or Su could say anything, Granny Chen continued, we really should celebrate. Here's what we'll do. Ruanruan, you stay home and rest. I'll go out and buy some things, and tonight we'll invite Qingjin's whole family over for dinner. Let's have a proper celebration. Granny Chen had always been someone who acted on her words, and now she was even more so. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was already rushing out the door. She stopped by the kitchen first, and when she came out, She had a basket over her arm. "I'm heading out now. Ruanruan, don't forget to lock the door after me." "Okay." By the time Ruanruan finished speaking, Granny Chin was already out the gate. Watching her go, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile helplessly. Nai is getting more and more like a child these days. Agreed, isn't she? She used to be the one spoiling you, now it's your turn to spoil her. Of course I'm happy to spoil Nai. Ruanruan laughed. But I think she'd be even happier if you spoiled her instead. You little rascal. Huffed, pretending to be angry. You're just asking for trouble, aren't you? Grandpa, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to go rest in my room for a while. Ruanruan said as she dashed out, and before she finished speaking, she was already out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, shook his head with a wry smile. Wonderful. Just wonderful. With a steady job and a wedding in a couple of years, he and Granny Chen could finally be at ease. But after thinking for a moment, shook his head again. Not yet. We still have to help Ruanruan take care of her kids. When he adopted Su Jiafeng, the boy was already 5 or 6 years old. He and Granny Chen never had children of their own, so they'd never experienced raising a child from infancy. Maybe taking care of Ruanruan's child wouldn't be so bad after all. Ruanruan had no idea that was already making plans to help her look after her child. After washing up a bit, she sat down on the Kong bed. The window was open, and every now and then a breeze would drift in, so the room wasn't too stuffy. Still, Ruanruan held a big palm leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself absent-mindedly. It was already this late, and Xiao Chunjin still hadn't come back. She wondered if things were going smoothly for him. 3rd Production Brigade. This year, the weather had been perfect. Everyone said even the heavens were blessing them with food. Not just this year, but the past 2 years had seen good weather. The crops in the fields had grown well, and after handing over the required grain to the state, the rest was divided among the families according to their work points. Every household had enough to eat. But there were still some who didn't have enough. At the educated youth spot, there were several who couldn't get enough to eat, including Su Jianjun and Li Weiguo. Originally, the educated youth's grain was pooled together, and they cooked their own communal meals. At first, none of them objected to this arrangement, but as time went on, some started to feel dissatisfied. They were different ages, had different strengths, and earned different numbers of work points, so why should everyone eat the same amount? No one wanted to suffer a loss, and even less did they want to let others eat their share for free. So, after discussing it among themselves, the minority yielded to the majority, and they all went to Xiao Dashan to explain what they wanted. Xiao Dashan had always felt that, although the educated youths came from all over the country, since they were all living together at the educated youth spot, they should act as a group and not fuss over every little thing. But since they'd already made up their minds and even worked out the rules, what could he say? He could only agree. So from then on, the educated youths at the spot, just like the regular production team members, had their work points and grain calculated and distributed individually. As for whether they cooked and ate separately, Xiao Chunjin didn't bother to get involved. After all, they all had hands, feet, and their own ideas. Why should he meddle? This led to a situation where, in the educated youth spot, some people's lives kept getting better. They couldn't even finish all the rations they were given, and could even trade the surplus with the production team members for other things. But for others, life just got harder and harder. Forget having leftovers, sometimes they weren't even sure if they'd have enough to eat. Besides the food issue, the educated youths also asked Xiao Dashan for something else. They built 2 more rooms, one for the male educated youths and one for the females. The male educated youths could finally sleep a little more comfortably, and the girls' side was even more spacious. But on the boys' side, Su Jianjun and Li Weiguo still shared a room together. 2 years had passed, and Li Weiguo was still a bit crazy and foolish. He could take care of himself and work, and he never forgot to eat, but he was always causing trouble. Just looking at how Su Jianjun's clothes and bedding were constantly getting ruined, no one else wanted to share a room with Li Weiguo. As for Su Jianjun, he was even more troublesome than Li Weiguo. At least Li Weiguo's antics were just minor things, nothing serious. But Su Jianjun's mother had stabbed Su Ruanruan. Who knew if Su Jianjun was just like his mother? What if he stabbed someone in the middle of the night? Who could stand that? So, Su Jianjun and Li Weiguo ended up stuck together, sharing a room. Starving together, freezing together, living in constant chaos. At first, none of the other educated youths at the settlement paid any attention to the two of them, afraid of getting themselves into trouble. But as time went on, all sorts of rumors started circulating among the educated youths. These rumors didn't just stay within their group, they spread outside as well. That afternoon, when they were heading out to work, Su Jianjun once again heard people whispering and pointing at him from behind, saying he and Li Weiguo were in cahoots, one causing trouble, the other pretending to be crazy or foolish, all just so they could have a room to themselves. How comfortable it must be for two people to have a whole room to themselves. When Su Jianjun first heard this kind of talk, he was angry. But after a while, he just didn't have the energy to be mad anymore. People were just gossiping to pass the time. What could he do? Go over and physically stop them from talking? Finally, after making it through the day's work, Su Jianjun returned to the educated youth settlement, washed up, and went back to his room to lie down on the heated brick bed. They didn't eat together anymore, but chores like fetching water and chopping wood were still done on a rotating basis. The yard was so small, even if they wanted to divide things up clearly, it just wasn't possible. And eating alone didn't really mean cooking for just one person, after all. It's hard to cook for just one. Those who got along well would pair up, or sometimes 3 or 4 people would eat together. Su Jianjun didn't have anyone he was close to, so he could only cook for himself. Now that everyone was back, it was the busiest time in the kitchen, with people scrambling to cook. He couldn't be bothered to fight for a spot, so he decided to rest for a while. Eating later would be just the same. With that thought, Su Jianjun closed his eyes. Working here was truly exhausting. Even though he'd already been here for 2 years, he still found it hard to bear. When he first arrived, the tasks assigned by Xiao Dashan were pretty easy, though at the time, he hadn't thought so. Looking back now, those days really were easy. Now, he was treated just like everyone else in the production team. He wasn't a farm boy born and bred, so even after 2 years, he still couldn't compete with the strong young men in the team. The work points he earned each day were barely enough to keep him fed. He was always hungry and tired. Su Jianjun felt like even breathing was difficult now. Stifling. It was just too stifling. He didn't want to live like this for even one more day. But what could he do? Kill himself? No way. He hadn't lived enough yet. How could he die now? His mother had been arrested, his parents divorced, and all the letters he'd written to his father had disappeared into the void. He hadn't gotten a single reply. He knew he couldn't count on anyone anymore. The only person he could rely on was himself. Su Jianjun's chest heaved violently for a while before he finally calmed down. That's right. He couldn't lose hope. He was still young, he had a long life ahead of him. He'd figure something out eventually. There was no way he'd be stuck here forever. Thinking this, Su Jianjun decided to take a nap, or maybe just sleep through the night. Skipping a meal wouldn't matter, he'd even save a bit of food. Smack. Suddenly, something hit him on the chin, startling Su Jianjun into opening his eyes. He turned his head and saw Li Weiguo grinning foolishly at him. Li Weiguo, what are you doing? Things were already bad enough for him. Did Li Weiguo have to come over and humiliate him too? Su Jianjun clenched his fists. He was ready to go all out against Li Weiguo. Whether Li Weiguo was really crazy or just pretending, Su Jianjun didn't want to put up with him any longer. Just as he was thinking this, Li Weiguo glared at him, then turned around and hopped out of the room. Li Weiguo's steps as he left were just like those of a 6 or 7-year-old child. But Li Weiguo was already 21 this year. For him to act like that at his age was enough to make anyone feel sick. Su Jianjun slowly withdrew his gaze, his hands gradually relaxing. Why bother arguing with an idiot? If someone keeps pretending to be a fool, eventually, they really will become one. Whether he's actually stupid now doesn't matter, he'll be a fool from now on anyway. And what kind of future could a fool possibly have? Thinking this, Su Jianjun's mood improved. He turned his head, just about to close his eyes, when out of the corner of his eye he spotted a small ball of paper next to his pillow. What's this? That wasn't there just now, was it? Su Jianjun was only puzzled for a moment before realizing where the paper ball had come from. This was the thing Li Weigua had just thrown at him. Su Jianjun picked up the paper, about to toss it away, but his hand paused midair. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his back and slowly unfolded the paper ball. It wasn't very big once opened, it was only about half the size of his palm. It was just an ordinary piece of white paper, with a single simple sentence written on it. I can help you. This handwriting didn't belong to anyone at the educated youth camp. He'd lived at the camp for long enough. Even though he didn't get along well with the others, he still recognized everyone's handwriting. And it definitely wasn't written by Li Weigua. He'd seen Li Weigua's writing more times than he could count. So who wrote this note? And who was it meant for? If it was for him, who wrote it? And why did they have Li Weigua deliver it? Su Jianjun turned the paper over and over in his hands, but still couldn't find any clues. It was just an ordinary piece of paper, cut into a small square. Aside from those 4 characters, there was nothing unusual about it. He stared at the note for a while, then slowly folded it up and put it in his pocket. It wasn't until night had fully fallen that Li Weigua came bouncing back into the room. As soon as he came in, Li Weigua took off his shoes and climbed onto the kang, ready to go to sleep. Seeing this, Su Jianjun, who had been watching him all along, couldn't hold back any longer. He walked straight over to Li Weigua's side and lowered his voice, asking, "Who gave you that paper ball?" Li Weigua blinked innocently. "What paper ball? What are you talking about, big brother? I didn't wet your clothes or your blanket today. Big brother, I'm going to sleep now." With that, Li Weigua closed his eyes, as if he could fall asleep without even lying down properly. Seeing this, Su Jianjun gave him a shove, but Li Weigua didn't even open his eyes. Instead, he started to wail, "Big brother is bad. I want to sleep." Hearing this, Su Jianjun's brow twitched. Looks like he wasn't going to get anything out of Li Weigua. But Su Jianjun wasn't discouraged. From now on, he'd follow Li Weigua every day. He refused to believe he couldn't find out where that note had come from. If what was written on it was true. Su Jianjun took a deep breath, silently warning himself not to be impatient this time. He'd have to take things slowly. The lights in the room soon went out. Su Jianjun lay flat on the kang, and before long, his breathing evened out as he drifted off to sleep. He didn't know that, in the boundless darkness, Li Weigua silently opened his eyes, glanced over at him, then slowly turned away again. Ruanruan had planned to sit on the kang and wait for Xiao Chengjin to come back, but as she waited, she started to feel sleepy and dozed off without realizing it. When she woke up, the setting sun was casting golden light into the room, bathing the kang in a warm glow. Ruanruan stared at that beam of light for quite a while before slowly sitting up. The room was quiet, she was still the only one inside. Looking out through the window, she could see Su Aimin and Granny Chen sitting in the courtyard, chatting softly as they picked vegetables together. They were probably keeping their voices down so they wouldn't wake her. After watching them for a moment, Ruanruan got up, put on her shoes, and went outside. When Granny Chen and Su Aimin saw her come out, they both smiled. "You woke up at just the right time. You can help us make dinner in a bit." "I'm not just going to help. I'll do the cooking today. Grandma, Grandpa, you two should rest. Let me cook for you. Once I start work tomorrow, I won't have much time anymore." Seeing that Ruanruan was serious, Granny Chen hurriedly refused. "Your grandpa and I have nothing to do all day. If we don't even cook, then there's really nothing left for us to do. If you're going to fight me for this, what am I supposed to do with myself?" By the end, Granny Chen sounded genuinely aggrieved. Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She just wanted to cook a meal to show her gratitude. How did it turn into her stealing Granny Chen's life purpose? "All right then. I'll just be your helper in the kitchen, okay? Of course, you have to spoil your own elders." The three of them finished sorting the vegetables together, and then Ruanruan followed Granny Chen into the kitchen. Before going in, Granny Chen told keep an ear out for any noise outside. When Igua and the others come back, call them in for dinner. I know, replied. Do you really need to remind me about something so simple? I'm just worried you'll forget now that you're getting older, Granny Chen retorted. With that, she went straight into the kitchen, ignoring whatever might have said in response. Inside the kitchen, she saw that Ruanruan was already lighting the stove. Granny Chen asked Ruanruan, "Where's Chengjin? I haven't seen him all day." Usually, Chengjin treated the Su family as his own and was always around. Why hadn't he shown up today? Ruanruan shook her head. He said he had something to do today. I think it's probably work-related. Grandma, when he comes back, if he doesn't bring it up himself, please don't ask him about it, okay? You and Grandpa both. Finding a job isn't easy, and finding a good one is even harder. Ruanruan didn't want to put too much pressure on Chengjin. Since he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. Everything could happen in its own time, there was no rush. To celebrate Ruanruan landing a job, and a pretty good one at that, Granny Chen had planned an especially lavish dinner. While helping Granny Chen cook, Ruanruan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. There was nothing she could do, Granny Chen's cooking was just that good. Even with the same ingredients, her dishes always tasted better. Even if it was the same dish, different people made it taste different, and Ruanruan especially loved Granny Chen's cooking. Of course, she liked Chengjin's cooking too. She liked both equally. Before long, Xiao Igua and Qian Aiju came home as well. Xiao Igua chatted with in the courtyard, while Qian Aiju came into the kitchen to lend a hand. Our Ruanruan is amazing, she did so well in school, and now she's become a nurse at the county hospital. Now Granny Chen can finally relax. All that's left is to enjoy life. Every word Qian Aiju said struck a chord with Granny Chen, making her eyes crinkle with laughter. I still can't rest easy yet. Only when Ruanruan and Chengjin get married will I truly be at ease. Now that Ruanruan had graduated and was about to start working, and was at the right age, Granny Chen no longer avoided talking about these things in front of her. If it were any other girl, she might have felt shy hearing such words. But was Ruanruan just any ordinary girl? She and Chengjin had been engaged for several years, and they'd grown up together. They were long past the stage of feeling embarrassed about such things. Hearing Granny Chen's words, Ruanruan just smiled at her. Granny, don't worry. I'm not quite old enough yet. Next year should be about right. Granny Chen hadn't expected Ruanruan to respond like that, and was momentarily stunned by her words. Qian Aiju, on the other hand, burst out laughing. This girl, Ruanruan. Granny Chen looked at Ruanruan, feeling a bit helpless. It was only because their two families got along so well and knew each other so thoroughly. If it were any other family, they might think Ruanruan was desperate to get married. Granny Chen shook her head and simply changed the subject. Ruanruan, what time do you start work tomorrow? Over the past 2 years, had used his wages and ration coupons to buy 2 clocks, a wristwatch for Ruanruan to wear, and a wall clock that hung in the room he shared with Granny Chen. Finally, they could check the time openly, which made life much more convenient. Granny Chen's question about what time Ruanruan started work tomorrow was really her way of deciding what time she herself should get up. Talking about her work schedule made Ruanruan smile. I have to be there by 8. That was much better than when she was in high school. Back then, she had to be at school by a little after 6. Even though Ruanruan wasn't one to sleep in, being able to go a bit later meant she could do other things and didn't have to rush so much. Hearing that Ruanruan didn't have to go in until 8, Granny Chen smiled too. See, working really is better. You can sleep a bit longer and you're still growing. Ruanruan was 17 this year, so it wasn't wrong to say she was still growing. She'd been eating and sleeping well these past few years, and with nothing weighing on her mind, she'd grown quite a bit taller. When she'd first come back after being reborn, she'd been only about 1.5 meters tall. After a few years, She was now 1.68 meters. That wasn't exactly tall, but it certainly wasn't short. Ruanruan was quite satisfied with her height now. Of course, she wouldn't mind getting a bit taller. After all, Xiao Chenjin was tall enough. Even if she grew a bit more, they'd still make a good pair standing together. Not that they didn't already. But Granny Chen, on the other hand, hoped Ruanruan wouldn't get any taller. Why did a young girl need to be so tall anyway? It just meant using 2 extra feet of fabric for every dress. When Ruanruan heard Granny Chen say that, she almost burst out laughing, but she had to admit, Granny Chen had a point. Thinking about it that way, maybe it was fine if she didn't grow any taller. She'd save 2 feet of fabric each time, and after a few times, that would be enough for a whole new outfit. With the 3 of them cooking together, dinner was ready in no time. As soon as it got dark, all the dishes were done. But even as the food was served and set on the table, Xiao Chenjin still hadn't come home, and even Ruanruan couldn't help getting anxious. Qian Aiju frowned, looking toward the door. Where's that boy Chenjin gone? Why isn't he back yet? Granny Chen walked over to Qian Aiju and gently tried to comfort her. Maybe something held him up. It's so hot these days, it's hard to eat hot food anyway. When Chenjin gets back, it'll be just in time for dinner. Qian Aiju smiled at her words, but didn't say anything. In her heart, though, she sighed. Wasn't Granny Chen just trying to make her feel better? Sure, it's hard to eat hot food in this weather, but hot food is the tastiest. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Xiao Chenjin finally came back. Chenjin had come straight to the Su family's house without stopping by his own, so when he saw Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju there as well, he was a little surprised. Qian Aiju shot Chenjin a glare. Where have you been all day, you rascal? Why are you only back now? Go wash your hands, it's time to eat. Chenjin grinned, trying to placate her. I'll wash up right away, Mom, don't be mad. If I really got mad at you, I'd just end up working myself into a rage, Qian Aiju said, giving Chenjin a meaningful look, hinting for him to check on Ruanruan. Chenjin walked over to Ruanruan. Ruanruan, I'm back late. Are you mad at me? I'm not mad, Ruanruan smiled. It's just really inconvenient. Wouldn't it be great if we could carry a phone around with us? Then it'd be so much easier to get in touch. Chenjin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Now that you mention it, that would be convenient. But if everyone carried a phone around outside, how long would the cords have to be? Even if there were cords that long, with everyone walking around, wouldn't they all get tangled up? That actually made a lot of sense. Ruanruan pictured the scene and couldn't help but laugh too. Maybe one day, phones won't need cords anymore. Chenjin agreed enthusiastically. I'm sure they will. There didn't even used to be phones at all. The 2 of them went to wash their hands together, then came back to the table to eat. Tonight's dinner was to celebrate Ruanruan successfully finding a job. Normally, they'd have a little wine, but Suaimin's health wasn't good, so he couldn't drink. Xiao Aigua never drank, and the 3 women, Ruanruan included, didn't drink either. The only one who could drink was Chenjin. But drinking alone is no fun. So, by the end of the meal, no one had touched a drop. After dinner, Qian Aiju helped Granny Chen clean up in the kitchen. Suaimin and Xiao Aigua chatted idly, and Chenjin pulled Ruanruan out to the backyard. The backyard was full of thriving vegetables. But standing out there at night wasn't exactly pleasant. There were too many mosquitoes, buzzing constantly around their ears. Ruanruan slapped another mosquito and finally turned to Chenjin. Chenjin, couldn't you have said whatever you wanted to say inside? Out here, not only can't we talk, but we're just feeding the mosquitoes. Chenjin had already realized, as soon as Ruanruan started swatting mosquitoes, just how stupid his idea to come out to the backyard was. Now, hearing her words, he regretted it even more. Ruanruan, let's just go back inside and talk. Don't. Ruanruan grabbed his arm as he was about to leave. We're already out here, so just say it. The moon's so bright tonight, and there are flowers blooming in the backyard. Isn't this just the perfect scene, flowers under the moonlight? Thinking this, Ruanruan's lips curled into a happy smile. Chenjin, did you already find a job? Where are you working? Apart from work, Su Ruanruan really couldn't think of anything else that would require Xiao Chenjin to speak to her so seriously. Since Su Ruanruan had brought it up herself, Xiao Chenjin no longer insisted on going back inside to talk. Coming out here from the house and then going back in. It didn't matter whether there were a lot of people around or not, or whether there were mosquitoes. He was just trying to stall for time. But no matter how much he stalled, what needed to be said still had to be said. Xiao Chenjin nodded. Ruanruan, I found a job. But I can't start right away. That's okay. Su Ruanruan smiled. Good things are worth waiting for. A good job is always worth a little patience. No, that's not what I mean. Xiao Chenjin looked straight into Su Ruanruan's eyes, his expression turning extremely serious. I need to join the army first. I'll be gone for 2 years before I can come back in. But I haven't made a final decision yet. I'm telling you because I want to talk it over with you. If you don't want me to go, I can stay. Go. Su Ruanruan cut him off. Why wouldn't you go? Chenjin, no matter what, you should never stop moving forward just to stay by my side. We're both still young, and there's a long road ahead of us. Only if we both become better versions of ourselves can we have and protect something better together. That's the only way we'll have a happier future. I chose not to go to college and to work as a nurse at the hospital because it's what I love to do. And you should do what you love, too. You can't give up on your dreams just because of me. If you really stayed for my sake, you wouldn't be you anymore. That wouldn't be good for either of us. Only by supporting each other can two people keep moving forward together. If you ask someone to give up what they love for you, maybe at first it feels touching, but as time goes on, it just becomes a burden and breeds resentment. Su Ruanruan didn't want that to happen between her and Xiao Chenjin. She hoped that both of them would keep getting better so they could stay together for a long, long time and always be as happy as they were now. Chenjin, go without any worries. I'll be right here waiting for you. Don't worry about your parents or sister Xiaolan either. I'll help take care of them. You just take care of yourself out there. Don't get hurt, eat well, stay warm. Su Ruanruan was still giving him all sorts of reminders when Xiao Chenjin suddenly pulled her into his arms. Su Ruanruan's ear was pressed against Xiao Chenjin's chest. Through the thin layer of his shirt, she could hear his heart pounding fiercely. Ruanruan. Xiao Chenjin only managed to say her name before it was as if all his strength had left him, and he couldn't get another word out. He'd finished everything he needed to do while it was still light out, but he hadn't come home right away. He wandered around the county, visiting all the places he'd been to with Su Ruanruan. In those places, it was as if he could see the two of them from before. He didn't know how Su Ruanruan would react when he told her, but it was like he'd already expected this scene, already knew that she would let him go. A tangle of emotions pressed down on his chest and stuck in his throat, making it hard to breathe, impossible to speak. Ruanruan. His Ruanruan. Hearing Xiao Chenjin's ragged breathing, Su Ruanruan lifted her hand and gently patted his back, slowly, over and over. It's okay. 2 years will pass in no time. I'm not going anywhere. As soon as you come back, you'll see me. Just moments ago, Xiao Chenjin's heart had been churning with 1,000 emotions. But after hearing Su Ruanruan's words, all those complicated feelings seemed to suddenly flood away, like a dam bursting. Holding Su Ruanruan in his arms, Xiao Chenjin suddenly felt an urge to laugh. As the thought crossed his mind, he really did start laughing. His laughter was low and deep, his chest vibrating with each chuckle. Su Ruanruan looked at him in confusion. Chenjin, what are you laughing at? Weren't they just talking about something serious? Why was Xiao Chenjin suddenly laughing like this? After hugging Su Ruanruan for a while longer, Xiao Chenjin finally let her go and said, Ruanruan, you're really adorable. Su Ruanruan was taken aback for a moment, then she smiled. Do you like it? I do. Of course I do. Xiao Chenjin pulled Su Ruanruan into his arms again, and just like she had patted his back earlier, he gently patted hers. You're right. 2 years will pass in no time. I'll be back before you know it. When he returned, they could finally get married. When Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin returned to the front room, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had already gone back to the neighboring Xiao house. Xiao Chunjin didn't stay long either. After saying a few words to Su Aimin and Granny Chen, he headed home. Once he left, Granny Chen urged Su Ruanruan to go to bed. Ruanruan, hurry up and get some sleep. You have work tomorrow, you can't afford to be tired. Grandma, you and Grandpa should rest early too. Su Ruanruan had already discussed things with Xiao Chunjin. They decided to wait until he had finalized everything the next day before telling Granny Chen and the others. Otherwise, if things didn't work out in the end, it would only make Granny Chen and the rest worry for nothing. Lying in bed, Su Ruanruan thought she'd be too restless to sleep, her mind full of swirling thoughts. But in reality, she fell into a deep sleep not long after lying down. She slept soundly through the night, waking up to the morning light. When Su Ruanruan woke up early, she sat on the bed grinning to herself for a while before getting dressed and getting up. She really had grown up. She wouldn't let herself get sad over a temporary parting or torment herself with needless worries. Because she understood now, this separation was only so they could have a better future together. After breakfast, Su Ruanruan pushed her bicycle out the door. As soon as she stepped out of the Su house, she saw Xiao Chunjin waiting outside. Seeing her come out, Xiao Chunjin smiled and walked over, taking the bicycle from her hands. Come on, I'll take you to work today. Su Ruanruan didn't say much. Once Xiao Chunjin got on the bike, she held on to him and sat on the back seat. It was just past 7 in the morning. The sun had only just risen, its rays bright but not yet scorching. Sitting on the back of the bicycle, the breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. Su Ruanruan tilted her head up slightly, watching the sunlight filtering through the leaves, a smile blooming on her lips. Days like this were truly wonderful. Xiao Chunjin also cherished these moments together, but he didn't dare slow down on purpose. Today was Su Ruanruan's first day at work. She couldn't be late. 10 minutes later, the bicycle stopped at the entrance to the county hospital. Su Ruanruan got off and said to Xiao Chunjin, I'm on the day shift today, so I can come home for lunch. I have to come back in the afternoon, though. My shift ends at noon, around 12. If you can make it, come pick me up. If not, I'll just come home myself, it's close by anyway. You can keep the bike. Xiao Chunjin nodded. All right, I'll come pick you up at noon. After waving goodbye to Xiao Chunjin, Su Ruanruan made her way to the pediatrics department. There were still more than 10 minutes before 8 o'clock, so there weren't many people in the hospital yet. The few people walking up and down the corridors were mostly hospital staff. Su Ruanruan didn't know any of them, but whenever she saw someone, she would nod and smile politely. After all, they would be colleagues from now on. Even if it was just an informal first meeting, she wanted to leave a good impression. When she reached the nurse's station, Su Ruanruan saw Kong Yanfeng. Kong Yanfeng was the head nurse of pediatrics and now Su Ruanruan's direct supervisor. Seeing that Su Ruanruan had arrived fairly early, Kong Yanfeng smiled and said, You're here? Sign in first, then go change into your uniform and come find me. Okay. Su Ruanruan replied and hurried off to sign in and change. Once she was back in uniform, Kong Yanfeng led her on rounds. Of course, there were a few other nurses with them as well. Every morning after you start your shift, you have to do rounds, Kong Yanfeng explained. Pay attention to everything we say and do, and remember it all. Besides the morning rounds, you'll also need to do rounds when you're on night shift, right after you clock in. That's the group round. During your shift, there will also be individual rounds. Someone will take you along at first. Make sure you remember the timing, the order, your responsibilities, and how to fill out the records. You can't make mistakes with any of these. There weren't too many pediatric inpatients, and since it was still early, many of the children were still asleep. Some parents were lying in bed with their children, while others sat nearby looking exhausted, their eyes open but completely drained. Su Ruanruan had accompanied patients before, so she understood exactly how they felt. Following Kong Yanfeng and the others as they made their rounds through all the wards, Su Ruanruan felt like her head was already stuffed with information. Fortunately, she had a good memory. Even though there was a lot to take in, she managed to remember everything. After rounds, the nurses' station gradually became busier. Some children needed morning treatments, and all of them had to start their 4 drips. Ruanruan followed the senior nurses, handing them supplies, watching them prepare medications, and helping label everything to avoid mix-ups. Once the medications were ready, they would load them onto a cart and go from room to room administering injections. If someone called for a change of 4 fluids, they had to respond immediately. Meanwhile, new patients would arrive and need to be registered and assigned beds. When someone was ready to be discharged, they had to help pack up and process discharge paperwork. All morning, everyone at the nurses' station was so busy they barely had a moment to catch their breath. Forget about taking a break, there wasn't even time for a sip of hot water. Compared to this, the days of attending classes at school seemed blissfully easy. It was hectic, but Ruanruan felt incredibly fulfilled. In just one morning, she learned a lot, though there was still much more she hadn't mastered yet. But she wasn't worried, there was plenty of time ahead, and she could learn at her own pace. Of course, nurses didn't all get off work at noon. What if something happened? There were morning, afternoon, and night shifts. Ruanruan was currently on the regular shift, which meant working both morning and afternoon, with a break at noon to go home for lunch. The next night, she would come in for the night shift. Once she had rotated through all the departments and her position was finalized, her schedule would be the same as Kong Yanfang and the others. As soon as the clock struck 12, Kong Yanfang called out to Ruanruan, telling her to clock out for the day. By this time, the morning rush was long over, and the nurses' station was finally enjoying a rare moment of peace. After signing out, Ruanruan said goodbye to Kong Yanfang and the others before quickly making her way outside. It wasn't until Ruanruan had walked far away that Kong Yanfang finally looked away. This new girl is really hardworking and reliable, she thought. Let's hope she stays that way. Ruanruan had no idea what Kong Yanfang was thinking. She hurried all the way to the county hospital's main entrance, and before she even stepped outside, she spotted Xiao Chengjin waiting for her. As soon as Xiao Chengjin saw her, he broke into a wide smile and waved at her. The moment Ruanruan saw his smile, she knew Xiao Chengjin's departure was settled. On the way home, as usual, Xiao Chengjin gave Ruanruan a ride on his bike. This time, he rode fast, the midday sun blazing down like fire, making them both sweat all over. When they were almost home, Xiao Chengjin finally told Ruanruan about his departure. "Ruanruan, it's all settled. I have to leave," he said. He was still pedaling, and Ruanruan sat behind him, unable to see his expression. She could only tell from his slightly breathless voice. "When are you leaving?" she asked softly. "In 3 days. That's soon." We never really paid attention to this before, but the other people in the county who are going have had their plans set for a while. I'm the last one, so it feels really sudden. Ruanruan understood. Xiao Chengjin had just caught the last train, so to speak. Leaving quickly was probably for the best, no drawn-out goodbyes, less heartache. "When we get home, we should tell Grandma and the others," she said. It wouldn't do to wait until the day before he left. Granny Chin would definitely be upset. "Should we also make time to visit the production team? I'm off work tomorrow, so let's go back then. We need to tell Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Luo too." Xiao Chengjin had been raised by Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng. Now that he was leaving for 2 whole years, they wouldn't be able to see each other. Who knew how sad they'd be when they found out? "Oh, and let's go to the photo studio and take a picture together. That way, if you miss me, you'll have something to look at." As Ruanruan spoke, she felt the bike suddenly turn a corner, heading in a different direction. At first, she was puzzled, but quickly realized Xiao Chengjin was taking her to the photo studio. Sitting inside the studio, Ruanruan felt a little wistful. They'd been living in the county for 2 years, and it had never occurred to them to take a photo together. She wondered why. Maybe it was because they saw each other every day, there was never a need for a photo. The photos cost 50 cents each, and Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin ordered 2. They couldn't get them right away, they'd have to wait 3 days. When they left the studio, Ruanruan smiled at Xiao Chenjin and said, "Perfect. You'll still be here to pick up the photos before you leave." If they'd waited until tomorrow, it would have been too late. When they got back to the Su house, Granny Chen had already finished cooking. Seeing Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin return, she immediately beamed at them. "Ruanruan, Chenjin, you're back. How was your first day at work this morning? Are you getting used to it? Was it tiring? Did anyone at the hospital bully you?" No matter how old their children get, in the eyes of parents, they're always just kids. Whether it's going to school or work, parents always worry about whether their children are doing well, if they're tired, or if they're being bullied. But Ruanruan wasn't a little kid just starting elementary school anymore. Not only had she never been bullied, but even if she had, she wouldn't have said anything. She would have fought back right then and there. As for whether she was tired, well, whether it was school or work, of course it was tiring. The only difference was the degree of exhaustion. But there was no need to tell Granny Chen about all that. It was just like how Granny Chen washed clothes, cooked, and cleaned every day. Wasn't that tiring? But Granny Chen never complained, because she saw it as just a part of her life. Tired or not, it was simply what she was supposed to do. Ruanruan walked over with a bright smile and took Granny Chen's arm. "I'm not tired at all. Working at the hospital isn't hard at all. I don't have to work in the fields. I don't get blown by the wind or drenched by the rain. Granny, you don't have to worry about me." Granny Chen had lived a long life. Even if she'd never worked outside the home, her life experience was there. She wasn't going to believe everything Ruanruan said just like that. But what did it matter? She'd still ask, and however Ruanruan chose to answer was up to her. "Good. As long as everything's good, that's all that matters. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, you can rest for a bit. What time do you have to go this afternoon?" 2 o'clock. "Then you'd better eat quickly. Chenjin, you come eat too." The four of them sat around the big round table. With only 4 people at such a large table, it felt a bit empty. To let Ruanruan finish her meal early and get some rest, Granny Chen and Min didn't say much. As they ate, Xiao Chenjin spoke up. "Granny, Grandpa, there's something I need to tell you." Granny Chen and Min both looked at him. "If you have something to say, just say it." Even though Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin weren't married yet, in Granny Chen and Min's hearts, they already saw Xiao Chenjin as family. What could there possibly be that he couldn't say? Now that the moment had come, there was no point hesitating. Xiao Chenjin put down his chopsticks and sat up straight. "Grandpa, Granny, I'm going to join the army. But I won't be gone long, just 2 years. When I come back, I'll be able to get a good job." Min was the first to react, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Good. That's great." Min had been a soldier himself and had a special affection for the military. Now, hearing that Xiao Chenjin wanted to join, he was only happy. How could he be upset? "Chenjin, I'm really glad you have this ambition. Go ahead and do it, don't worry. Come back." He didn't finish the last 2 words, because out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Granny Chen beside him. At some point, Granny Chen had put down her chopsticks. Her face was expressionless, and she stared unblinkingly at Xiao Chenjin. "You have to go?" Xiao Chenjin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Yes." Granny Chen turned to Ruanruan. "You already knew?" "I knew. And what do you think? Do you want him to go?" Ruanruan tried to keep her tone as gentle as possible. "Granny, this is a good thing. It's peacetime now, there's nothing to worry about." From the moment they'd decided to tell Granny Chen and Min, Ruanruan had been most worried about Granny Chen's reaction. And now, Granny Chen was acting exactly as she'd feared. Ruanruan understood why Granny Chen was being so serious. Back then, Min had also wanted to join the army. He'd said he had to go, said he'd be back soon. But that soon turned into 30 years. By the time Min finally returned, everything had changed. Granny Chen was still the same Granny Chen, still holding down the Su household, but she had grown old. Youth never comes back once it's gone. She had spent the best years of her life in loneliness. If it hadn't been for Ruanruan coming along later to offer her some comfort, Granny Chin couldn't even imagine what her days would have been like. Having gone through all that herself, she absolutely didn't want Ruanruan to experience the same thing. She had thought Xiao Chunjin was a good man, someone they knew well, with a good temperament, good character, and he treated Ruanruan well, too. The two of them had gotten along very well these past 2 years, and the two families got along too. Just last night, Granny Chen had been telling Min that now Ruanruan's job was stable, and once Xiao Chunjin started working too, the two of them could get married next year. Then, maybe a year after that, she could help Ruanruan take care of her child. But who could have guessed that after just one night of happiness, she'd hear such news? Granny Chen blinked, her eyes suddenly turning red. Chunjin, think about what my life was like back then. You can't let Ruanruan go through what I did. If you have to go and Ruanruan lets you go, then go. But let me be clear, if you leave and don't come back, I won't let Ruanruan wait for you. 2 years. Just 2 years. If you're not back after 2 years, even if it means our two families fall out, I'll find a good family for Ruanruan and have her marry someone else. Xiao Chunjin felt a heavy weight in his heart. He looked straight at Granny Chen and spoke each word as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Grandma, don't worry. I promise I'll be back in 2 years. I absolutely won't let what you said happen. Granny Chen wasn't angry when she heard this. Good. You'd better keep your word. Feeling the tense atmosphere in the room, Ruanruan and Min didn't even dare to breathe, let alone speak. Especially Min, his earlier happiness was long gone. His shoulders slumped, and he wished he could shrink into a ball to make himself less noticeable. He wasn't stupid. Of course he understood why Granny Chen was so against Xiao Chunjin joining the army. But the past couldn't be changed. Even if he could go back, he would still make the same choice. But he would never let anyone tell Granny Chen he was dead again. Even if he was in a coma, he'd make sure someone brought him to her side. Even unconscious, he'd stay with her. Min let out a low sigh. It's all right. Things are different now than they were back then. Granny Chen glanced at Min, but said nothing. She picked up her bowl and started eating. Ruanruan, hurry up and eat. You still have to go to work after this. Chunjin, you eat too. Get ready for whatever you need to do. When are you leaving? In 3 days. Granny Chen was stunned and instinctively glanced at Min. He's leaving even faster than you did. Min couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Even if it was, he couldn't afford to be proud or to laugh. That afternoon, when it was time to go to work, Ruanruan hadn't wanted Xiao Chunjin to walk her, but he insisted. I'm leaving in 3 days. If I want to walk you to and from work again, I'll have to wait 2 years. When Ruanruan came home from work that afternoon, she found Xian Aijiu and Xiao Aigua sitting in the main hall of the Su family house. There were 4 people in the room, yet it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. As Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin walked in, all 4 people looked up at them, each with a different expression in their eyes. After a quick glance, Ruanruan noticed that Min and Xiao Aigua's eyes were filled with sympathy. Granny Chen's gaze was full of both heartache and anger, while Qian Aijiu just looked absolutely furious. Before Ruanruan could say anything, Qian Aijiu jumped to her feet and rushed over to Xiao Chunjin. She reached out and grabbed his ear. You little brat, you think you've grown up and your wings are hard now, huh? You dare to go off and do something like this without telling us first. What are you trying to do? Planning to fly up to the sky or something? You just up and leave. What are your dad and I supposed to do? What about Ruanruan? Do you even have a conscience? Xiao Chunjin let Qian Aijiu tug at his ear. He grinned, but didn't try to break free. Instead, he tilted his head to make it easier for her, so she didn't have to stand on tiptoe. Mom, it all happened so suddenly. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. At first, I just wanted to find a better job. I never thought it would end up like this. Mom, I'll only be gone for 2 years. 2 years will pass in no time. I'll be back before you know it. You think 2 years is just 2 days? You say it'll be quick, so it will be? What if something happens to you out there, huh? Qian Aiju, who was usually so tough, started to choke up as she spoke, her eyes turning red. She let go of Xiao Chunjin and walked over to Su Ruanruan, grabbing her hand and looking at her with nothing but concern. Ruanruan, you're really going to let him go? Su Ruanruan squeezed Qian Aiju's hand in return. Auntie, would you stop him if you could? Despite how fiercely Qian Aiju had tugged his ear and how much she'd scolded him, she hadn't actually said she wouldn't let Xiao Chungjin go. Su Ruanruan knew that Qian Aiju just couldn't bear to see him leave, but she wouldn't actually stop him. After all, everything was already set. If Xiao Chunjin backed out now, it would be considered desertion. Seeing that Su Ruanruan understood everything, Qian Aiju took a deep breath and pulled her into a hug. That rascal, he must have done a lot of good in his past lives to end up with such a wonderful girl like you. What Qian Aiju worried about most wasn't that Xiao Chunjin would get hurt or suffer after he left. Her biggest fear was that something would go wrong with Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin's marriage. Now that worry was gone, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, we all need to go back to the production team. We can't keep this a secret, Xiao Aigua said. If they hid it from Xiao Dashan and only told him after Xiao Chungjin was gone, with his temper, he might just whack him on the head with his pipe and leave a hole there. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Qian Aiju didn't even bother making breakfast before heading to the textile factory. She was going to find Xiao Xiulan and ask her to take leave so they could go back to the production team together. Xiao Xiulan had just gotten up and was still a bit groggy. But after hearing what Qian Aiju had to say, it was like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her. She woke up instantly. Mom, what did you say? Am I dreaming right now? No, I need to wake up fast. When Qian Aiju heard what Xiao Xiulan said, she had to hold herself back several times before she managed not to smack Xiao Xiulan on the shoulder. Dreaming? Dreaming about what? I think you're the one dreaming right now. Hurry up and pack your things and come with me. Let Qin Xue ask for leave for you, and we'll go back to the production team together. We need to talk to your grandparents about this. Who knows how they'll react when they find out. Just mentioning this made Qian Aiju sigh with worry. Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had raised Xiao Chunjin, and even though he was studying in the county and didn't come home often, at least when the weather was good, they could see him once a week. But now he'd be gone for 2 whole years. Who knew how upset the old couple would be? Xiao Xiulan thought of this too, her eyebrows furrowing. Then let's hurry up and go. Qin Xue, I won't go to work today. Please ask for leave for me, okay? Wang Qin Xue was packing things in the house. When he heard Xiao Xiulan, he quickly came over. Do you want me to ask for leave and go with you? Before Qian Aiju could say anything, Xiao Xiulan waved her hand. No need, you can't take leave. Otherwise, people will start gossiping again. After work tonight, just go straight to Mom's place. Hearing this, Wang Qinxue could only nod. Last year, Wang Qinxue was named a model worker again. He was quite the star at the textile factory, always attracting attention wherever he went. If a model worker kept asking for leave, who knew what rumors would start flying around the factory? Qian Aiju understood this too. Qinxue, we'll go ahead. You can come over after work tonight, it's the same. You can't let Qingjin's matters affect your job. All right, Mom, Xiulan, take care on the road. Say hi to Grandpa and Grandma for me, Wang Qinxue replied with a gentle smile. Wang Qinxue and Xiao Xiulan had been married for a year now. They didn't have any children yet, but their relationship was still very good. Just looking at how Xiao Xiulan was a bit chubbier than before marriage, you could tell she was living a comfortable life. As the mother and daughter walked home, Qian Aiju started worrying about Xiao Xiulan again. Xiulan, you and Qinxue have been married a year already. How come there's still no news? Even if you two are still young and not in a hurry, aren't Qinxue's parents anxious? You're at the right age now, it's time to have a child. When I was your age, you were already running all over the place. Why aren't you worried at all? This wasn't the first time Qian Aiju had brought up having a baby. Xiao Xiulan frowned. Mom, both Qinxue and I are busy with work. You and Dad work too, and so do Qinxue's parents. If we have a baby, who's going to take care of it? Am I supposed to quit my job and stay home? I don't want to do that. You're worried no one will help? Aren't your grandparents free? They raised you and Chunjin, didn't they? Why can't they help with your child? No way. If I leave the baby at the production team, I'll only see them once a week. This won't do. That won't do. What do you want then? When Chinchua's parents start pressuring you, it won't be this easy to talk about. All right, Mom, weren't we talking about Chunjin? Why are you bringing this back to me again? Can we drop it for now? Where's Chunjin anyway? Seeing Xiao Xiulan so bluntly change the subject, Xian Aiju could only sigh and let it go. At the Xiao household, Xiao Qingjin and Xiao Aigua were already prepared. Not only were the two of them ready, but Su Ruanruan, Granny Chen, and Su Aimin were all set as well. Xiao Qingjin was going to join the army. After all, this was a big deal for both families, so of course they needed to sit down together and talk it over. Su Ruanruan had a bicycle and Xiao Aigua had one too. With people riding on the front and back, each bike could only carry 3 people at most. There were 7 of them, so no matter how they tried, it just wasn't enough. Luckily, after so many years in the county, Xiao Aigua had his connections. He went out early and borrowed another bicycle. 3 bikes, 7 people. That's how they set off on the road back to the production team. Under the scorching summer sun, they rode for over an hour. Finally, they made it back to the 3rd production team. Before they even got close, they could hear a bunch of kids shouting. The kids were yelling that Xiao Qingjin and the others were back, and they didn't forget to run into the production team to spread the news. Judging by the direction, they were headed straight for the Xiao house. You couldn't really blame them for being so eager. Whoever ran ahead to deliver the news to the Xiao family would get a piece of candy from Luo Yufeng. It was summer break, so the kids didn't have school. Even though it was hot enough outside to roast you, they didn't care in the slightest. They played and made a racket outdoors, as long as the adults didn't have to go to work and were home resting. When the adults heard the kids shouting, they all came out of their houses to greet Su Ruanruan and the others. It was rare for both the Xiao and Su families to come back together, and with everyone present, people were naturally curious. They asked if something was up, if they were here to discuss Xiao Qingjin and Su Ruanruan's wedding. After all, the two had been engaged for 2 or 3 years, and now they were old enough, it really was about time to get married. Su Aimin just smiled and greeted everyone, but didn't answer any of their questions. And so, they made their way to the Xiao house. Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were already waiting at the gate. When they saw the group coming back, they didn't show it on their faces, but in their hearts, they were thinking, with so many people here, are they finally here to talk about the wedding? Xiao Xiulan had already been married for a year, and now Xiao Chongjin was about to get married too. They were naturally happy. Unfortunately, that happiness didn't last long. Once the onlookers had left and only the Xiao and Su families remained, Xiao Chongjin stood up on his own, without anyone prompting him, and explained why he'd come back. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going to join the army. I'll be leaving in 2 days. Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng stared at him in shock. Join what? Where are you going? The army. The army. Xiao Dashan's voice suddenly shot up several octaves. He was still talking to Xiao Chongjin, but his eyes had already turned to Su Aimin. Su Aimin immediately caught Xiao Dashan's look and hurriedly waved his hands. Why are you looking at me? This wasn't my idea. I only found out about it yesterday. Realizing Xiao Dashan had misunderstood, Xiao Chongjin quickly explained, Grandpa, this has nothing to do with Grandpa Su. It was my own decision. I just want to go out and get some experience for a couple of years. Can you get experience somewhere else? Huh? Life's been too good for you? You're just looking for trouble because you're too full and have nothing better to do. As Luo Yufeng spoke, she started wiping away tears. Aigua, Aiju, you two are really going to let him go? Xian Aiju's eyes turned red too. Mom, the list is already set. If he doesn't go now, it'll count as dodging the draft. Knowing there was no turning back, Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng instantly fell silent. Even though the room was full of people, the silence inside was almost frightening. In the end, it was the sound of knocking from outside that broke the stillness. Luo Yufeng stood up, wiping her eyes as she walked toward the front door, muttering, "It must be Aimei. She must have heard the news and come over." The window by the heated brick bed was open, so anyone sitting on the bed could see what was happening at the front door. Ruanruan glanced over and, sure enough, saw that after Luo Yufeng opened the door, Xiao Aimei walked in. But there were two people following behind her. Those two weren't strangers, they were Xinyanjun and Yumanchi. The last time Ruanruan had seen Yumanchi was during the New Year. It had already been more than half a year since then. After not seeing her for over half a year, Ruanruan noticed that Yumanchi seemed to have become even prettier. Her figure was still as slender as ever. With the thin summer clothes, even though they were loose, they couldn't hide her slim waist. Her skin was also fairer than when she first got married, which was only natural. Although Ruanruan hadn't seen her much, she'd heard from Luo Yufeng that ever since Xinyanjun and Yumanchi got married, Xinyanjun hadn't let Yumanchi do any farm work. She only needed to stay at home to do laundry and cook. Without having to work in the fields or be exposed to the wind and sun, of course her skin would get better over time. As Ruanruan was thinking about this, the group had already come inside. Xiao Aimei looked around at everyone's gloomy faces and felt a little puzzled. What's going on? Why does everyone look so unhappy? Mom, Dad, big brother and sister-in-law finally came back. Why aren't you hurrying to make dinner? What's the point of eating? He's about to leave. Luo Yufeng had barely finished the sentence before her tears started flowing again. Luo Yufeng's reaction startled Xiao Aimei. Mom, what's wrong? Who's leaving? Speak clearly, don't scare me. Xiao Dashan shot Luo Yufeng a disapproving look. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you crying? He paused, then added, crying at a time like this, it's so unlucky. As soon as she heard that, Luo Yufeng immediately stopped crying. I'm not crying. I'm done crying. After wiping her tears, Luo Yufeng explained that Xiao Chunjin was going to enlist. Hearing this, Xiao Aimei and the other two all stared wide-eyed in shock. Xinyanjun went straight over to sit next to Xiao Chunjin. Chunjin, what made you decide to enlist? Can I go too? How about I go with you? What hot-blooded young man hasn't dreamed of joining the army? Before Xiao Chunjin could answer, Xiao Aimei walked over and smacked Xinyanjun on the back. You rascal, what are you talking about? You think you can just leave like that? What about me and your dad? What about Manchi? Hearing this, Xinyanjun quickly glanced at Yumanchi and gave an embarrassed laugh. I was just saying. I'm not going. Yumanchi pressed her lips together in a faint smile, but didn't say anything. In her heart, Yumanchi actually wanted Xinyanjun to enlist. But, forget it. It wasn't just Xiao Aimei and the rest of the Xin family who wouldn't agree. Even if they all agreed, if Xinyanjun left, what would she do by herself? If Xinyanjun wasn't home, she wouldn't have the good life she had now. Even though she was a little disappointed that Xinyanjun couldn't soar to success in one leap, her current life was more important. As for the future, she'd think about it when the time came. Besides, who knows? Maybe Xiao Chunjin would just go and come back after 2 years as a rookie soldier. If that's really the case, being a bee these past 2 years hasn't been anything special after all. Xinyanjun chatted with Xiao Chunjin for a while, then suddenly looked past him at Ruanruan. Ruanruan, what are you going to do when Chunjin leaves? What do you mean, what am I going to do? Of course I'll go to work. Ruanruan was a bit exasperated. She really didn't know what was up with Xinyanjun. After more than a year of marriage, he still hadn't matured at all. He never seemed to think before he spoke. Just listen to what he's saying. Before Ruanruan could finish complaining in her heart, Xinyanjun piped up again. You already found a job? Where are you working? I'm a nurse at the county hospital. Huh? That's great. We're going to have a doctor in the family. Now we won't have to worry about getting sick. Xiao Aimei couldn't hold back any longer and smacked Xinyanjun. What nonsense are you spouting? Why talk about getting sick? And besides, Ruanruan is a nurse, not a doctor. Stop making things up. If you can't help, at least don't make trouble for her in the future. Mom, I was just saying. How could I really make trouble for Ruanruan? Qingjin's about to leave, we should be looking after Ruanruan, not making things harder for her. Don't you agree? Hearing this, Xiao Aimei finally looked satisfied. Now that actually sounds like something a person would say. At this moment, Yu Manqi chimed in, I'm just at home with nothing to do anyway. Ruanruan, if you ever want someone to talk to, I can keep you company. Qingjin won't have to worry. Xin Yanjun nodded eagerly in agreement. Exactly. Manqi isn't working right now, she's home every day. Ruanruan, if you want someone to hang out with, just call Manqi. If you don't want to go back and forth, she can even stay with you for a few days. You two are about the same age, you'll get along well. Xiao Xiulan, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back any longer. Xin Yanjun, what do you mean by that? Am I dead or something? I live right in the county town, can't I keep Ruanruan company? Why should your wife have to come all the way over to stay with her? Xiao Xiulan and Xin Yanjun were the same age, born just months apart. They'd always called each other by name and never bothered with formalities. Xin Yanjun was used to Xiao Xiulan talking to him like this, and didn't mind at all. He grinned and said, I just forgot, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Since you said you can keep Ruanruan company, that's a load off Manqi and me. Right, Manqi? Yu Manqi smiled and nodded. If Xiulan is with Su Ruanruan, I'm definitely at ease. Xiao Xiulan just rolled her eyes in annoyance. The younger generation bickered back and forth, and the atmosphere in the room quickly shifted from tense to lively. Luo Yufeng stood up. I'll go make lunch. Aimei, you all stay, let's have a family meal together at noon. Qingjin will be leaving in a couple of days. Who knows when they'd next have the chance to sit down for a reunion meal like this. Xiao Aimei agreed and followed Luo Yufeng to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you cook. Qian Aiju hurried to her feet and joined them. I'll help too. The rest of you stay here. 3 of us in the kitchen is plenty. The meal was rather subdued. Although everyone tried their best to keep the conversation going and lighten the mood, it had little effect. They sat at the table for over 2 hours, and by the time they finished, it was already 3 in the afternoon. There was still a lot to do in the production team, so Xiao Dashan had to stay behind to take care of things and decided to wait until the next day to go to the county town. Luo Yufeng simply packed a couple of changes of clothes and left for the county town right away. Xiao Aimei also wanted to go, but there were still quite a few things to handle at home, so she decided to wait and go with Xiao Dashan the next day. Meanwhile, Xin Yanjun pulled Yu Manqi over to Qian Aiju and said, Auntie, since Qingjin is leaving soon, I'd like to spend more time with him. Manqi and I want to stay at your place too, if that's all right with you. There were still enough empty rooms in the Xiao family's courtyard, and since it was summer, there was no need for extra bedding. There really wasn't any inconvenience. So Qian Aiju didn't refuse and agreed right away. Of course, come if you want. The only problem is, now we don't have enough bicycles. After some discussion, they decided that Xiao Qingjin, Xiao Aigua, and Su Ruanruan would take the bicycles first to send Luo Yufeng, Su Aimin, and Granny Chen back to the county town, then come back to pick up Xiao Xiulan, Qian Aiju, Xin Yanjun, and Yu Manqi. Of course, the 4 of them didn't just wait at the 3rd production brigade. They strolled along the road, so by the time Su Ruanruan and the others came back to pick them up, they'd save some time. After 2 round trips, everyone finally arrived at the Xiao family home by around 6 o'clock. With Xin Yanjun and Yu Manqi, plus Wang Qinxue who would come over in the evening, tonight's dinner at the Xiao house was a real family reunion. So Su Ruanruan and the other 2 didn't go over that night, they just had dinner at the Su house. After dinner, Su Ruanruan had to go to her night shift, and Granny Chen didn't say much to her so as not to distract her at work. Just as the 3 of them finished dinner and Su Ruanruan was getting ready to leave for the hospital, Xiao Qingjin came over. Ruanruan, I'll take you to the hospital. Su Ruanruan glanced toward the Xiao family's courtyard. You've all finished eating? Not yet. They're still chatting. It's fine if I'm not there. Then after you drop me off, you should come back and spend more time with Grandma Luo and the others, since you're leaving soon. I know. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital first. By then, dusk was falling and a cool breeze was blowing. Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, the heat of the day was gone. On the way, Ruanruan leaned gently against Xiao Qingjin's back. Part of her wished time would stop right here, but even more, she hoped time would pass faster. If only these 2 years could just fly by in the blink of an eye. Ruanruan, once I get there, I'll write you letters. And I'll write back as soon as I can. The night shift was fairly easy. After the first round of ward checks, Ruanruan sat in the nurse's station, listening to Kong Yanfeng share her experiences. Kong Yanfeng had been a nurse for over 10 years, and her experience was invaluable. Since she was willing to share, Ruanruan listened intently, hoping to absorb and remember everything to make it her own. At midnight, Ruanruan followed Kong Yanfeng on another round outside the wards. They didn't go inside, just looked through the glass on the doors. Seeing nothing was amiss, they returned to the nurse's station and each rested their heads on the table to catch a quick nap. Lying down wasn't an option. Who knew if things would stay quiet, or if something might happen at any moment? Ruanruan's first night shift went pretty smoothly, nothing much happened all night. She dozed off for a bit, and before she knew it, it was already morning. Ruanruan was always a light sleeper, so as soon as she heard footsteps coming and going in the hallway, she woke up immediately. She went to wash her face, and when she came back, she saw that Kong Yanfeng was awake too. When Kong Yanfeng saw Ruanruan, she immediately smiled. It's good to be young. You went to bed so late last night and didn't even get to lie down properly, yet you're still so energetic. I can't do that anymore. When you get older, you just have to accept it. Although Kong Yanfeng was awake, Ruanruan could see that her eyes were bloodshot. She clearly hadn't rested well. Fortunately, the next shift arrived quickly. After handing over their duties, Ruanruan and Kong Yanfeng were finally off work. As they walked out of the hospital together, Kong Yanfeng asked Ruanruan, "How are you getting home?" Ruanruan glanced toward the main entrance and, seeing Xiao Qingjin standing by his bicycle, smiled. "Someone's picking me up. How about you, head nurse?" "I just have to walk a few steps," Kong Yanfeng said, pointing to a 2-story building east of the hospital. "I live right there on the 2nd floor." So that's why Kong Yanfeng always arrived at work so early. Her home was so close to the hospital. After saying goodbye to Kong Yanfeng, Ruanruan jogged over to Xiao Qingjin. "When did you get here?" "Just a little while ago." Xiao Qingjin replied, getting on his bike. "Hop on, I'll take you home." Xiao Qingjin didn't tell Ruanruan that he'd barely slept all night. As soon as the sky started to lighten, he rode his bike over and waited more than 2 hours for Ruanruan to finish her shift. But so what? In the future, Ruanruan would have to wait for him for 2 years. He'd only waited 2 hours and already felt like every second dragged on forever. When he left, how would Ruanruan feel? Thinking about this, Xiao Qingjin started pedaling faster and faster. Feeling the wind blowing harder against her face, Ruanruan laughed. "This feels so nice and cool." The hospital had felt stuffy in the morning, but now, with the wind blowing past her, Ruanruan felt completely awake. That morning, Yumanchi slowly opened her eyes, feeling especially cheerful. She'd woken up naturally, not to the sound of sweeping or chopping wood, nor to the noisy neighbors fighting and banging around at the crack of dawn. It was so nice living here. The roof was tiled, the walls were made of blue bricks, and even the windows were glass. Everything was better than back at the production team. If only she could live here forever. Yumanchi was still staring at the ceiling when Xinyanjun leaned over. "Manchi, you're awake? Let's get up." After all, this wasn't their own home, so it wouldn't be right to stay in bed after waking up. Yumanchi slowly sat up and smiled at Xinyanjun. "Yanjun, have you ever thought about living in the county town?" Xinyanjun didn't understand why she was asking this all of a sudden. "Why do you ask?" "Even if I wanted to, it's not like it matters. We don't have a house in the county town. Besides, what would I do there? There's no land to farm. You could get a job in town. You graduated from junior high after all." Xiulan graduated junior high and got a job at the textile factory, so could you. If you got a job, you'd earn money, and not just money, but ration tickets too. Then we wouldn't have to ask your uncle and aunt for tickets whenever we needed to buy something. Shin Yanjun furrowed his brows in deep thought. After a while, he nodded in agreement. Manchi, you're right. If I could get a job, it would help ease the burden on the family. I just don't know when the factory will be hiring again, or how hard it is to get in. It should be pretty easy, right? Both you and Xiaolan graduated from middle school. If she could do it, why couldn't you? At that, Shin Yanjun suddenly laughed. Didn't I ever tell you about this? He thought about it carefully, but after a while, still couldn't remember. Maybe I never told you. After Xiaolan graduated from middle school, she waited for the factory to start hiring. But she had bad luck. There were no openings that year, and even though our uncle and aunt worked there, they couldn't help. So, Xiaolan waited a whole year. The next year, Granny Chen found a job at a textile factory for Ruanruan, but Ruanruan didn't want to go, so she gave it to Xiaolan instead. That's how Xiaolan became a worker at the textile factory. She started as a temp, and I think it was only last year that she became a permanent worker. Xiaolan got into the textile factory partly because of luck, but also because she's capable. There were so many temps who never got made permanent, but she did it after working there for such a short time. She really has skills. I don't know if I could do what she did. Hearing Shin Yanjun's story, Yumanchi was shocked inside, but didn't show it on her face. She put on a serious expression and looked Shin Yanjun straight in the eyes. Yanjun, I don't want to hear you talk about yourself like that. In my heart, you're the most capable and amazing person. As long as you get the chance, I know you can become a permanent worker too. Besides, how will you know if you don't even try? Don't you think so? Even if it's just for me, will you at least give it a shot? Normally, Shin Yanjun couldn't stand to see Yumanchi looking so pitiful. Now, faced with her pleading eyes, his heart melted. All right, I'll give it a try. Don't worry, Manchi. I'll ask Uncle, Aunt, and Xiaolan today if the factory is hiring. If they are, I'll definitely give it a shot, no matter what. Only then did Yumanchi smile. Yanjun, you're the best. I know you can become a worker. As long as I can get the job, you'll move to the county with me, and I'll take care of you. Yanjun, you're so good to me. When Xiao Chenjin rode back to the Su family home with Su Ruanruan, Granny Chen had just finished making breakfast. Seeing the two of them return, she called them over. Come eat. Ruanruan, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? After breakfast, go get some more rest. You can't go without enough sleep. Xiao Chenjin agreed with Granny Chen. After breakfast, both of them urged Su Ruanruan to go get some sleep. Unable to resist the two of them, Su Ruanruan had no choice but to fetch a basin of warm water, wash up in her room, and lie down on the kang. When her eyes were open, Su Ruanruan felt wide awake. But as soon as she lay down and closed her eyes, she quickly fell asleep. In the yard, Granny Chen glanced at Xiao Chenjin and called him to the backyard. Once they reached the back wall and were sure they wouldn't disturb Su Ruanruan, who was sleeping in the front, Granny Chen finally spoke. Tell me, why do you have to go and join the J? Xiao Chenjin pressed his lips together, silent for a long moment before finally saying, Granny, there are some things I can't talk about. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If I told you, it wouldn't be good for me, or for you and Ruanruan. But you can rest assured, I'll only be gone for 2 years. I promise I'll come back after that. Then, in these past 2 years, have you been in any danger? And since you've come back, has there been any danger? After she finished speaking, Granny Chen stared intently at Xiao Chenjin, not willing to miss even the slightest change in his expression. Xiao Chenjin didn't dodge or avoid her gaze. Grandma, there hasn't been any danger at all, none whatsoever. Softy is as important to me as she is to you. I would never risk her safety. This, Granny Chen believed. After a long pause, Granny Chen sighed. All right, I'll remember what you said today. Chenjin, I've always felt at ease and trusting Softy to you. Don't let me down. You're Grandpa Su, and I don't know how many years we have left. When we're gone, if you're not by Softa's side, what will she do all alone? Come back soon. Come back safe. Remember, she's still waiting for you. Grandma, I'll remember. When Xiao Chenjin returned to the Xiao family home, He had just stepped into the courtyard when he saw Shen Yanjun talking to Qian Aiju. "What are you two talking about so early in the morning?" Xiao Chunjin asked casually, not expecting Shen Yanjun to look over immediately, his face serious. "I was just asking Auntie if the factory in the county is still hiring. I want to see if I can get a job there." "Working at the factory?" Xiao Chunjin raised an eyebrow. "How come you suddenly want to work at the factory?" "I just want to make something of myself." Shen Yanjun grinned. "Everyone wants to move to the city and become city folk. I want to see what it's like too." Xiao Chunjin understood. Back when he lived in the production brigade, he often heard people say things like that. It wasn't just the people in the brigade. Even the educated youths were always trying every way they could to get back to the city. It's good to have ambition. When you really become a worker, you can bring your parents to the city to enjoy a better life. Shen Yanjun grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. "Of course." At this point, Qian Aiju finally spoke up. "Yanjun, your timing is just right. The news about the factory hiring only came out these past couple of days. As for when the exam will be, we'll have to wait and see." As she spoke, Qian Aiju glanced at Xiao Chunjin, her eyes full of helplessness. She had originally planned to wait until the hiring was confirmed before telling Xiao Chunjin, so as not to get his hopes up for nothing. Who would have thought that before she could say anything, Xiao Chunjin had already found his own path. "I was planning to have you and Chunjin take the exam together once the news was confirmed. If you both got in, you could look out for each other. But now, it'll just be you taking the exam." "Auntie, that's fine. If I get the chance, I definitely want to go." Go. Just make sure you review properly and wait for me to tell you when the exam is. You haven't looked at your books in 3 years, have you? If you don't study hard, be careful." Qian Aiju didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Shen Yanjun started to get anxious. "I don't even know where my books are anymore. Chunjin, do you still have your junior high textbooks? Lend them to me. They're with Softy. She just got off the night shift and is sleeping now. I'll get them for you at noon." All right, no rush, I'm not in a hurry." Xiao Chunjin nodded and went back to his room. "Even if you're in a hurry, it's no use. You'll just have to wait until Softy wakes up." Before noon, Ruanruan woke up. She had already rested for a while in the second half of the night, so she wasn't particularly sleepy anymore. As soon as she walked out of her room, Ruanruan saw Xiao Chunjin, Shen Yanjun, and Yumanchi sitting together in the shade of the courtyard. The three of them smiled and greeted her as soon as they saw her come out. "Ruanruan, you're awake? Are you hungry?" "Lunch will be ready soon," Xiao Chunjin said. "I just woke up, so I'm not hungry yet." As Ruanruan spoke, she walked over to Xiao Chunjin's side. "Why are you all sitting out here? Is something going on?" "It's like this," Yumanchi stood up, speaking before Xiao Chunjin could reply. "Aunt said the food factory is hiring, so Yanjun wants to give it a try. But he hasn't read any books in years, and he can't find his old textbooks, so he wanted to borrow Chunjin's. Chunjin said all his books are with you, so we've been waiting for you here." By the end, Yumanchi's face turned a little red in embarrassment. "We didn't disturb your sleep, did we?" After hearing Yumanchi's explanation, Ruanruan smiled too. "You were sitting outside and not talking. How could you have disturbed my rest?" "Just wait a moment. I'll go get the books for you." "I'll help you." Yumanchi hurried a few steps to catch up with Ruanruan. Xiao Chunjin had wanted to go with them, but Shen Yanjun stopped him. "It's just a few books. Ruanruan and Manchi can handle it. Let's wait here." Hearing this, Xiao Chunjin turned to look at Shen Yanjun, staring at him until Shen Yanjun felt a little creeped out, and only then did he look away. Shen Yanjun touched his own face, puzzled. "Chunjin, why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Chunjin replied calmly, "I just feel like, after all these years, you really haven't changed much." "That's true," Shen Yanjun agreed readily. "I really haven't changed much over the years. But you, I think you've changed quite a bit." Seeing that Yumanchi insisted on coming inside with her, Ruanruan didn't mind. There was nothing in her room that she needed to hide. Once inside, Ruanruan went straight to the bookshelf and quickly found Xiao Chunjin's junior high textbooks, taking them down one by one. When her arms were full and she couldn't hold any more, Su Ruanruan turned to Yumanchi, who still hadn't come over to help. Come take these. I can't hold them all. Huh? Oh. Okay. Yumanchi hurried over and took the books from Su Ruanruan's arms. Seeing Su Ruanruan still taking more books down, Yumanchi couldn't help but glance around the room. The room was spacious, with all the necessary furniture. Even if it wasn't all brand new, most of it looked almost new, and the whole place felt comfortable and pleasant. Such a clean, tidy room, all to herself. This was something she had dreamed of having since she was a child. Unfortunately, it wasn't until she got married that she finally had a room of her own, and even then, she had to share it with Shinyanjun. That was their room, not hers alone. Yumanchi couldn't help but wonder, in this lifetime, would she ever have a room that truly belonged just to her? Looking down at the books in her arms, Yumanchi's eyes grew bright with longing. If she studied too, could she also get a job at the factory? Su Ruanruan gathered up all the books and headed outside. After taking a couple of steps, she realized she didn't hear Yumanchi following, so she turned back and called, "Come on." "Okay," Yumanchi answered and hurried to catch up. "Ruanruan, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Is studying hard? Is junior high difficult?" "What kind of question is that?" Su Ruanruan frowned, thinking it over. For a moment, she wasn't sure how to answer. Whether studying is hard or not really depends on the person. After thinking for a while and still not coming up with a standard answer, Su Ruanruan simply said what was on her mind. "It depends on the person. I don't think it's hard. So whether you find it hard or not, I really can't say." "Oh." Yumanchi lowered her eyes, hiding her disappointment. Was Su Ruanruan just brushing her off? Otherwise, why would she give such a vague answer? The two of them soon returned to the yard. Before Su Ruanruan could get close, Xiao Chunjin stood up and took the books from her hands, then handed them over to Shinyanjun. Su Ruanruan clapped her hands. "Here are all the books." Looking at the stack of books, Shinyanjun beamed with a sunny smile. "Thanks, Ruanruan. I'll go read now, you two can talk." "Oh, Chungjin, are you going home for dinner?" Xiao Chunjin shook his head. "No, you go ahead." After Shinyanjun and Yumanchi left, Xiao Chunjin pulled Su Ruanruan to sit with him under the shade of a tree. "Later, I'll tell my mom that no matter what, even if he becomes a worker, he's not allowed to stay at our house." Su Ruanruan was a bit puzzled by this sudden statement. "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" Xiao Chunjin frowned. "He's my cousin. If he comes to work in the county and stays at our place, that would make sense. But he's already married, and wherever he goes, he brings his wife along. If he stays at our house, Yumanchi will definitely come too, and then you won't have any peace." Just from Yumanchi's outgoing personality, it was obvious, if she moved into the Xiao household, Su Ruanruan could forget about having any quiet days. Su Ruanruan didn't really like interacting with Yumanchi too much either, but she hesitated. "If you say that to your mom, won't she get upset? What about your dad?" Not to mention Yumanchi, even just Shinyanjun was still Zhao's grandson. Seeing Su Ruanruan's worried look, Xiao Chungjin reached out and pinched her nose. "Don't worry about it. Before I leave, I'll make sure everything is settled for you." "Okay, then I'll wait for you to handle it." That afternoon, Xiao Dashin and Xiao Aimei came over together. Xiao Chunjin couldn't just stay at home doing nothing, so the next morning, after sending Su Ruanruan off to work, he went to report in. That day, Su Ruanruan was at work. Xiao Chungjin was packing his things and taking care of various matters at home, mainly having private conversations with Qian Aiju. When Su Ruanruan came home that evening, she saw Xiao Chunjin dressed in a green military uniform, a pack on his back, looking just like someone about to set off on a long journey. Su Ruanruan had always known that Xiao Chungjin would be leaving soon. But seeing him acting the same as usual, it never felt real, and she didn't really think much about it. Now, seeing him in his uniform, Su Ruanruan's heart suddenly clenched, and her eyes stung with unshed tears. It wasn't just Su Ruanruan who felt this way, everyone present shared the same emotion. But no one dared to cry. After all, it wasn't time to say goodbye yet. Crying now would just be awkward, wouldn't it? Qian Aiju rubbed her eyes and forced a smile that looked even worse than crying. You know, Chungjin really looks different in this outfit. Even better than before. Don't you think so, Ruanruan? Ruanruan nodded vigorously. He looks great. He really did look great. Through her blurred vision, Ruanruan felt as if she was seeing Xiao Chungjin from her previous life, the Xiao Chungjin who was about to set off on a long journey. Before, she had always thought that things would be different in this life, that Xiao Chungjin wouldn't have to leave. She never expected that, after all the twists and turns, this journey was still inevitable. But it was all right. In her past life, his return was uncertain. In this life, his departure had a set date. Early the next morning, both the Su and Xiao families got up before dawn. After breakfast, everyone went together to see Xiao Chungjin off as he joined his group. There were so many people that, walking together, they made quite an impressive sight. At first, Ruanruan felt a little embarrassed. But when they arrived and saw they weren't the only ones there, that embarrassment quickly vanished. The assembly whistle was already blowing, but Xiao Chungjin still stood in front of Ruanruan, his eyes fixed on her as if he could never look at her enough. In the end, it was Ruanruan who spoke first. Go on. Didn't I give you a photo? If you miss me, just look at it. Write to me when you arrive, and when New Year comes, I'll come visit you, I'll come see you. Ruanruan was still rambling on when Xiao Chungjin put down his bag, stepped forward, and pulled her into his arms. Ruanruan, take care of yourself. Wait for me to come back. I will. You take care too, and don't forget, I'll be waiting for you. Even though she kept wishing time would slow down, it still slipped away far too quickly. The whistle blew again and again. Xiao Chungjin couldn't delay any longer. He reluctantly let go of Ruanruan, patted her on the head with his big hand, picked up his bag, and strode away without looking back. He kept walking, never turning around. Because if he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave. It wasn't until he stood in the assembled ranks, until someone pinned a big red flower on his chest, until he saluted and boarded the bus in an orderly line, that Xiao Chungjin finally allowed himself to relax a little. Only then did he dare to glance out the window at Ruanruan and the others. Ruanruan had been watching him the whole time. When she saw him look her way, she immediately gave him a bright, beaming smile. She couldn't be heard through the window, but from the shape of her lips, Xiao Chungjin could tell what she was saying. Bon voyage. The train didn't linger for long. Soon, the whistle sounded. With the clattering of wheels, the train picked up speed and gradually disappeared from sight. Reluctantly, Ruanruan withdrew her gaze. When she turned around, she found herself facing several pairs of worried eyes. Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you all looking at me like that? It's getting hotter outside, let's hurry home. Granny Chin grabbed Ruanruan's hand tightly. Ruanruan, if you're feeling sad, you can. Grandma, I'm not sad. She wasn't a child anymore. She wouldn't cry over a brief separation. Seeing Ruanruan still smiling, Granny Chin swallowed the rest of her words. She's grown up. The little girl she'd always doted on, always treated like a child, had finally grown up. She didn't want to cry in front of her anymore. Granny Chin couldn't quite tell if she felt comforted or sad. In the end, she simply changed the subject. Come on, let's go home. It's too hot out here. On the way back, Yumanchi couldn't help but keep glancing over at Ruanruan. After sneaking a few looks, Ruanruan finally noticed her gaze. She turned her head, met Yumanchi's eyes, and even gave her a smile. Seeing Ruanruan smile, Yumanchi was momentarily stunned, but after a moment, she managed to smile back. But as soon as Ruanruan turned away, the smile faded from Yumanchi's face. Why is Ruanruan still smiling? Xiao Chungjin's future is so uncertain, no one knows if he'll even survive. How can she still smile? Isn't Ruanruan afraid that Xiao Chungjin might never come back? If he doesn't, won't her perfect life fall apart? Yumanchi bit her lower lip, forcing herself to push these thoughts out of her mind. This wasn't something she should be thinking about. What she really needed to focus on now was how to take the recruitment exam, how to pass it, and how to become an honorable worker from now on instead of toiling away in the fields with her back to the sky and her face to the dirt. She used to think the third production team was actually pretty good. Every family had enough to eat, and that was already a rare thing. After marrying Shin Yan-jun, not only did she have enough to eat and wear, she didn't even have to work in the fields or serve her in-laws. The only things she had to do were cook and do laundry, and if she didn't feel like it, she didn't even have to do those. But how could a life like this compare to being a worker in the county town? When the group got home, before they even reached the door, Xiao Dashan announced he was heading back to the production team. Xiao Aigua got anxious when he heard this. "Dad, you just got here yesterday. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay a few days." "Stay for what? You and Ijiu are going to work soon. What am I supposed to do here?" "But even if we go to work, Uncle Su from next door is still here. You can talk to him." "Talk about what?" "There's so much to do at the production team. I need to get back. Besides, if I don't go back, no one will worry about me, but if the ox cart doesn't return, they'll be worried for sure." Those two oxen. They were important assets for the production team. No matter what anyone said, Xiao Dashan insisted on leaving. Xiao Aigua and Qian Ijiu tried to persuade him for ages, but it was no use. They could only help him pack up. With the ox cart, Luo Yufeng, Xiao Aimei, Shin Yanjun, and Yumanchi could all ride back together, which actually made things a lot easier. Yumanchi didn't really want to leave, but she had no reason to stay. Qian Ijiu turned to Shin Yanjun and said, "Yanjun, when you get back, don't forget to set aside some time to review. When it's almost time for the exam, I'll come back and let you know." "Okay. Thanks in advance, Aunt. We're all family, no need to thank me." Listening to their conversation, Yumanchi finally couldn't hold back. She quietly asked, "Aunt, can I take the exam with Yanjun?" I want to give it a try too." Qian Ijiu looked at Yumanchi in surprise. "You want to try too?" As far as she knew, Yumanchi had only finished elementary school. Yumanchi looked at her earnestly. "Aunt, can I give it a try?" Before Qian Ijiu could reply, Shin Yanjun jumped in, "Aunt, let Manchi try too." Seeing Qian Ijiu's troubled expression, Shin Yanjun thought to himself that if Qian Ijiu still refused, he'd just give up his own spot for the exam. Luckily, before he could say anything, Qian Ijiu agreed without hesitation. "If you want to give it a try, then go ahead and try. After all, it doesn't cost anything to try, right? It's just adding one more name." Qian Ijiu's straightforward agreement left Shin Yanjun and Yumanchi deeply grateful. The two of them thanked her over and over before finally climbing onto the ox cart and leaving, reluctant to part. As the ox cart was about to leave the county town, Yumanchi looked back several times. "I'll definitely come back. Next time I return, I won't leave again." After Xiao Dashan and the others left, Xiao Aigua and Qian Ijiu went back to work at the factory. They'd already taken 2 days off, which meant a significant deduction from their wages. Now that everything had settled down, it was best to get back to work as soon as possible. Su Ruanruan stood at the doorway, watching Xiao Aigua pedal away with Qian Ijiu on the back of his bicycle, a smile growing on her lips. "See? Everyone's busy. When you're busy, you don't have time to feel sad. So, the hardest moment isn't the actual goodbye, nor is it the emptiness that follows right after. The most difficult time comes late at night, when everything is quiet and you finally have a moment to yourself. Then, that longing that seeps into your bones is the hardest to bear. Ruanruan, come back inside. The sun's too harsh out there. There's nothing to do right now, so you'd better get some sleep. Don't you have a night shift later?" "All right. I'm coming." Su Ruanruan answered and turned back into the yard, closing the gate behind her. That night was Su Ruanruan's second time working the night shift. This time, Xiao Chenjin wasn't there to see her off, so she didn't bother riding her bike. "Ruanruan, why don't you take the bicycle?" Grandma Chen stood at the door, watching Su Ruanruan get ready to leave. Su Ruanruan waved her off. "No need. Grandma, there's no one to watch the bike at night. What if it gets stolen? Besides, after a whole night shift, I won't have the energy to ride it home in the morning." Walking back will help me wake up a bit. Hearing this, Grandma Chen actually thought it made sense. All right then. I'm heading out, Grandma. You should go back inside too, and make sure to lock the doors and windows tonight. Just as Ruanruan was about to leave, Grandma Chen called after her again. Ruanruan, are you sure you don't need me to walk you there? How about I take you and tomorrow morning your grandpa can pick you up? Grandma. Ruanruan said helplessly, I'm not a kid anymore. Even when I was in elementary and middle school, you didn't have to take me to and from school. Now I'm working and you still want to escort me? Isn't that just regressing as I get older? All right, I really have to go or I'll be late. With that, Ruanruan stopped dawdling and broke into a run. She didn't slow down until she'd left the alley, turned a corner, and could no longer see Grandma Chen. The sun was already low in the west, but it was still bright out. People heading home from work passed her by, going in the opposite direction. When Ruanruan arrived at the hospital, she happened to run into Kong Yanfeng at the main gate, and the two of them walked in together. Kong Yanfeng glanced behind her before asking, Why did you come by yourself? Didn't someone bring you last time? He joined. He just left this morning. Huh? After her initial surprise, Kong Yanfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Look at me. Asking blindly without knowing anything. Don't take it to heart. It's nothing. Head nurse, you're just concerned about me, I know that. Seeing Ruanruan's genuine smile, with not a hint of pretense or awkwardness, Kong Yanfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Come on, let's hurry up. It's a busy time right now. When people get busy, there's no time to overthink things. Ruanruan followed Kong Yanfeng, working nonstop until noon before things finally quieted down. After all, Kong Yanfeng was getting on in years. Once it passed 12, she started to feel drowsy, and before long, she'd fallen asleep at the desk. Ruanruan, on the other hand, was wide awake and not the least bit sleepy, maybe because she'd slept too much during the day. Glancing at the sleeping Kong Yanfeng, Ruanruan quietly got up and walked toward the end of the corridor. There was a window there. Standing by it, you could see most of the county town. Ruanruan tiptoed over and stopped by the window, but she could only make out the nearby houses. The ones farther away, even bathed in moonlight, were impossible to see. Turns out, the view from the same spot is completely different during the day and at night. Ruanruan felt a bit disappointed. At this hour, she couldn't even see half the county, let alone the train that had left over 10 hours ago. After standing by the window for a while, Ruanruan slowly made her way back. When she reached the stairwell, she suddenly heard voices from downstairs and instinctively stopped in her tracks. It was a reflex, but after stopping, Ruanruan felt a bit regretful. Why did she stop? People were talking. She should have just walked past quickly. Now look, if she stayed put, it would seem like she was eavesdropping. But if she left and made noise, the people downstairs might hear her and catch her in the act. Annoyed, Ruanruan ruffled her hair, then simply let her mind go blank and stood there. Forget it, she thought. I'll just pretend I'm a mushroom. Even if I overhear someone's little secret, I'm not going to spread it. Maybe because she'd emptied her mind, the voices downstairs, which had been faint and indistinct, suddenly became a bit clearer. Why are you here? It's the middle of the night. It's not safe out there. Ruanruan blinked. The woman's voice sounded familiar. I was worried you'd get hungry at night, so I brought you something to eat and drink. Hurry up and eat. When you're done, I'll take the lunchbox away so no one sees it and says you're having a private meal while on duty. Wait a minute. Ruanruan's eyes widened. The man's voice sounded familiar too. You're so good to me. You're so good. Who else would I be good to if not you? Right? Of course. After those last two words, the voices downstairs fell silent. But Ruanruan didn't dare move, because she knew the two people downstairs hadn't left. They were probably eating. As for the woman, the one eating, Ruanruan suddenly remembered who it was. No one else but Zhao Hongyun. But as for the man's voice, Ruanruan wasn't quite sure. It sounded familiar, but the voice was too low and he hadn't said much. For the moment, She really couldn't figure out who it was. Downstairs, Zhao Hongyun was eating, while Su Ruanruan sat frowning in thought. But even after Zhao Hongyun finished eating and urged that person to leave, Su Ruanruan still couldn't figure out who that person was. The more she couldn't figure it out, the more she wanted to know. It felt like a cat was scratching at her heart. After thinking for a while, Su Ruanruan turned and walked slowly toward the window again. She moved very slowly, her footsteps so light they were almost inaudible, making sure Zhao Hongyun downstairs wouldn't hear a thing. But because she was being so careful, her pace was even slower. By the time she reached the window, there was nothing left to see downstairs. A little disappointed, Su Ruanruan turned and headed toward the nurse's station. But just as she reached the stairwell, a shadowy figure suddenly came up from downstairs. The figure appeared so quickly and unexpectedly that Su Ruanruan was caught completely off guard and nearly screamed. Luckily, the corridor was still lit, and before she could cry out, Su Ruanruan saw the person's face clearly. It was Zhao Hongyun. Patting her chest in relief, Su Ruanruan said with lingering fear, "Hongyunjia, you scared me to death. How do you walk without making a sound?" Zhao Hongyun grinned at her. "You're one to talk. You walk without making a sound too. Where did you go?" "I thought I heard a child crying just now, so I came to check. But when I got here, there was no one crying, so I was about to head back, and then I ran into you." Su Ruanruan finished, her tone tinged with complaint. Zhao Hongyun just kept smiling. "How could you hear someone crying in the middle of the night? Don't tell me it's Hongyunjia." Su Ruanruan's face went pale in an instant. "Don't scare me like that." Okay, I'll stop teasing you. I was just saying. Look at you, you're as white as a sheet. I heard you're on night shift tonight, so I thought I'd come check on you. How are you settling in at pediatrics? Tired? It's okay if it's a bit tiring this month. Next month, when you transfer over to our department, it'll be much easier. I just started, there's still so much to learn. I don't even have time to think about whether I'm tired or not. All I want is to learn as much as I can and get the hang of things. Otherwise, if I rotate through all the departments and no one wants me in the end, I'll really have to cry. What are you talking about? How could no one want you? Even if no one else does, I do. When the time comes, we'll work together every day. Just think how great that'll be. Okay, it's a deal then. Deal. There's still a long way till morning. You should get some rest, or you'll feel awful by the end of the night. I'll head back too. If something comes up and no one can find me, that wouldn't be good. Alright, Hongyunjia, be careful. I know. Su Ruanruan stood at the top of the stairs, watching as Zhao Hongyun walked down step by step, not turning away until she could no longer see her. Then Su Ruanruan headed back to the nurse's station. This time, Su Ruanruan still walked very softly and slowly, barely making a sound. She had just told Zhao Hongyun that she walked this way so as not to disturb anyone's rest. Downstairs, Zhao Hongyun stood at the stairwell corner, listening intently for a while. Still not hearing any footsteps from upstairs, she shook her head and walked toward the nurse's station. Looks like she was just overthinking things. There's no way things could be that coincidental. Back at the nurse's station, Su Ruanruan sat at the desk, her mind replaying everything that had just happened. The tone Zhao Hongyun used when she spoke downstairs, the way she spoke and her expression when she talked to her later, and the sound of Zhao Hongyun's footsteps disappearing as soon as she went down the stairs. All of it pointed to one thing. There was something off about Zhao Hongyun. But what exactly was the problem? Su Ruanruan kept thinking about it, from a little after midnight all the way to 2 or 3 in the morning. She went from feeling wide awake to completely dazed. Even as she finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep at her desk, the questions still echoed in her mind. Ruanruan. Ruanruan, wake up. Su Ruanruan frowned, feeling quite annoyed. She was sleeping so soundly, who was calling her name right by her ear? Wait a minute. Wasn't she supposed to be at work right now? Su Ruanruan's eyes flew open. Sure enough, what she saw in front of her wasn't the ceiling, but a desk piled high with documents. She wasn't lying down, but slumped over the desk. She was at work on the night shift. Su Ruanruan instantly woke up, then shook her head with a wry smile. Sure enough, even if you're not tired, you should still get some sleep, or else you end up like this, unable to wake up. Kong Yanfang watched the changing expressions on Su Ruanruan's face and couldn't help but laugh. You silly girl, how come you woke up even later than me today? Hurry up and get ready, the next shift will be here soon. Even if you're still sleepy, wait until you get home to sleep. Su Ruanruan nodded and quickly got up from the bench. Standing up did make her feel a bit more awake. The two of them tidied up and checked on the patients in each ward. Not long after they returned to the nurse's station, the next shift arrived. At exactly 8 o'clock, they signed out and could finally go home. As soon as they reached the ground floor, Su Ruanruan spotted Zhao Hongyun. Zhao Hongyun smiled when she saw Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, off work already? Let's go together. Kong Yanfang looked on curiously. Ruanruan, you know Hongyun? Yeah. When my grandma was in the hospital before, she was on this floor. Hongyun Jia took great care of her. Su Ruanruan explained. As for the fact that she'd known Zhao Hongyun before that, Su Ruanruan didn't mention it. There was no need. Kong Yanfang nodded in understanding, and the three of them walked toward the hospital entrance together. At the entrance, Kong Yanfang said goodbye and left. Zhao Hongyun glanced around, then said to Su Ruanruan, Ruanruan, come on, let me treat you to breakfast. The breakfast at the state-run restaurant is really good. Have you tried it before? No need, Hongyun Jia. Before I left for work last night, my grandma told me she'd make me breakfast this morning and wanted me to come home early to eat. If I don't go back, the food will go to waste, and wasting food is shameful. Zhao Hongyun looked a bit disappointed, but could only say, all right then. But next time, we have to have breakfast together. Okay. The Su family and Zhao Hongyun's home were in different directions, so after agreeing to have breakfast together next time, they waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Su Ruanruan walked home, still deep in thought. Just as she was about to reach the Su family's front door, she finally remembered whose voice she'd heard last night. To be precise, she remembered where she'd heard that voice before. The person who had been talking to Wang Aijuan in the alley before was the same person who brought food to Zhao Hongyun last night. Now that she finally understood why the voice had sounded so familiar, Su Ruanruan felt a wave of relief, only to become tense again. Why did that person know Zhao Hongyun? What was their relationship? Ruanruan, what are you thinking about? Suddenly hearing someone call her name, Su Ruanruan was startled. She looked up and saw someone standing at the Su family's front gate. Who else could it be but Hu Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao, you're back? When did you get back? After the college entrance exam, Hu Xiaoxiao had gone to her grandmother's house. Su Ruanruan hadn't expected her to return today. Hu Xiaoxiao hurried over, grabbed Su Ruanruan's hand tightly in hers. I got home last night, but it was already completely dark by then. I figured you were probably asleep, so I didn't come find you. I came over first thing this morning, but who knew Grandma Chen would tell me you were working the night shift and hadn't come back yet. Ruanruan, I've only been gone a few days, and you've already started working. And Xiao Chunjin has even gone off to join the army. You two really are something. Couldn't you have waited a few days for me to come back before making these decisions? Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. Listen to yourself. It's not like we get to decide these things. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao also burst out laughing. Su Ruanruan was right. Whether it was joining the army or starting work at the hospital, neither Su Ruanruan nor Xiao Chunjin could choose the timing themselves. Hu Xiaoxiao had just been complaining for the sake of it. After laughing, she held onto Su Ruanruan's hand, her face unable to hide her happiness. Ruanruan, I'm really happy for you. You found a job. Even Xiao Chunjin has found his path. Unlike herself, her exam results weren't out yet, and her future was still a big question mark. Grandma Chen heard the two girls laughing in the yard. After waiting a while and not seeing them come in, she called out loudly, "What are you two standing outside chatting for? Hurry up and come in." Hearing Grandma Chen's voice, Hu Xiaoxiao remembered that Su Ruanruan had just finished a night shift. She quickly pulled Su Ruanruan toward the house. "Ruanruan, you must be exhausted after your night shift, right? Grandma Chen has already made food. Eat something and go get some sleep. Xiao Xiao, have you eaten? Let's eat together. I already ate. Then you can just watch me eat. Sure. While Ruanruan ate, Hu Xiaoxiao sat beside her, smiling. After a few glances at her, Ruanruan suddenly thought of something. Where's Li Dongong? He joined the army too. Whatever, let him be. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao's face fall but still trying to act tough, Ruanruan found it even more amusing. Li Dongong joined the army too? How do you know? Didn't she just get back last night? Under Ruanruan's curious gaze, Hu Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed at first, but then gave up pretending. I got up early this morning and came to find you, but Grandma Chen told me you were at work and wouldn't be off until 8. So I went to his house. His mom told me he'd joined the army. He left just yesterday. Yesterday? How come I didn't see him? Ruanruan thought back to the farewell scene yesterday, but had no impression of Li Dongyang at all. Hu Xiaoxiao laughed. Who else can you see when your eyes are full of Xiao Chenjin? Ruanruan blushed, but still said, that's not my fault. I know. It's not your fault, not your fault. After 2 days and nights on the train, Xiao Chenjin finally arrived at the final station, following the others off the train to the place where he would spend the next 2 years. Xiao Chenjin had always considered herself neither pampered nor fragile. Even after 2 days on the train, her steps were steady and sure. Lining up, listening to instructions, sorting into classes, settling luggage. After finishing all the tasks, she turned around and saw Li Dongong. Xiao Chenjin, who had been calm all along, lost her composure the moment she saw Li Dongong. Li Dongong. Xiao Chenjin. The two stared at each other, surprise and delight mingling in their eyes. Many people from their county had come to participate. Although they'd all boarded the same train, it had stopped several times along the way, and many had gotten off before the final stop. By the time the train made its last stop, there were no familiar faces left around Xiao Chenjin. So she truly hadn't expected that Li Dongyang would end up being her roommate. They'd been classmates for 2 years, and now, far from home, they felt even closer. Unfortunately, before they could say much, a whistle sounded outside. They had to gather again. They exchanged a smile and walked out together. On the 10th day after Xiao Chenjin left, Su Swan received a letter from her. The letter was thick, and even before opening it, Su Swan couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Xiao Chenjin had written her such a long letter. She turned the envelope over and over, took a deep breath, and carefully opened it. As she pulled out the contents, she was stunned for a moment. Inside were several bundles of letter paper, each covered in writing. Su Swan looked through them one by one and realized that the letters weren't just for her. There were also ones for the whole Xiao family. But the last letter had a different name on it, Hu Xiaoxiao. Su Swan found it odd, but still took the letter to Hu Xiaoxiao. The sun was just setting, and it wasn't dark yet. Hu Xiaoxiao was making dinner at home when she saw Su Swan arrive with a letter, saying it was from Xiao Chenjin. She looked utterly confused. Why would Xiao Chenjin write to me? Swan, did you read it? She wrote it to you. Why would I read it? Su Swan replied, half amused, half exasperated. Hu Xiaoxiao took the letter suspiciously, didn't bother to hide from Su Swan, and opened it right there. The moment she saw the handwriting, Hu Xiaoxiao laughed. This isn't from Xiao Chenjin. She handed the letter to Su Swan. Su Swan glanced at it and immediately realized it wasn't Xiao Chenjin's handwriting, so she didn't read further. Then who wrote it to you? It was sent from the army and packed together with Chenjin's letters. Could it be Li Dongong? It's Li Dongong. Su Swan and Hu Xiaoxiao said the last 4 words in unison. I didn't expect them to end up in the same place. That's actually great. They can look out for each other. Su Swan glanced at Hu Xiaoxiao, who looked like she wanted to smile but was holding it in, her face awkward. Why would he write to me? How should I know? Just read it and you'll find out. With that, Su Swan turned and ran off. I'm heading home. Don't get so caught up reading the letter that you burn dinner. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly. She forgot all about Su Swan and ran back toward the kitchen. Su Xuan ran all the way home and delivered the letters Xiao Chenjin had written for the Xiao family. Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua had just come home from work when they saw the letter Su Ruanruan had brought over. Their faces were filled with excitement. Qian Aiju wiped her hands vigorously on her clothes before carefully taking the 2 letters. When she saw that one was addressed to Mom, Dad, and Sister, and the other to Grandpa and Grandma, she couldn't help but laugh. This Qingjin, even writing a letter he has to make a fuss. Training must be so tough and tiring. If he has time for this, why doesn't he just rest? What's the point of writing so many letters? Qingjin grew up with his grandparents since he was little. Now that he's away, of course he'd write a separate letter just for them. This child is really filial. Ruanruan, have you eaten yet? Stay and eat with us. Now that Qingjin is gone and your sister Xiaolan isn't home, it's just your uncle and me eating together every day. It's so quiet. Su Ruanruan listened to Qian Aiju with a gentle smile. Only when she heard the last sentence did she reply, Grandma's already made dinner. If I don't go back to eat, there'll be leftovers. Why don't you and Uncle come over and eat with us? It's livelier with more people. No, your uncle is waiting to read the letter. Ruanruan, you should hurry back and eat too. Even as she said this, Qian Aiju's eyes lingered on the envelope Su Ruanruan was holding. She didn't have to ask to know that the letter inside was definitely from Xiao Chengjin to Su Ruanruan. She knew her own son best. There's no way Xiao Chengjin would write letters to everyone at home and not write one to Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan didn't mind Qian Aiju's teasing look. She waved goodbye and jogged home. At the Su house, in the kitchen, Granny Chin and Su Aimin were still finishing up dinner. Su Ruanruan peeked in from the doorway. Grandma, when will dinner be ready? It'll be a little while longer. What's wrong? Are you hungry? No, not yet. I'll go back to my room first. With that, Su Ruanruan dashed off to her room. Seeing how quickly she ran, Granny Chin was puzzled. It's just a few steps. What's she running for? Su Aimin just shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. Why was she running? She was eager to get back to her room and read her letter. Back in her room, Su Ruanruan was already sitting upright on her Kong bed, staring at the envelope for a long while before carefully unfolding the letter. As the paper opened, that familiar handwriting instantly caught her eye, capturing all her attention. Ruanruan, reading this letter is like meeting you in person. I've arrived at the army base. This is the northernmost part of our country. Here. By the way, Li Dongyong and I are in the same dormitory. It's not easy to have a familiar face in such a strange place. Ruanruan, don't worry. I'm eating well and sleeping well here. Everything in the army is good. We have meat and white rice at every meal, and the place we sleep is clean and tidy. We don't have much else to do, just training every day. At home, make sure you eat well and sleep well. Be careful at work. Don't open your heart to everyone. Remember, you can't always know what's in someone else's mind. Finally, I look forward to your reply. The letter was only 2 pages long, just over 1,000 words, but Su Ruanruan spent more than 10 minutes reading it. After finishing it once, she started over and read it again, this time even more slowly, savoring every word and punctuation mark. Su Ruanruan had always had a good memory. After reading it twice, she could already recite the contents by heart. But still, she felt it wasn't enough. She and Xiao Chenjin were separated by 1,000 miles. She couldn't see him, couldn't hear his voice, and had no idea how he was doing. The only way she could know anything about him was through these 2 pages of letter paper. After dinner, Su Ruanruan sat on the Kong, took out a fresh sheet of letter paper, and began to write back to Xiao Chenjin. Before she put pen to paper, Su Ruanruan felt as if she had 1,000 things she wanted to say to him. But once she actually started writing, she found herself crossing things out one by one. She wrote that she missed him, but didn't say she hoped he'd hurry back. She didn't want him to be distracted by such thoughts. Training was a serious matter, and even the slightest distraction could lead to irreparable consequences. She wrote about her work, but didn't mention the mysterious person connected to Wang Aijuan that she had encountered. She didn't want Xiao Chenjin, so far away, to worry about her safety. After picking and choosing what she could say, she ended up with only 2 pages. Looking at those carefully chosen words, Ruanruan suddenly understood something. No wonder Xiao Chunjin only ever wrote her 2 pages. It wasn't that he didn't have enough paper or time, but that there were so many things he simply didn't want to write about. She stared at the letter for a while, then folded it and placed it in a new envelope. Turning off the light, she entered her Baibo space. No matter how nicely Xiao Chunjin described it, life in the army inevitably had its hardships. There might not be much else she could do for him, but she could at least prepare some food. After all, if there was one thing she had plenty of, it was food. In her Baibo space, Ruanruan carefully selected items that wouldn't cause trouble for Xiao Chunjin: candies, jerky, biscuits, canned food. All of these were easy to carry. If Xiao Chunjin had to go on a mission, he could take some with him. They might seem insignificant, but in the right moment, they could be a big help. Early the next morning, Ruanruan was sweeping the yard when Qianaiju came over. She was holding a letter and a small bundle. "Ruanruan, I have to go to work soon. This is my reply to Chunjin, and these are some things I've packed up. When you mail your letter later, could you send these along too?" Since everything was being sent to the same person, mailing them together would save both money and trouble. Xiao Chunjin probably thought the same, which was why he always bundled the letters together to send back. Ruanruan took the items. "Don't worry, Auntie. Leave it to me. I've prepared some things too, so I'll send them all together." "Good. I can rest easy then. I'll get going now." With that, Qianaiju hurried off, and Ruanruan took the things back inside. The envelope Qianaiju brought was the same size as the one Ruanruan had prepared, so she simply took out the letter paper, planning to put everything into one envelope. But as soon as she pulled out the letter, 5 1-yuan bills fell out. Seeing the money, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile wryly. Qianaiju must have worried that Ruanruan wouldn't accept money if she gave it directly, so she just slipped it into the envelope. That way, Ruanruan would definitely see it when she packed up the letters, and she couldn't return it. Mailing a letter required stamps and postage, and sending a package was charged by weight, but it wouldn't cost 5 yuan. Qianaiju must have figured Ruanruan would also be sending things, so she included enough to cover her share of the postage too. A simple 5 yuan, yet it carried all of Qianaiju's heartfelt care. Ruanruan was on the night shift, so she had the whole day free. After breakfast, instead of rushing to the post office, she decided to visit Hu Xiaoxiao first. Although she didn't know why Li Dongong didn't just send a letter directly to Hu Xiaoxiao, but insisted on going through Xiao Chunjin and herself, she still needed to ask Hu Xiaoxiao if she wanted to write back. Hu Xiaoxiao was home alone. The two of them didn't go inside, but sat in the shade in the courtyard. It was still early, and the weather wasn't too hot yet. Occasionally, a breeze would blow by, making it quite comfortable to sit outside. Ruanruan sat with a smile on her lips, staring at Hu Xiaoxiao, making her feel uneasy. "Ruanruan, why are you staring at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it." "It's nothing really. I'm just about to go send a letter to Chunjin." "Oh, do you want me to go with you?" "Sure, I don't have anything else to do anyway. If you want to come with me, that's fine. But, have you finished your letter?" "What letter?" As she spoke, Hu Xiaoxiao turned her head to the side, clearly trying to avoid the topic. Seeing this, Ruanruan understood immediately. Xiao Xiaoyu and Li Dongeng are at least classmates. He even remembered to write you a letter. It wouldn't look good if you didn't write back, right? What's wrong with that? Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, but when she saw Ruanruan still staring at her, her face flushed red. "Wait a minute, I'll go inside and write it now." With that, Hu Xiaoxiao got up and hurried into the house. About 10 minutes later, she came out holding a folded letter. Ruanruan couldn't tell if Hu Xiaoxiao had written it earlier or just now. Although she was curious, she didn't ask. Instead, she took out an envelope from her bag and let Hu Xiaoxiao put her letter inside. "Come on, let's go mail it." The two of them went back to the Su house, sealed the envelope in Ruanruan's room, grabbed 2 packages, and headed to the post office together. By the time they finished at the post office, it was already mid-morning. With nothing else to do, they strolled leisurely down the street. Ruanruan, what do you think I should do? Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Ruanruan was a bit surprised. The college entrance exam results aren't out yet, are they? Wait until you get your results before you decide. You know what my grades are like. There's no way I'll get into university. I should start looking for a path now. I can't just keep living off my mom after graduation. She's worked hard enough as it is. That made sense. Ruanruan thought for a moment, then remembered what Qianaiju had said earlier about the food factory hiring. Xiao, Chengjin's mom said the food factory is hiring soon. Why don't you give it a try? You never know, maybe you'll get in. The food factory? Hu Xiaoxiao hesitated. Her hesitation was mainly because Hu Tianqing also worked at the food factory. But unlike Qianaiju and Xiao Aigua, Hu Tianqing was just an ordinary worker. He'd been there for years and hadn't made much of himself. Seeing her hesitate, Ruanruan didn't say anything more. This was something Hu Xiaoxiao had to decide for herself. As they were almost home, Hu Xiaoxiao finally made up her mind. Ruanruan, I'll give the food factory a try. When she heard Hu Xiaoxiao's decision, Ruanruan immediately smiled. That's more like it. You can't give up on the life you deserve just because of other people. That afternoon, Ruanruan went with Hu Xiaoxiao to find Qianaiju and ask about job openings at the food factory. After hearing why they had come, Qianaiju smiled. You two have come at just the right time. The recruitment exam is tomorrow. I even took the afternoon off today so I could go home and tell Yanjun and his wife to come over tonight and stay here, so they won't miss the exam tomorrow. Since you want to give it a try, Xiao, just come find me after breakfast tomorrow morning and we'll go to the food factory together. Great. Aunt Qian, I'll come over early tomorrow morning. Hu Xiaoxiao was both excited and nervous. She'd almost missed this job opportunity by just a hair. That evening, after dinner, Ruanruan headed to the hospital. As soon as she walked through the hospital entrance, she heard someone calling her name from behind. She turned around and saw Zhao Hongyun running toward her. Ruanruan. Zhao Hongyun ran up to Ruanruan, panting for breath. After catching her breath, she smiled and said, Ruanruan, you're on the night shift tonight too? I'm on night shift as well. How about we have breakfast together tomorrow morning? Ruanruan hesitated a little. Sister Hongyun, tomorrow I'm telling you in advance this time. If you still refuse, you're just looking down on me. Are you saying you don't want to be sisters with me anymore? Seeing Zhao Hongyun's expression turn cold, Ruanruan couldn't bring herself to refuse again. She had no choice but to agree. All right then. After our shift tomorrow morning, let's have breakfast together. It was just breakfast at the state-run restaurant, nothing to worry about, she told herself. Even though she tried to reassure herself, Ruanruan still felt uneasy that night and didn't sleep a wink. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Lian, the young nurse who worked the night shift with Ruanruan, groggily opened her eyes. Ruanruan, when did you wake up? As she spoke, Lian noticed Ruanruan's bloodshot eyes. Ruanruan, don't tell me you didn't sleep all night? Look at your eyes, they're all red. Ruanruan rubbed her eyes and forced a smile. It's nothing. I just slept too much during the day yesterday, so I couldn't sleep at night. I'll catch up on sleep when I get home. Let's tidy up and get ready to go. All right. At 8:10, Ruanruan and Lian walked downstairs side by side. As soon as they reached the ground floor, they saw Zhao Hongyun. Zhao Hongyun had clearly been waiting for a while. When she saw Ruanruan, she immediately came over. Ruanruan, you're finally here. Let's go. If we're late, all the good food will be gone. Lian had been working at the hospital for a year and knew Zhao Hongyun. Hearing her words, Lian realized the two had already made plans, so she smiled, said goodbye, and left on her own. Zhao Hongyun grabbed Ruanruan by the arm, and soon they arrived at the state-run restaurant. There were still plenty of people inside, but by coincidence, the same table where they'd eaten last time was empty. Zhao Hongyun pulled Ruanruan over and sat her down. Ruanruan, wait here for me. I'll go buy the food. Without waiting for Ruanruan's reply, she turned and headed straight for the counter. Ruanruan watched Zhao Hongyun as she went to buy food. She stared for a while but couldn't see anything unusual. Whether it was her appearance, the way she dressed, or the way she spoke and acted, there was no difference from the first time they met. Yet the conversation from that night still lingered in Ruanruan's mind, making her feel she needed to stay alert around Zhao Hongyun at all times. Lost in thought, Ruanruan was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside her. "Little sister, do you mind if I sit here?" Hearing this, Ruanruan instinctively frowned. She was already 17. Why was someone still calling her little sister? She looked up and saw a man about 20 years old, smiling warmly at her. Compared to him, she was indeed younger, but that was no reason for him to call her little sister. Ruanruan was about to refuse when the man continued, "You see, all the tables inside are full, and I'm waiting for someone. So I'd like to sit here for a bit. I won't disturb your meal, is that okay?" "Wang Liang, you're here." Ruanruan turned around and saw Zhao Hongyun returning with her tray of food. Clearly, that last sentence had been spoken by Zhao Hongyun. "Hongyun Jia, you know him?" Zhao Hongyun nodded, setting her food down on the table. "Of course. He's my neighbor. We grew up together. Before I went on night shift yesterday, I told him to treat me to breakfast this morning." As she spoke, Zhao Hongyun winked at Ruanruan. "Let's just eat and let him pay for it." Ruanruan was a little speechless. If Zhao Hongyun had already made plans with someone else, why did she invite her too? Although she was a bit annoyed, this wasn't the time to say anything, so she just nodded. Wang Liang was still smiling as he said to Zhao Hongyun, "So you invited someone else too? No wonder you weren't here yet. I was just thinking of coming in to grab a table and wait for you. All right, you don't need to do anything, let me go buy the food. You two just wait here." With that, Wang Liang started heading toward the counter, but halfway there, he stopped and turned back. "Little sister, what do you like to eat?" After being called little sister again and again, Ruanruan's frown deepened. "Anything is fine." "All right, I'll just pick something then." Wang Liang went to the counter, and Zhao Hongyun sat down next to Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, you're not mad, are you? Wang Liang and I are really close. You know we haven't gotten paid yet, and I don't have much money left, but I still wanted to treat you to a meal, so hee, don't be upset." Wang Liang is a really good guy. Ruanruan shook her head. "I'm not mad, just a little tired." "Then let's eat quickly. After we're done, I'll take you home. Don't want you to get so sleepy you fall over in the middle of the road." Wang Liang soon returned, bringing 3 bowls of plain congee and 6 steamed buns. Along with the fried dough sticks and pickles Zhao Hongyun had just bought, it was more than enough for the 3 of them. "Come on, eat up," Zhao Hongyun urged. "It's best while it's hot." Ruanruan picked up a meat bun and took a bite. The filling was just pork with scallion and ginger for flavor, the skin thin and the meat plentiful, very tasty. Seeing Ruanruan focused on eating buns, Zhao Hongyun pushed a bowl of congee toward her. "Ruanruan, why aren't you drinking the congee? If you only eat buns, you might choke." Ruanruan glanced at the bowl in front of her. The white porridge inside seemed a bit watery, maybe because it had been sitting for too long. "I cooked it all night, but I'm not really hungry. I don't feel like having porridge." With that, she didn't wait for Zhao Hongyun to persuade her. She quickly finished off the buns, grabbed a fried dough stick, and said, "Hongyun Jia, I'm heading off. You only told me last night that we'd have breakfast together today, and I didn't even get a chance to tell my grandma. If I get home late, she'll be worried sick." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruanruan dashed off, leaving Zhao Hongyun staring after her in shock. It took Zhao Hongyun a while to snap out of it. "Wang Liang, what's up with Ruanruan? She won't even drink this delicious rice porridge, such a waste. Lucky I'm starving. I'll just have hers." She reached for Ruanruan's bowl, but Wang Liang beat her to it. "Wang Liang." Wang Liang set the bowl in front of himself. "You're a girl, eating so much early in the morning, and then you'll go back to sleep. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? I'll drink it instead. When you wake up, you can have something else tasty." Zhao Hongyun thought about it and agreed. All right, I'll eat after I wake up. Su Ruanruan walked home munching on her fried dough stick, not caring how people looked at her as she passed. She ran all the way home and finally let out a sigh of relief. Granny Chin was just wondering why Su Ruanruan hadn't come back yet. When she saw Su Ruanruan running in, panting and holding a fried dough stick, she chuckled. So that's why you didn't come home for breakfast. You went out to buy something. What, got a craving for fried dough sticks? I can make them for you, you know. Su Ruanruan looked at the dough stick in her hand, walked over to the trash can by the wall, and tossed it in. Grandma, I'd rather have yours. This one tastes weird. Granny Chin was startled. It tastes weird? Didn't you buy it from the state-run restaurant? Don't buy from there again then. If you want something, just tell me and I'll make it for you ahead of time. Breakfast is inside. Eat a little and then get some sleep. Your eyes are all bloodshot from staying up. When you wake up, you'll have fresh fried dough sticks to eat. Su Ruanruan had already eaten a bun, and with so much on her mind, she didn't eat much more. Just drank a bit of porridge before washing up and going to bed. Seeing her poor appetite, Granny Chin just assumed she was too tired and didn't think much of it. Once Su Ruanruan was asleep, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare the dough for frying dough sticks in the afternoon. Freshly fried dough sticks are always the best. Food factory. Today was recruitment day at the food factory, so it was livelier than usual. Qian Aiju brought Hu Xiaoxiao, Shen Yanjun, and Yumanqi to the factory. She led them to the testing area and reminded them, you three do your best on the exam. When you're done, don't wait for me. Xiaoxiao knows her way around town, so Yanjun, let her take you home. Your uncle and I will come back after work at noon. Okay, Auntie, go ahead. Don't worry about us. Shen Yanjun replied quickly. The three of them weren't that young anymore. At their age, Xiao Xiulan was already working at the textile mill, so Qian Aiju wasn't worried and left soon after. Yumanqi looked at the people around her, then at the empty room, unable to stop herself from feeling nervous. Whether she could become a factory worker, it all depended on today. Hu Xiaoxiao didn't really feel nervous. After all, she was a high school graduate and had been in school for so many years. She'd taken countless exams, big and small. Whether she could pass this time was another matter, but at least when it came to her mindset, she was rock solid. There were actually quite a lot of people taking the recruitment exam for the food factory this time. Hu Xiaoxiao glanced around and roughly counted. There were probably over 100 people. She had no idea how many people the food factory planned to hire this time. Just as Hu Xiaoxiao was thinking about this, someone called them inside to start the exam, so she pushed all those messy thoughts to the back of her mind. Whether she passed or not, and no matter how many people the factory was hiring, the most important thing was to focus on this exam and do her best. The recruitment exam for the food factory was actually quite different from her high school exams. For one thing, the test paper was full of all sorts of strange and unexpected questions. Luckily, Hu Xiaoxiao wasn't the type to just study by rote. Over the years, she'd read plenty of other books besides her textbooks, so she could answer most of the questions on the exam, maybe not perfectly, but at least 70 or 80%. For the ones she really didn't know how to answer, she'd just write something positive, praise the good things, and talk about her hopes for the future. At least she wouldn't leave the paper blank. Hu Xiaoxiao still remembered what Zhang Guodong had told her. No matter if you know the answer or not, just write something. Keep your handwriting neat and the paper tidy. At the very least, you'll get a few consolation points. A point is still a point. The exam lasted a full hour and a half. After finishing her paper, Hu Xiaoxiao checked it over twice before she finally heard the words, "Time's up." Once she handed in her paper, Hu Xiaoxiao instantly felt a huge sense of relief. At last, the exam was over. Now, all she could do was leave it up to fate. Not only was Hu Xiaoxiao able to take things in stride, but so was Shen Yanjun. He really did want to stay on as a worker at the factory, but after all those years not working as a laborer, hadn't he managed just fine? Even if he didn't pass, he could just go back to the production team and still live a good life. So he kept smiling and didn't take the whole thing too seriously. Of the three of them, The one who cared most about this exam was actually Yumanchi, who had only graduated from elementary school. Yumanchi had only finished elementary school, but all these years, she hadn't forgotten what she'd learned. Back when she was living with the Yu family, whenever she had free time, she'd take out her textbooks and read them over. If nothing else, her elementary school books were practically worn out from being read so much, and she remembered everything in them clearly. She hadn't been idle lately either. While Shin Yanjun was reviewing his middle school lessons, she'd asked him to teach her a bit as well. She didn't bother with math, science, and chemistry, but when it came to literature and essays, she'd listened to Shin Yanjun explain quite a lot. Maybe she was just lucky, but there happened to be a lot of those kinds of questions on the test. Yumanchi wrote answers to every single question, and all of them were long essays. But whether her answers were right or not, Yumanchi wasn't so sure. Even after handing in her paper, her mind was still full of those questions. Yumanchi knew exactly how good Shin Yanjun was at studying, so she didn't bother asking him. Instead, she smiled and turned to Hu Xiaoxiao. Xiao, did you find the test hard just now? Did you answer everything? Can you tell me what you wrote? Hu Xiaoxiao felt a bit awkward at that. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Yumanchi, but those long essay answers, she couldn't even remember them all herself. Hu Xiaoxiao felt a bit helpless. She couldn't remember the answers she'd written before, but that really wasn't her fault. After all, not everyone was like Ruanruan, able to recall every word they'd ever written perfectly. But seeing the anxious look on Yumanchi's face, Hu Xiaoxiao still told her everything she could remember. Yumanchi listened to Hu Xiaoxiao's answers and silently compared them to her own. In the end, the conclusion she came to made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her answers and Hu Xiaoxiao's seemed pretty much the same. When Yumanchi smiled, Hu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what Yumanchi was happy about. She hurriedly said, "Don't celebrate too soon. My answers might not even be right." Yumanchi, however, didn't think so. "You went to high school. How could your answers be wrong?" Hu Xiaoxiao could only reply, "Heh." What else could she say? So, what if she went to high school? Is it so strange for a high school graduate to get answers wrong? Shin Yanjun had been standing by, listening to their conversation. At this point, he spoke up, "Manchi, Xiaoxiao, let's head back now." It was already late morning, and the sun was high overhead. The scorching sunlight made it hard to keep their eyes open. Hu Xiaoxiao hadn't noticed it before, but after hearing Shin Yanjun's words, she realized her exposed skin was turning red from the sun. She wasn't very fair-skinned to begin with, and after this sun, she'd probably get even darker. Rubbing her arm, Hu Xiaoxiao agreed, "Let's go home. We'll talk about everything else after we get back." Hu Xiaoxiao was a native of the county town. She might not know every street like the back of her hand, but she was familiar with most of them. At the very least, she had no problem leading Shin Yanjun and Yumanchi from the food factory back to the alley where the Xiao family lived. But halfway there, they passed by the department store. As soon as Yumanchi saw the department store, she couldn't take another step. Growing up, before she got married, the furthest she'd ever gone was to the commune. She'd never been to the county town before. The first time she'd come to the county was last time, because of Xiao Chunjin. But that time, she'd stayed at the Xiao house the whole time and hadn't had a chance to look around. Now, with some free time and happening to pass by the department store, Yumanchi naturally wanted to go in and have a look. Although Hu Xiaoxiao had grown up in the county town, she didn't go to the department store often either. After all, the Hu family wasn't well off. As long as they had enough to eat and wear, that was already good. There wasn't much spare money for shopping at the department store. Now, seeing that Yumanchi wanted to go in, Hu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and didn't refuse. "All right, let's go in and have a look. As long as we're back by lunchtime, it's fine. Otherwise, if Aunt Qian gets home from work and doesn't see you, she'll worry." "I understand, Xiaoxiao, don't worry. I'll just look for a little while," Yumanchi promised quickly. Shin Yanjun hadn't been to the county much either, so he was quite curious about the department store. Once the three of them went in, they started looking around in all directions. compared to Xinyanjun and Yumanchi, who Xiao was a bit more composed. At least she'd been here many times before. She couldn't afford most of the things here, but she'd seen them plenty of times. But for Yumanchi and Xinyanjun, it was a different story. Not only had they never bought anything here, there were lots of things they'd never even seen before. When they got to the second floor, the two of them were even more wide-eyed, unable to move their feet. Xinyanjun's eyes were glued to those shiny, gleaming bicycles, while Yumanchi wandered between the fabric counter and the watch counter, looking here and there. If it weren't for the fact that all the sales assistants looked so cold and aloof, Yumanchi would have asked them to take some things out for her to have a closer look. She couldn't afford to buy anything, but surely there was no harm in just looking, right? As it turned out, looking was fine. As long as you didn't try to strike up a conversation. After staring at a lady's watch for a long time, Yumanchi finally said to the sales assistant, "Could you take that watch out and let me try it on?" The sales assistant narrowed her already slim eyes into slits and looked Yumanchi up and down, her tone full of disdain as she said, "Do you have money? Do you have ration tickets?" Yumanchi's face flushed. She had neither. "I just want to try it on." She really did want to try it. That watch was so beautiful, and she was sure it would look even better on her wrist. The sales assistant let out a mocking laugh, as if doubting Yumanchi's sanity. "You want to try it on when you don't have money or tickets? Are you here to cause trouble? Do you know how much this watch costs? Do you know how many ration tickets you need besides the money? What if you damage it? Can you afford to pay for it?" After being scolded like that, Yumanchi's face turned even redder, and her eyes started to fill with tears. She looked pitiful and aggrieved. "I just wanted to have a look." "Why do you have to say that to me? You're being so mean." "Me being mean?" The sales assistant instantly bristled. "How am I being mean? Which word I said wasn't the truth? Go ask around. Who else would dare ask to try on a watch without money or tickets? If you break it, who's responsible, you or me? If it gets dirty, scratched, or can't be sold, is that your problem or mine? If you don't have money or tickets, just look from a distance. If you can show me the money and tickets to buy a watch, I'll let you try on whichever one you want, no questions asked." Department stores were always crowded. Even if people couldn't afford to buy anything, there were plenty who came just to browse. The sales assistant hadn't bothered to lower her voice, so nearly everyone on the second floor heard her, and all eyes turned in their direction. Some busybody even laughed out loud. "The sales assistant isn't wrong, is she? Isn't that right, everyone? We all work hard for our money. That watch is expensive. If you want to try it, so do I. If it gets damaged, who's going to pay? If you can afford it, buy it. If you can't, just look. What's the point of trying it on?" As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd burst into laughter, chiming in one after another. With so many people staring at her, Yumanchi's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. She hung her head, tears falling one by one, looking as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Xiao, who had been standing to the side, was utterly stunned. Hadn't they agreed beforehand that they were just going to look? When Yumanchi said she wanted to try on the watch, Xiao thought she was actually planning to buy it, so she hadn't stopped her. After all, the Xiao family was well off, and since Yumanchi and Xinyanjun were relatives of the Xiao family, it made sense that she'd have the confidence to say such a thing. She must have money. But Xiao never imagined that when Yumanchi said she wanted to try it on, she really just wanted to try it on, and with such righteous confidence, too. That sales assistant was sharp-tongued, rattling off her words so quickly that Xiao didn't even have a chance to step in. Seeing things turn out like this, Xiao felt like crying herself. Xiao gently tugged on Lan Yumanchi's arm. "Manchi jia, let's just go." The sales clerks here all had the same bad attitude. Arguing with them would only end up hurting yourself in the end. Since they were still in front of others, Xiao couldn't say everything she was thinking out loud, but she figured Manchi was smart enough to get her meaning. But to her surprise, Yumanchi suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed over. Xiao, did I cause you trouble?" "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Let's just go, this isn't a place I should be." Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao nearly choked on her own breath. What did she mean, causing her trouble? What did any of this have to do with her? The commotion was so loud that even Shen Yanjun, who'd been completely absorbed in the world of bicycles, was jolted out of his reverie. He squeezed his way through the crowd and, seeing Yumanchi's tearful face, his heart immediately ached for her. Manchi, don't cry. It's just a watch, isn't it? I'll buy you one later. Of course, Shen Yanjun knew a watch wasn't cheap, but he was the only son of the Shen family. Didn't that mean everything in the family was his anyway? What difference did it make if he spent the money now or later? Besides, who's to say he wouldn't get a job at the textile factory? Once he started earning a salary, would buying a watch still be a problem? Yumanchi wiped her tears away and instantly broke into a smile. Yanjun, you're so good to me. Seeing the two of them getting lovey-dovey again, Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but purse her lips. It's almost noon. We should hurry back, or Aunt Qian will worry if she doesn't see you two when she gets home. With that, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't bother with them anymore and headed straight for the stairs. Seeing this, Yumanchi quickly grabbed Shen Yanjun and hurried after her. It wasn't until they'd left the department store that Yumanchi jogged to catch up with Hu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you mad at me? Hu Xiaoxiao stopped helplessly and looked at Yumanchi seriously. I'm not mad. I just think we've been out all morning, so it's time to go back. My mom's probably getting off work soon, and I need to make her lunch. Yumanchi had met Hu Xiaoxiao before and knew she was a good-natured person, always smiling, always cheerful. Now that Hu Xiaoxiao wasn't smiling, how could Yumanchi not realize she was upset? She wanted to say something more, but Hu Xiaoxiao turned and strode off ahead. At that moment, Shen Yanjun caught up as well. Why is Xiaoxiao walking so fast? Is she hungry since it's almost noon and wants to hurry home for lunch? Manchi, let's hurry back too. I'm getting hungry myself. That exam this morning really wore my brain out. I'm so tired my stomach's empty. I wonder if working in the future will always be this exhausting. Honestly, I think it's even more tiring than working in the fields. Yumanchi didn't respond. Racking your brains was tiring, sure, but compared to working in the fields, she'd still rather be a factory worker. With Hu Xiaoxiao striding ahead and neither Yumanchi nor Shen Yanjun knowing the way, they didn't dare dawdle and hurried to keep up with her. When they finally reached the Xiao family's front gate, Hu Xiaoxiao stopped. We're here. I'm heading home. I still need to make lunch for my mom. With that, she turned and left. She was honestly at her wit's end. How could Xiao Qingjin's cousin and his cousin's wife seem not quite right in the head? Hu Xiaoxiao walked quickly, not even pausing when she passed by the Su family's front door. She thought to herself, Su Ruanruan worked the night shift last night and must be home now, needing a good rest. She was probably still sleeping at this hour, so Hu Xiaoxiao decided not to disturb her. She'd come by around 3 or 4 in the afternoon instead. By then, Su Ruanruan would definitely be up, and they'd have plenty of time to talk. That was what Hu Xiaoxiao thought, but not everyone saw it the same way. Qian Aiju figured the exam wouldn't last until noon, and she couldn't just let Shen Yanjun and Yumanchi wait outside, so she gave them a key to the front gate. The room they stayed in inside the courtyard wasn't locked, and neither was the kitchen in the backyard. When the two of them got home, it was easy for them to rest in their room or grab something to eat or drink. Shen Yanjun opened the door and led Yumanchi inside. After drinking 2 bowls of sugar water that had been left out since morning to quench their thirst, Shen Yanjun sprawled out on the heated brick bed. Manchi, I'm a little tired. Yumanchi smiled gently. Then take a nap. I'm not sleepy. Since Ruanruan isn't working today, I'll go chat with her, okay? If you want to, go ahead. Qingjin isn't home, and she doesn't have any friends her age to talk to. You'll keep her from getting bored. All right, I'll go then. You get some sleep. I'll just pull the front gate too, but I won't lock it. Keep an ear out for any noise outside. Okay, Shen Yanjun replied, but his eyes were already closing. Seeing this, Yumanchi didn't think much of it. After all, this was the county town, and it was broad daylight. Even if there were people in the yard and the door was wide open, no one would dare come in. Still, she pulled the front gate shut before heading to the Su house. Yumanchi thought, It's daytime and the Sue family is all home, so the gate shouldn't be locked. But when she pushed twice and found the door wouldn't budge, she realized it was bolted from the inside. Yumanchi didn't dwell on it. She simply raised her hand and knocked. Ruanruan. Ruanruan. I'm here to hang out with you. In the kitchen, Granny Chin was cooking while Su Aimin tended the fire. There was still some distance between the kitchen and Su Ruanruan's room, but even so, neither of them dared to speak loudly, for fear of waking Su Ruanruan. After all, daytime was noisier than night, making it harder to sleep. They'd both been careful to keep quiet, so when they suddenly heard loud knocking and shouting, both Granny Chin and Su Aimin frowned in displeasure. Granny Chin wiped her hands and, still frowning, went to the front gate. When she got there, she didn't open the door right away. Who is it? It's me. Manchi. Granny Chin, I'm here to see Ruanruan. Hearing this, Granny Chin grew even more annoyed. Wasn't Yumanchi already 19 this year? At her age, didn't she know any better? Ruanruan had just come off a night shift and was resting. What was the point of coming to play with her now? But the two families were close, so Granny Chin couldn't just leave her outside. Left with no choice, she opened the door. Yumanchi beamed. Granny Chin, where's Ruanruan? I'm here to hang out with her. She's sleeping. It's almost noon already. How is Ruanruan still sleeping? I'll go wake her up. No matter how tired she is, she should eat before going back to sleep. Besides, if she sleeps too much during the day, she won't be able to sleep at night. Granny Chin, are you cooking? You go ahead, don't worry about me. Yumanchi rattled off these words and quickly headed towards Su Ruanruan's room. In the Su family, neither Granny Chin nor Su Aimin ever went into Su Ruanruan's room without reason. So during the day, Su Ruanruan didn't hide in her treasure space, and she didn't lock her door. Who could have guessed that Yumanchi would just barge in like this? Actually, Su Ruanruan had already been awake for a while. She'd been feeling uneasy and hadn't slept well. When she heard Yumanchi knocking, she'd already opened her eyes, but she was still exhausted and didn't want to get up. She didn't expect Yumanchi to just come right in. At this moment, Su Ruanruan felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness she'd slept in a short-sleeved shirt and pants. Otherwise, if Yumanchi had barged in like this, wouldn't she have died of embarrassment? Even so, Su Ruanruan didn't look too pleased. Yumanchi, however, seemed oblivious. She walked straight over and sat down on the edge of the kang bed. Ruanruan, time to get up. Granny Chin is already making food. Su Ruanruan stayed lying down, rubbing her eyes lazily. Do you need something? We just got back from the exam, and I'm feeling uneasy. Since you always do well, I wanted to ask you about it. I've never taken the food factory exam either, so I can't really help you, Su Ruanruan replied bluntly. Besides, the test papers have already been handed in. Even if you ask me, it won't change anything. Yumanchi nodded in agreement. You're right, Ruanruan. I was overthinking it. Oh? Ruanruan, your watch is so pretty. Did you get it at the department store? How much was it? Can I try it on? Su Ruanruan. Do you even hear yourself? Su Ruanruan suddenly felt like she couldn't figure Yumanchi out. Before Yumanchi married Shinyanjun, she was always calculating and straightforward. How come now, after getting married, she's become so roundabout in the way she talks and acts? Just as Su Ruanruan was about to refuse, Granny Chin came in. Manchi, your aunt just got back and she's looking for you. Maybe she has something important. Go see her. Huh? My aunt's back? Yumanchi glanced longingly at the watch on Su Ruanruan's wrist, but finally stood up slowly. Ruanruan, I'll go now. I'll come find you this afternoon to hang out. Su Ruanruan. Yumanchi returned to the Xiao family. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Qian Aiju standing at the door. Qian Aiju was probably talking to Shinyanjun inside. Hearing footsteps, she turned and looked over. Manchi, you're back? I was just telling Yanjun that it'll take 3 days for the exam results to come out. Since there's still time, after dinner you two should hurry back to the production team. Don't miss your work shifts. Huh? Yumanchi hadn't expected to hear this as soon as she got back. It's just 3 days. Why don't we wait until the results come out and then? You can earn quite a few work points in 3 days. Besides, your uncle and I both have to work and we're really busy. Sometimes we can't even come home at noon to cook for you. You two should go back to the production team so you don't miss work and can earn more points. When the autumn harvest comes, you'll get more food rations. If you pass the exam, that's great, but if not, at least you won't go hungry, right? When Shin Yanjun heard this, he looked at Qian Aiju with approval. And you're absolutely right. No matter what, we can't delay earning work points. That's our food rations. I think we shouldn't even eat lunch. Let's hurry back now so we can make it in time for the afternoon shift. Hearing this, Qian Aiju laughed. Why are you in such a rush? As your aunt, how could I let you go back hungry? Wait here, I'll go make lunch now. After we eat, we'll all head out together. You two can go back to the production team, and your uncle and I will go to work. When you head back, help me take some things to your grandma and grandpa. Okay, don't worry, Aunt. We'll make sure to deliver everything safely. Shin Yanjun quickly agreed. Only after Qian Aiju went to the backyard kitchen to cook did Yumanchi slowly walk into the house. Seeing that Yumanchi didn't look very happy, Shin Yanjun got nervous. Manchi, what's wrong? Are you still upset about the department store? Don't worry, when we get back, I'll talk to Mom and Dad and we'll buy a watch too. Yumanchi, who had just been upset about having to go back to the production team in the afternoon, instantly brightened at these words. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she looked at Shin Yanjun. Yanjun, really? Those watches look expensive. Will your parents agree? Don't worry, I'll talk to them. As long as you say so, I'm relieved. After lunch, Ruanruan couldn't fall asleep. Partly because she was in a bad mood, but more importantly, she was worried Yumanchi might come knocking again if she dozed off. As she was sitting in her room, she heard a knock at the door. Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat, wondering if it was Yumanchi, but then she saw Granny Chen heading to the front gate. The gate wasn't fully open, so Ruanruan couldn't see who was outside. After a while, since Yumanchi still hadn't come in, Ruanruan finally relaxed. Whoever it was outside, at least it wasn't Yumanchi. Granny Chen soon came back, smiling. Seeing Ruanruan sitting on the kang through the window, Granny Chen came into the room. That was your Aunt Qian just now. She told me Shin Yanjun and Yumanchi have already gone back to the production team and told you to have a good rest. Hearing this, Ruanruan was still a bit surprised. After all, Shin Yanjun still had to call Qian Aiju aunt. Wasn't Qian Aiju worried that Xiao Aimei would be upset if she sent them back like that? Ruanruan didn't say anything, but Granny Chen could easily guess what she was thinking. Smiling, she said, Ruanruan, people always have closer and more distant relationships. In other words, even though Shin Yanjun calls Qian Aiju aunt, in the future Ruanruan will be calling her mom. Besides, who doesn't know what kind of person Shin Yanjun is? A few kind words and he's happy as can be. He wouldn't get angry just because he has to go back to the production team. The only one who'd be upset is Yumanchi. But the gap between Yumanchi and Qian Aiju isn't just a single layer. Once she understood this, Ruanruan felt at ease. Finally, they've gone back. As for whether Shin Yanjun and Yumanchi will get into the food factory in 3 days, she'd deal with it when the time comes. Even if they do, they'll probably be busy with work and won't have time to bother her anymore. Ruanruan's request was very simple. As long as they didn't come and bother her, she didn't care how much trouble Yumanchi and Shin Yanjun stirred up. After all, Qian Aiju was just their aunt, not their real mother. She certainly wouldn't let them make a scene unconditionally. Even with nothing to worry about, Ruanruan still couldn't fall asleep. She didn't feel like reading either, so she just lay on her side on the kang, closed her eyes, and tried to rest. But her mind was filled with thoughts about Zhao Hongyun. Around 4 o'clock, Hu Xiaoxiao came to the Su house and saw the scene. If Granny Chen hadn't told her that Ruanruan wasn't actually asleep, she'd just had her eyes open a moment ago, Hu Xiaoxiao would have turned around and gone home. Ruanruan happened to open her eyes and saw Hu Xiaoxiao standing in the yard, looking conflicted. She quickly sat up. Xiaoxiao, you're here. Why aren't you coming in? Seeing Ruanruan sit up, Hu Xiaoxiao finally smiled and strode into the house. I thought you might be asleep. I was just about to head back. I wasn't sleeping. I've been waiting for you this whole time, Ruanruan said with a smile. Hu Xiaoxiao wasn't buying it at all. If you said you were waiting for Xiao Chunjin, I might believe you. Waiting for me? Not a chance. Ruanruan didn't get upset at Hu Xiaoxiao's teasing. On the contrary, just hearing Xiao Chunjin's name made her relax a little. The tension in her brow, which she hadn't even realized was there, eased quite a bit. Noticing the exhaustion on Ruanruan's face, Hu Xiaoxiao grew a bit worried. Ruanruan, is working at the hospital really that tiring? Why did you insist on working there in the first place? With Ruanruan's abilities, she could have easily worked at the food factory or the textile mill. Hu Xiaoxiao just couldn't understand why Ruanruan liked the hospital so much. But this wasn't something Ruanruan could explain to her, so she didn't answer and instead asked about Hu Xiaoxiao's exam that morning. Hu Xiaoxiao followed her lead and recounted the events of the morning, including how after the exam, Yumanchi came to check answers with her. Hearing this, Ruanruan rubbed her temples helplessly. That Yumanchi? She'd already checked answers with Hu Xiaoxiao, so why did she come to Ruanruan, who hadn't even taken the exam? Ruanruan thought back to what Yumanchi had said when she came over and suddenly had a flash of insight. Yumanchi came to see me, could it have been because of the watch? Hu Xiaoxiao was even more surprised than Ruanruan. Yumanchi came to see you? When? At noon. She said she felt uneasy after the exam and wanted to ask me about it. But I didn't even take the exam. What could I say to her? Then she said my watch looked nice and wanted to try it on. Now that I think about it, she probably just came for the watch. Ruanruan sounded uncertain, but Hu Xiaoxiao was absolutely sure. Ruanruan, let me tell you, this morning, when we passed the department store, she said she wanted to go in and take a look, so I went with her. Hu Xiaoxiao told Ruanruan everything that had happened that morning, word for word, including what the sales clerk said, what Yumanchi said, and what Shenyanjun said. After listening to Hu Xiaoxiao's account, Ruanruan didn't even know what kind of expression she should have. She'd been wondering why Hu Xiaoxiao had changed her approach, but now she realized Hu Xiaoxiao hadn't changed at all. It was just that Yumanchi's target wasn't her, she was just being used as an excuse. On the way back to the third production team, Yumanchi clung to Shenyanjun's arm, full of longing. Although Ruanruan had already decided never to let Zhao Hongyun come to the Su house again, who could guarantee what might happen in the future? It was always better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. By the time she finished all this, the sun was already up. Ruanruan was on the night shift today and had nothing to do during the day, so she told Granny Chen she was heading out. She couldn't just sit around and wait for things to happen. While she couldn't do much about some things, she could at least look into Zhao Hongyun and Wang Liang's situation. Ruanruan didn't know where Zhao Hongyun lived, but that didn't mean no one else did. She knew Zhao Hongyun was working the morning shift today, so she wasn't worried about running into her. She went straight to Kong Yanfang's house. Kong Yanfang wasn't working today. When she saw Ruanruan, she was a bit surprised, thinking something was wrong, and quickly invited her in. But Ruanruan didn't go in. She smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Head nurse, you know when my grandma was in the hospital, Sister Hongyun helped us a lot. My grandma has been wanting to thank her, but she's worried Hongyun won't accept it. So I thought I'd visit her house while she's at work. Do you know where she lives?" Hearing this, Kong Yanfang laughed. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. That's all? You're so thoughtful. You've come to the right person." When Hongyun first came to the hospital, she worked under me. Other people might not know where she lives, but I do. As a head nurse with over 10 years of experience, most of the nurses, Ruanruan, Zhao Hongyun, or others who had worked for a few years, had all worked under Kong Yanfang at some point. Kong Yanfang had a great memory. Anything she knew about the nurses she'd trained, she remembered clearly. That was exactly why Ruanruan had come to ask her. Knowing Ruanruan was busy, Kong Yanfang didn't keep her long and readily gave her Zhao Hongyun's address. After thanking her, Ruanruan left. Having lived in the county town for over 2 years, Ruanruan was quite familiar with the area. There were some places she hadn't been, but she'd at least heard of them. After finding out where Zhao Hongyun lived, Ruanruan didn't go there right away. She first went to a public restroom. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else was there, she gave herself a quick disguise. Although she hadn't done this sort of thing in 3 years, she hadn't forgotten a single step. It was the height of summer now. Young girls were all wearing short sleeves and skirts, or sometimes capri pants. The women dressed a bit more conservatively, but they also wore short sleeves. Only the elderly preferred long sleeves and long pants, with their heads wrapped in scarves, covering themselves up tightly. Take Granny Chin, for example. She loved wearing long sleeves and long pants. Even though her clothes were all pure cotton, breathable and loose-fitting, Ruanruan still thought it looked hot. Ruanruan had asked Granny Chen before why she dressed like that in summer. Granny Chen said that as you get older, you can't stand the cold, but you don't mind the heat. Just in case, Ruanruan had stored quite a few of Granny Chen's old clothes in her treasure space, many of which were patched over and over. After Su Aimin came back and the Su family's situation improved, he didn't let Granny Chen be so frugal anymore and wouldn't let her wear those patched clothes. At first, Granny Chen was reluctant to throw them away and planned to wash them and put them away. When Ruanruan saw this, she simply asked for them. Granny Chen didn't know what Ruanruan wanted them for, but she gave them to her anyway. As it turned out, being prepared really was the right choice. She needed them now. Ruanruan put on long sleeves and long pants, wrapped a scarf around her head, and applied something to her face, neck, and arms, anywhere that might be exposed, both to hide her original skin tone and to draw lines and shadows, making her skin look loose and wrinkled, just like an old lady's. Once she finished, Ruanruan looked at herself in the mirror and was extremely satisfied. She hunched over as she walked, making herself look even more like an old woman. Ruanruan had seen plenty of old ladies before, so she knew exactly how to act the part. After making sure the restroom was empty, she left her treasure space, hunched over, and walked out. Outside, people were coming and going as usual, and no one paid any attention to the little old lady who had just come out of the restroom. The walk from the restroom to Zhao Hongyun's house was tough for Ruanruan. She was 1.68 meters tall and slim, which made her look even taller. But how could an old lady be that tall? People shrink as they age. So Ruanruan had to bend her knees, hunch her back, and sway as she walked. Luckily, even though it took a while, she finally made it. When she arrived, she didn't go straight to Zhao Hongyun's house. Instead, she picked a shady spot under a big tree. At this time of day, old ladies who didn't have to work liked to bring their grandchildren to play under the trees and chat together. A little later, when it was time to make lunch, the shade would be empty. Ruanruan had timed it just right. There were indeed quite a few old men and women chatting there. Her arrival drew some attention, mostly because none of them had seen her before. Ruanruan had already prepared her story. After chatting idly with everyone for a while, she smoothly shifted the topic to Zhao Hongyun. I heard the Zhao family has a daughter who works as a nurse at the hospital and isn't married yet. As soon as Ruanruan finished speaking, an old lady nearby burst out laughing. I was wondering why you looked unfamiliar. Turns out you're here because of that girl Hongyun. Ruanruan blinked, momentarily unsure how to respond. But the old lady was quite talkative. Sister, let me tell you, you're not the first one to come here for this reason. But I still have to give you some advice. Just give up. What do you mean by that? Ruanruan asked curiously. What else could it be? That Zhao girl just has high standards, another old lady chimed in. Maybe it was their age, but these old folks love to gossip about everyone's business. Ruanruan had only said a single sentence, and these old men and women had already spilled all the news about Zhao Hongyun. Ruanruan listened with rapt attention, afraid to miss any important detail. Zhao Hongyun's parents were both workers, and she had an older brother who was also a worker. He'd been married for some time, but still had no children. Hongyun was already 19 this year. 3 years ago, after she stopped going to school, people started introducing her to potential matches. But Hongyun had high standards and looked down on most families. Not just ordinary families, even if the suitor was a worker, a teacher, a doctor, a clerk, or a shop assistant, she didn't take a liking to any of them. At this time, those jobs were considered iron rice bowls. If you could marry someone with a job like that, you'd never have to worry for the rest of your life. Most girls were eager to get married as soon as possible, but not Zhao Hongyun. No matter how good the match, no matter the looks, the job, or the family, she refused them all. At first, her parents and brother tried to persuade her, but Hongyun threatened to die if they forced her, so who could make her get married? Besides, she was still young back then. Even now, there were plenty of girls in the county who weren't married at 20, so Hongyun wasn't really an outlier. Her parents eventually gave up and told her to just find someone she liked, regardless of their job, looks, or character. As long as Hongyun was willing, they'd let her marry immediately. After learning all this about Zhao Hongyun, Ruanruan didn't forget about Wang Liang. I heard there's a guy named Wang Liang in the Zhao family's courtyard, about the same age as Hongyun. Could it be the two young people have taken a liking to each other? If that's the case, I won't. Ruanruan trailed off, leaving plenty of room for imagination. Sure enough, everyone thought Ruanruan was here to play matchmaker for Hongyun, and they all laughed. You think you're the first one to come up with that? We all thought the same at first. But Wang Liang got engaged last year. His fiancée is a primary school teacher, gentle and quiet, always polite, with a smile for everyone. Just the other day, I saw the two of them walking together, chatting and laughing. Their relationship looks great. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhao family doesn't have enough space and Wang Liang hasn't gotten his own place yet, they would have been married last year. But it won't be long now. I heard just yesterday that Wang Liang is about to get a place. Once he does, they'll definitely get married. Wang Liang isn't young anymore. He's already 20. My own kids were born by 20. That's right. People used to think Hongyun and Wang Liang might end up together, but now Wang Liang's about to get married, and Hongyun doesn't seem the least bit upset. Looks like there was never anything between them. I say, little sis, you just, huh? Where did she go? No idea. Maybe she left. We already explained everything to her. What's the point of sticking around if she's not leaving? A group of elderly men and women chatted and laughed, quickly putting Ruanruan out of their minds. After getting the information she wanted, Ruanruan quietly slipped away while they were engrossed in conversation. Although she could glean some information from these people, it was extremely limited. If she stayed any longer, she'd just hear more of the same, so there was no need to waste time. Not long after Ruanruan left, Zhao Hongyun happened to pass by. Someone spotted her and called out with a laugh, "Hongyun, you're back? Just got off work?" Someone was just talking about setting you up with someone. Zhao Hongyun stopped and smiled. Setting me up? I'm not looking to get married right now. I'm heading home first. With that, she didn't wait for them to say more and quickly walked toward the Zhao family's courtyard. Once inside, Zhao Hongyun didn't linger in the yard, but went straight to her own room. She had a room to herself. Although it was only a few square meters. Barely enough for a bed and a table, with no room for anything else, it was still her own space. Sitting on the bed, the smile faded from Zhao Hongyun's face. Her gaze toward the door gradually grew empty. After leaving the group of elderly folks, Ruanruan didn't hurry away. Instead, she walked toward the alley behind the Zhao house, where she saw a group of children playing. The oldest of them looked no more than 10. When they saw Ruanruan approach, they only glanced at her before going back to their games. Ruanruan looked around and, seeing no adults nearby, pulled a piece of candy from her pocket and beckoned to the child closest to her. Come here. The little girl hesitated at first, but when she saw the individually wrapped milk candy in Ruanruan's hand, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Granny, did you want something? Hearing herself called Granny, Ruanruan couldn't help but find it both funny and touching. Such a little child, but when she wants something, she knows exactly how to sweet-talk you. No one even had to teach her, let alone an adult. Ruanruan showed her the milk candy and whispered, "Granny wants to ask you something. Do you know Zhao Hongyun, who lives up ahead?" "Of course. Sister Zhao is really nice. She often gives us candy." "Do you know who your sister Zhao is close to?" "It could be a man or a woman, any age. If you tell me, I'll give you this." The little girl hesitated, probably not trusting Ruanruan. Seeing this, Ruanruan simply reached into her pocket again, and this time pulled out a whole handful of milk candies. Her hands weren't big or small, but she managed to grab 8 or 9 pieces at once. Milk candy isn't cheap, and a handful like this was something the little girl could only dream of. "Granny just wants to find a match for your sister Zhao, so I'm trying to learn a bit about her," Ruanruan said softly. Only then did the little girl smile. "Then you're wasting your candy. Sister Zhao said she'll never get married." "How do you know she won't?" "Maybe she just hasn't met the right person yet." "What if the one I introduce is perfect for her?" Children all have their own pride, and what they dislike most is being doubted. Hearing Ruanruan's words, the little girl put on a haughty expression, lifting her chin high. "I heard everything when Sister Zhao was talking to Brother Wang that time. Sister Zhao said she'll never get married. Even if Brother Wang gets married, she still won't. Brother Wang said that if she doesn't get married, people will gossip, which wouldn't be good for Sister Zhao and would be bad for her future prospects." Then Sister Zhao started crying. She said she didn't care about prospects or anything, she just wouldn't get married no matter what. Sister Zhao always means what she says. If she says she won't get married, then she won't. It doesn't matter who you try to introduce to her. After saying this, the little girl turned to leave, clearly not interested in Ruanruan's candy anymore. Of course, she didn't realize she had already answered Ruanruan's question, more than answered it, in fact. Ruanruan always believed in fair trades. Since she'd gotten the answer she wanted, she kept her word, called the little girl back, stuffed all the candy into her hands, and turned to leave. It was almost noon, and Ruanruan was worried about running into Zhao Hongyun coming home from work, so she quickened her pace. By now, it was nearly lunchtime. People who had finished work were hurrying home to eat, and those who had been out and about were heading home to cook. Because there were fewer people around, Ruanruan, hurrying along like a spry old lady, didn't attract any attention. She made a big loop and returned to the public restroom. Once she saw it was empty, she quickly slipped into her treasure space. After washing her face and hands and changing her clothes, Ruanruan, feeling light-footed, headed back to the Su family home. Today's outing hadn't been in vain, at least now she knew who Zhao Hongyun's accomplice was. But there was still one thing she couldn't quite figure out. Since Zhao Hongyun and Wang Liang were working together, their tasks were probably the same. So why didn't the two of them get married? They grew up in the same courtyard, practically childhood sweethearts, and their families were about equal in status.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
If they got married, wouldn't it be good for both of them, both inside and outside the family? She puzzled over it the whole way home, but still couldn't make sense of it. Before she knew it, she was already at the Su family's door. Zhao Hongyun sat on her bed, her eyes empty and unfocused for who knows how long. It wasn't until she heard the laughter and shrieks of children from behind the house that she slowly came back to herself. Hearing the kids shouting, "Candy, candy, candy," Zhao Hongyun shook her head with a smile. It's good to be a child. Just having a piece of candy is enough to make you so happy. Hongyun, are you asleep? If you're not, come out and eat. Hearing her sister-in-law call her for lunch, Zhao Hongyun immediately put on a smile. I'm not asleep, I'm coming. She got up and opened the door. Standing at the door was a woman 2 or 3 years older than Zhao Hongyun. Her name was Li Yingzi, and she was Zhao Hongyun's sister-in-law. Seeing Zhao Hongyun, Li Yingzi smiled. "Come on, let's eat. Zheng Xiu came by today and brought us a whole gene of meat. I made your favorite braised pork." At Li Yingzi's words, Zhao Hongyun instinctively lowered her eyes. A flash of hatred crossed her gaze, but when she looked up again, her face was once more all sweet smiles. "That's great. I'm in for a real treat today." Zheng Xiu was an elementary school teacher. She had delicate features and a gentle temperament. Even her voice was always soft and warm, as if she could never get angry. After Zhao Hongyun followed Li Yingzi out of the house, she didn't rush to eat, but instead headed first to Wang Liang's house across the way. There were 3 households living in this courtyard. The Zhao family and the Wang family faced each other directly, and there was another family to the north, facing south. As Zhao Hongyun approached Wang Liang's house, she hadn't even stepped inside when she heard Zheng Xiu's voice. She stood at the doorway listening for a moment, then lifted her foot and walked in. "Sister-in-law, you're here? Was it busy teaching today? It's one thing for you to bring meat for Wang Liang, but why did you give us a whole pound too? Sister-in-law, you're wonderful in every way, but you're just too thin. You really should eat more and take better care of yourself." Zhao Hongyun had already rattled off a string of words before she'd even entered the room, but no one inside seemed surprised to hear her. Zheng Xiu looked toward the door with a bright smile, just in time to meet Zhao Hongyun's gaze as she walked in. "Oh, it's Hongyun. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come join us." Zhao Hongyun glanced at the table, but didn't step further inside. "I won't sit down to eat. The meat you gave me. My sister-in-law made it into braised pork, and she's waiting for me to come back and eat. I just haven't seen you in a few days, so when I heard you were here, I came by to say hi. Now that I've seen you, I'll head back. Otherwise, I'll just be a third wheel and get in the way of you and Wang Liang." With that, Zhao Hongyun winked at Zheng Xiu. "I'm off, sister-in-law." Zheng Xiu watched Zhao Hongyun walk away, then turned to Wang Liang, who was sitting to the side. "Hongyun comes and goes so quickly. Don't mind her. She only calls you sister-in-law with me. It's always Wang Liang this, Wang Liang that. Good thing I'm not her real brother, or she'd drive me crazy. You may not be her real brother, but you've all lived in this courtyard together for so many years. You should pay attention to her affairs too. If there's anyone suitable at your factory, you should introduce them to her. She's getting older by the day. If she doesn't get married soon, people will start talking." "I think so too. If you know anyone suitable, you should talk to her as well. She calls you sister-in-law all the time, so she'll probably listen to you more than to me." "All right. I'll keep it in mind. Hurry up and eat. Don't you have to go teach soon? After we finish, I'll walk you over." "Okay." Zhao Hongyun hurried back to her family's main room, only to find everyone already seated, waiting eagerly for her to come back and eat. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyun laughed. "Why didn't you start eating? What are you waiting for me for? How could we start without you? Zheng Xiu brought this meat especially for you. Who'd dare eat it if you didn't?" said her brother, Zhao Hongguang. Li Yingzi glanced at Zhao Hongguang, then at Zhao Hongyun, quickly smoothing things over. "Hongyun isn't that petty. All right, enough talking, let's eat." Zhao Hongguang shot Li Yingzi a sidelong look. "Anyone who didn't know better would think you were her real sister, and I was the brother-in-law." Li Yingzi didn't respond. What could she say? Her sister-in-law was already 19, almost 20, and still unmarried. On top of that, she was a nurse at the hospital. Who could guarantee they'd never need to go to the hospital in their life? She really didn't want to get into any conflicts with her sister-in-law. Besides, Zhao Hongyun wasn't married, but she had a job and could take care of herself. As her sister-in-law, there was no need to play the villain. Zhao Hongyun didn't say another word to Zhao Hongguang. She sat down by herself, picked up her chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of braised pork, popping it straight into her mouth. She ate in big mouthfuls, her face full of smiles. "This meat is so delicious," Zhao Hongyun said with a grin. Zhao Hongguang snorted. "When is meat ever not delicious?" That evening, Ruanruan went to work the night shift. At the hospital entrance, she ran into Zhao Hongyun. As soon as Zhao Hongyun saw Su Ruanruan, she greeted her warmly, "Ruanruan. You're finally here." Su Ruanruan's expression was calm as usual. "Is something the matter, Sister Hongyun?" "It's like this. When I went to your house yesterday, I had a piece of paper with me. I think I might have left it at your place. Did you see it?" Su Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained unchanged. "What paper?" "I didn't see anything." "Tell me what it looks like, and I'll look for it carefully when I get home after work tomorrow." While Su Ruanruan was speaking, Zhao Hongyun kept a close eye on her. Hearing her reply, Zhao Hongyun just smiled. "It's nothing, really, just an ordinary piece of paper. Nothing important. If you haven't seen it, then never mind. I'll head into work then." "All right. I'm heading home too." After parting ways with Zhao Hongyun, Su Ruanruan kept her gentle smile as she walked into the hospital, but her eyes grew colder. She could see it now, Zhao Hongyun was getting bolder and bolder. It wasn't enough to stuff things into the cracks of her wall. Now she was even testing her face-to-face. Well, Su Ruanruan was curious to see just what Zhao Hongyun was up to. 3rd Production Brigade. Ever since he got that note, Su Jianjun had been trying to talk to Li Weiguo, but Li Weiguo was still acting crazy, never giving a straight answer to anything. Not only that, he'd shout out Su Jianjun's questions for everyone at the educated youth spot to hear, making them all come over and ask what he meant by those words. After this happened a few times, Su Jianjun didn't dare ask anymore. But the words on that note seemed burned into his mind. Whenever he had a free moment, they'd pop up in his head, impossible to ignore. He was desperate. He wanted to leave this place. As long as someone could help him, no matter what price he had to pay, he was willing. 3 days later, the results of the food factory recruitment exam were posted. That day, Su Ruanruan was still on the night shift. After getting up in the morning, she went to the food factory with Hu Xiaoxiao. At the gate, they saw the results posted on the wall. There weren't any scores listed, just the names, genders, ages, and home addresses of those who were accepted. After all, there were a lot of people with the same name at the time, so these details had to be clear to avoid mistakes. Hu Xiaoxiao's name was near the top, so she and Su Ruanruan spotted it quickly. Seeing that she'd gotten in, Hu Xiaoxiao jumped up and down with joy. "Ruanruan, I got in. I can finally start working and earning money. My mom won't have to support me anymore." Su Ruanruan completely understood how Hu Xiaoxiao felt and was genuinely happy for her. After celebrating for a bit, Hu Xiaoxiao gradually calmed down. "I wonder how those two did." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan immediately knew who she meant. Shenyanjun and Yumanqi. Not only was Hu Xiaoxiao curious, Su Ruanruan was too. The two of them looked back at the list. Scanning down the list of names from top to bottom, she finally spotted Shenyanjun's name near the very end. As for Yumanqi, her name wasn't there. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan nodded to herself in secret. It seemed that even though Shenyanjun hadn't gone back to school these past few years, he hadn't forgotten what he'd learned before. He'd actually managed to pass the exam. That was pretty good. That noon, when Xian Aiju got off work, she heard about Shenyanjun passing the exam. So she took the afternoon off and made a special trip back to the 3rd production team to tell Shenyanjun the news. Shenyanjun was overjoyed when he heard he'd passed. But when he found out that Yumanqi hadn't, the smile on his face faded a little. Back when the two of them were studying together, Shenyanjun had seen with his own eyes how hard Yumanqi worked. He'd always thought that both of them would pass, so how come only he did? Yumanqi must be feeling so upset that she couldn't get the job. Sure enough, when Shenyanjun turned to look at Yumanqi, he saw her eyes were already red, tears threatening to fall. The sight made his heart ache. "Manqi, don't cry. How about this? I'll give you my spot. You can take the job instead." Before Yumanqi could respond, Xiao Aimei was already about to explode with anger. Normally, she could tolerate Shenyanjun doting on Yumanqi, but now he was actually willing to give up such a good job for her? Had he lost his mind? Seeing that Xiao Aimei was about to blow up, Xian Aiju quickly tugged her sleeve and shot her a look. Xiao Aimei held her tongue, but her glare was still fierce enough to eat someone alive. Qian Aiju turned to Xin Yanjun. Yanjun, you haven't even officially started yet, and you're already thinking of giving the job to your wife? Do you think the factory belongs to your family, that you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, if you try to pull something like this, the factory will just cross your name off the list. Your score was at the bottom anyway. If they take you off, they'll just recruit the next person in line. Your wife still won't get the job. Xin Yanjun was stunned when he heard this. Even Yumanchi stopped crying. She'd thought that if she cried a little, Xin Yanjun would soften up and give her the job. But even if he agreed, it wouldn't work? Before Xin Yanjun could say anything, Yumanchi wiped her tears away. Yanjun, don't say such silly things. You passed the exam. I didn't. How can you give your job to me? Besides, we're a couple. What's the difference who goes to work? When you start earning a salary, you'll give me the money to spend, and I won't even have to work for it. Isn't that even better? Seeing that Yumanchi had stopped crying and was even comforting him, Xin Yanjun broke into a smile. You're right, Manchi. Okay, I'll go to work, and once I get paid, I'll buy you a wristwatch. The day they came back from the county, Xin Yanjun had told his family he wanted to buy a watch. But things hadn't gone as he'd hoped. His family loved him, but they weren't about to do everything he said. A wristwatch was expensive and not very useful, so no matter what he said, his family refused to buy one. Xin Yanjun had tried everything to persuade them, but it was no use. He could only keep his disappointment to himself. Now that he could finally go to work, as soon as he got his first paycheck, he was going to buy a watch. When Xiao Aimei heard Xin Yanjun's words, she was so angry she could only roll her eyes. Now she finally understood what it meant when people said, "A son forgets his mother after he gets married." She'd spent over 20 years raising her son, making sure he had good food and drink, and now that he was finally about to start earning money and could show her some filial piety, he was off doting on his wife instead. Xiao Aimei didn't think of herself as a wicked mother-in-law, but she'd never seen a son who cared so little about his own mother. She shot Xin Yanjun a fierce glare, then turned her sharp gaze to Yumanchi. Yanjun is going to work. He'll stay in the factory's single dormitory. You just stay home and behave yourself. Yumanchi had always dreamed of moving to the county town. Even though she hadn't managed to become a worker herself, Xin Yanjun had. Of course, she wanted to follow him to the county. How could she possibly stay behind in the production brigade? Anxiously, Yumanchi looked at Xin Yanjun. Yanjun, I can't bear to be apart from you. They'd been married for just over a year, had no children yet, and their relationship was at its sweetest. It wasn't just Yumanchi who couldn't bear to be apart, Xin Yanjun felt the same way. Before Yumanchi could say anything more, Xin Yanjun spoke up himself. Mom, Uncle and Aunt have so many empty rooms at their place. Why should I stay in the single dormitory? There's no way that's better than Uncle and Aunt's house. I'll bring Manchi with me, and she can help me with laundry and such. Uncle and Aunt both work too, so Manchi can cook and clean at home, and they won't feel so lonely. Don't you think that's a good idea? Hearing this, Xiao Aimei hesitated. Although she'd never worked in a factory herself, she'd heard plenty from Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua about what it was like. She knew exactly what the single dormitory was, a room packed with 6, 7, even 8 bunk beds, with a dozen or more people crammed in together. If it were all young women, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. They tended to keep things clean. But a dozen men in one room? How could anyone live like that? Xin Yanjun was the only child of the Xin family. He hadn't exactly been spoiled, but he'd never really suffered, never had to share a bed with anyone, let alone squeeze in with a dozen others. Besides, Xin Yanjun had a point. Xiao Aigua was his uncle, and now they'd be working at the same factory. The Xiao family had plenty of space, and it wouldn't be a big deal for Xin Yanjun to stay there. Seeing Xiao Aimei hesitate, Qian Aiju knew exactly what she was thinking, so she spoke up. It's fine for them to stay with us, but when you first start working, the monthly wage is only 13 yuan and 50 cents. When Xiaolan first started, that's what she made too, you all know that. And the monthly grain ration isn't much either. Yanjun's a young man with a big appetite, and that little bit of money is barely enough to feed himself. And besides, once Yanjun goes to work in the county, his household registration will be transferred, so your family will have one less person to split the grain ration. Even though Manchi's registration is still with you, if one less person is working, you'll get less grain. Over the course of a year, that adds up to a lot. Everything Qianaiju said was true. Hearing this, Xiao Aimei made up her mind instantly. Yanjun, you go by yourself for now. After a couple of years, when your wages go up and you can apply for your own room, then Manchi can join you. If our family loses you and then loses her too, just think how much grain will be short each year. How much can you earn in a month? You heard what your aunt just said. With the little money you make, you can't even support the two of you. If you want to live at your uncle's house, that's fine, we're all family, but your job in the county isn't just for a day or two. You can't expect your uncle and aunt to feed both of you, can you? Even if we're family, you can't take advantage of them like that. Xiao Aimei was always straightforward. She said whatever was on her mind. That was exactly why she and Qianaiju got along so well. Qianaiju didn't feel awkward at all listening to Xiao Aimei's words, nor did she think there was any hidden agenda behind them. She knew Xiao Aimei only said what she truly thought. There was something else Xiao Aimei hadn't said out loud. Shin Yanjun was Xiao Aimei's only son. Now that he could work in the county, the first person he wanted to bring along was his wife, and he wanted to use his own salary to support her. But where did that leave his parents and grandparents? Xiao Aimei was upset about this, so of course she didn't want Shin Yanjun to bring Manchi to the county with him. At least, not yet. When Shin Yanjun was more capable in the future, if he still wanted to bring Manchi, they could talk about it then. Although Shin Yanjun felt sorry for Manchi, he wasn't foolish. He understood everything Xiao Aimei said, and he took it to heart. After thinking for a moment, Shin Yanjun nodded seriously. Mom, you're right. I'll go by myself then. Once I start working at the factory, I'll work hard, do my best, and try to get a raise as soon as possible. I'll apply for a bigger place, and then I'll bring the whole family to the county. Now that sounds reasonable. Xiao Aimei, who had been fuming just moments ago, finally smiled. All right, go pack your things. In a bit, you'll go with your aunt. Shin Yanjun agreed and took Manchi back to their room. As soon as they entered, Manchi started crying. Yanjun, I can't bear to be apart from you. Shin Yanjun pulled her into his arms. I can't bear to leave you either. Then just take me with you. It's not like Aunt's family can't spare a little more food for me. Besides, I could eat less if I had to. That's not the point. Shin Yanjun sighed. Ever since I was little, my mom told me that if you want to stay close with relatives, you have to keep things clear. Otherwise, over time, those feelings will change. Don't worry, Manchi. Once I get a raise and can support you, I'll bring you to the county. I'll apply for a single room, just like Sister Xiaolan, and we'll have our own place. We can eat whatever we want. How nice would that be? Uncle and aunt are good to us, but they're not our own family. It's one thing for me to stay there alone, but bringing you along wouldn't be right. It's not like we don't have a place to live at home. Just stay here and take care of yourself. I'll ask Grandpa to give you some lighter work. You don't need to earn a lot of work points, just enough to cover your food. Manchi, it's just 2 hard years for us. Look at Sister Xiaolan. She's only been working for 3 years, and now she earns over 20 yuan a month. I'll work even harder than her, and I'll try to bring you to the county in just a year. Okay. Manchi kept her head down. After a long while, she finally murmured a soft Ruanruan saw Shin Yanjun at noon the next day. By then, Shin Yanjun had already reported to the food factory and gotten familiar with the environment. He would officially start work that afternoon. Since Manchi hadn't come to the county with Shin Yanjun, Ruanruan had no complaints about him this time. Although Ruanruan always felt that Shin Yanjun wasn't too bright, such a big guy, yet not very clever. At least he hadn't brought Manchi along this time, so he wouldn't cause her any trouble. After greeting him, she quickly put him out of her mind. For the past couple of days, Zhao Hongyun hadn't waited for Ruanruan after work anymore. Without Zhao Hongyun's interruptions, Ruanruan's mood had improved a lot. Feeling better, she naturally started thinking about Xiao Chengjin. By now, the letter and package she'd sent before should have reached Xiao Chengjin. She wondered how he reacted when he received them, whether he was doing well, whether he was eating well. If only she could call him. That way, she could hear his voice, ask how he was, and wouldn't have to wait endlessly, not knowing when he'd write back. Lying on the kang, lost in thought, Ruanruan soon drifted off to sleep. Maybe because she'd been thinking about Xiao Chengjin before dozing off, she dreamt of him. In her dream, he was training hard. Despite the blazing summer sun, he had to stand perfectly still in full uniform, sweat soaking through his clothes. Looking at Xiao Chengjin like that, Ruanruan wanted so badly to go over and wipe his sweat, fan him to cool him down. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move at all. In the end, she woke up. Sitting on the kang after waking, Ruanruan felt a little lost and empty. Xiao Chengjin had only been gone for less than a month, and she already missed him so much. At the same time, Xiao Chengjin had just finished training. He lined up with his teammates to return to the dorm, took a cold shower, and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. There was no time to eat slowly, otherwise, there'd be even less time to rest. Xiao Chengjin used to have fair skin, but in less than a month, he'd already tanned several shades darker. Sometimes, when he took out the photo of himself and Ruanruan, he almost didn't recognize the person in the picture. Was that really him? But he actually liked the way he was now. He was a grown man, what did he need such fair skin for? This was what a real man should look like. Of course, not everyone thought the same way as Xiao Chengjin, at least, Li Dongyong didn't. As Li Dongyong ate, he kept glancing at Xiao Chengjin across the table. Seeing Xiao Chengjin's face was like looking at his own. They were both equally tanned. Hey Xiao, do you think we'll ever get our fair skin back when we go home? Xiao Chengjin didn't even bother to look at him. What does it matter if we're fair or not? It's not like being fair will make us rich. Hearing this, Li Dongyong fell silent. No, it wouldn't make them rich, but at least it looked better. He wondered what Hu Xiaoxiao would think if she saw him looking like this now. Thinking of Hu Xiaoxiao, Li Dongyong scratched his head. Her last letter had been distant and polite, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. He wanted to write back, but also didn't really want to. After a while, seeing that Xiao Chengjin still wasn't saying anything, Li Dongyong had to speak up himself. Hey, Xiao, when are you planning to write back? Xiao Chengjin calmly finished his last bite. What's the rush? Let's talk about it next month. Although he missed Ruanruan very much, he couldn't just write her back every time she sent him a letter. If he did that, he'd never get anything else done. He'd spend all day just thinking about writing and receiving letters. And it wasn't just him, Ruanruan was in the same situation. Xiao Chengjin felt that, over these 2 years, both of them should make good use of their time and do their best at what they needed to do. As for all the things they wanted to say, they'd have plenty of time to talk about them once he came back. 1 letter a month was just right. It let them know the other was safe and still gave them time to focus on other things. When Xiao Chengjin said he wasn't in a hurry to write back, Li Dongyong let out a sigh of relief. I'm not in a hurry. Not at all. Next month is fine, next month is perfect. It really was perfect. At least this way, he'd have some time to think carefully about what to write in his next letter. 3 days later, as Ruanruan was getting off work in the afternoon, Zhao Hongyun stopped her again. Ruanruan, what have you been so busy with these days? If I don't come looking for you, you never come looking for me. Ruanruan smiled slightly. Pediatrics is always busy. You used to work there too, Hongyunjia, you know how it is. That's true. Zhao Hongyun nodded. But soon you won't be so busy. In just over a week, you'll be rotating to another department. You're right, Hongyunjia. Ruanruan, you're on the night shift tomorrow, so you're free during the day. Come with me to a wedding. A wedding? Wang Liang's. You've met him. He's getting married tomorrow. Ruanruan looked at Zhao Hongyun but didn't respond. Zhao Hongyun didn't seem to mind Ruanruan's reaction. Maybe she hadn't expected any response in the first place. She just kept talking. He finally got approved for a single dorm room, so now he has a place to live and can get married. Wang Liang and his fiancée Zheng Xiu have been engaged for over a year. They're not young anymore, and as soon as they got the apartment, they started preparing for the wedding. Everything's ready, and the wedding is tomorrow. I'll take you to eat wedding candy and soak up some good luck. How about it? As she spoke, Zhao Hongyun's face was full of smiles, as if she was genuinely happy for Wang Liang. If Su Ruanruan hadn't already known some of the inside story, she might have really believed Zhao Hongyun was happy. She'd never noticed it before, but Zhao Hongyun was quite the actress. With acting skills like that, why not go on stage? Then again, stage performances weren't allowed anymore these days. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, but out loud, she agreed, sure. Where should I meet you tomorrow, Hongyunjia? Zhao Hongyun looked a bit surprised that Su Ruanruan agreed so readily, but quickly broke into a smile. No need to look for me. I'll come find you first thing in the morning and take you there. Should I prepare a gift? What gift? You don't need to bring anything. Zhao Hongyun kept smiling. You're my little sister, which makes you Wang Liang's little sister too. Does a little sister need to bring a gift to her big brother's wedding? Just bring yourself and get ready to eat. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan felt a bit strange inside. The last person who kept calling her little sister was Su Jianjun, and before that, it was Wang Ijuan. Now, here was Zhao Hongyun. Maybe she really wasn't cut out to be anyone's little sister. All right. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow, Hongyunjia. Su Ruanruan nodded seriously, as if she'd really taken Zhao Hongyun's words to heart. After dinner, Su Ruanruan told Granny Qin and Su Aimin that she would be going to a wedding with Zhao Hongyun the next day. Su Aimin, unaware of the real situation, still remembered Zhao Hongyun as the young woman who had been so helpful when Granny Qin was in the hospital. He had a good impression of her, so when he heard Su Ruanruan would be going with her, he said, "Go ahead, then. Since Cheng-Jin isn't home, you should make some friends." Su Ruanruan smiled sweetly and nodded. That's what I thought too. Out of Su Aimin's sight, Granny Qin rolled her eyes. Make friends? With someone like Zhao Hongyun? She's more likely to stab you in the back. But since Su Aimin didn't know anything, Granny Qin couldn't say much either. While clearing the dishes in the kitchen, Granny Qin pulled Su Ruanruan aside and whispered, "Ruanruan, that Zhao Hongyun clearly doesn't have good intentions. Why are you still going out with her?" Su Ruanruan sighed. "Grandma, she's latched onto me now. Even if I turn her down this time, there'll just be a next time. I might as well go with her now and see what she's really up to, so I can deal with whatever comes." Su Ruanruan had already grown taller than Granny Qin, and now she was nearly half a head taller. As she spoke, her face was full of determination, her eyes shining with confidence. Granny Qin felt both proud and a little sad. The Su Ruanruan who once needed her for everything, who needed her to plan every step, had grown up without her even noticing. She had her own ideas now and could handle things on her own. Especially now that Xiao Cheng-Jin was gone, Granny Qin realized Su Ruanruan was maturing even faster. At least when Cheng-Jin was still at home, Su Ruanruan would discuss everything with him. Now that he was gone, she kept more things to herself. Granny Qin looked up and patted Su Ruanruan's head. "Just be careful, okay? Don't worry, Grandma. I'll be fine." The next morning, just after breakfast, Su Ruanruan heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, sure enough, it was Zhao Hongyun. "Hongyunjia, you're here. Wait for me a moment. I need to grab something from my room." Zhao Hongyun smiled and nodded. "Sure. It's still early, no rush. What are you getting?" As she spoke, Zhao Hongyun followed Su Ruanruan toward her room. But when Su Ruanruan went inside, Zhao Hongyun didn't follow her in. Instead, she stopped at the doorway. Su Ruanruan walked over to the king, picked up her shoulder bag, and slung it over her shoulder. "Just grabbing my bag. Summer clothes are thin and can't hold much, so of course I need to bring a bag." As she spoke, Su Ruanruan lowered her head to adjust the strap. In that moment, Zhao Hongyun quickly dropped her gaze and glanced at the spot where the king met the wall. She only glanced for a second before looking away, her smile growing even brighter. "You're right, Ruanruan. I don't know why I never thought of that before." Su Ruanruan finished adjusting her bag and walked over to Zhao Hongyun. Hongyunjia, you're so pretty. Carrying a bag like this would look so out of place on you. I don't care about that stuff, so I carry one all the time. You're still young. You'll be even prettier when you grow up. With that face of yours, you're a real beauty in the making. The two of them left Su Ruanruan's room together, said a quick word to Granny Chin and Su Aimin, and then headed out the door. Once they'd left the Su house, Zhao Hongyun turned to Su Ruanruan and said, Ruanruan, let's stop by the department store first. I need to buy something. Su Ruanruan immediately understood. Is it something for Wang Liang? What are you getting, Hongyunjia? I'll buy something too. It wouldn't look good if I showed up empty-handed. But Zhao Hongyun shook her head. It's not for Wang Liang. I'm buying something for Zheng Xiu. Oh. Su Ruanruan had never met Zheng Xiu before. She wasn't even familiar with Wang Liang, let alone Zheng Xiu, so she hadn't thought about buying anything for her. Then I won't buy anything. I'll just give a little gift money later. I've already prepared it. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan took out a red envelope from her shoulder bag. It was made from folded red paper, not even as big as her palm, and it was obvious from the outside that something was inside. Zhao Hongyun glanced at it and didn't look any further. Just from the shape, she could tell it was money. You're too polite. You're the younger sister, no need to prepare a gift. Su Ruanruan just smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyun smiled too. Let's get going. We need to hurry after shopping. It wouldn't be good to arrive late. The two of them headed to the department store and went straight up to the second floor. On the way, Su Ruanruan hadn't asked what Zhao Hongyun planned to buy. She figured she'd find out once they got there. But when she saw what Zhao Hongyun picked out, Su Ruanruan's cheeks flushed red. On the day of Zheng Xiu and Wang Liang's wedding, Zhao Hongyun was actually buying underwear for Zheng Xiu. At that moment, Su Ruanruan looked at Zhao Hongyun in disbelief. She almost wanted to open up Zhao Hongyun's head and see what was inside. Zhao Hongyun clearly noticed Su Ruanruan staring at her, but didn't care at all. After picking out a bright red set, she paid with cash and ration tickets. Ruanruan, let's go. Su Ruanruan nodded numbly. Zhao Hongyun had already completely exceeded her expectations. Now all she could do was quietly watch what she'd do next. They left the department store and walked for about 10 minutes before Su Ruanruan realized something was off. This wasn't the way to the Zhao family's house, nor to the Wang family's. But then she thought, since Wang Liang was getting married, it was probably at the new apartment assigned by his work unit, so she didn't think much of it and just followed Zhao Hongyun. It wasn't until they arrived at the residential building for the county elementary school staff and knocked on a door on the second floor that Su Ruanruan realized they were at Zheng Xiu's home. The door was opened by someone who looked about Zheng Xiu's mother's age. Zheng Xiu herself was sitting inside, still in her everyday clothes, tying up her hair. When she saw Zhao Hongyun, Zheng Xiu was surprised. Hongyun, what are you doing here at this time? Zhao Hongyun winked at her. Sister-in-law, let's go inside. I have something to tell you. Zheng Xiu looked puzzled, but still led Zhao Hongyun into the room. Su Ruanruan didn't go in, staying in the living room with Zheng Xiu's mother. After a short while, Zheng Xiu and Zhao Hongyun came out of the room. Zhao Hongyun said a few words to Zheng Xiu's mother, then took Su Ruanruan and left. Ruanruan, are you tired? Do you want to find a place to sit and rest for a bit? Su Ruanruan had no idea what Zhao Hongyun was up to, but just went along with her. Okay. It was summer vacation, and the elementary school was quiet and still. The two of them found a stone bench under a tree and sat down. It was only quiet because there were no voices around. In the heat of summer, the cicadas in the trees screeched incessantly from morning till night, their noise making people irritable and restless. Su Ruanruan was even more puzzled in her heart. She already knew why Zhao Hongyun had just gone to find Zheng Xiu. Zhao Hongyun had given the underwear she just bought to Zheng Xiu. But why did she have to give it today? And why did she insist on dragging her along to buy it and deliver it? Could it be that she wanted her to be a witness? As soon as this thought popped into her mind, Su Ruanruan felt a chill run down her spine. It was the height of summer, and the two of them were just sitting in the shade with not a hint of breeze. It should have been stiflingly hot. But Ruanruan was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhao Hongyun was just as dangerous as Wang Aijuan. Since Zhao Hongyun, like Wang Aijuan, had contact with that mysterious person, and that person was very likely Wang Liang. Then would Zhao Hongyun not have Duo Mingsan in her hands? From what she'd learned before, Zhao Hongyun clearly liked Wang Liang. But in order to expand their social circles, Wang Liang wanted to marry someone else, and Zhao Hongyun was supposed to marry someone else too, but she was unwilling. In this situation, with Wang Liang about to get married, Zhao Hongyun showing up at the wedding to give a gift to the bride, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed strange. What if that clothing was laced with Duo Mingsan? Ruanruan didn't know if Duo Mingsan was equally deadly whether ingested or applied to the skin, but she couldn't take that risk. She wasn't a saint, but she couldn't just stand by and watch an innocent person possibly die. After hesitating again and again, Ruanruan pinched herself hard, her eyes instantly turning red. Sister Hongyun, I'm so thirsty. And my head is spinning. I think I've got heat stroke from the sun. Can we go back and get some water? Zhao Hongyun seemed to have been lost in thought. When she turned to look at Ruanruan, her eyes were still unfocused. It wasn't until Ruanruan repeated herself that she snapped back to reality. Seeing Ruanruan's pale face and red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Hongyun didn't hesitate at all. She helped Ruanruan up. Let's go then. Quickly. On the way, Zhao Hongyun kept supporting Ruanruan, clearly worried. Ruanruan, you're carrying such a big shoulder bag. Didn't you pack a water bottle or anything? Of course Ruanruan had, but she couldn't think of any other excuse. Before making this decision, she'd already put her water bottle into her treasure space, so she answered Zhao Hongyun without any pressure. I was in such a hurry, I forgot. As she spoke, Ruanruan even patted her bag for Zhao Hongyun to see. The bag looked stuffed, but when Ruanruan gave it a light pat, it flattened out, only to puff up again after a moment. Whatever was inside, it definitely wasn't a water bottle. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyun's doubts disappeared. She said, you really are a bit frail. If I'd known, I wouldn't have asked you out so early to go shopping with me. If anything happened to you, Grandma Chen and Grandpa Su would be heartbroken. They'd blame me for sure. How could they blame you? It's my own carelessness for forgetting to bring water. As they chatted, they'd already arrived at Zheng Xiu's door. This time, it was Zheng Xiu herself who opened the door. Seeing the two of them return so soon, she looked even more puzzled. Why are you back again? Ruanruan got a little sunburned. We hadn't gone far, so we came back to ask for some water. Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. Hearing Zhao Hongyun's explanation, Zheng Xiu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, there's no need to apologize, Hongyun. You go ahead and help. Ruanruan, right? Help Ruanruan sit down, I'll get you both some water. Zheng Xiu quickly returned with a glass of water. Ruanruan took it gratefully, but instead of drinking right away, she glanced at the suds on Zheng Xiu's hands. Were you? Oh. Hongyun brought me some clothes, said the bright red would be festive for today. I have this little quirk. I have to wash everything before I wear it, so I was just washing them. But it's hot out, so I wrung them out and left them in the sun. They'll dry in no time. Hearing this, Ruanruan felt relieved and, keeping a calm expression, raised the mug to her lips. Just as she was about to drink, Ruanruan secretly poured the water into an empty bowl in her treasure space. Still, she moved her throat as if she were drinking, so no one would suspect otherwise. Zhao Hongyun, focused on Zheng Xiu after hearing her explanation, didn't notice Ruanruan's actions at all, let alone realize she hadn't actually drunk the water. Zheng Xiu noticed Zhao Hongyun staring at her and looked down at herself in confusion. Hongyun, why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Hongyun's eyes flickered, then she smiled. I didn't know you had this habit, sister-in-law. If I'd known, I would have brought the clothes over yesterday. If you hadn't been doing laundry today, it's fine, really. Even if I didn't do laundry today, I have other red clothes. Anyway, I appreciate the thought. While the two chatted, Su Ruanruan quietly transferred all the water from her mug, then set it down on the table. Hongyunjia, I feel much better after that water. Let's get going. After all, Zheng Xiu must be busy with the wedding today. They were sitting in the living room and could hear voices coming from inside the house. Clearly, there were quite a few people talking. Zhao Hongyun nodded at Su Ruanruan's suggestion and stood up. All right, we'll head out then. See you later, sister-in-law. Before leaving, Zhao Hongyun was all smiles, as if nothing had happened at all. This time, to prevent Su Ruanruan from getting heat stroke again, the two walked slowly and stuck to the shady spots. Although Su Ruanruan wasn't really suffering from heat stroke, she was more than happy to walk slowly in the shade and avoid the sun. This time, Zhao Hongyun led Su Ruanruan to the Zhao family's courtyard. The last time Su Ruanruan came, she'd only glanced at it from afar and hadn't seen inside. Now that she was inside, she realized it was much like the courtyard who Xiaoxiao's family used to rent. The courtyard was full of festive cheer. Even though it was a scorching day, there were still plenty of people around, chatting and laughing. Clearly, on such a joyous day, a little heat was nothing to worry about. Not long after Su Ruanruan and Zhao Hongyun arrived, they saw Wang Liang come out of the house. Wang Liang was pushing a bicycle adorned with a big red flower, beaming with happiness as he headed out, presumably to fetch the bride, Zheng Xiu. Zhao Hongyun watched Wang Liang leave, then pulled Su Ruanruan toward the house. It's hot out here. Let's sit inside for a while. Zhao Hongyun led Su Ruanruan into the Su family's main hall, where quite a few people were already seated and chatting. Zhao Hongyun explained that most of these people were relatives from the Wang family. Since there wasn't enough space at the Wang house, and knowing that the Zhao and Wang families were close, they came to sit here instead. The two of them found a spot in the corner, away from the crowd, where they could talk in private. But to be honest, they didn't really share any secrets, just some idle small talk. As Su Ruanruan chatted, she discreetly glanced over at the Wang family's main hall. No matter how she looked at it, it was just an ordinary house. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. If only she could take a look inside Zhao Hongyun's house. Su Ruanruan thought this to herself, but didn't actually ask to go over. At a time like this, it was better to stay put and see what happened. It was only a 10-minute walk from here to Zheng Xiu's house, especially since Wang Liang was riding a bicycle. But it wasn't like he could just bring her back right away. There would probably be other things to take care of. So, it was over an hour before Wang Liang finally brought Zheng Xiu back. The weather was hot, but even after an hour, clothes wouldn't have dried that quickly. So the clothes Zheng Xiu was wearing definitely weren't the ones Zhao Hongyun had given her. Thinking this, Su Ruanruan felt even less pressure. She still didn't really understand why she didn't want to drink the water Zheng Xiu offered her, but for now, she didn't wish Zheng Xiu any harm either. Whether the wedding was held at the factory or in someone's courtyard, the process was pretty much the same. Su Ruanruan had seen Xiao Xiulan get married before, and now, watching with a cool eye, she realized this wedding was just like that one. The only difference was that Xiao Xiulan's wedding hadn't had so many friends and relatives over for a meal, whereas now the courtyard was filled with tables, each surrounded by guests who had come for the wedding banquet. Zhao Hongyun wanted to pull Su Ruanruan over to eat, but Su Ruanruan said she was still feeling faint from the heat and couldn't eat. She said she'd already shared in the happy occasion, so she'd skip the meal. Ruanruan, how can you not eat? Zhao Hongyun protested, looking disapproving. You've been running around with me all morning, and you've already given your wedding gift. If you don't even have a bite to eat, what will Granny Chen say about me when we get back? Su Ruanruan shook her head. Her tone was gentle, but her attitude firm. Hongyunjia, it's not that I don't want to eat, I really can't. I still feel nauseous. If I eat and end up throwing up, that wouldn't look good, and it'd just waste food. You go ahead and eat. I'll just sit here and wait for you to finish, then we can leave together. Su Ruanruan still wanted to see this wedding through, because she had a feeling Zhao Hongyun wouldn't let things go so easily. She hadn't missed the occasional flash of ruthlessness in Zhao Hongyun's eyes. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Ruanruan, Zhao Hongyun could only sigh. Sigh. It's all my fault. Well, when you're feeling better tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Su Ruanruan replied cheerfully, sure. I'll be waiting for you to treat me, Hongyun Jia. You. No wonder you're called Ruanruan. You're so delicate. And you're a nurse, too. Can't even take care of your own health. I'll have to keep an eye on you from now on. And don't wander off. There are a lot of people here today. Don't let anyone trick you into leaving. I'll go make a toast and come right back to keep you company. Okay. After Zhao Hongyun left, Su Ruanruan picked up a stool and moved to sit at the entrance of the main hall. The view from here was excellent. She could see everything happening in the courtyard, even the main hall of the Wang family across the way. There was no canopy set up outside, so some tables were placed in the shade, while others sat right under the sun. Even in this sweltering heat, everyone was still eating with great enthusiasm. Just as expected, after Zhao Hongyun went out, she didn't sit down to eat. Instead, she headed straight for the Wang family's main hall across the courtyard. According to what Zhao Hongyun said before she left, she was probably going over to offer a toast. TSK, childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates. Now the childhood sweetheart is marrying someone else, and the girl still has to go over and offer a toast, no matter how you look at it. This is even more dramatic than an opera. Because of the distance and the glaring sunlight in the courtyard, Su Ruanruan couldn't clearly see what was happening inside the hall across the way. But in her mind, she could picture the scene, of course. It was all her imagination. As her thoughts wandered, Su Ruanruan suddenly froze. Someone had walked out from the house across the way. He was standing in the doorway, holding a cup, a smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan quickly stood up and quietly backed away, retreating to her own doorway before peeking out to look. The man across the way didn't notice Su Ruanruan at all. He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. That man was none other than Su Jianjun. This time, Su Ruanruan was truly shocked. Why was Su Jianjun here? Su Jianjun had never come to their place before. He only came to this area as an educated youth because of Su Aimin. Wait a minute. By the timeline, Su Jianjun had already been here for 3 years now. Su Ruanruan had been busy these past 3 years, caught up with her studies and life, and had paid very little attention to Su Jianjun. She had no idea if he'd gotten to know anyone else. After all, while the educated youths couldn't return to their hometowns, they could get a letter of introduction and visit the county town. Educated youths still had personal freedom. So, did Su Jianjun meet Wang Liang during one of his trips to the county town? Su Ruanruan narrowed her eyes as images flashed rapidly through her mind. Soon, she remembered something from a long time ago. There was that time when Su Jianjun knelt in front of her, insisting that she drink water to forgive him. Back then, Xiao Chenjin had rushed over and told her that Su Jianjun and Wang Aijuan had met, and that there was a high chance the water had been poisoned. So, it was also possible that Su Jianjun had met Wang Liang through Wang Aijuan. If before, Su Ruanruan only suspected Wang Liang was that mysterious person, now, after everything that had happened, she was 100% certain Wang Liang was the mysterious person from back then. Looking at Su Jianjun's smiling face, Su Ruanruan's expression grew even more serious. All these people were mixed up together. What were they planning, and what was their goal? She didn't know much about Wang Liang or Zhao Hongyun, but she did know a bit about Su Jianjun. Su Jianjun's greatest wish was to return to Beijing, so did Wang Liang promise to help him get back? But he was just a low-level clerk. How could he make such big promises? He was just a clerk now, but what about in the future? Thinking about the upheaval that would come 3 years later, Su Ruanruan felt as if she was finally parting the fog before her eyes and catching a glimpse of the truth. Su Ruanruan dug her nails hard into her palm, forcing herself to calm down. Su Ruanruan, don't panic. Su Jianjun didn't stand at the entrance of the main hall across the way for long before he turned to glance inside. After a moment, he walked straight into the hall. Su Ruanruan, who had been watching him closely, immediately realized that someone inside must have called for him. She continued to stare at the house across the courtyard for a while, hesitating. She wondered if she should take advantage of Su Jianjun being inside to leave now, or if it would be better to wait a bit longer. Before she could make up her mind, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, echoing through the air. The voice sounded familiar. After thinking for a second, Su Ruanruan instantly realized it was Zhao Hongyun. The scream had come so abruptly and was so loud that not only did Su Ruanruan hear it, but everyone in the courtyard heard it loud and clear. So, after a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone who had been eating and drinking in the courtyard jumped to their feet and hurried toward the Wang family's main hall. The Wang family's hall wasn't very big, but there were a lot of people in the courtyard. It was impossible for everyone to squeeze inside. So many people could only stand outside, craning their necks to see what was happening inside. Some people, seeing that there was no way they could get to the front and get a look, simply turned around and went back to their seats, digging into the food again. The Wang family had prepared quite a feast today. There was chicken, duck, meat, eggs, and, since it was midsummer, all sorts of fresh fruits and vegetables. The spread was truly abundant. Even though there was plenty of food, there were also plenty of people crowded around each table. Just now, everyone had been fighting to get their chopsticks in as quickly as possible, hoping to grab a bit more to eat. If not for the sake of saving face, some people might have just picked up the whole plate and dumped the food into their own bowls. Now that most people had gone off to see what was happening, the more opportunistic ones could sit down and eat to their heart's content. Su Ruanruan, mindful that Su Jianjun was still in the house across the way, hadn't left yet. She continued to stand in the Zhao family's hall, watching the commotion outside. Although most of her attention was on the house opposite, she still caught glimpses of what was happening in the courtyard out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that there were still people who only cared about eating at a time like this, Su Ruanruan didn't know whether to call them carefree or just completely heartless. She was still shaking her head to herself when she saw the crowd that had been blocking the entrance to the main hall suddenly start backing away in a panic, everyone looking terrified. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Don't panic, everyone. Call the police. Call the police. Stop pushing. You stepped on my foot. My shoe. My shoe got stepped off. With this series of exclamations, even those who had been happily stuffing their faces couldn't eat anymore. First, they glanced fearfully toward the Wang family's hall, then quickly stood up and rushed for the main gate. As luck would have it, since they hadn't gone over to join the crowd and had instead eaten while everyone else was distracted, now that chaos had erupted, they were closest to the exit and managed to escape the courtyard ahead of everyone else. Watching all this unfold, a worried look appeared on Su Ruanruan's face. She just wanted to know who had died. Was it Zheng Xiao or someone else? But no matter who it was, Su Ruanruan was sure it couldn't be Zhao Hongyun. After all, Zhao Hongyun's scream just now had been so full of energy, she didn't sound like someone on the verge of death at all. For some reason, Su Ruanruan even felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. The chaos in the courtyard didn't last long. Soon, everyone squeezed past each other and rushed out the main gate. Su Ruanruan looked at the suddenly silent courtyard, wondering if anyone had remembered to call the police. Someone had shouted about getting the police just now. Although that thought crossed her mind, Su Ruanruan never considered calling the police herself. Should she stay and see what happened, or just leave now? A murder had just taken place. Everyone's first instinct was to get as far away from the scene as possible. If she didn't leave, wouldn't that seem a bit suspicious? With that in mind, Su Ruanruan simply walked out of the house. But as soon as she stepped outside, someone burst out of the house opposite and ran straight toward her. It was none other than Zhao Hongyun. The moment Zhao Hongyun saw Su Ruanruan, she let out a huge sigh of relief. "Ruanruan, thank goodness you're all right." Su Ruanruan was a little speechless. What could possibly have happened to her? Since entering this courtyard, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Although Su Ruanruan wanted to stay close and observe Zhao Hongyun and Wang Liang, she would never risk her own safety. Zhao Hongyun didn't seem to notice Su Ruanruan's lack of response. She looked a bit disheveled, and when she spoke, it was more like she was talking to herself. Ruanruan. Over there, someone's dead. Ruanruan replied, I know. Someone had shouted it so loudly just now, if she didn't know, she'd have to be deaf. It was a man. I think he was a friend of Wang Liang's from the educated youth camp. He was specially invited to the wedding today. Hearing this, Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. An educated youth? I think he was from the third production team. Zhao Hongyan said, though she didn't sound too sure. I don't really know. I've never met him before. He was just drinking with Wang Liang and suddenly, in the middle of drinking, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Wang Liang was standing right across from him, and all the blood sprayed onto Wang Liang's face. It was terrifying. So scary, Ruanruan. By the end, Zhao Hongyun was hugging Ruanruan and sobbing. Feeling Zhao Hongyun's tears drip onto her neck, Ruanruan finally frowned. After all, Zhao Hongyun had been a nurse for 3 years. She must have seen at least 80, if not 100, deaths by now. Not to mention, blood was a common sight for her. Was it really necessary to be this scared? Thinking about it, Ruanruan felt something was off. There was no reason for Zhao Hongyun to be this frightened. If she really was, she couldn't have worked as a nurse for 3 years. So was she just pretending? But why? Ruanruan didn't have time to think further. After crying for a while, Zhao Hongyun straightened up and looked at Ruanruan in surprise. Ruanruan, someone died. Aren't you scared? Ruanruan blinked. What's there to be scared of? She smiled a little sheepishly. It's not like the person died right in front of me, and I didn't see anything gruesome. There's nothing to be afraid of. Sister Hongyun, you've worked in a hospital for so long, are you really scared of dead people? I heard even more people die in hospitals. Aren't you scared when you work the night shift? Zhao Hongyun. Why was this so different from what she'd expected? A girl who could barely walk under the sun without getting heat stroke, hearing someone had died, not only wasn't scared, but could even smile about it. Zhao Hongyun felt that everything today was spinning out of her control, heading toward an unpredictable future. Zhao Hongyun looked at Ruanruan with some hesitation, feeling that Ruanruan was the biggest variable in all of this. Since that was the case, she might as well let Ruanruan go home first. If the variable wasn't here, maybe things would go a bit more smoothly. With that thought, Zhao Hongyun grabbed Ruanruan's hand. Ruanruan, come on, I'll take you home. You're still not fully recovered. What if something happens if you get scared again? Without waiting for Ruanruan's reaction, Zhao Hongyun pulled her along and headed for the door. But before they reached the entrance, a group of people walked in. The police had arrived. When Ruanruan saw the man leading the group, she was a little surprised she knew him. Back when someone from the Wang family died, he was the one who led the team to handle it. Later, when something happened to Wang Aijuan, he was also the one in charge. They'd met and spoken several times, so of course Ruanruan knew his name. Zhao Sun hadn't expected to run into Ruanruan again, especially under these circumstances. But since they were already acquainted, it was only natural to greet each other. Zhao Sun said a few words to the people beside him, telling them to go in first, then stayed behind to talk to Ruanruan. Ruanruan, what are you doing here? Ruanruan moved her arm slightly. This is my colleague from the hospital, Zhao Hongyun. Hongyunjia's neighbor is getting married today, so she brought me along to the wedding banquet for some good luck. Hearing Ruanruan's answer, Zhao Sun chuckled. Doesn't seem like your luck's that great. Came for some good fortune, but instead of good luck, she'd run into bad luck. Who would have thought that just coming to a wedding banquet, you'd end up running into a dead body? If that's not bad luck, what is? But Ruanruan didn't see it that way. Maybe I just have a special kind of luck, so I tend to run into things like this. Zhao Sun knew about Ruanruan's past, so he wasn't surprised at all by her reaction. It was Zhao Hongyun, who had been listening to their conversation, who kept glancing at Ruanruan. How did Ruanruan know the police? She really was a variable. Maybe it was because she was nervous, but Zhao Hongyun suddenly squeezed Ruanruan's hand so hard that Ruanruan frowned. Hongyunjia, you're hurting me. Luckily, Ruanruan reacted quickly and didn't instinctively fight back, or things would have gotten even more complicated today. Hearing Ruanruan's words, Zhao Hongyun quickly snapped out of it and withdrew her hand. Sorry, Ruanruan. I didn't mean to. Come on, let's hurry and go. If Granny Chen finds out something happened here and I didn't take you home, she'll definitely be angry. Before Ruanruan could reply, Zhao Sun spoke up, not so fast. I heard the person who died inside is a former educated youth from the 3rd Production Brigade. You know them, right, Ruanruan? Come in with me and take a look. Tell me about them. Ruanruan had been living in the county for over 2 years now, and in that time, no new educated youths had come from the 3rd Production Brigade. She might not know every single one of the old ones well, but she could at least name them. Besides, she'd been watching the situation outside and knew that among the people who came today, the only educated youth she recognized was Su Jianjun. So, who the person who died inside was, it went without saying. Zhao Hongyun actually wanted to stop Ruanruan from going in, but Zhao Sun was watching from the side. Even if she wanted to stop her, she couldn't come up with a good reason. There was nothing she could do but watch as Ruanruan followed Zhao Sun into the Wang family's main hall. Not only did she have to watch, she also had to go in herself. Because after Ruanruan had walked a few steps, she stopped and waved at her. Hongyunjia, why don't you come over too? You were inside the house just now. You should know what happened, so you can tell the police as well. Zhao Sun, who was walking in front, stopped as soon as he heard this. He turned around and said to Zhao Hongyun, "You were inside just now? Then you're a witness. Come in with us. You'll need to give a statement in a bit." Zhao Hongyun had no choice but to nod helplessly. What else could she do? Plenty of people knew she'd been inside today. Even if she didn't go in now, she'd be found sooner or later. She might as well go in. Luckily, she had already thought about what she was going to say, so she wasn't flustered. The 3 of them entered the house. For the moment, Ruanruan couldn't pay attention to anything else. Her entire focus was on the person lying on the ground. Even though she couldn't see the person's face from the doorway, she recognized the clothes immediately. She had just seen them earlier. There was no way she could be mistaken. It was Su Jianjun. Ruanruan pressed her lips together and followed behind Zhao Sun, circling around to finally see Su Jianjun's face clearly. Zhao Sun glanced at Ruanruan and asked, "Do you know him?" Ruanruan nodded. "Yes. He's Su Jianjun from the 3rd production team. He's been with us for 2 or 3 years now." She hesitated for a moment, but didn't mention her family's relationship with Su Jianjun in front of everyone. She knew she'd have to say it eventually, but not in front of so many people. Zhao Sun nodded, then turned to Zhao Hongyun. "Now, tell us what happened just now." Zhao Hongyun took a deep breath and glanced at Wang Liang and Zheng Xiu, who were standing in the corner, before she slowly began to speak. "We were all here today for Wang Liang's wedding. It's a rare happy occasion, and there was wine, so we wanted to toast Wang Liang a few times. We'd already had a round in the house when we noticed Su Jianjun had gone outside the main hall. Wang Liang called him in, and the 2 of them stood face to face and clinked glasses. As soon as they finished that drink, before either of them could sit down, Su Jianjun suddenly coughed up blood, all of it sprayed onto Wang Liang's face and clothes. Hearing Zhao Hongyun repeat this, Ruanruan turned to look in Wang Liang's direction. The blood on Wang Liang's face had already been wiped clean, but there were still some spots on his clothes that couldn't be wiped off. And it was obvious that Wang Liang's clothes were brand new. From now on, he probably wouldn't be able to wear them again. What a pity for such nice clothes. So, was what happened today really an accident, or was it Zhao Hongyun's doing? And did Wang Liang know anything about it? Someone was questioning Wang Liang and Zheng Xiu as well, jotting things down as they spoke. Clearly, they were taking statements. Before Ruanruan could watch for long, someone came over and called her aside to give her statement. Without hesitation, Ruanruan followed them and recounted everything she'd done since getting up that morning. Whether or not Zhao Hongyun was responsible, it was always right to mention anything suspicious about her. Not long after taking her statement last night, Zhao Xin let Su Ruanruan go. As for Zhao Hongyun, of course she stayed behind. First, because she was a witness. Second, because Zhao Hongyun's home was right here in this courtyard. Since her house was here, why rush to leave? At this point, Zhao Hongyun didn't seem in a hurry anymore either, and she stopped insisting on walking Su Ruanruan home. Even when Su Ruanruan waved goodbye as she was leaving, Zhao Hongyun just naturally waved back. As soon as Su Ruanruan stepped out of the courtyard, she saw a crowd gathered outside. When they saw her come out, the people standing outside immediately surrounded her, all talking at once, asking what had happened inside. Su Ruanruan didn't feel like explaining much, so she just waved her hand and said, "I'm not sure either. You can ask Sister Hongyun later, she definitely knows." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and stopped crowding around her, letting her leave smoothly. Walking home, Su Ruanruan was so hungry her stomach was practically stuck to her back. She'd been running around all morning, not only exhausting her body, but also her mind. Whatever she'd eaten for breakfast had long since been digested. Although she had her treasure space, which was stocked with plenty of food she could easily sneak out under the guise of rummaging in her bag, right now Su Ruanruan just wanted a proper meal. She had no appetite for cookies or snacks. Luckily, when she got home, Granny Chin had just finished cooking. In summer, hot noodle soup is too steamy and tends to get mushy, so Granny Chin preferred to make hand-pulled lo mein during the hot months. She'd roll out the dough and cut the noodles to about the thickness of a pinky finger. After boiling, she'd rinse them in cold water. Whether topped with meat sauce or just eggs, they were always delicious. Not to mention Su even Su Ruanruan could eat 2 big bowls. Given the Su family situation, Granny Chin never worried about making too much food, only about not making enough. So even if Su Ruanruan wasn't expected home for lunch, she'd still make extra. If there were leftovers at noon, it didn't matter, come dinner time, she'd toss the noodles with some flour and stir-fry them with seasonings and veggies for a fragrant evening meal. But clearly, there'd be no fried noodles that night because Su Ruanruan had come home. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, she started calling out that she was starving. After greeting Granny Chin and Su who were sitting by the kitchen door, she hurried inside. She grabbed the biggest porcelain bowl she could find, filled it more than halfway with noodles, ladled on 3 scoops of egg topping, added some shredded cucumber, a splash of vinegar, and a spoonful of homemade chili oil. With a quick stir of her chopsticks, the aroma wafted up, making Su Ruanruan's mouth water uncontrollably. Granny Chin and Su had been watching her the whole time. Seeing Su Ruanruan carrying such a big bowl of noodles, eating as she walked, their hearts ached for her. "What's this? You went to a wedding banquet and didn't even get to eat." Su sounded a little upset as he said this. That Zhao Hongyun had specially come to invite Su Ruanruan to the wedding, and Su Ruanruan had even prepared a gift, yet in the end, she didn't even get a meal? Granny Chin thought a bit more about it. She figured Su Ruanruan must have been worried about Zhao Hongyun, so she hadn't eaten outside. Su Ruanruan didn't want to tell them about Su Jianjun just yet. After all, she was eating, and talking about it would ruin her appetite. No matter what, eating comes first. Everything else can wait until after the meal. The bowl Su Ruanruan was holding was really big. There was no way she could finish 2 bowls of noodles, but she still managed to eat 1.5. After she finished, she took a long drink from her big mug of cool boiled water, finally letting out a comfortable sigh. Logically speaking, she was already 17 this year and shouldn't be growing anymore, but she felt like her appetite had increased lately. She must be having another growth spurt. That thought flashed through Su Ruanruan's mind and quickly disappeared. When she saw Granny Chin finish cleaning up the kitchen and come out, the 3 of them sat together in the shade. Only then did Su Ruanruan carefully open her mouth to speak. Something happened today. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan hesitated and glanced at Su If it had been someone else who died today, Su Ruanruan felt she wouldn't have hesitated at all. She'd just say it straight out. But this was Su Jianjun. No matter what, Hearing this news would surely stir up complicated feelings for Suaimin, right? Suaimin was an old hand at life. When he saw the look Ruanruan gave him, he immediately knew that something big had happened and that it had something to do with him. He'd lived over 50 years. What hadn't he seen? If you have something to say, just say it. Are you worried your grandpa can't handle it? Since it had to be said sooner or later, and Suaimin himself had spoken up, Ruanruan didn't hesitate any longer and simply told them what had happened. Before she spoke, it felt hard to bring up, but once she actually said it, she realized it wasn't so difficult after all. At least, that's how Ruanruan felt. As for what Suaimin was thinking, she had no idea. After listening to Ruanruan, Suaimin was stunned for a moment. But soon, he let out a low chuckle. Seeing this, Ruanruan thought maybe Suaimin had been so shocked he'd lost his senses. But before she could say anything, Suaimin spoke up himself. Do you know what they mean when they say, "Heaven's net is wide, but nothing escapes it"? This is exactly that. No matter how surprised Ruanruan looked, Suaimin continued, "Back when you got hurt, I always suspected Su Jianjun was behind it. But there was no proof, and Deng Xia is the type to protect her own." She insisted it was all her idea, that Su Jianjun didn't know anything about it. So in the end, we couldn't do anything to Su Jianjun. But look, it's been almost 2 years, and now he's finally getting his retribution. It just goes to show, you can't do bad things. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price. Suaimin's words left Ruanruan a little stunned. She also felt that Su Jianjun had it coming, but hearing those words from Suaimin made her feel a bit complicated inside. Very quickly, Ruanruan realized where that complicated feeling came from. Deep down, even she hadn't noticed that she always thought Suaimin still had some feelings for Su Jianjun's family. After all, they were the descendants of his own brother. Even if they'd done wrong, don't elders always say blood is thicker than water and family doesn't hold grudges overnight? But now it seemed Suaimin wasn't like that. He called things as he saw them. Even blood relatives wouldn't be forgiven. Ruanruan nodded in agreement. "Grandpa, I think you're absolutely right. People shouldn't do bad things or take crooked paths, or they'll end up ruining themselves." Leaving aside whether this was retribution for Su Jianjun, at the very least, Ruanruan felt that if Su Jianjun hadn't gotten involved with Wang Liang, he probably wouldn't have died so miserably. Working on the production team might have been tough and tiring, but at least his life wouldn't have been in danger, right? Granny Chen had been listening to the conversation between the two of them the whole time, without saying a word from start to finish. It wasn't until both Ruanruan and Suaimin fell silent that Granny Chen finally spoke up, her face full of worry. "Ruanruan, do you know exactly what happened? How did something like this happen at a wedding?" Hearing Granny Chen's question, even Suaimin looked over. Ruanruan scratched her head. "I don't know either. I didn't go to eat. I was just sitting in Zhao Hongyun's family's main room. Everything outside seemed fine at first, but then suddenly someone started shouting that someone had died." Granny Chen was still anxious, but Suaimin said, "No matter what happened, as long as it doesn't involve our Ruanruan, that's all that matters." That was the truth, and even Granny Chen nodded in agreement. "I think that Zhao Hongyun and that Wang Liang are both bad news. Ruanruan, don't associate with them in the future." She finally said it outright. After speaking, Granny Chen even gave a smile. Suaimin was still staring at Ruanruan and didn't notice Granny Chen's smile. "Ruanruan, your grandma is right. Don't hang out with them anymore. Let's just live our own lives in peace." Ruanruan nodded seriously and solemnly. "Okay, I'll listen to you and Grandpa." The three of them had reached an agreement, but sometimes, things don't go the way you hope. That night, when Ruanruan went to work the night shift, she ran into Zhao Hongyun again. Zhao Hongyun wasn't on night duty tonight, but she was waiting at the hospital entrance, clearly there for Ruanruan. As soon as she saw Ruanruan, Zhao Hongyun hurried over. "Ruanruan, were you scared by what happened today? It's all my fault. If I hadn't dragged you along, none of this would have happened. You didn't even know Wang Liang that well." Ruanruan glanced at Zhao Hongyun, her face expressionless. Yeah, that's exactly what my grandma said. And my grandpa said I shouldn't hang out with you guys anymore, so I don't get myself into trouble. Huh? Zhao Hongyun stared at Su Ruanruan in shock, unable to react for a long moment. Clearly, she hadn't expected Su Ruanruan to say that. Su Ruanruan's face was still deadly serious. My grandparents said I'm not allowed to play with you anymore. Why? Because it's too easy to get caught up in bad luck. Su Ruanruan was so earnest and serious that Zhao Hongyun nearly choked on her words. But Zhao Hongyun was both amused and a little angry. Ruanruan, this was just an accident. It's not like I could control it. How can your grandparents say that? Why not? I'm their only grandchild. Of course they don't want anything to happen to me. They worry about me, so they don't want me hanging out with people who might bring trouble. Isn't that normal? That's prejudice. That's just one-sided. So you're saying my grandparents are wrong? Su Ruanruan looked at Zhao Hongyun in disbelief. You're actually saying my grandparents are wrong? I don't want to play with someone like you. With that, Su Ruanruan walked right past Zhao Hongyun and into the hospital. Zhao Hongyun stared after her, dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? Su Ruanruan, who had already walked into the hospital courtyard, still wore an angry expression on her face, but inside, she was bursting with laughter. The last time she'd used this trick was right after she was reborn, when she was dealing with Wang Aijuan. Back then, she really was just a little kid, so acting like this didn't seem too unreasonable. And now, well, she's still just a kid. Confident in her own youth, Su Ruanruan strolled toward the pediatrics department without a hint of guilt. Her face was still full of indignation. Coincidentally, Kong Yanfang was on the night shift tonight. Seeing Su Ruanruan like this, Kong Yanfang couldn't help but ask curiously, Ruanruan, what's wrong? Kong Yanfang was much older than Su Ruanruan and looked at her almost like a daughter. Although Su Ruanruan looked young, her determined personality and hardworking, studious attitude often made people forget her real age. So seeing Su Ruanruan acting like this all of a sudden, Kong Yanfang was genuinely curious. Su Ruanruan wasn't afraid of being questioned. What she feared most was that no one would ask. So when Kong Yanfang inquired, she didn't care about the setting or how many people were around. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, she spilled everything that had happened earlier, leaving nothing out. It's just me and my grandparents at home. They worry about me and don't want me to get into any trouble, so they wanted me to stay away from her. My grandparents are getting old, and I don't want them to be sad or worried, so of course I want to listen to them. But who would have thought she'd badmouth my grandparents right in front of me? With someone like that, I'm never playing with her again. While Su Ruanruan was talking, Kong Yanfang kept her eyes fixed on her. By the time Su Ruanruan finished, Kong Yanfang's expression was hard to describe. Was this really the same Su Ruanruan she knew? She looked and sounded the same, but there was such a huge difference. But to be honest, Kong Yanfang didn't think Su Ruanruan was wrong at all. After all, she was still just a 17-year-old girl. Still so young. She cared about her grandparents more than anyone, so of course she'd be upset if someone criticized them in front of her. All right. If that's how you feel, then just do what you think is best, Kong Yanfang said, trying hard to suppress a smile. Besides, you two aren't even in the same department, and your shifts don't always overlap. You hardly have time to hang out together anyway. Kong Yanfang's words made it clear she saw Su Ruanruan as a little girl throwing a tantrum, and even her attempts to comfort her were half-hearted. Su Ruanruan understood, but she didn't mind. She'd already said what she needed to say, and now all she had to do was act accordingly. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, just as she was getting off work, Su Ruanruan ran into Zhao Hongyun again. There was no helping it. They worked in the same hospital, even in the same building, just on different floors. Running into each other during shift changes was completely normal. Zhao Hongyun was still angry about Su Ruanruan's words and attitude that morning, but she forced a smile and greeted her anyway. Su Ruanruan just snorted coldly at Zhao Hongyun and walked away without saying a word. There were a lot of people coming and going at shift change, including patients in the corridors. When they saw Su Ruanruan act like this, They were all surprised. Ruanruan could just walk away, but Zhao Hongun had just arrived for her shift. She couldn't leave. So, in the end, all the curious gazes landed on her. Being stared at by all these people, Zhao Hongun felt like she was about to explode with anger, but she could only force a nonchalant smile, acting as if she didn't care. She even said to the person next to her, "Ruanruan is still young. Sometimes she has a bit of a temper and can be a little willful, that's normal. It's nothing. I'll just treat her to something tasty later." The people around her heard what Zhao Hongun said, but none of them took it to heart. In a crowded place, news spreads fastest. What Ruanruan said last night had already spread throughout the hospital. As for this matter, well, whether it was Zhao Hongun or Ruanruan, both of them had their rights and wrongs. But what did that have to do with the onlookers? They were just there for the drama. What they thought didn't matter at all, and there was no need to say anything. So even the nurse beside Zhao Hongun, after hearing her words, didn't respond. She just smiled and said, "Let's hurry up and do our rounds. Mornings are pretty busy." Hearing this, Zhao Hongun secretly resented that no one around her would pick up her cue or help her out, but she could only smile and nod. All right. Once the two of them left, Qian Huihui and Li Jing finally came down from upstairs. They had almost reached the main entrance when Li Jing finally said, "Those two are really something. Just a few days ago, they were thick as thieves, and now look at them already falling out." Although that's what she said, the gloating on Li Jing's face couldn't have been more obvious. She'd always felt it was unfair. They all started at the hospital together, so why did Ruanruan get to be so close with the senior nurse and receive so much extra care for nothing? Well, now things were even. Qian Huihui had known Li Jing long enough to know exactly what she was thinking. She just smiled and said nothing. Seeing Qian Huihui act like this again, Li Jing rolled her eyes in annoyance and turned to leave. "I'm heading home." On her way home, Li Jing was still thinking, "Thank goodness this month is almost over. Next month, I might not be grouped with Qian Huihui anymore." She really couldn't stand Qian Huihui's harmless, innocent smile all day long. Did Qian Huihui really think she was fooling anyone? Did she not know who Li Jing was? Did she really think Li Jing couldn't see right through her? Qian Huihui watched Li Jing walk farther and farther away, then turned to leave herself. But not in the direction of her own home. About 10 minutes later, Qian Huihui stopped outside Hu Xiaoxiao's house. By this time, Hu Xiaoxiao had already gone to work. The food factory was different from the hospital. Even though there was sometimes overtime, there were no night shifts. Their factory was just a small one, not nearly busy enough for that. Qian Huihui stood outside the door for a long time before finally heading home at a slow pace. Her home was about a 10-minute walk from there. When she got back and opened the gate, the courtyard was cold and empty. She went into the kitchen, cold stove, cold pots. No one had saved her any food. At first, Qian Huihui had found it hard to get used to and was angry about it, but after 2 years, she'd grown accustomed. After all, the whole Hu Xiaoxiao family had moved out. She made herself a simple meal, washed up, and went to bed. As she lay down, her mind was still turning over the day's events, but after a long night shift, she was exhausted. Before she could think for long, she drifted off to sleep. After Ruanruan got home, she told Granny Chen and Su Aimin about what happened between her and Zhao Hongyun. Well, mainly she told Su Aimin. After listening to Ruanruan's account, Su Aimin frowned. "You silly girl, you're not that young anymore, how can you still?" Before he could finish, Granny Chen cut him off. "How is Ruanruan not young? She's only 17, still just a child." Su Aimin's words were blocked right there by Granny Chen. He thought about it and decided not to say anything more. Forget it. What's the point of talking about it now that it's already happened? Alright, this is fine too. From what I see, that Zhao Hongyun is just trying to climb up the ladder. You've made things clear enough. If she keeps pestering you, you don't need to save her any face. Hurry up and eat, then get some sleep. Working at the hospital is fine and all, but those night shifts are just too annoying. As he spoke, Su Aimin's brows were practically tied in knots. It was obvious how much he disliked working night shifts. To be honest, Ruanruan didn't like night shifts either. Even if she could catch up on sleep after work, sleeping during the day just wasn't the same as sleeping at night. But what could she do? She only had the skills to be a nurse for now, not a doctor. But then again, it seemed like doctors had to work night shifts too. With her mind wandering, Ruanruan soon drifted off to sleep. Usually, after Ruanruan finished a night shift, unless she woke up on her own, neither Granny Chen nor Suimin would ever disturb her. But this time, Ruanruan felt like she had just fallen asleep when she was suddenly woken up. Her mind was groggy and buzzing, and she had no idea what was going on outside. She just heard someone banging loudly on her door, with Granny Chen trying to stop them and Suimin sounding furious. Hearing those voices, Ruanruan instantly woke up. She checked that she was properly dressed, hurriedly put on her shoes, got off the bed, and quickly went to the door to open it. Standing right outside was Zhao Hongyun. Behind Zhao Hongyun was a group of police officers led by Zhao Sen. Looking at all these people, Ruanruan frowned in annoyance. What are you all doing here? Are they searching my house? What era do they think this is? Zhao Hongyun gave Ruanruan an awkward smile. Ruanruan, did we wake you up? We didn't mean to. Ruanruan didn't have the patience to listen to Zhao Hongyun's nonsense. She ignored her and looked straight at Zhao Sr. What's going on? Ruanruan had met Zhao Sen quite a few times, but this was the first time she'd spoken to him so bluntly. Zhao Sen knew they were in the wrong this time, so he didn't take her attitude to heart. She said that when she came to your house last time, she saw you hiding something in your room. It might be related to Su Jianjun's death. As he spoke, Zhao Sen pointed at Zhao Hongyun. Ruanruan turned to look at Zhao Hongyun. Oh? Last time you came to my house, you only stood at the door for a minute and you saw me hiding something? What did I hide? Where did I hide it? Zhao Hongyun smiled sheepishly. Even though I only stood at the door for a minute, I've always had good eyesight since I was little. I just happened to see something. I wasn't planning to say anything. After all, it's your room and you can put your things wherever you want. But as soon as she saw that Zhao Hongyun was about to launch into another long-winded speech, Ruanruan immediately cut her off. All right, enough with all that. Just tell us where you hid the thing. Take it out and let's see what it is and whether it has anything to do with Su Jianjun's death. Of course it has nothing to do with it. Zhao Hongyun's eyes sparkled. But so what if it doesn't? As long as she could achieve her goal, that was all that mattered. Seeing how straightforward Ruanruan was being, Zhao Sen couldn't be bothered to listen to Zhao Hongyun's rambling either. He asked directly, you said you saw where it was hidden. Just tell us now. They were all busy people after all. Zhao Hongyun glanced at Ruanruan, but Ruanruan ignored her, taking a few steps back and sitting down on a bench nearby. Seeing how calm Ruanruan was, Zhao Hongyun felt a bit unsettled. Was Ruanruan really that steady, or was she? Before Zhao Hongyun could think any further, Zhao Sen urged her again, hurry up. Now that things had come to this, there was no benefit in changing her story. Zhao Hongyun could only grit her teeth and walk over to the spot next to the Kong bed, pretending to examine it carefully for a while before turning to Zhao Sen and saying, it's really here. I just happened to glance over and noticed this spot looked different from the others, like something was hidden inside. Zhao Sen stepped forward, motioned for Zhao Hongyun to move aside, then crouched down to take a closer look. He examined it for a while, then found something to dig away the dirt, and pulled out a small paper ball from inside. When Zhao Sen actually took out a small paper ball, identical to the one she'd stuffed in earlier, Zhao Hongyun finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed Ruanruan hadn't discovered it, or she would have taken it out long ago, right? Zhao Sen held the paper ball, glanced at Ruanruan, then at Zhao Hongyun, finding the situation rather interesting. But he wasn't the type to drag things out. After looking at the two of them, he didn't ask any questions and simply unwrapped the paper ball. When he finished unwrapping it and saw what was written inside, Zhao Sen's expression finally changed a little. Zhao Hongyun had been watching Zhao Sen closely, and seeing the look on his face, she felt a bit more at ease. Zhao Sun stared at the contents of the paper, flipping it over and over, but said nothing. Everyone in the room, and even those standing outside, looked tense. Granny Chen's face had gone pale with fear, but at this moment, she didn't dare say a word. She might not understand much, but she did know that the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Everyone held their breath, feeling as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats, until Zhao Sun finally handed the paper to Zhao Hongyun. Since you led us here and found it, you take a look first. With trembling hands, Zhao Hongyun took the paper. Heaven knew how much effort it took for her to suppress her excitement and keep herself from laughing out loud. But when she saw what was written on the paper, she didn't need to suppress anything. She couldn't even force a smile. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? Zhao Hongyun muttered to herself, her face full of disbelief. She had written this note herself and hidden it there with her own hands. Why, when it was taken out, had all the words changed? Hearing Zhao Hongyun's words, Zhao Sun looked at her with great interest. What's impossible? You think what's written on this paper is wrong? Then what should it say? Not only did Zhao Hongyun hear Zhao Sun's words, but Su Ruanruan also heard them. The moment she heard what Zhao Sun said, Su Ruanruan let out a sigh. There's no hope now. She had been waiting for Zhao Hongyun to slip up in her shock and accidentally reveal something. But now, with Zhao Sun interrupting like this, it seemed impossible. Su Ruanruan's guess was right. After hearing Zhao Sun's words, Zhao Hongyun immediately snapped back to her senses and stammered, "No. I just thought, why would someone write something like this and stuff it into a wall?" The more she spoke, the smoother her words became. She even looked at Su Ruanruan with a hint of reproach. Honestly, you're something else. If you're keeping a weather log, why would you stuff it into the wall after writing it? If you hadn't hidden it, I wouldn't have seen it, and none of this would have happened. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan was both amused and exasperated by Zhao Hongyun's shamelessness. That's rich coming from you. This is my house, my room. I wrote something down. If I want to stuff it in the wall or bury it in the ground, what's it got to do with you? You just happened to catch a glimpse of it and immediately claimed what I hid was related to a murder case, even bringing the police to my house. I haven't even blamed you for that, and now you're blaming me. From the conversation, Granny Chen had already figured out that the note definitely wasn't the original one, and there was nothing suspicious written on it. She finally felt relieved. But at the same time, Granny Chen grew even angrier. She rushed at Zhao Hongyun and slapped her across the face. To think I used to think you were a good kid and let Ruanruan play with you. I thought you'd worked in the hospital for a few years and could look out for her, that you'd help each other and wouldn't get bullied in the future. But who would have thought the first person to bully my Ruanruan would be you? You really are rotten to the core. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get my whole family killed? Granny Chen had lived in the village most of her life. Even though she was usually kind and avoided conflict, she knew how to handle herself when she needed to. Zhao Hongyun was just a girl not even 20 who loved scheming and playing mind games, but when it came to this, she was no match for Granny Chen. As Granny Chen grabbed and hit her, Zhao Hongyun was completely stunned. It wasn't until Zhao Sun thought she'd had enough that he stepped forward to stop Granny Chen. All right. That's enough. I still need to ask questions. Granny Chen was still a little afraid of Zhao Sun. After all, he was the police. Hearing his words, she stopped and walked over to Su Ruanruan's side, but her eyes stayed locked on Zhao Hongyun, as if she wished she could take another bite out of her. Zhao Sun fixed his gaze on Zhao Hongyun. All right, now you can tell us, why do you think this little note is related to Su Jianjun's case? Zhao Hongyun clutched her face, eyes downcast, her mind racing. Zhao Sun had asked her this before. At the time, she'd said she'd explain once they found the note. Back then, she'd thought that once Zhao Sun saw what was on the note, he wouldn't have time to ask her this question. But now, things had turned out like this. Not only did Zhao Sun have plenty of time to ask, he was going to ask in detail and wouldn't let her off easy. Right now, Zhao Hongyun just wanted to brush it off as quickly as possible. She didn't even care about Granny Chen hitting her anymore. Zhao Hongyun was quick-witted, otherwise, she wouldn't be scheming against this person and that one all the time. I was just thinking, Su Ruanruan and Su Jianjun are from the same production brigade, and there's old bad blood between them. Who knows, maybe one of them would get desperate and do something harmful. When I first saw this, I didn't pay much attention to it. That day, I didn't even know Su Jianjun would be attending the wedding. It wasn't until Su Jianjun died, and Su Ruanruan was in such a hurry to distance herself from me, that I started to feel something was off. Then I remembered this thing, so I brought you all here. I really meant well. After all, the murder happened in our yard, and our family gets along well with the Wang family. With something like this happening, of course I'd hope the truth could be found out as soon as possible. I just didn't expect there'd be something like this hidden here. Sorry for causing you trouble. Zhao Hongyun's explanation was logical, and her intentions sounded good. She just ended up making things worse despite her good intentions. But that's what an ordinary person would think. The people standing here now, though, were anything but ordinary. Didn't you say before that you didn't know Su Jianjun? Then how did you know there was old bad blood between him and Su Ruanruan? Are you going to tell me you only found out in the last couple of days? But how did you find out? You've been in the county town this whole time, never even been to the 3rd Production Brigade. Before Su Jianjun died, you'd never met him, so you couldn't have heard it from him. And judging by the situation now, Su Ruanruan definitely never told you about it, right? Not only did you not know, even Su Ruanruan's old classmates, teachers, and the neighbors around here don't know about this. So where did you hear it from? It's only been 2 days, yet you've already got everything figured out, and even brought us straight here to find evidence. Are your skills better than ours? If so, maybe you shouldn't be a nurse. Come join us at the police station instead. With every word Zhao Sun spoke, Zhao Hongyun's face grew a shade paler. On top of that, the spot where Granny Chin had just hit her was already red and swollen, making her look even more ashen, almost pitiful. Unfortunately, there was no one here who'd pity a pretty face. Seeing that Zhao Hongyun was speechless, Zhao Sun waved his hand and called to the people outside, "All right, stop watching the show. Take her back and question her properly. We need to learn a thing or two. Can't let a little nurse outdo us, right?" Before Zhao Sun had even finished speaking, the people outside came in and took Zhao Hongyun away. As she was leaving, Zhao Hongyun shot a look full of hatred at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan blinked innocently. She still didn't understand what kind of grudge there was between her and Zhao Hongyun. Clearly, before she started working at the hospital, their relationship had been fine. No, to be precise, it was before that night shift. Before she overheard Zhao Hongyun's conversation with the mysterious person, her relationship with Zhao Hongyun had still been all right. They weren't exactly good friends, but things hadn't been nearly as bad as they were now. Su Ruanruan was still staring at Zhao Hongyun's departing figure when Zhao Sun walked over. "Stop staring. Come on, tell me, what exactly is going on between you two? I'm not just sitting around with nothing better to do, solving little girls' disputes all day. Even if you two are having a falling out, you can't treat the police like a joke." As soon as she heard this, Su Ruanruan realized that Zhao Sun had misunderstood. "I'm not that close with her, and it's not like we're having a falling out," Su Ruanruan explained. Zhao Sun looked at Su Ruanruan in surprise, seeing how serious she was. By now, the people Zhao Sun had brought with him had all left. Only Su Ruanruan, Granny Chin, Zhao Sun, and Su Aimin, who was standing at the door, remained. Since it was all family, Su Ruanruan didn't feel the need to hold anything back. So, Su Ruanruan briefly recounted how she met Zhao Hongyun and everything that had happened over the past 2 years. Not even Su Aimin knew all these details, let alone Zhao Sun. When Su Ruanruan mentioned that she had accidentally overheard a conversation between Zhao Hongyun and a mysterious person, Su Aimin's eyebrows started twitching uncontrollably. If it weren't for Zhao Sun being there, Su Aimin probably would have rushed over already. Su Ruanruan had chosen this moment to reveal everything, and she hadn't avoided Su Aimin on purpose. This was exactly what she wanted. With an outsider present, Su Aimin couldn't just point at her nose and scold her. As for what would happen after Zhao Sun left, by then, Su Aimin wouldn't be as angry. As long as Su Aimin calmed down, everything else would be easier to handle. Zhao Sun had no idea what Su Ruanruan was thinking. He was already piecing the situation together. So, Zhao Hongyan suspected that you'd discovered her secret, so she tested you. But your reaction only made her more certain that you knew, which is why she tried to get rid of you. Su Ruanruan nodded. That's exactly what I think. But I feel a bit wronged. It was dark, and I overheard them by accident. She was downstairs, I was upstairs, I didn't even see who she was talking to. They didn't say anything particularly secretive either. Why did she have to go so far as to try to get rid of me? Su Ruanruan didn't mention that the mysterious person was Wang Liang, since she had no proof. After all, the relationship between that mysterious person and Zhao Hongyun was suspicious, but Wang Liang was already married. Even if Zhao Sun went to ask around near Wang Liang's home, all he'd find out was that Zhao Hongyun and Wang Liang grew up as neighbors in the same courtyard. Nothing improper between them. As for the little girl, even if Zhao Sun wanted to question a child, her words wouldn't count as direct evidence. Especially since what she said wasn't direct evidence anyway. Su Ruanruan had always been cautious, she wouldn't act without certainty. This matter could wait for another time. Not to mention Wang Liang, even with just Zhao Hongyun, without more evidence, there wasn't much they could do to her right now. Zhao Sun realized this too. So you knew all along that she was trying to frame you? Of course. I saw the paper inside and swapped it out. What about the original paper? Burned it, obviously. Su Ruanruan looked at Zhao Sun like he was being silly. Why keep it if you're not going to burn it? You want to make trouble for yourself. She had a point, and Zhao Sun didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, Zhao Sun stood up. All right, I'll go back and question her. Hopefully, I can get something out of her. If he couldn't, then at most Zhao Hongyun would be locked up for a few days and then released. Su Ruanruan understood this and didn't mind much. There was still a lot she wanted to find out from Zhao Hongyun. She didn't want her to disappear just yet. After Zhao Sun left, Su Aimin sat down across from Su Ruanruan, his face cold and stern. Seeing that Su Aimin was clearly angry, but still didn't say a word, Su Ruanruan suddenly felt a little guilty. But that guilt only lasted for a moment before she pushed it down. Now was definitely not the time to feel guilty. Su Ruanruan flashed Su Aimin a sweet, ingratiating smile. Grandpa, the reason I didn't tell you is because I didn't want you to worry. You're not in the best health. Grandma, don't you think so? Of course, at a time like this, she had to get Granny Chan to back her up. Granny Chan shot Su Ruanruan a helpless look, but what else could she do? Naturally, she had to side with Su Ruanruan. That's right. Ruanruan was just thinking of you. That's why she didn't say anything. If Granny Chan hadn't said anything, it might have been better. But the moment she spoke, Su Aimin glared at her. So you knew all along and you were in on it, hiding it from me? Even under Su Aimin's glare, Granny Chan didn't look the least bit guilty. And how many things have you kept from me? You were gone for 30 years. Did I ask you what you did every day? Did I ask who you made enemies with? Did I ask who you had conflicts with? Su Aimin was stumped by her questions. Come to think of it, she wasn't wrong. Wait, he almost got sidetracked. Just as Su Aimin was about to say something, he saw Granny Chan staring at him unblinkingly. She didn't say a word, but Su Aimin immediately understood her meaning. If you keep harping on this, then you'll have to tell me everything that happened in those 30 years you were gone. It wasn't that Su Aimin was unwilling to talk about it, but after all those years, how could he remember everything clearly? And if he left anything out and Granny Chan found out later, that would just be another argument. Thinking about that possible future gave Su Aimin a headache. He had no choice but to glare at Su Ruanruan. I'll let this go for now, but from now on, if anything happens and you and your grandma hide it from me again, what? We only keep things from you so you won't worry. We're just looking out for you. You don't even know how to enjoy life and you're still, fine. Though she said that, even Granny Chan felt a wave of relief in her heart. She knew Su Aimin wasn't the petty type. He wouldn't get truly angry or hold a grudge just because Su Ruanruan kept something from him. Su Ruanruan listened to the two of them talk, not saying a word from start to finish. Seeing that Granny Chin had smoothed things over with Su Aimin, she finally flashed him a big, toothy grin. "Grandpa, what do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you." "You think I need you to cook for me?" Su Aimin snorted. "Even if I wanted you to cook, your grandma would have to agree first." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan just chuckled and didn't reply. She wasn't sleepy anymore, but she honestly didn't feel like cooking either. Granny Chen had never planned to let Su Ruanruan cook anyway. Hearing the two of them, she stood up. "All right, enough talking. I'll go make lunch. You two just wait and eat." As she spoke, Granny Chen headed for the door. At the doorway, she turned back. "Come help me with the fire and let Ruanruan get some rest. Poor thing, worked the night shift all night and hasn't even slept 2 hours yet before being woken up again." Su Aimin and Granny Chen headed to the kitchen together, and Su Ruanruan's room quieted down. She sat alone for a while longer, then got up and walked over to the wall, crouching down to examine the small hole Zhao Sen had pried open. She stared at it for quite some time before finally standing up. Could it really just be jealousy? Su Ruanruan hadn't forgotten the look Zhao Hongyun gave her before leaving. That look was filled with nothing but jealousy and resentment. So maybe Zhao Hongyun targeted her not for any other reason, but simply out of jealousy? But jealous of what? Su Ruanruan glanced around her room, then touched her own face, feeling like she'd found the answer. A couple of days later, Zhao Hongyun returned to work at the hospital. By then, Su Ruanruan had already been transferred from pediatrics to gynecology. She'd been working for a month now. A month isn't really long, but not exactly short either. For Su Ruanruan, even though she'd switched to a new department, she didn't feel out of place at all. Or rather, she adapted very well. Gynecology was just as busy as pediatrics, but since she was already used to the pace, she quickly got the hang of things and became even more at ease. Her face still looked young and delicate, but whatever she did, she handled it with practiced ease. Patients and their families no longer questioned her abilities, which made her work go much more smoothly. That afternoon, as she was leisurely making her way toward the hospital's main entrance after her shift, she spotted Zhao Hongyun walking ahead of her. Gynecology was in a different building now, so she and Zhao Hongyun no longer worked in the same place. When Su Ruanruan first found out about this, she was thrilled. No more running into Zhao Hongyun on the stairs, and since their shifts didn't always overlap, the chances of bumping into each other were slim. But who would have thought that just 2 days after having that thought, she'd run into Zhao Hongyun again? Maybe Zhao Hongyun sensed someone watching her from behind, or maybe someone beside her tipped her off. As soon as she stepped out of the hospital, Zhao Hongyun stopped, turned around, and looked straight at Su Ruanruan. At that moment, Su Ruanruan had just reached the entrance too, and they were only 2 or 3 meters apart. With such a short distance between them and their eyes meeting, sparks seemed to fly instantly. But Su Ruanruan didn't like staring contests, so after looking at Zhao Hongyun for a moment, she calmly looked away and kept walking forward. This time, Zhao Hongyun didn't try to stop her, she just watched as Su Ruanruan walked farther and farther away. Su Ruanruan wasn't sure why Zhao Hongyun was acting a bit strange, but honestly, she was quite happy about it. She didn't really want to talk to Zhao Hongyun anyway. As for the things she wanted to know, there was plenty of time ahead, she'd find out eventually. When she got home, she hadn't even made it through the door before she heard someone calling her name. She turned and saw Hu Xiaoxiao standing not far away, grinning at her. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao, Su Ruanruan was overjoyed. "Xiaoxiao, you're off work, huh?" Hu Xiaoxiao walked over with a smile, took Su Ruanruan's hand, and together they walked into the Su family's house. After greeting Granny Chen and Su Aimin in the yard, the two of them went to Su Ruanruan's room and sat down on the kang. Hu Xiaoxiao's face and eyes were full of laughter, but she pretended to be angry and teased, "Ruanruan, did you forget about me? All this time, if I didn't come looking for you, you wouldn't even think to find me." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but think, oh no. So much had happened lately. She'd been preoccupied with Zhao Hongyun all day, and with work on top of that, She simply hadn't had time to think about Hu Xiaoxiao. The most important thing was, back when they were in school together, sitting at the same desk, even if Ruanruan was busy with her own stuff, they still saw each other every day. In fact, they spent more time together than with anyone else. But things were different now. They both had jobs, and not even at the same place. Their work schedules didn't line up, and if anything else came up, it didn't matter how close they lived to each other. It was perfectly normal to go 10 days or even half a month without seeing each other. Just like this time, they hadn't seen each other in over 10 days, let alone had a proper conversation. Ruanruan scooted closer to Hu Xiaoxiao, raised her arm, and pulled her into a hug. Come on, Xiaoxiao, don't be mad. I didn't mean to ignore you. You just started your new job, right? I figured you must be really busy, and after work you'd want to rest, so I didn't want to bother you. But don't worry, from now on, after I get off work, I'll come find you every day. Hu Xiaoxiao had just been teasing Ruanruan, but seeing her play along so well, saying exactly what she wanted to hear, she couldn't help but laugh. All right. You said it. If you don't keep your word, then I'll... Then what? Then I'll come find you every day. What else could I do? Hearing this, Ruanruan burst out laughing. The two of them sat close together on the Kong bed, their laughter drifting out the window and into the courtyard, where it reached Granny Chin and Su Aimin's ears. Hearing their laughter, the two adults couldn't help but smile as well. Granny Chin thought to herself, this is what it's like when young girls are together. Thinking of that Zhao Hongyun from before. As soon as Zhao Hongyun came to mind, Granny Chin frowned and quickly pushed the thought away, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. It was almost dinner time, so she hurried off to make dinner. Life had been good these past few years, good food, good clothes, a comfortable life. She didn't have to work in the fields anymore, or herd sheep in the scorching heat or freezing wind. That's why her health had improved. Otherwise, in a few years, she might not be able to do any of this anymore. If that happened, Ruanruan would have to juggle both work and taking care of her. What would they do then? For Ruanruan's sake, she couldn't afford to get sick. She had to take good care of herself and Su Aimin, and hopefully live another 10 years or so. By then, not only would Ruanruan be all grown up, maybe she'd even help raise Ruanruan's children. Ruanruan had no idea that Granny Chin was already thinking about helping her raise kids. Right now, she was listening to Hu Xiaoxiao talk about her job at the food factory. Even though they were both new hires, Hu Xiaoxiao and Xin Yanjun weren't assigned to the same department. After all, Hu Xiaoxiao was a high school graduate, a highly educated person by local standards. She'd scored well on the entrance exam, knew a lot, and was articulate, so she landed a clerical job. That's right, a clerical job. Even at a food factory, there were office jobs. Hu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with her current position. Aside from being a bit flustered at first, after all this time, she'd gotten the hang of things and rarely made mistakes anymore. Now that she'd settled in, Hu Xiaoxiao started to pay attention to the other new hires who'd joined the food factory with her. She didn't really know the others, and even if she occasionally heard some news about them, she didn't pay much attention. But Xin Yanjun was different. Hu Xiaoxiao not only knew Xin Yanjun, she was actually quite familiar with him by now. Especially since there was a somewhat roundabout connection between Xin Yanjun and Ruanruan. Now that she had come to talk to Ruanruan, it was only natural for Hu Xiaoxiao to bring up Xin Yanjun. Ruanruan, let me tell you a secret. Even though there were only the two of them in the room, and with the window and wall between them and the courtyard, their voices kept low enough that Granny Chin and Su Aimin sitting outside couldn't hear a thing. Hu Xiaoxiao still covered her mouth with her hand and leaned in close to Ruanruan's ear before whispering. Ruanruan was always curious, especially when someone made it clear they were about to share a secret. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Hu Xiaoxiao. Tell me, what's the secret? Seeing Ruanruan so eager, Hu Xiaoxiao hesitated a little, unsure whether she should say it or not. Before she could keep wavering, Ruanruan pressed her again, unable to wait any longer. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoxiao stopped hesitating. She worked at the food factory, but so did Xiao Chengjin's parents. Even as someone who'd only been at the factory for half a month, she'd already heard the news. She didn't believe for a second that Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju hadn't heard it too. Besides, Ruanruan was bound to find out sooner or later, so there was no point in hiding it. I heard from people at the factory that Xinyanjun has been getting pretty close to one of the girls there. Ruanruan, who had just been all excited, was stunned when she heard this. What do you mean, getting pretty close? Hu Xiaoxiao gave her a strange look. Ruanruan, did you get dumber or something? Of course not. Then how can you not understand something so obvious? Hu Xiaoxiao looked at Ruanruan in confusion. After all, Ruanruan was already engaged. How could she not get what she meant? It wasn't that Ruanruan didn't understand, she just couldn't believe it. If Hu Xiaoxiao had said this about someone else, she might have believed it. But this was Xinyanjun. Back then, Xinyanjun had liked Yumanqi so much. Even when Yumanqi's family demanded an outrageous bride price, Xinyanjun was determined to marry her. For the past 2 years, the two of them had been inseparable. Ruanruan had even heard from Qian Aiju about how Xinyanjun planned to give his job to Yumanqi. What did Qian Aiju say at the time? She was worried that Xinyanjun liked Yumanqi too much, and that if Yumanqi ever got any bad ideas, Xinyanjun would be the one to suffer. But now, before any of Qian Aiju's worries had come true, Xinyanjun was already getting close to someone else? Ruanruan thought about it seriously, still finding it hard to believe. Xiao, did you see it with your own eyes? This time, Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head. I didn't see it myself, but everyone at the factory is talking about it. Clearly, quite a few people have seen it. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That was true. Ruanruan rested her chin on her hand, still full of confusion. So who's the girl he's getting close to? It wasn't that Ruanruan wanted to stand up for Yumanqi. She didn't have the time for that. She was just curious. What kind of girl could make Xinyanjun forget about Yumanqi in just half a month? When Hu Xiaoxiao heard her question, she looked even more pleased with herself. I knew you'd ask. I was curious too, so I already found out. Hurry up, tell me. Hu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, took a sip of tea to moisten her voice, and finally said, even though Xinyanjun passed the exam, he only finished junior high, and this time he barely made it in, so he was assigned to a frontline position. The person he's closest to is the workshop director's daughter. I heard she's only 18 this year, just graduated from high school, but her grades weren't great. She barely passed the entrance exam too. By coincidence, she ended up in the same workshop as Xinyanjun. Ruanruan paused and thought about it, then said, You've got that backwards. It wasn't the girl who just happened to be assigned there, it was Xinyanjun who was the one assigned by chance. The workshop director's daughter, just happening to be assigned to that workshop? How could it be such a coincidence? The only real coincidence is Xinyanjun being assigned there. Hu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Same difference, same difference. Just listen to me. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao's eyebrows practically stand up, Ruanruan didn't interrupt her anymore. All right, go on, I'm listening. The girl's name is Wang Ying. She's from number 2 high school. I haven't met her before, so I guess we were never classmates. Honestly, Wang Ying isn't as pretty as Yumanqi. After thinking for a moment, Hu Xiaoxiao added seriously, actually, Wang Ying is quite good-looking. I think she's pretty. Probably even prettier than me. At this, Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh, even though she tried to hold it in. Does Hu Xiaoxiao always have to sneak in a compliment for herself when praising someone else? Seeing Ruanruan laughing, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't mind and continued, even though Wang Ying is decent-looking, she's still not as pretty as Yumanqi. Yumanqi is really beautiful. In the whole county, I've barely seen anyone prettier than her. Of course, Ruanruan, you're definitely not as pretty as Yumanqi. On this point, Ruanruan was self-aware. Yumanqi was a true beauty. Even if she wasn't highly educated, even if her background wasn't great, she was just beautiful. And it wasn't that delicate, dainty kind of beauty you read about in books, but a beauty in her very bones. Isn't there a saying? True beauty is in the bones, not the skin. Especially now that Yumanqi was 2 years older, at the prime of her youth, Her features had fully matured, and her every movement was captivating. Even after living 2 lifetimes, Ruanruan had rarely seen anyone as beautiful as her. So Ruanruan was even more puzzled. If Wang Ying isn't as pretty as Yumanchi, then why would Shenyanjun? Hu Xiaoxiao looked at Ruanruan as if she were an idiot. Ruanruan, are you stupid? Shenyanjun is a man. No matter how much a man likes a beauty, when it comes to choosing between that and his future, he'll make the same choice, right? Seeing Ruanruan about to argue, Hu Xiaoxiao quickly added, I'm not just making this up. I've already checked, someone saw them. At mealtime, Shenyanjun and Wang Ying were together, and it seems Shenyanjun even went to Wang Ying's house for dinner. Since the rumor had already spread, it couldn't have come out of nowhere. So, was Shenyanjun really going to give up Yumanchi for the sake of his future? Ruanruan stroked her chin. Now that's interesting. Yumanchi wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was beautiful, but she wasn't just a pretty face, she was smart too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have managed to marry into the Shen family and enjoy a good life for 2 years. Hu Xiaoxiao had met Yumanchi before, so she understood this as well. What the two of them understood, Shenyanjun understood even better. At this moment, just a wall away in the main room of the Xiao family, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju sat with cold faces, both fuming as they waited for Shenyanjun. Perhaps the atmosphere in the room was just too oppressive, so Shenyanjun took the initiative to speak first. Uncle, Auntie, are you hungry? How about I make you something to eat? As he spoke, Shenyanjun stood up. Auntie's been cooking all this month. Today, let me make a meal for you. Let Uncle and Auntie enjoy a bit of comfort. Since Chongjin isn't home, these things are my responsibility. Qian Aiju's brow twitched, and she finally couldn't hold back anymore. She looked up at Shenyanjun. If you really want us to enjoy ourselves, then why don't you tell us what's really going on? Tell you what. Shenyanjun still smiled, looking completely innocent, just as clueless and silly as ever. But at this moment, neither Xiao Aigua nor Qian Aiju believed that act anymore. Yanjun, we're your uncle and aunt. Your parents live far away with the production team, and you're staying here with us, so it's our job to look after you. We've heard all about what you've been up to lately. Don't pretend to be clueless. We're all family here. Whatever's on your mind, you'd best make it clear to us. If things really blow up, we won't be able to help you. After Qian Aiju finished, seeing that Shenyanjun still stubbornly refused to speak, she let out a cold laugh. Life's been too easy for you these past few years. I think you've forgotten some things. Have you forgotten what happened with Liang Jiaming and Wan Mimi? At first, when he heard those two names, Shenyanjun looked completely confused. But after a moment, he remembered who they were. Seeing that he'd remembered, Qian Aiju spoke even more bluntly. You remember now, don't you? Since you do, I'll just say it straight. Back then, those two weren't even married yet, but look what happened. Now, do you know where they are? Do you know what kind of lives they're living now? Even if you haven't seen them, you must have at least heard about it, right? Shenyanjun's face darkened. He wasn't a child anymore, of course he knew about these things. Since you know, how dare you make the same mistake? You're a married man. Qian Aiju was nearly furious enough to explode. She'd always worried that Shenyanjun would be manipulated by Yumanchi, but who would have thought? Shenyanjun had only been working in the county for a short time, and already he was thinking about climbing the social ladder. Shenyanjun realized there was no point pretending anymore, so he simply laid out his thoughts. Auntie, even if you're married, you can still get divorced. Once I'm divorced, neither of us will be married. What's wrong with that? Have you divorced yet? I've already asked for leave. Shenyanjun replied. I'm going back to the production team tomorrow. What are you going back for? Qian Aiju shot to her feet. I'm going back to talk things over with Yumanchi. Now I finally understand what it means to be kindred spirits. This is a new era, love is free. I've found my true partner, and I want to work hard with her and spend my life with her. Manchi is a reasonable person. She'll give us her blessing. Qian Aiju was so angry at Shenyanjun's words that she actually laughed. Give you her blessing? Bless you too. A pair of shameless lovers? But seeing as the person standing in front of her was the Xiao family's grandson, And with Xiao Aigua still sitting beside her, Qian Aiju swallowed those words. Qian Aiju had her reservations, but Xiao Aigua had none. Xiao Aigua stood up, strode over to Xin Yanjun, lifted his foot, and kicked Xin Yanjun hard in the shin. Back in his youth, Xiao Aigua had done plenty of farm work. Even though he hadn't done much in recent years, he was still a grown man with considerable strength. Now, in a fit of rage, his kick sent Xin Yanjun straight to his knees. In the past, Xin Yanjun had always been timid, but today he acted like a tough guy. Even after being kicked, he didn't make a sound. He simply knelt there and said, "I'm just pursuing my own happiness. What's wrong with that? Uncle, this is a new era. We're not living in the old days where marriages were arranged by parents and matchmakers. If you don't love someone, you can get divorced. We're all adults here, so we should part ways peacefully. Forcing things never works. You can't ruin my whole life just for the sake of appearances. Spending a lifetime with someone you don't love, how is that any different from being dead? Besides, you're not even my father, so this isn't your business to meddle in." Qian Aiju, who had been about to step in and calm Xiao Aigua down, shut her mouth tight after hearing Xin Yanjun's words. She even took a step back and sat down on the bench, watching Xin Yanjun with a look of indifference. "This kid isn't even blood-related to me, so if he gets hit, so be it. Let him get hit. If he were my own flesh and blood, I'd probably hit him even harder than Xiao Aigua." Just as she was thinking this, she saw Xiao Aigua kick Xin Yanjun again. This time, the kick landed squarely on Xin Yanjun's backside, knocking him from his knees flat onto the floor. Even lying on the ground, Xin Yanjun didn't back down. He repeated everything he'd just said. This was like adding fuel to the fire. The veins on Xiao Aigua's forehead bulged, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to beat Xin Yanjun to death right then and there. But there was one thing Xin Yanjun said that was true. He was just the uncle, not the father. Even if someone had to beat him to death, it wasn't his place to do it. Xiao Aigua stopped, glaring coldly at Xin Yanjun. "Since you've said all this, tomorrow I'll go back to the production brigade with you and hand you over to your parents. I'll make sure to return you to them in one piece. From now on, whatever happens to you is none of my business. Even if you keep working at the food factory, you're not staying at my house anymore. My home is a cage, and it can't hold a free man like you." Xin Yanjun slowly got up. "I wasn't planning to stay anyway. I've already applied for my own room. Once I divorce Yumanchi, I'll marry Wang Ying. Then the two of us can live together, just like Sister Xiulan and her husband." Qian Aiju, who had been sitting quietly to the side, was instantly displeased when she heard this. She spat harshly at Xin Yanjun. "Don't you dare mention my daughter. She's nothing like you." Xiao Aigua took a deep breath, turned to Qian Aiju, and said, "Make some food for him. Don't let him starve to death. He can have dinner tonight, but there's no need for breakfast tomorrow. I'll take him straight back to the Shin family. Help me ask for leave at work. Want me to go back with you? No need. All right then." With that, Qian Aiju got up and headed to the kitchen. As she cooked, Qian Aiju couldn't help but wonder if her eyes had really gone bad with age. She used to think Xin Yanjun was a decent guy. Sure, he was a little blinded by beauty, but overall, he seemed like a good son and a good husband. But now, early the next morning, Xiao Aigua got up at the crack of dawn. Truth be told, he hadn't really slept at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles under them. After all, he was already 40 years old. Normally, it didn't show, but just one sleepless night made him look noticeably older. As soon as Qian Aiju saw Xiao Aigua like this, her heart ached. "Old Xiao, how about I take him back instead?" Xiao Aigua glanced at her. "Are you really in any better shape than I am?" Qian Aiju fell silent. She hadn't slept a wink all night either, tossing and turning. The two of them had shared the same Kong bed, both restless, who didn't know what the other was going through. Xiao Aigua finished getting dressed and waved his hand at Qian Aiju. "All right, enough. I'll take him back. It'll be easier for me to explain things anyway. Just remember to ask for leave for me. I'll be back this afternoon." He figured, after all, he was Xiao Aimei's older brother. Shin Yanjun had only been in the county for half a month and already caused such trouble. The Shin family might blame them, saying the uncle and aunt hadn't looked after Shin Yanjun properly. If he went back himself, at least Qian Aiju wouldn't have to bear the brunt of it. After so many years together, how could Qian Aiju not know what Xiao Aigua was thinking? After a night of anger, she felt much better now. All right, I'll go make you some breakfast. Before Xiao Aigua could refuse, Qian Aiju continued, there's going to be enough drama when you get back. If you don't eat now, do you think you'll get a chance at lunch? Xiao Aigua thought about it and realized she was right, so he didn't argue. Just make something simple, no need for anything fancy. Let's eat quickly and get going. Qian Aiju cooked breakfast, and the three of them ate together. The whole process took only about 40 minutes, pretty quick. After eating, the three of them left the house together. Qian Aiju watched as Xiao Aigua and Shin Yanjun rode off on their bicycle, then sighed, shook her head, and headed to the food factory. Xiao Aigua and Shin Yanjun made their way back to the production team. Shin Yanjun was pedaling, with Xiao Aigua sitting on the back. Neither of them said a word the entire way. When they got back to the third production team, they headed straight for the Shin house. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, but the temperature was already high. People from the production team were just getting off work and heading home. This was always the routine in the third production team during summer. Because of the heat, no one could work in the fields at midday. So, everyone started work at dawn, finished around 10 when it got hot, then went back out around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, working until 7 or 8 in the evening. After all, it got dark much later in summer. Xiao Aimei and the others had just returned when they saw Xiao Aigua and Shin Yanjun standing at the gate. She hurried over with a smile, quickening her pace. Big brother, Yanjun, what brings you back? When did you get here? Why didn't you call us from the fields? Come on, come in, the heat out here is unbearable. She ushered them inside and poured them some cool water before sitting down. The rest of the Shin family came in as well, including Yumanchi, who looked eagerly at Shin Yanjun. He'd been gone for half a month. Had he brought her something nice? Or maybe he couldn't get used to living alone in the county and wanted to take her with him. Thinking of this, Yumanchi grew even more excited. But Xiao Aigua had no intention of speaking for Shin Yanjun. He simply said coldly, whatever it is, let him tell you himself. When they first saw Xiao Aigua and Shin Yanjun, Xiao Aimei and the others were so emotional that they didn't notice anything unusual about the two men's moods. It wasn't until now, after hearing what Xiao Aigua had to say, that they finally sensed something was off. What's going on? Big brother, what happened? Did Yanjun do something wrong at the factory? You're his uncle, you can't be too hard on him. He's still young. If something happened, you should teach him, not punish him. Although Shin Pingchuan didn't say anything, he kept nodding along as he listened to Xiao Aimei. The two elders of the Shin family looked at Xiao Aigua with hopeful eyes. Being stared at by 4 people, Xiao Aigua felt all sorts of complicated emotions. If it were anything else, he could have handled it, but this. He really couldn't do anything about it. Even if he wanted to, Shin Yanjun had made it clear yesterday, you're not my real dad, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Just thinking about what Shin Yanjun said yesterday made Xiao Aigua furious all over again. But since Xiao Aimei was his own sister, he could only say a bit more. Don't ask me, ask him yourself. Once he's told you, you probably won't want me to interfere either. Xiao Aigua's words sounded odd, and Xiao Aimei and the others didn't really understand what he meant, but they didn't have time to press him for details. All they could do was turn their anxious gazes to Shin Yanjun. Yanjun, what's going on? Say something. You're keeping quiet, are you trying to worry us to death? Shin Yanjun, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. All right, it's not that big of a deal. Look at how nervous you all are. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? If it's nothing, then why does your uncle look like that? Xiao Aimei said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Big brother, honestly, you're not a kid anymore. Why are you still so jumpy? If it's not a big deal, why the long face? You scared me for nothing. I want to divorce Yumanchi. Divorce? Xiao Aimei waved her hand dismissively, not taking it seriously. If you want to divorce Yumanchi, then just what? What did you say? Divorce? Who's getting divorced? Shin Yanjun lifted his head and stared straight at Xiao Aimei. Me? I want a divorce. I want to divorce Yumanchi. The smile that had just returned to Xiao Aimei's face froze, as if a layer of paste had been slapped on and then quickly cracked and flaked off. Yanjun, are you still half asleep? Or did you get a fever and lose your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Aimei stared at Shin Yanjun in disbelief. She never imagined she'd hear something like this one day. Just yesterday, she'd been worrying that Shin Yanjun liked Yumanchi so much and was so obedient to her. If the two of them didn't treat her well when she got old, what would she do? Though she sometimes had such thoughts, Xiao Aimei had never actually considered having them get a divorce. Mom, I'm serious. I want to divorce Yumanchi. I came back today just to handle the divorce paperwork. Mom, where's our marriage certificate? Find it for me, so I can take her to get the paperwork done now. That way, we can make it back tonight and I won't have to miss work tomorrow. Work. Xiao Aimei's voice shot up several octaves. At a time like this, you're still thinking about work? What else would I be thinking about if not work? Shin Yanjun looked utterly confused. Mom, do you think it's that easy to ask for leave? If I take time off, my pay gets docked. Besides, I'm not even a permanent employee yet. If I keep asking for leave, the boss will get a bad impression of me. How am I supposed to get my position regularized then? Although Xiao Aimei doted on Shin Yanjun, she wasn't the type to just agree with everything he said. Now, hearing Shin Yanjun talk so casually about getting a divorce, she was even angrier. I was against you two getting married in the first place, but you insisted on marrying her. And now what? How long have you even been married? And you're already thinking about divorce? What kind of nonsense is that? Never mind whether their family could even afford to find another wife for Shin Yanjun, just the fact that divorce sounded so bad was enough for Xiao Aimei to refuse to agree to it. Sure, things weren't like the old days anymore. It wasn't just men unilaterally divorcing their wives. If two people couldn't get along, they could get divorced. But the reputation that came with divorce was still terrible. People didn't care why you got divorced. They'd just say whatever they wanted, listen to whatever gossip they liked. No one in their third production team had ever gotten divorced. Back when Shin Yanjun got married, it had caused such a stir, not just in the third and second production teams, but even the other teams had heard about it. Even though 2 years had passed, the Shin family was still a favorite topic of gossip. If Shin Yanjun and Yumanchi really did get divorced, their family would become the laughingstock of the whole area. While Xiao Aimei was still stewing over all this, Shin Pingchuan had already snapped out of his daze and was looking around. In no time, Shin Pingchuan spotted a broom leaning in the corner. He rushed over, grabbed it, and ran straight at Shin Yanjun. Shin Pingchuan moved fast, so fast that Shin Yanjun didn't even have time to react before he got a solid whack on the back. But Shin Yanjun wasn't the type to just stand there and take a beating. After the first hit, he bolted, running all the way to the doorway before turning around and glaring at Shin Pingchuan in annoyance. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Shin Pingchuan's face was twisted with anger. You've got the nerve to ask me that? I should be asking you. You've only been in the county for a few days, and the first time you come back, you talk about getting a divorce? What's next time? Are you going to make us sell everything we own? Dad, what are you talking about? What does my wanting a divorce have to do with the family? This is between me and Yumanchi. I just don't like her anymore, and don't want to keep living with her, so I want a divorce. What's wrong with that? If people can get a marriage certificate, they can get a divorce certificate too. Why are you stopping me? Who's getting divorced? Look around, who in our production team has ever gotten divorced? That's something people will talk about behind your back for years. You've had it too easy these last few years. That's why you don't know your place anymore. Just listen to yourself. Do you even hear what you're saying? With that, Shin Pingchuan swung the broom at Shin Yanjun again. There was still more to be said, and Shin Yanjun couldn't just run out the door. He had no choice but to dodge around the room, weaving left and right to avoid the broom. Dad, stop hitting me for a second. At least let me explain myself. At that, Shin Pingchuan stopped, hands on his hips, glaring at Shin Yanjun. Fine. Go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say. Xiao Aimei was so angry she let out a cold laugh. Go ahead, talk. Even if you talk until flowers bloom, don't even think about getting a divorce. The reputation of our old Shin family, built up over generations, is not going to be ruined by you alone. Wasn't it enough of a spectacle when you got married? Now that things have finally quieted down, you want to stir things up again. Shin Yanjun refused to back down. And you're blaming me? Is this my fault? When I wanted to marry Yumanchi, you were against it. Now I want to divorce her, and you're still against it. Why did your wedding become such a public mess? Wasn't it because people didn't agree? If you'd just agreed from the start, would there have been so much trouble? Now I want to divorce Yumanchi, and I'm definitely going to do it, whether you agree or not. If you keep refusing, that's what will really make our Shin family the talk of the town. Xiao Aimei was so furious at Shin Yanjun's words that she nearly fainted. So what you're saying is, this is all my fault? Isn't it? Shin Yanjun became even more self-righteous. If you just kept quiet and let me handle things, would anyone have had the time to meddle in our family's business? Fine, fine. You're something else. Shin Yanjun, you sure have gotten capable since you went to the county. Since that's how it is, I'm done. I won't get involved anymore, happy now? With that, Xiao Aimei sat down to the side, turned her back, and refused to look at Shin Yanjun again. Seeing this, Shin Pingchuan raised his broom, ready to hit him again, but the old Mrs. Shin stopped him. That's enough, Pingchuan. Haven't things gotten noisy enough? The neighbors will hear us soon. Put down the broom and let's hear what Yanjun has to say. What could he possibly have to say? Just listen and you'll find out, the old lady snapped, glaring at Shin Pingchuan before turning to Shin Yanjun. Yanjun, explain yourself. What's going on? Why do you suddenly want a divorce? You haven't been home for half a month and Manchi's been helping out with everything. She hasn't done anything to wrong you. Seeing that Shin Pingchuan and Xiao Aimei had finally quieted down, Shin Yanjun breathed a sigh of relief. See, wasn't it better to talk calmly? All that yelling just wasted so much time. Grandma, let me tell you, I used to like Yumanchi, but that was just because I was young and only cared about her looks. Now I realize looks aren't important. What matters is having shared interests and values. The old Mrs. Shin, with her many years of experience, immediately understood what he meant. So what you're saying is, you've found someone who shares your interests and values? Shin Pingchuan nodded. That's right, Grandma. Listen, our workshop director's daughter just graduated from high school this year. She's educated, thoughtful, and capable. She's a true woman of the new era, someone who can hold up half the sky. She's not a woman who just depends on a man. That's the kind of person I should spend the rest of my life with. Grandma, think about it. If the mother of my child is a high school graduate and a worker, that child will be born with a golden spoon in their mouth. They'll go to school in the county, get a good job, and never have to work in the fields again. Isn't that great? The old Mrs. Shin understood what he meant and, trembling, found a stool to sit down. Yanjun, are you trying to be a chinshimi? Grandma, how can you say that? What did your grandma just say? What did she say? Shin Pingchuan grabbed a broom and rushed over to Shin Yanjun, swinging it fast and hard, hitting Shin Yanjun's back again and again. Your grandma is right. You're just like Chinshimi, is that what you want to be? Why did we send you to work in the county? It was so you could have a proper job and make a future for our family. But what have you done? It had actually arrived 3 or 4 days earlier, but he'd been away for training and had just returned today, so he only now got to read it. The beginning of the letter was perfectly normal, but when he got to the last line, Xiao Chengjin was taken aback. He stared at that final question for a long time, unable to figure out why Ruanruan would ask him something like that. Sons or daughters, which do you prefer? Of course, what he liked most was Ruanruan herself. There wasn't even a hint of a child yet. Why was she asking about this now? Xiao Chengjin mulled it over the whole night before finally coming up with a good answer. I like you the most, and any children you have. This time, not only did Xiao Chengjin write back to Ruanruan, but he also wrote a letter to his family. It had been over a month since he last received a letter from home. If he didn't reply soon, he figured Qianaiju would probably start bombarding him with urgent messages. Fortunately, the newbie training had come to an end, and he'd been assigned to the place he wanted to go. Things wouldn't be so hectic from now on. After finishing his letters, before sending them out, Xiao Chenjin went to find Li Dongong. "I'm sending a letter home." "Huh?" Seeing Li Dongong staring at him blankly, Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but give him a light slap. "What do you mean, huh? Do you want to send a letter too? If not, I'm mailing mine now." "Huh?" Li Dongong exclaimed again, but this time he didn't freeze up. He didn't give Xiao Chenjin another chance to smack him either. "Yes, yes, yes. Wait for me." Li Dongong ran over to his locker, rummaged around for a bit, and soon pulled out an envelope and a stack of papers from inside. He'd actually finished writing this letter a while ago, but had been hesitating to send it. Xiao Chenjin took the letter from Li Dongong without even looking at it and stuffed it into the envelope. "I really don't get you. You've already written the letter, so why not just send it yourself?" With that, Xiao Chenjin headed out. He hadn't even reached the door when he heard Li Dongong call out from behind, "I'll give you the postage money when you get back." When Ruanruan woke up, it was already afternoon. The slanting western sunlight happened to spill across her window, bathing her Kong bed in golden warmth. It was already the end of August. The weather was still hot, but not as scorching as before. As soon as Ruanruan sat up, she heard the sound of a dog barking. It was clearly a puppy's bark, soft and milky, not fierce at all. In fact, the little yelps were so tender they could melt anyone's heart. Ruanruan hesitated only for a moment before quickly putting on her shoes and getting off the kang, heading out into the yard. The moment she stepped outside, she saw a little puppy circling around Grandma Chen and Suaimin's feet. The puppy was round and chubby, bouncing about in an adorably clumsy way. Ruanruan ran over, reaching out to pat the puppy's head, but instead, the puppy licked her fingers. It felt ticklish and warm. Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh as the puppy licked her. "Grandma, how old is this puppy?" Grandma Chen chuckled. "Don't ask me, you'll have to ask your grandpa." So Ruanruan looked at Suaimin. He thought for a moment and said, "A little over a month old." Actually, it would have been better to wait a bit longer before bringing it home. It'd be easier to raise. But the family who had it didn't have enough food and didn't want to keep it any longer, so I brought it back. "Now that you're up, Ruanruan, why don't you give it a name?" Ruanruan blinked and thought for a while, then said seriously, "Let's call it De Huang." Big Yellow. She remembered reading a text in school about a dog named De Huang. Suaimin looked at her, half amused and half exasperated. "But this is a black dog, with a ring of white fur around its neck. You could call it De Bai, Big White, or De He, Big Black, but why De Huang?" Ruanruan thought about it and replied earnestly, "That's what makes it unique." Seeing that Ruanruan was serious and not joking, Suaimin fell silent and looked hopefully at Grandma Chen. But Grandma Chen ignored him and said to Ruanruan, "Since you've decided, then De Huang it is." With Grandma Chen's approval, Ruanruan cheered softly and looked at Suaimin. Suaimin glanced at Grandma Chen, then at Ruanruan, and shook his head helplessly. "You two have already made up your minds, so why are you looking at me?" "Fine, De Huang it is. Anyway, what you name it doesn't affect what it'll grow up to be." That was the honest truth, and Ruanruan nodded in agreement. A name is just a beautiful hope. What the dog grows up to be doesn't really depend on it. De Huang was still very young, but fortunately, the weather was warm, so there was no need to worry about it getting cold outside. Ruanruan went to the backyard to find some firewood and planks, and together with Suaimin, spent the whole afternoon making a doghouse for De Huang. They placed the doghouse under the big tree in the yard, right next to the trunk. There was a layer of bricks underneath. Leftovers from when they built the house. On top of the bricks, they nailed together a wooden doghouse, then covered it with a plastic sheet and decorated the roof with straw. All in all, it looked like a miniature thatched cottage. Suaimin had seen De Huang's mother before, so he could estimate how big De Huang would grow and built the doghouse accordingly. Although the doghouse seemed a bit too big for De Huang right now, in another 6 months, once De Huang had grown up, it would be just the right size. Looking at the doghouse she had helped build, Ruanruan felt a deep sense of accomplishment. "Grandma, can you sew a cushion for De Huang?" she asked. Granny Chin was fiddling with the leftover straw when she heard this. She stopped what she was doing and looked at Ruanruan in surprise. "You want to sew a cushion for the dog? Isn't it enough to just lay some straw down?" "That won't do." Ruanruan refused without even thinking. "Let's make him a proper cushion, put a layer of straw inside, add some cotton, that way it'll be comfortable and warm." Granny Chin didn't know whether to laugh or get angry at that. Back when it was just the two of them, even their own clothes had to last 3 years new, 3 years old, and then be patched up for another 3 years. Getting new clothes was a rare treat, and it was only in the past couple of years, with things getting better, that they could wear new clothes more often. But even so, they'd never gotten to the point of making cushions for a dog. Seeing that Granny Chin wasn't budging, Ruanruan simply ran back to her room and rummaged through her wardrobe for some of her old clothes. She picked out the oldest ones, covered in patches. They were so worn out that you could barely tell what the original clothes looked like. But they were clean, washed until the color had faded to white. For Ruanruan now, these clothes were like a grown-up holding onto a child's clothes. There was no way she could wear them again. "Grandma, let's use these." "There's no point keeping them anyway," she said. When Granny Chin realized Ruanruan wasn't planning to use new fabric for the dog's cushion, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then, we'll do as you say. What kind of cushion do you want to make for the dog?" Ruanruan already had an idea in mind, so she explained it to Granny Chin. She could have made it herself, but she was a bit out of practice with needlework. Granny Chin, on the other hand, always kept her hands busy with sewing when she had nothing else to do, so this was right up her alley. In just over 10 minutes, Granny Chin had sewn the cushion exactly as Ruanruan described. The cushion was square, just about the same size as the doghouse. Once it was finished, they stuffed a layer of straw inside, added some cotton on top, then closed it up and patted it into shape. The cushion was done. Ruanruan laid the cushion inside the doghouse, smoothing it out lovingly. Then she picked up De Huang and placed him gently on the cushion. "De Huang, look, this will be your home from now on." No one knew if De Huang understood, but after Ruanruan spoke, he tilted his head and looked at her for a while, then let out 2 soft barks before settling down on the cushion. Seeing De Huang obediently lying there, Ruanruan stood up happily, fetched a small stool, and sat down next to the doghouse. Watching Ruanruan sit by the doghouse and play with De Huang, Granny Chin felt even more helpless. Who would have thought that as Ruanruan grew older, she'd only become more childlike at heart? After all that work, it was already dinner time. Granny Chin went to the kitchen to make dinner, and Suimin followed to help, leaving only Ruanruan and De Huang in the yard. Ever since De Huang arrived, Ruanruan and her 2 companions had been busier than before, but their days also felt more fulfilling. When they had nothing else to do, they would teach De Huang or play with him, which turned out to be a pleasant way to pass the time. Not long after, Ruanruan received a reply from Xiao Chenjin, finally getting the answer to the question she had asked earlier. "Do you prefer a daughter or a son? I like you. And I like any child you give birth to." Ruanruan repeated these 2 lines over and over in her mind, unable to hide the smile on her face no matter how hard she tried. It wasn't just Granny Chin and Suimin who noticed, even De Huang could sense Ruanruan's good mood. As September arrived, the weather started to cool down a bit. Taking advantage of her daytime rest and night shifts, Ruanruan decided to make a trip back to the 3rd production team. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only September. When the weather decides to turn cold, it happens fast. So before it got too chilly, she wanted to bring back 2 cartloads of firewood. She used to do this together with Xiao Chenjin, but now that he wasn't around, and Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju were even busier at work than she was, Ruanruan figured she'd take care of it herself while she had the time. At dawn, Ruanruan got up, had breakfast, and rode her bicycle back to the third production team. Traveling alone, she was much faster, and in just about an hour, she had already arrived. She headed straight for the Xiao family home. By this time, the autumn harvest was over and the busiest days of the year had passed. Next up was turning over the fields and planting some vegetables, but things weren't nearly as hectic as before. When Su Wanruan arrived, Luo Yufeng was working in the courtyard. As Su Wanruan pushed her bike in, Luo Yufeng immediately dropped what she was doing and hurried over. "Wanruan, you're back. Was the journey tiring? Are you hot? Thirsty? Wait right here, I'll get you some sweet water." In Luo Yufeng's eyes, Su Wanruan was still just a child. Every time she saw her, she'd either offer her sweet water or hand her some candies. Not wanting to disappoint Luo Yufeng's kindness, Su Wanruan smiled and sat in the courtyard to wait. Before long, Luo Yufeng came out with a big mug of tea. "Drink up. We'll talk after you finish." Su Wanruan nodded eagerly and didn't refuse, drinking it down right away. After riding for an hour, she really was tired and thirsty. She finished the mug in one go, then asked Luo Yufeng how things had been lately. After chatting for a while, Su Wanruan remembered the letter Xiao Chengjin had sent a few days ago, so she took it out and handed it to Luo Yufeng. "Grandma Luo, this is a letter Chengjin sent a few days ago for you and Grandpa Xiao." Luo Yufeng couldn't read, so she turned the letter over and over in her hands before handing it back to Su Wanruan. "I can't read anyway. Wanruan, why don't you read it to me?" There were never any secrets in Xiao Chengjin's letters, so Su Wanruan wasn't worried about seeing anything she shouldn't. She took the letter and began to read. It was only 2 pages, so she finished quickly. When she folded up the letter and looked up, she saw Luo Yufeng wiping tears from her reddened eyes. That child Chengjin. Out there in the world, of course he's going to suffer, but he never says a word about it. He just keeps saying everything's fine. And he tells us to take care of ourselves. What is there for us to worry about at home? Grandma, you worry about Chengjin just like Chengjin worries about you. He's also afraid you might keep something from him. Wiping away her tears, Luo Yufeng chuckled. What could I possibly keep from him? Tell me, what could possibly happen to us just staying at home? Su Wanruan didn't know how to respond, because she really was keeping something from Xiao Chengjin. But that was only because they were far apart. She didn't want him to worry, so she kept it from him, not on purpose. Thinking this way, the little bit of guilt in Su Wanruan's heart quickly faded away. After chatting with Luo Yufeng for a while longer, Su Wanruan stood up. "Grandma, where's Grandpa Xiao right now? I'll go find him." Luo Yufeng knew that since Su Wanruan said this, she must have something to discuss with Xiao Dashan, so she didn't stop her and told her where he might be. Su Wanruan left the Xiao house and went to look for Xiao Dashan. She wanted to talk to him about buying some firewood from the production team to take home. She simply didn't have the time to go into the mountains and chop firewood herself. And since she couldn't reveal her Baibao space, she could only buy it from the production team. Anyway, firewood wasn't expensive. Even if she bought 2 cartloads, it wouldn't cost much. Spending a little money to solve a big problem was more than worth it to Su Wanruan. After hearing her out, Xiao Dashan waved his hand. "It's just some firewood, no need to talk about buying it. We have some at home, you can just take it with you." "That won't do, Grandpa Xiao. If I only needed a little, I'd just take it, but I'll need firewood for a long time from now on. This time, I want to buy some from the production team and have it hauled back with the team's ox cart. That way, I won't have to worry about firewood all winter." Su Wanruan made her point clear. Even if Xiao Dashan was reluctant at first, after hearing her out, he agreed. Since Su Wanruan needed a large amount and all kinds of firewood, no single household in the production team could provide it all at once. So they decided to buy a bit from each family. If someone wanted money, Su Wanruan paid cash. If they wanted ration coupons, she gave those. And if someone wanted to barter, as long as the value was fair, she agreed to that too. However, the things she brought back were all for Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng. If anyone else wanted something, they'd have to wait until she made another trip to the county town and brought it back next time. Su Ruanruan was originally from the third production team and was now Xiao Dashan's granddaughter-in-law. Everyone in the team trusted her character and were willing to let her load the firewood onto the cart first. With so many households in the team, a little from each quickly filled the ox cart to the brim. Su Ruanruan didn't ride on the ox cart. She rode her bicycle instead. The one driving the cart was none other than Qianfu. Qianfu had been raising cattle for a long time, so driving the cart was no problem for him. It was just right for him to help deliver the firewood. While they were still in the production team, there were too many people around for Su Ruanruan to chat with Qianfu. But once they left, she struck up a conversation with him. After chatting for a while and learning that Qianfu and Su Yinghua had been doing well lately, Su Ruanruan felt much more at ease. After she started working, although she still had some time off, there were plenty of other things to take care of, so she had far fewer chances to come back than when she was in school. It was also harder to avoid the people from the production team during the day and sneak from the Xiao family's place over to the cowshed, so the last time Su Ruanruan chatted with Qianfu was back when Xiao Chenjin hadn't left yet. At that meeting, Su Ruanruan had already guessed that it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future, so she'd specially prepared some extra food for Qianfu. Now, seeing him again, Qianfu looked healthy and robust, which reassured Su Ruanruan that she'd done the right thing. After the two of them arrived at the Su family's house in the county, with the help of Granny Chin and Su Aimin, the four of them quickly unloaded all the firewood from the cart and stacked it in the backyard. Of course, most of the work was done by Su Ruanruan. After all, she was strong and fast. She could make 2 trips while the other 3 hadn't even finished one. By the time all the firewood was unloaded, Su Ruanruan was sweating buckets from exhaustion. Since they still had another load to haul, Su Ruanruan didn't dare waste any time. She let Qianfu rest in the yard while she grabbed a basket to pack up some things. Some of what she packed was for the people in the production team, while the rest was set aside for Qianfu and Su Yinghua. Once she finished, Su Ruanruan gulped down a big mug of cool boiled water, then hopped back on her bicycle and headed to the third production team with Qianfu. When they got back, Su Ruanruan first distributed the things she'd brought for everyone. Then, while the others were helping her load up the firewood, she took the opportunity to slip over to the cowshed and give the rest of the supplies to Su Yinghua. There were a lot of people helping with the firewood, so it didn't take long to load up. Su Ruanruan didn't chat much with Su Yinghua. Once she saw that Su Yinghua was doing well, she hurried off. By the time they finished unloading the second cart of firewood, it was already 4 o'clock. Not only was it almost time for Su Ruanruan to go to work, but even if she wasn't working, she couldn't go back to the third production team with Qianfu again. She could only remind him over and over before watching him drive the ox cart away. Fortunately, it was still bright out and the roads were peaceful, so there was no need to worry too much about Qianfu. After Qianfu left, Granny Chin urged Su Ruanruan to take a bath. "You've been running back and forth all day, look at you. Your face and arms are all tanned. Go wash up. I'll make you something to eat, and you'll still have time to get to work after." Su Ruanruan didn't really mind being a bit tanned. After all, her skin would lighten up again in a couple of days. After eating, Su Ruanruan headed to the hospital in high spirits. When she arrived, she happened to run into sister-in-law Lu carrying her child as she was leaving. The two of them nodded at each other, but didn't speak. Sister-in-law Lu had been discharged from the hospital a while ago, but she and the rest of the Lu family doted on this newborn boy. If the child was even a little uncomfortable or even just cried a bit more than usual, they'd bring him to the hospital for a checkup. Su Ruanruan had seen this more than once and didn't find it surprising, but she also didn't want to chat with sister-in-law Lu. Ever since sister-in-law Lu had given birth to a son and sent her daughters back home, Su Ruanruan hadn't seen those 2 little girls again. She didn't know if having a little brother really meant they had someone to rely on now, if their lives were any better than before, or if they got to eat a little more than they used to. The gynecology department was just as busy as ever that night, maybe even busier than usual. Throughout the entire night, Su Ruanruan barely had time to sit down for a sip of water, let alone catch a quick nap. By the time her shift ended the next morning, her eyes could barely stay open. Normally, a night this hectic wouldn't have left her so exhausted. But the day before, she'd already made 3 trips back and forth on her bicycle, running errands all over town. On top of that, she'd had to unload firewood. After a full day's work and a sleepless night, she'd been going for over 20 hours straight. No wonder her eyelids were twitching with fatigue. As she walked out of the hospital, Ruanruan had to force her eyes wide open and quietly sang to herself, trying to stay alert. She was genuinely afraid she might fall asleep while walking. In her current state, she didn't dare ride her bike and could only push it along beside her. Even so, as she reached the hospital gate, she still managed to collide with someone riding a bike straight toward her. Fortunately, at the last second, Ruanruan yanked her bicycle to the side, narrowly avoiding a full-on crash that would have sent them both tumbling to the ground. The scare jolted her wide awake. Steadying herself, Ruanruan turned to see who had been riding so recklessly. She'd barely glanced over when she heard a familiar voice, Xiaoxiulan. Ruanruan. It's you. Ruanruan's eyes widened in surprise. The person who had almost crashed into her wasn't a stranger at all. It was Wang Qinxue, and sitting on the back of his bike was none other than Xiaoxiulan. Xiulan. Qinxue. What are you two doing at the hospital so early? Is something wrong? At Ruanruan's question, Xiaoxiulan quickly responded, Yes, we've got something to take care of. Ruanruan, we'll talk later. We need to see the doctor first. As she spoke, Wang Qinxue was already getting back on his bike, heading toward the outpatient building. Seeing this, Ruanruan immediately lost any thought of going home to sleep. She hurriedly pushed her bike and followed after them. By the time she caught up, Wang Qinxue had already locked up his bike and was helping Xiaoxiulan into the building. Ruanruan quickly locked up her own bike and rushed in after them. After registering, paying, and seeing the doctor, they finally got a diagnosis. You're pregnant, about 3 months along, the doctor said. The fetus is a bit unstable, which is why you've had some spotting. Just make sure to get plenty of rest from now on, and try to eat more nutritious foods, eggs, brown sugar, meat, that sort of thing. If you can afford it, eat more. If not, just focus on resting. Give it some time and you'll recover. Wang Qinxue and Xiaoxiulan listened intently, nodding at every word the doctor said. By the end, they were nodding so vigorously they looked like pecking chickens. Standing behind them, Ruanruan was beaming with joy. The couple had been married for over a year without any children, and now they were finally expecting. How could she not be happy for them? She could already imagine the looks on Qianaiju and Xiao Aigua's faces when they heard the news. When the doctor finished speaking, Xiaoxiulan and Wang Qinxue still didn't leave, so the doctor turned to look at Ruanruan. As a hospital staff member, she was at least a familiar face, even if they didn't know each other well. You're a nurse at the hospital, right? You understand all this, don't you? She's fine now, there's nothing serious. She doesn't need to stay in the hospital any longer. Please take them home. There were still other patients waiting to be seen, and these two had been sitting here without leaving. What was going on? Ruanruan understood that the two of them were simply too happy and hadn't reacted in time, so she stepped forward herself, gently helping Xiaoxiulan to her feet. Sister Xiulan, you're fine. Come on, I'll go with you. I know everything you need to pay attention to, and I'll tell you in a bit. Having worked in the gynecology department for so long, she knew even more about pregnancy than many women who had already had children. Xiaoxiulan wasn't exactly sure what Ruanruan did at the hospital, but since she worked there, she must know a lot. So she listened to Ruanruan, stood up, and followed her out. When they got back to the car, Ruanruan asked Xiaoxiulan, Sister Xiulan, are you coming back with me to our place, or are you going to your in-laws? Something as important as Xiaoxiulan's pregnancy needed to be shared not only with her own parents, Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju, but also with Wang Qinxue's parents. Wang Qinxue was still worried about Xiaoxiulan's earlier bleeding and didn't want her running back and forth. Thinking it over, he figured Xiaoxiulan would probably want to stay with Ruanruan and chat with her for a while, so he said, "Xiulan, how about I take you to Ruanruan's place first, and I'll go tell our parents." That was exactly what Xiulan wanted, so she immediately smiled happily. "All right, let's do that." Wang Qinxue drove Xiulan, with Su Ruanruan following behind on her own bike, and together they returned to the alley where the Su and Xiao families lived. At this time, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju were both at work, and the gate to the Xiao family courtyard was locked. Xiulan didn't have a key, so she followed Su Ruanruan back to the Su house. As soon as they entered, Su Ruanruan told Granny Chen about Xiulan's pregnancy. Granny Chen's face immediately broke into a huge smile. Granny Chen came over and took Xiulan's hand. "Come on, slowly now, let's go inside and sit on the king. I heard from Ruanruan that you two went to the hospital first thing this morning. Have you eaten yet?" Xiulan hadn't really felt it before, but as soon as Granny Chen mentioned it, she realized she was starving. And her stomach even growled out loud. That settled it, she didn't even need to say anything. Granny Chen knew she was hungry. After settling her down on the kang, Granny Chen said, "You two sit here, I'll go get you something to eat." Xiulan could sit and rest, but Wang Qinxue couldn't just sit there. He stood up and followed Granny Chen. "Granny Chen, let me help you carry the food." When Su Ruanruan worked the night shift, Granny Chen and Su Aimin would eat breakfast a bit later so they could eat together with her. So breakfast at the Su house was already prepared, but they hadn't eaten yet, and there was plenty to go around. But since Xiulan had just gotten pregnant and needed good nutrition, Granny Chen made an extra bowl of steamed eggs. The fire in the stove was still burning, and it only took a few minutes to steam an egg. The steamed egg Granny Chen made was silky smooth and fragrant, without a single hole, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Xiulan ate with great satisfaction. Su Ruanruan was so exhausted from lack of sleep that after having breakfast with Xiulan and the others, she could barely keep her eyes open. She told everyone she needed some rest and went back to her room to sleep for a while. Xiulan wanted to ask Su Ruanruan some questions, but when she saw how red Su Ruanruan's eyes were and the dark circles under them, she held back her eagerness. After Granny Chen finished tidying up the kitchen and came back, she saw Xiulan looking troubled. Once she sat down and asked a couple of questions, she understood what Xiulan was worried about and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you so anxious about? Wait until she wakes up at noon. There'll be plenty of time to talk." Even if Ruanruan knows something, it's only a little bit. When your mom gets off work at noon, she'll make sure everything is arranged properly for you. And if not, there's still your mother-in-law. As she spoke, a fleeting sigh flashed in Granny Chen's eyes. In her whole life, she'd never had children of her own. No matter how much she'd seen or heard, it was never the same as experiencing it herself. With Granny Chen, an elder, keeping an eye on things, Wang Qinxue felt reassured and left after a short while. Su Ruanruan slept straight through until noon. She only woke up when lunch was almost ready. She hadn't felt much when she was half asleep, but as soon as she sat up, she immediately heard Qian Aiju's voice. Qian Aiju wasn't speaking loudly, but Su Ruanruan had good hearing and could vaguely make out what she was saying. Xiulan had been married for over a year before getting pregnant. Qian Aiju wasn't just happy, she was also full of worries. Especially after learning that Xiulan had started spotting, Qian Aiju's brow had been furrowed ever since. "If you ask me, you should stop working for now. Work is important, but your health matters too. Pregnancy is a big deal for a woman. Getting proper rest is good for both you and the baby. You can't just ignore advice because you're young. The baby's health is your own. If you don't take care of yourself, who else will?" Xiulan looked conflicted. "But Mom, if I stop working, what about my job? From now until I give birth, and then raising the baby until I can go back to work, who knows how long that'll be." She'd had nothing to do all morning, but her mind hadn't stopped racing. She'd already gone over these questions in her head again and again. Before having a child, she hadn't thought about it much. Now that she was pregnant, of course the baby came first. She didn't want anything to happen to the child because of her job. But just giving up her job like this? She couldn't bear it. After all, there was a long road ahead. Even if she didn't work from now until the baby was a year old, what about after that? She couldn't just stop working for the rest of her life, could she? Mom, what did you do when you were pregnant with me and my brother? Xian'aiju sighed. I was in good health back then. I worked right up until I gave birth. 2 or 3 months after delivery, I went back to work. I just took those months as leave the factory allowed it since it wasn't a long time. Xiao Xiulan. She'd hoped to learn from her mother's experience, but it turned out not to be helpful at all. Ruanruan walked in and saw both of them looking worried. After thinking for a moment, she said, "How about finding someone to cover your shifts?" As soon as Ruanruan made the suggestion, Xian'aiju's eyes lit up. That's right. You can find someone to fill in for you. Give her your wages and benefits, but don't transfer the job officially. The position still belongs to you. Xiao Xiulan had never encountered something like this before, so she asked uncertainly, will this really work? Xian'aiju, who was always quick and decisive, replied, whether it'll work or not, let's ask the leaders at your factory first. Here's what we'll do. I'll get off work a bit early this afternoon and go to your factory to ask about it. You don't need to worry about this for now. Instead, you should think about who could cover your shift if it does work out. If possible, it was best to find a close relative. Things would be easier to discuss that way, and it would help avoid any unpleasant situations down the line. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan fell silent, clearly deep in thought about who she could ask. Not long after lunch, Wang Qinxue came home. Since Qianaiju and Xiao Aigua still had to work in the afternoon, Wang Qinxue took Xiao Xiulan back to the single dormitory where they lived. As soon as they entered the dorm, Xiao Xiulan noticed her mother-in-law, Wang Dang, was there. Wang Dang had just finished tidying up the whole place and organizing the things she'd brought with her. She was now figuring out how to set up a small bed for herself so she'd have a place to sleep at night. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan blurted out in surprise, Mom, you're staying here tonight? Wang Dang nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I'm staying here. You're pregnant now, and you two are still young and inexperienced. If I don't stay here to take care of you, what will you do? Besides, Qinxue will have to go to work soon and won't be able to look after you. If I stay, he won't have to worry about you and can focus on his job. Don't you think that's best? Xiulan, don't worry. I'm the best at taking care of people. From now on, you don't have to worry about a thing. Just eat well, sleep well, and focus on taking care of yourself. Leave everything else to me. As she spoke, Wang Dang patted her chest repeatedly, assuring Xiao Xiulan again and again. Xiao Xiulan could only smile in response. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She kept her thoughts to herself all the way until dinner time. When Wang Dang finally went to make dinner, Xiao Xiulan pulled Wang Qinxue aside to whisper to him. Qinxue, why didn't you tell me your mom was coming to stay here? Wang Qinxue frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. I just didn't have time to tell you. What's wrong? You don't want mom to stay? Xiao Xiulan hesitated, then finally voiced her concerns. It's not that I don't like mom. It's just that ever since we got married, we've always lived separately. We've never lived together before, so I don't know what habits she has. If we don't get along, it'll be awkward for everyone. Wouldn't it be better to keep living separately like before, but see each other often? Isn't that nice? Wang Qinxue let out a sigh of relief. What's the big deal? My mom is a good person, don't worry. We've been married for so long and you've never had any conflicts with her, right? Living together will be fine, trust me. Look at Ruanruan. She gets along great with my parents, doesn't she? By my parents, Wang Qinxue meant Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju. Xiao Xiulan pursed her lips, thinking to herself, how is that the same? Ruanruan had grown up in the same production brigade as them. They'd always known each other. Over the years, Qianaiju had treated Ruanruan just like her own daughter. Xiao Xiulan thought it over and decided to try and negotiate a little more. Even if they were going to live together, there was no need to rush into it right now. They could discuss it further. Besides, this little house was just about enough for the two of them. If they had a child in the future, there wouldn't even be room to turn around, let alone add Wang Dang to the mix. But before Xiao Xiaolan could voice any of this, Wang Dang had already come into the house. Xiao Xiaolan and Wang Qinxue were having a calm discussion. Although neither of them was smiling, their expressions were normal. When Wang Dang came in and saw them, she didn't think they were talking about anything secret. She just assumed they were discussing the baby. Xiaolan, what do you want to eat tonight? As soon as Xiao Xiaolan heard this, she quickly stood up. Mom, anything is fine. Don't get up, just sit and rest. I brought a pound of pork belly with me. I'll make braised pork for you. Qinxue, you shouldn't just sit there either. Go to the cafeteria and buy a few steamed buns. Make sure they're white flour ones. There isn't enough time to steam buns now. Tomorrow I'll steam a whole batch. The weather's cooler now, so they'll keep for a few days. Wang Qinxue had just agreed when Wang Dang turned and went out. Once Wang Dang had left, Wang Qinxue quietly said to Xiao Xiaolan, see? I told you it'd be fine. You just sit and rest, okay? I'll go buy the buns. Is there anything else you want to eat? I can get it while I'm out. The two of them didn't cook every day, even though they lived together. Whether they cooked at home or ate in the cafeteria, it didn't make much difference. Eating in the cafeteria meant there were no leftovers, and they only had to wash their own lunchboxes. It was simpler and more convenient. Most of the time, they preferred eating at the cafeteria. Sometimes, if they cooked a dish at home but didn't want to make buns or pancakes, they'd just go to the cafeteria and buy a couple to bring back, like today. Whenever that happened, Wang Qinxue would always ask if Xiao Xiaolan wanted anything else, so he could bring it back for her. In the past, Xiao Xiaolan would always say what she wanted, but today she just shook her head. I don't really want anything. Just go ahead and buy the buns. Come back early. Okay. After Wang Qinxue left, Xiao Xiaolan sighed, hoping he would hurry back. She and Wang Qinxue had been married for over a year. Every week, she would go back to Wang Qinxue's family home 3 or 4 times, but each time it was just to have a meal, chat a bit, and she never stayed long. Before, whenever she talked with Wang Dang, it was always about work, colleagues, or listening to Wang Dang talk about relatives. The time would pass easily enough. But now, they really had to stay together all the time, and Xiao Xiaolan was a bit anxious. What would they talk about? Luckily, the cafeteria wasn't far away, and Wang Qinxue came back quickly. He arrived just as Wang Dang finished cooking. The three of them sat down to eat dinner together, and the atmosphere wasn't awkward at all. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Then Wang Qinxue set up a makeshift bed with some wooden planks and sat on it with his quilt. Mom, you and Xiaolan take the bed. This one's too hard for you. You wouldn't be able to sleep on it. I'll be fine here. Before Xiao Xiaolan could say anything, Wang Dang nodded in agreement. I was just about to say that. You've always been a restless sleeper, and now that Xiaolan is pregnant, it wouldn't be good if you accidentally kicked her at night. You sleep here for now. We'll make do tonight, and tomorrow we'll get a single bed. All right, I'll go look for a bed tomorrow. After discussing things, the two finally went to see Xiao Xiaolan. Wang Dang patted Xiao Xiaolan's hand and said, Xiaolan, I'm the quietest sleeper. I don't snore at all, so don't worry, I definitely won't disturb your sleep. Xiao Xiaolan smiled, but her smile was already stiff. It was just that the lighting in the room wasn't very bright, so neither Wang Qinxue nor Wang Dang noticed. Wang Dang was just about to urge Xiao Xiaolan to go to bed when they heard a knock at the door. Wang Dang was a bit surprised. Sister-in-law Lu had been discharged from the hospital a while ago, but she and the rest of the Lu family doted on this newborn boy. If the child was even a little uncomfortable, or even just cried a bit more than usual, they'd bring him to the hospital for a checkup. Ruanruan had seen this more than once and didn't find it surprising, but she also didn't want to chat with sister-in-law Lu. Ever since sister-in-law Lu had given birth to a son and sent her daughters back home, Ruanruan hadn't seen those two little girls again. She didn't know if having a little brother really meant they had someone to rely on now, if their lives were any better than before, or if they got to eat a little more than they used to. The gynecology department was just as busy as ever that night, maybe even busier than usual. Throughout the entire night, Su Ruanruan barely had time to sit down for a sip of water, let alone catch a quick nap. By the time her shift ended the next morning, her eyes could barely stay open. Normally, a night this hectic wouldn't have left her so exhausted. But the day before, she'd already made 3 trips back and forth on her bicycle, running errands all over town. On top of that, she'd had to unload firewood. After a full day's work and a sleepless night, she'd been going for over 20 hours straight. No wonder her eyelids were twitching with fatigue. As she walked out of the hospital, Su Ruanruan had to force her eyes wide open and quietly sang to herself, trying to stay alert. She was genuinely afraid she might fall asleep while walking. In her current state, she didn't dare ride her bike and could only push it along beside her. Even so, as she reached the hospital gate, she still managed to collide with someone riding a bike straight toward her. Fortunately, at the last second, Su Ruanruan yanked her bicycle to the side, narrowly avoiding a full-on crash that would have sent them both tumbling to the ground. The scare jolted her wide awake. Steadying herself, Su Ruanruan turned to see who had been riding so recklessly. She'd barely glanced over when she heard a familiar voice, Xiaoxiulan. Ruanruan. It's you. Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in surprise. The person who had almost crashed into her wasn't a stranger at all, it was Wang Qinxue, and sitting on the back of his bike was none other than Xiaoxiulan. Xiulan. Qinxue. What are you two doing at the hospital so early? Is something wrong? At Su Ruanruan's question, Xiaoxiulan quickly responded, Yes, we've got something to take care of. Ruanruan, we'll talk later. We need to see the doctor first. As she spoke, Wang Qinxue was already getting back on his bike, heading toward the outpatient building. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan immediately lost any thought of going home to sleep. She hurriedly pushed her bike and followed after them. By the time she caught up, Wang Qinxue had already locked up his bike and was helping Xiaoxiulan into the building. Su Ruanruan quickly locked up her own bike and rushed in after them. After registering, paying, and seeing the doctor, they finally got a diagnosis. You're pregnant, about 3 months along, the doctor said. The fetus is a bit unstable, which is why you've had some spotting. Just make sure to get plenty of rest from now on, and try to eat more nutritious foods, eggs, brown sugar, meat, that sort of thing. If you can afford it, eat more. If not, just focus on resting. Give it some time and you'll recover. Wang Qinxue and Xiaoxiulan listened intently, nodding at every word the doctor said. By the end, they were nodding so vigorously they looked like pecking chickens. Standing behind them, Su Ruanruan was beaming with joy. The couple had been married for over a year without any children, and now they were finally expecting. How could she not be happy for them? She could already imagine the looks on Qianaiju and Xiao Aigua's faces when they heard the news. When the doctor finished speaking, Xiaoxiulan and Wang Qinxue still didn't leave, so the doctor turned to look at Su Ruanruan. As a hospital staff member, she was at least a familiar face, even if they didn't know each other well. You're a nurse at the hospital, right? You understand all this, don't you? She's fine now, there's nothing serious. She doesn't need to stay in the hospital any longer. Please take them home. There were still other patients waiting to be seen, and these two had been sitting here without leaving. What was going on? Su Ruanruan understood that the two of them were simply too happy and hadn't reacted in time, so she stepped forward herself, gently helping Xiaoxiulan to her feet. Sister Xiulan, you're fine. Come on, I'll go with you. I know everything you need to pay attention to, and I'll tell you in a bit. Having worked in the gynecology department for so long, she knew even more about pregnancy than many women who had already had children. Xiaoxiulan wasn't exactly sure what Su Ruanruan did at the hospital, but since she worked there, she must know a lot. So she listened to Su Ruanruan, stood up, and followed her out. When they got back to the car, Su Ruanruan asked Xiaoxiulan, Sister Xiulan, are you coming back with me to our place, or are you going to your in-laws? Something as important as Xiaoxiulan's pregnancy needed to be shared not only with her own parents, Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju, but also with Wang Qinxue's parents. Wang Qinxue was still worried about Xiaoxiulan's earlier bleeding and didn't want her running back and forth. Thinking it over, he figured Xiao Xiaolan would probably want to stay with Su Ruanruan and chat with her for a while. So he said, "Xiaolan, how about I take you to Ruanruan's place first, and I'll go tell our parents." That was exactly what Xiao Xiaolan wanted, so she immediately smiled happily. "All right, let's do that." Wang Qinxue drove Xiao Xiaolan, with Su Ruanruan following behind on her own bike, and together they returned to the alley where the Su and Xiao families lived. At this time, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju were both at work, and the gate to the Xiao family courtyard was locked. Xiao Xiaolan didn't have a key, so she followed Su Ruanruan back to the Su house. As soon as they entered, Su Ruanruan told Granny Chen about Xiao Xiaolan's pregnancy. Granny Chen's face immediately broke into a huge smile. Granny Chen came over and took Xiao Xiaolan's hand. "Come on, slowly now, let's go inside and sit on the king. I heard from Ruanruan that you two went to the hospital first thing this morning. Have you eaten yet?" Xiao Xiaolan hadn't really felt it before, but as soon as Granny Chen mentioned it, she realized she was starving. And her stomach even growled out loud. That settled it, she didn't even need to say anything. Granny Chen knew she was hungry. After settling her down on the kang, Granny Chen said, "You two sit here, I'll go get you something to eat." Xiao Xiaolan could sit and rest, but Wang Qinxue couldn't just sit there. He stood up and followed Granny Chen. "Granny Chen, let me help you carry the food." When Su Ruanruan worked the night shift, Granny Chen and Su Aimin would eat breakfast a bit later so they could eat together with her. So breakfast at the Su house was already prepared, but they hadn't eaten yet, and there was plenty to go around. But since Xiao Xiaolan had just gotten pregnant and needed good nutrition, Granny Chen made an extra bowl of steamed eggs. The fire in the stove was still burning, and it only took a few minutes to steam an egg. The steamed egg Granny Chen made was silky smooth and fragrant, without a single hole, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Xiao Xiaolan ate with great satisfaction. Su Ruanruan was so exhausted from lack of sleep that after having breakfast with Xiao Xiaolan and the others, she could barely keep her eyes open. She told everyone she needed some rest and went back to her room to sleep for a while. Xiao Xiaolan wanted to ask Su Ruanruan some questions, but when she saw how red Su Ruanruan's eyes were and the dark circles under them, she held back her eagerness. After Granny Chen finished tidying up the kitchen and came back, she saw Xiao Xiaolan looking troubled. Once she sat down and asked a couple of questions, she understood what Xiao Xiaolan was worried about and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you so anxious about? Wait until she wakes up at noon. There'll be plenty of time to talk. Even if Ruanruan knows something, it's only a little bit. When your mom gets off work at noon, she'll make sure everything is arranged properly for you. And if not, there's still your mother-in-law." As she spoke, a fleeting sigh flashed in Granny Chen's eyes. In her whole life, she'd never had children of her own. No matter how much she'd seen or heard, it was never the same as experiencing it herself. With Granny Chen, an elder, keeping an eye on things, Wang Qinxue felt reassured and left after a short while. Su Ruanruan slept straight through until noon. She only woke up when lunch was almost ready. She hadn't felt much when she was half asleep, but as soon as she sat up, she immediately heard Qian Aiju's voice. Qian Aiju wasn't speaking loudly, but Su Ruanruan had good hearing and could vaguely make out what she was saying. Xiao Xiaolan had been married for over a year before getting pregnant. Qian Aiju wasn't just happy, she was also full of worries. Especially after learning that Xiao Xiaolan had started spotting, Qian Aiju's brow had been furrowed ever since. "If you ask me, you should stop working for now. Work is important, but your health matters too. Pregnancy is a big deal for a woman. Getting proper rest is good for both you and the baby. You can't just ignore advice because you're young. The baby's health is your own. If you don't take care of yourself, who else will?" Xiao Xiaolan looked conflicted. "But Mom, if I stop working, what about my job? From now until I give birth, and then raising the baby until I can go back to work, who knows how long that'll be." She'd had nothing to do all morning, but her mind hadn't stopped racing. She'd already gone over these questions in her head again and again. Before having a child, she hadn't thought about it much. Now that she was pregnant, of course the baby came first. She didn't want anything to happen to the child because of her job. But just giving up her job like this? She couldn't bear it. After all, there was a long road ahead. Even if she didn't work from now until the baby was a year old, what about after that? She couldn't just stop working for the rest of her life, could she? Mom, what did you do when you were pregnant with me and my brother? Xianju sighed. I was in good health back then. I worked right up until I gave birth. 2 or 3 months after delivery, I went back to work. I just took those months as leave the factory allowed it since it wasn't a long time. Xiao Xiulan. She'd hoped to learn from her mother's experience, but it turned out not to be helpful at all. Ruanruan walked in and saw both of them looking worried. After thinking for a moment, she said, "How about finding someone to cover your shifts?" As soon as Ruanruan made the suggestion, Xianju's eyes lit up. That's right. You can find someone to fill in for you. Give her your wages and benefits, but don't transfer the job officially. The position still belongs to you. Xiao Xiulan had never encountered something like this before, so she asked uncertainly, will this really work? Xianju, who was always quick and decisive, replied, whether it'll work or not, let's ask the leaders at your factory first. Here's what we'll do. I'll get off work a bit early this afternoon and go to your factory to ask about it. You don't need to worry about this for now. Instead, you should think about who could cover your shift if it does work out. If possible, it was best to find a close relative. Things would be easier to discuss that way, and it would help avoid any unpleasant situations down the line. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan fell silent, clearly deep in thought about who she could ask. Not long after lunch, Wang Qinxue came home. Since Qianju and Xiao Aigua still had to work in the afternoon, Wang Qinxue took Xiao Xiulan back to the single dormitory where they lived. As soon as they entered the dorm, Xiao Xiulan noticed her mother-in-law, Wang Dang, was there. Wang Dang had just finished tidying up the whole place and organizing the things she'd brought with her. She was now figuring out how to set up a small bed for herself so she'd have a place to sleep at night. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan blurted out in surprise, Mom, you're staying here tonight? Wang Dang nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I'm staying here. You're pregnant now, and you two are still young and inexperienced. If I don't stay here to take care of you, what will you do? Besides, Qinxue will have to go to work soon and won't be able to look after you. If I stay, he won't have to worry about you and can focus on his job. Don't you think that's best? Xiulan, don't worry. I'm the best at taking care of people. From now on, you don't have to worry about a thing. Just eat well, sleep well, and focus on taking care of yourself. Leave everything else to me. As she spoke, Wang Dang patted her chest repeatedly, assuring Xiao Xiulan again and again. Xiao Xiulan could only smile in response. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She kept her thoughts to herself all the way until dinner time. When Wang Dang finally went to make dinner, Xiao Xiulan pulled Wang Qinxue aside to whisper to him. Qinxue, why didn't you tell me your mom was coming to stay here? Wang Qinxue frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. I just didn't have time to tell you. What's wrong? You don't want mom to stay? Xiao Xiulan hesitated, then finally voiced her concerns. It's not that I don't like mom. It's just that ever since we got married, we've always lived separately. We've never lived together before, so I don't know what habits she has. If we don't get along, it'll be awkward for everyone. Wouldn't it be better to keep living separately like before, but see each other often? Isn't that nice? Wang Qinxue let out a sigh of relief. What's the big deal? My mom is a good person, don't worry. We've been married for so long and you've never had any conflicts with her, right? Living together will be fine, trust me. Look at Ruanruan. She gets along great with my parents, doesn't she? By my parents, Wang Qinxue meant Xiao Aigua and Qianju. Xiao Xiulan pursed her lips, thinking to herself, how is that the same? Ruanruan had grown up in the same production brigade as them. They'd always known each other. Over the years, Qianju had treated Ruanruan just like her own daughter. Xiao Xiulan thought it over and decided to try and negotiate a little more. Even if they were going to live together, there was no need to rush into it right now. They could discuss it further. Besides, This little house was just about enough for the two of them. If they had a child in the future, there wouldn't even be room to turn around, let alone add Wang Dang to the mix. But before Xiao Xiulan could voice any of this, Wang Dang had already come into the house. Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue were having a calm discussion. Although neither of them was smiling, their expressions were normal. When Wang Dang came in and saw them, she didn't think they were talking about anything secret. She just assumed they were discussing the baby. Xiulan, what do you want to eat tonight? As soon as Xiao Xiulan heard this, she quickly stood up. Mom, anything is fine. Don't get up, just sit and rest. I brought a pound of pork belly with me. I'll make braised pork for you. Qinxue, you shouldn't just sit there either. Go to the cafeteria and buy a few steamed buns. Make sure they're white flour ones. There isn't enough time to steam buns now. Tomorrow I'll steam a whole batch. The weather's cooler now, so they'll keep for a few days. Wang Qinxue had just agreed when Wang Dang turned and went out. Once Wang Dang had left, Wang Qinxue quietly said to Xiao Xiulan, see? I told you it'd be fine. You just sit and rest, okay? I'll go buy the buns. Is there anything else you want to eat? I can get it while I'm out. The two of them didn't cook every day, even though they lived together. Whether they cooked at home or ate in the cafeteria, it didn't make much difference. Eating in the cafeteria meant there were no leftovers, and they only had to wash their own lunchboxes. It was simpler and more convenient. Most of the time, they preferred eating at the cafeteria. Sometimes, if they cooked a dish at home but didn't want to make buns or pancakes, they'd just go to the cafeteria and buy a couple to bring back, like today. Whenever that happened, Wang Qinxue would always ask if Xiao Xiulan wanted anything else, so he could bring it back for her. In the past, Xiao Xiulan would always say what she wanted, but today she just shook her head. I don't really want anything. Just go ahead and buy the buns. Come back early. Okay. After Wang Qinxue left, Xiao Xiulan sighed, hoping he would hurry back. She and Wang Qinxue had been married for over a year. Every week, she would go back to Wang Qinxue's family home 3 or 4 times, but each time it was just to have a meal, chat a bit, and she never stayed long. Before, whenever she talked with Wang Dang, it was always about work, colleagues, or listening to Wang Dang talk about relatives. The time would pass easily enough. But now, they really had to stay together all the time, and Xiao Xiulan was a bit anxious. What would they talk about? Luckily, the cafeteria wasn't far away, and Wang Qinxue came back quickly. He arrived just as Wang Dang finished cooking. The three of them sat down to eat dinner together, and the atmosphere wasn't awkward at all. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Then Wang Qinxue set up a makeshift bed with some wooden planks and sat on it with his quilt. Mom, you and Xiulan take the bed. This one's too hard for you. You wouldn't be able to sleep on it. I'll be fine here. Before Xiao Xiulan could say anything, Wang Dang nodded in agreement. I was just about to say that. You've always been a restless sleeper, and now that Xiulan is pregnant, it wouldn't be good if you accidentally kicked her at night. You sleep here for now. We'll make do tonight, and tomorrow we'll get a single bed. All right, I'll go look for a bed tomorrow. After discussing things, the two finally went to see Xiao Xiulan. Wang Dang patted Xiao Xiulan's hand and said, Xiulan, I'm the quietest sleeper. I don't snore at all, so don't worry, I definitely won't disturb your sleep. Xiao Xiulan smiled, but her smile was already stiff. It was just that the lighting in the room wasn't very bright, so neither Wang Qinxue nor Wang Dang noticed. Wang Dang was just about to urge Xiao Xiulan to go to bed when they heard a knock at the door. Wang Dang was a bit surprised. Who could be knocking at this hour? Wang Qinxue didn't know either. No idea. I'll go check. With that, Wang Qinxue walked over to the door. He opened it to find Qian Aiju standing outside, smiling. Mom? What brings you here? Come in, come in. As he spoke, Wang Qinxue ushered Qian Aiju inside and called out to Wang Dang in the other room, Mom, Xiulan's mom is here. The moment Wang Qinxue called out Mom, both Wang Dang and Xiao Xiulan heard it and stood up, looking toward the door. Seeing this, Qian Aiju smiled as soon as she entered. Sister-in-law, you're here too? Perfect, we can walk home together later. The Wang and Qian families didn't live far apart. There was a stretch of road they could walk together. Qian Aiju was waiting for Wang Dang to agree, but instead, Wang Dang shook her head. I'm not leaving. I'll be staying here from now on. I'm not working anymore, so I've got nothing to do. I can take good care of Xiulan. She's still young and doesn't know much. Qian Aiju was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled again. That's good too, right? I think so too. Look at that little bed, I just made it up. We'll make do for tonight, and tomorrow I'll get a single bed. Following Wang Dang's gesture, Qian Aiju looked at the makeshift bed and frowned. It's not cold yet, so it's fine for now, but once winter comes, you can't sleep on that. We're not young anymore. Sleeping on a bed like that will ruin your back. I'm not sleeping there. Wang Dang waved her hand with a laugh. Qin Xue will sleep there. Xiulan and I will share a bed. But don't worry, it's just for tonight. Tomorrow we'll get a single bed and Qin Xue can sleep comfortably by himself. At this, Qian Aiju fell silent and looked straight at Xiao Xiulan. Xiao Xiulan still wore a smile, but as her mother, Qian Aiju could easily tell what she was really feeling. Even though she was smiling, she was definitely uncomfortable inside. Never mind sharing a bed with Wang Dang, ever since Xiulan grew up, she'd always had her own Kong. Other than Wang Qinxue, the last person she shared a bed with was Su Ruanruan. But Su Ruanruan was just a young girl, Xiulan's future sister-in-law, practically like a real sister. Sharing a bed with her mother-in-law? Qian Aiju didn't even need to ask to know Xiulan wouldn't want that. Honestly, even she herself had never shared a king with Luo Yufeng. Wouldn't that be awkward? Especially since this bed was even smaller than a king, two people would definitely end up bumping into each other. Thoughts raced through Qian Aiju's mind, and she quickly spoke up for Xiulan. How about this? Let Xiulan come home and sleep with me tonight. She just got pregnant, and I want to talk with her. We're both working, and we hardly get a chance to chat these days. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan looked eagerly at Wang Dang. Since Qian Aiju had already spoken up, and Xiao Xiulan had the same expression, Wang Dang figured it wasn't a big deal and agreed. All right then, let Xiulan go back and spend the night with you. Qin Xue, walk them home, it's dark outside. Make sure they don't bump into anything. Okay. The three of them left the textile factory together, walking in silence most of the way. It wasn't until they reached the gate of the Qian family home that Wang Qinxue finally stopped. Mom, Xiulan, you two go inside and get some sleep. I'll head back now. I'll come by tomorrow to pick up Xiulan. Qian Aiju smiled and replied, all right. Go on then. Be careful on your way back, don't trip or bump into anything. She watched Wang Qinxue walk off into the distance before pulling Xiao Xiulan into the house. Xiao Aigua had been waiting for Qian Aiju to come home. When he looked up and saw Xiao Xiulan following behind her, he was startled. What's going on? Why is Xiulan back too? Did she have a fight with Qin Xue? Qian Aiju shot Xiao Aigua an exasperated look. What are you talking about? Xiulan and Qin Xue are just fine, why would they fight? I asked Xiulan to come back and spend the night so we could have a good chat. Relieved to hear that Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue hadn't argued, Xiao Aigua relaxed, but soon frowned again. Everything was fine, so why did you ask her to come back for the night? People outside who don't know the situation might start gossiping if they saw this. Qian Aiju didn't feel like explaining everything to Xiao Aigua. After sitting down with Xiao Xiulan, she gently asked, what's going on? Why did your mother-in-law come to live with you? At the mention of this, Xiao Xiulan felt a mix of emotions and quickly explained everything from beginning to end. After hearing her out, Qian Aiju's first reaction was a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiulan had managed to hold back her temper and hadn't blurted out what she was really thinking on the spot. Even though Xiulan didn't mean any harm, if she'd said those things in front of Wang Dang, it would have made both Wang Dang and Wang Qinxue uncomfortable. Xiulan, a mother-in-law is never quite the same as your own mother. There are some things you just can't say, no matter how you feel inside. Xiulan nodded. Of course I know that. But I can't possibly share a bed with my mother-in-law for 10 whole months, can I? Forget 10 months, she was scared to even do it for one day. Thinking about it, Qian Aiju also felt troubled. Your place is so small, it's already tight with just the two of you. How can you fit another person in there? Especially when it comes to the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it's a delicate matter. As the saying goes, distance brings beauty, closeness brings annoyance. Don't be fooled by how well Xiaolan and Wang Dang got along before. That was only because they lived far apart and didn't see each other often. If they really had to live together day in and day out, who knows how many problems might crop up. So, this issue needed to be solved at the root. Qin Xue should be coming to pick you up around noon tomorrow. When he gets here, your dad and I will talk to him. You don't need to say anything, and don't be in a hurry to go back. Let him go home and talk things over with his mom. Once they've sorted it out, then you can go back. Given how things had developed, this was the only way. Xiaolan agreed without hesitation. After they finished discussing this, Qian Aiju finally remembered the reason she'd come looking for Xiaolan in the first place. Oh, right, about your job, I've already asked around. You can find someone to take your place. Have you thought about who you want? Xiaolan had already been thinking about this earlier when she had some free time. As soon as Qian Aiju asked, she told her who she had in mind. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Ruanruan woke up feeling refreshed and energized. She had just finished breakfast and was about to head out to work when she saw her neighbors, Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua, coming out of their house as well. After stepping outside, Qian Aiju turned back and called into the house, "Make sure to lock the door while you're at home. If you get bored, go chat with Grandma Chen." "Okay, I'll go talk to Grandma Chen in a bit," came the reply from inside. Recognizing the voice as Xiao Xiaolan's, Ruanruan pushed her bicycle over and greeted them. "Uncle, Auntie, Xiaolan? Didn't Xiao Xiaolan go back to the factory yesterday at noon? Why was she here so early in the morning?" Seeing the confusion on Ruanruan's face, Xiao Xiaolan smiled and explained, "I wanted to talk to Mom yesterday, so I came home and spent the night here." She was pregnant. After all, it was only natural to want to talk to her own mother. Back when she worked at the hospital, Ruanruan had seen plenty of daughters who, after getting pregnant, preferred to have their own mothers by their side rather than their mothers-in-law, so she wasn't surprised. After chatting for a bit, she got on her bike and headed to the hospital. On the way, Ruanruan thought that she should write to Xiao Chenjin about Xiaolan's pregnancy. After all, Xiao Chenjin and Xiao Xiaolan were very close, and something this important should definitely be shared with him. But then she realized that, even if she didn't mention it, Qian Aiju would surely write to him anyway, so she didn't dwell on it. When she arrived at the hospital and parked her bike, Ruanruan walked inside with a spring in her step. As she passed by the pediatrics building, she saw a crowd gathered from a distance, and as she got closer, she heard screams. Having experienced all sorts of emergencies, Ruanruan immediately became alert and instinctively kept her distance. Once she felt she was at a safe range, she realized something was off. That scream just now sounded familiar. As she was thinking this, she heard more yelling, screaming, and chaotic chatter. Among all the noise, one scream stood out. It was Zhao Hongyun's. As for the shouting, it had been so long since she'd heard that voice that Ruanruan wasn't sure she recognized it. Between curiosity and safety, Ruanruan didn't hesitate. She chose safety. After all, even if she didn't see what was happening now, she'd find out sooner or later. So after hesitating for a moment, Ruanruan decisively turned around and left. She hadn't gone far when she saw people running toward the commotion. The gynecology department was even busier during the day than at night. Ruanruan was so busy all morning that she didn't even have time for a sip of water. It wasn't until lunchtime that she finally grabbed her lunchbox and headed to the cafeteria. Ever since she started working the day shift in gynecology, she stopped going home for lunch. There just wasn't enough time, and the department was far too busy. The hospital cafeteria offered a wide variety of dishes, and the food was delicious. There was meat, vegetables, eggs, white bread, coarse grains, rice, millet. Whatever you wanted to eat, as long as you had the money and meal tickets, you could have it. Another perk of eating in the cafeteria was overhearing all sorts of gossip. Ruanruan had just sat down with her food when someone else brought their lunch over and sat beside her. She turned to look and saw that it was Kong Yanfeng. Head nurse. What brings you to the cafeteria today? I eat in the cafeteria all the time. You just didn't know because you never ate here before. Kong Yanfeng replied with a laugh. Ruanruan thought about it and realized that was probably true, so she just smiled and didn't say anything more. This morning, things were really lively downstairs at our building. Did you see what happened? Ruanruan knew that if she ate in the cafeteria, she'd definitely hear people talking about what happened that morning. What she didn't expect, though, was that she'd hear it first from Kong Yanfeng. When she saw Ruanruan looking at her in surprise, Kong Yanfeng assumed Ruanruan didn't know anything yet. She leaned in closer and whispered, "I was standing right on the second floor and saw everything clearly. There was this woman, no idea where she came from, her hair was a total mess, hanging down so you couldn't even see her face. Her hands looked like chicken claws, but she was surprisingly strong. She was holding a small knife and stabbed it right into Zhao Hongyun's chest. Luckily, she missed the vital spot, so it wasn't fatal. But Zhao Hongyun is still lying in the hospital bed. They say the wound is really deep, and there was a lot of dirt in it, so it took a long time to clean up." Listening to Kong Yanfeng's story, Ruanruan felt a wave of familiarity rise from deep inside her. Not only did it feel familiar, but her stomach even started to ache faintly. That knife wound had been so deep, it left a scar on her own stomach. The scar was faint, but still darker than her skin, and not as smooth, easy to spot at a glance. Every time she took a shower, Ruanruan would stare at it for a while, reminding herself that she had to cherish her life. Something like that could never be allowed to happen again. Right now, Ruanruan was incredibly grateful that she hadn't let her curiosity get the better of her and gone to have a look that morning. Otherwise, she might have ended up as another patient lying in a hospital bed. Seeing Ruanruan so stunned, Kong Yanfeng sighed. "Working in a hospital is dangerous, you know? You never know when you'll run into a family member who's not right in the head. So, Ruanruan, don't always rush to the front in every situation. Be careful around patients' families, don't let yourself get hurt." Even though what happened that morning wasn't a case of medical troublemakers, Kong Yanfeng's words were all for her own good, so Ruanruan nodded seriously. "Head nurse, don't worry. When I came to work this morning, I saw a crowd downstairs, but I value my life, I didn't go anywhere near it. And I won't in the future either." "That's good. You're still young and don't know much, and I was worried you'd be too curious. But this is good, really good. Head nurse, what happened to the woman who attacked someone?" "She was taken away by the police." "She hurt someone, of course she was taken away." "Oh, I see." After lunch, Ruanruan and Kong Yanfeng went their separate ways back to their departments. The afternoon was just as busy, and Ruanruan soon put the whole thing out of her mind. It wasn't until after work that she remembered. Seeing that it was still early, she rode her bike and took a detour, not heading straight home to the Su family, but instead going to the police station. Unfortunately, her timing was off. She didn't see Zhao Sun at the station, and since she wasn't familiar with the others, no one told her anything. With no other choice, Ruanruan headed home, planning to come back again the next morning. But just as she reached the front gate, she heard voices from the yard. When she pushed open the door and went in, she saw Zhao Sun sitting in the courtyard, chatting with Su Aimin. Seeing this, Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. She'd gone looking for him, but he'd come to her first. As soon as Zhao Sun saw Ruanruan come in, he stood up. "You're back. I have something to talk to you about." "Is it about Dengxia?" "You already know?" Ruanruan looked at Zhao Sun with amusement. "I work at the hospital, you know. When I got there this morning, it was already noisy. I thought I heard her voice, but I didn't go over to see what was happening. You didn't have to see it to know what was going on. It's hard not to know, everyone in the hospital's talking about it." "Wasn't she locked up? How did she get out?" As soon as Ruanruan asked, she saw Zhao Xin look a little embarrassed. To be honest, this was our mistake. Su Jianjun's been dead for quite a while now, but we still haven't figured out how he died. We notified his father, but he wouldn't come. We couldn't just keep the body at the station forever, so after some discussion, we contacted Deng Xia. We thought maybe we could get something out of her, but in the end, we didn't learn anything. She managed to slip away and went to the hospital, where she hurt Zhao Hongyun, just like she hurt you before. But Zhao Hongyun was much luckier than Su Ruanruan had been back then. After all, she was in the hospital, surrounded by doctors and nurses, so she got immediate treatment, and there was anesthesia. When her wounds were cleaned, she didn't even know it was happening. Unlike Su Ruanruan, who had suffered so much back then. Su Ruanruan understood this, but she didn't envy her at all. Who in their right mind would want to get hurt? No matter how many doctors and nurses there are, no matter how good the anesthesia is, no one wants to be injured. So, did you get anything out of Deng Xia? No, Ao Sin shook his head with a bitter smile. She wouldn't say a word. After we brought her back, she just kept shouting that Zhao Hongyun should pay with her life for Su Jianjun. We asked her why, but she wouldn't answer. She's been locked up again now. Zhao Sin looked a bit down. After all, letting Deng Xia out was a decision they'd made together, hoping it would help, but not only did it not work, it made things worse. Seeing Zhao Sin like this, Su Ruanruan didn't really know what to say. Actually, in Su Ruanruan's heart, she didn't think this was entirely a bad thing. Even though there's no evidence yet, she was sure Zhao Hongyun had something to do with Su Jianjun's death. In a way, Deng Xia was avenging her son. Thinking this, Su Ruanruan sat down on a small stool, her eyes fixed on Zhao Sin, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Sin snapped out of his thoughts and met Su Ruanruan's bright, shining eyes. His face immediately reddened. He'd always been busy before and hadn't really looked at Su Ruanruan closely. Now that things were quiet and he looked at her seriously, he realized she'd grown up. She didn't look like a child anymore. She was a pretty girl, one of the prettiest in the county. Especially in his line of work, he rarely interacted with young women. Zhao Sin cleared his throat and quickly looked away. Since you work at the hospital, if you get a chance, help us ask around and see if anyone's visited Zhao Hongyun. But don't get yourself involved, okay? After all, she was just a young woman. It was better for her to stay away from a murder case. Su Ruanruan nodded. I'll be careful. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. Even if Zhao Sin hadn't asked, she would have kept an eye on Zhao Hongyun anyway. After all, this was related to her too. Zhao Hongyun had always wanted her dead. As soon as the two of them started talking, Granny Chen had already gone into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Now she came out and saw that the two seemed to have finished their discussion. She smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? You've helped us so much and we haven't properly thanked you. Zhao Sin, who had been sitting, immediately jumped to his feet when he heard this. In just a few steps, he was at the door. Granny Chen, I won't stay for dinner. I still have things to do, so I'll head off now. You all eat, no need to see me out. He spoke so quickly and urgently that he was already out the door as soon as he finished. In a moment, even the sound of his footsteps had faded away. Seeing how fast Zhao Sin had left, Granny Chen blinked several times in surprise. That Xiao Zhao, why did he run off so quickly? I was just asking him to stay for dinner, but he acted like I was going to poison his food. Su Ruanruan laughed and said to Granny Chen, Grandma, if you really were going to poison his food, he wouldn't have run away so fast. He'd have stayed and waited for it. You cheeky girl, what are you saying? Am I wrong? He's a police officer. He wouldn't take even a needle or thread from ordinary folks. That's just how it should be. But if you really were going to poison the food, he'd have to stay and collect evidence. Then, with the evidence and the culprit both present, we'd all have to go with him. Seeing Su Ruanruan getting more and more outrageous, Granny Chen glared at her. What nonsense. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. It wasn't until they sat down to eat that Su Ruanruan remembered Xiao Xiulan. Grandma, when did Sister Xiulan leave? She left at noon. Qin Xue came to pick her up. I saw Aunt Qian talking to Qin Xue for ages. I have no idea what they were discussing. When Qin Xue and Xiaolan left, both of them looked pretty serious. They weren't like this before they had a child. Now that they finally have one, why does it seem like there are more problems? Ruanruan didn't find it strange. When two people live together, everything is fine at first. But once there's a child, it's not just one more person in the family. There's the child, the husband's parents, the wife's parents, and all sorts of other relatives. With more people, there are naturally more issues, and it's inevitable that problems will crop up between the couple. But Ruanruan felt that this was something most people had to go through. As long as you handled things well, none of these problems were really a big deal. Xiao Xiaolan was straightforward by nature, and Wang Qinxue wasn't the domineering type. As long as the two of them talked things through calmly, they should be able to resolve things quickly. Not giving it much thought, Ruanruan finished dinner, read for a while, then took out some stationery and wrote a few lines. After carefully putting it away, she washed up and went to bed. She slept soundly through the night, waking up refreshed and clear-headed. After getting up, Ruanruan washed her clothes and hung them out to dry, chatted with Granny Chin and Min, went out to buy groceries, and by the time she was free, it was already late morning. Although it was already September, the midday sun was still fierce and glaring. Ruanruan sat on the kang in the house, a book on the table in front of her. Every now and then, she'd glance out into the yard to check on De Huang, who was sunning himself, and smiled to herself before returning to her book. She'd gotten used to days like this and didn't find them boring at all. On the contrary, with such rare peace and quiet, Ruanruan found herself thoroughly enjoying it. Unfortunately, the peaceful moment didn't last long. Before much time had passed, someone knocked on the front gate. Granny Chin went over and asked who it was before opening the door. Hearing the commotion, Ruanruan turned her head toward the entrance, just in time to see Granny Chin coming in with Xiao Xiaolan. Granny Chin was holding Xiao Xiaolan's hand, looking at her with deep concern. Xiao Xiaolan's face was expressionless, but her brows were tightly furrowed, and there were tear stains on her cheeks. Clearly, she had just been crying. Seeing this, Ruanruan quickly put on her shoes and got off the Kong bed to head outside. But before she even reached the doorway, Granny Chen and Xiao Xiaolan had already come in. Xiaolan, what happened to you? Hadn't she been told before? She'd just gotten pregnant, and there had even been some spotting. The pregnancy wasn't stable yet, so she shouldn't get upset or cry, otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the baby. Xiao Xiaolan clearly loved this child very much, so why would she let herself get so worked up and cry like this? Ruanruan hadn't even finished asking when Xiao Xiaolan started crying again. Ruanruan and Granny Chin sat on either side of Xiao Xiaolan, helping her onto the kang, both looking at her anxiously, waiting for her to explain what had happened. Xiao Xiaolan managed to compose herself after a short while and forced back her tears. Yesterday, after Qin Xue and I went home, he started arguing with me. He said we've been married for over a year, and I still don't treat his mom like family. He said now that I'm pregnant, his mom wants to move in with us to take care of me, that she's doing it all for my sake, and that I should be grateful and understanding. Instead, I went back to my parents' house to complain about her. He also said from now on, his mom is going to live with us, and if I want to stay, fine, if not, I can leave. Fine, I'll leave. Who's afraid of who? I'm never going back. Worst case, we'll get divorced. I can raise the child on my own. When Xiao Xiaolan mentioned divorce, Granny Chin was startled. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than break up a marriage. Things hadn't gotten that bad yet. How could it come to divorce? Granny Chin took Xiao Xiaolan's hand in both of hers and patted it gently. What silly talk is this? There's nothing between you two that can't be fixed. Why talk about divorce? Isn't it just that you don't want to live with his mom? Just talk it out. If he won't listen, I'll talk to him. And your parents, too. At this, Xiao Xiaolan started crying again. My mom talked to him yesterday. He promised her in front of her, but as soon as we got home, he changed his mind. Did your mother-in-law sleep at your place last night? Yes, she slept in my bed, and he set up a single bed for himself and slept there. Granny Chin, who had thought it wasn't a big deal at first, was now visibly upset. What's wrong with your mother-in-law? Who ever heard of a mother-in-law sharing a bed with her daughter-in-law? Even if she wants to take care of you, that's not the way to do it. The young couple had only been married a little over a year. Living with the mother-in-law was one thing, but now she wanted to share a bed with her daughter-in-law? And not just for a day or two, but for months, maybe even longer. Who could stand that? Granny Chin had been a daughter-in-law herself, so she completely understood how Xiao Xiulan felt. I've never been a mother-in-law, but honestly, I just don't understand what your mother-in-law is thinking. Originally, Xiao Xiulan was still heartbroken, but after hearing what Granny Chin said, she couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Seeing Xiao Xiulan laugh, Granny Chin, who had been a little down herself, also broke into a smile. You're laughing? Good, as long as you can laugh. Whatever it is, you can talk it out. You can't keep crying, it's not good for the child, not good for your health, and especially not good for your eyes. Tell me what you want to eat later, I'll make it for you. When your parents come back at noon, we'll sit down and figure out what to do about this. You can relax too. Qin Shui would never just leave you be, he'll definitely come to pick you up today. I promise you, he won't even wait until tonight. He'll come for you by lunchtime. Xiao Xiulan tried to hold back her laughter and pouted. Even if he comes to get me, it's useless. If I still have to share a bed with his mother, even if he comes, I'm not going back. All right. Whatever you say. I'll go make you something tasty. It's almost time to eat anyway, so don't overthink it. Chat with Ruanruan for a bit. With Su Ruanruan there to keep Xiao Xiulan company, Granny Chen had nothing to worry about and headed off to the kitchen. Once Granny Chen left, Xiao Xiulan relaxed a little more. Although Granny Chen was very kind, just as good to her as Luo Yufeng was, she was still an elder. There were some things you just couldn't say to elders. But it was different with Su Ruanruan. Even though Su Ruanruan was her future sister-in-law, the two of them were very close, almost like real sisters, so there was nothing they couldn't talk about. Ruanruan, I really envy you. Hearing Xiao Xiulan suddenly say this, Su Ruanruan looked puzzled. Xiulanjia, what is there to envy about me? I envy you for having such a good mother-in-law. Su Ruanruan. It took Su Ruanruan a moment to realize what Xiao Xiulan meant, and then she burst out laughing. Xiulanjia, I'm definitely telling Auntie what you said at lunch. You really are her little sweetheart, always remembering to praise her. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Xiao Xiulan said earnestly. Look, you grew up under my mom's watchful eye. Our families have always been close. We were even in the same production team back in the village. Even now in town, we're still neighbors. When you marry Chengjin, it'll be like you never even left. You'll just be living next door, and coming back here is just a few steps away. Isn't that great? And my mom, you know what she's like. She's straightforward, never scheming. If she likes someone, she's genuinely good to them. If she doesn't, it's written all over her face. I can't promise anything else, but one thing's for sure. After you marry Qingjin, my mom will never ask you to share a bed with her. Not even if you're pregnant. After listening for a while, Su Ruanruan finally understood what Xiao Xiulan was getting at. In short, Xiao Xiulan was actually satisfied with her married life and her husband. Otherwise, the past year or so wouldn't have been so harmonious. The only thing she really couldn't stand was having to live with Wang Dang and share a bed with her. Su Ruanruan thought for a moment. Xiulanjia, when your husband comes at noon, let uncle and auntie, grandpa and grandma all talk to him together. After all, it's your life together. Your mother-in-law can't just do nothing and watch over you two every day. Actually, what Su Ruanruan really wanted to say was this. If Xiao Xiulan gave in now, took a step back and agreed to let Granny Wang stay, then what would happen in the future? Once the baby was born, how would they arrange the sleeping situation? Right now, Wang Qinxue feels sorry for Wang Dang and won't let him sleep alone. So when Xiao Xiulan has the baby, will Wang Dang still sleep with her and help take care of the child together? Is Xiao Xiulan marrying her husband, or is she marrying her mother-in-law? The more Ruanruan thought about it, the more amused she became, and she couldn't help but laugh at herself. But she knew this wasn't the time to joke, and those words shouldn't be said out loud, so she held it in, though she couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Xiaoxiulan, who was lost in thought, heard her cough and glanced over in surprise. Ruanruan, what's wrong? I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. I was just thinking, could you guys move to a different place? Not asking for much, just somewhere with 2 rooms. Wouldn't that make things a lot easier? Xiaoxiulan gave a bitter smile. Moving isn't as easy as you think, Ruanruan. You don't work at the factory, so you don't know how tough the housing situation is these days. There are so many people waiting in line for a place. And it's not just at our factory. Take your hospital, for example. I'm sure there are lots of people applying for housing there too. You don't need it, so you haven't paid attention to it. I've thought about it too. Even if it's a small place, as long as it has 2 rooms, I'd be happy. That way, even if his mother wants to stay, it wouldn't be a problem. But you can't just get a new place whenever you want. Although Ruanruan hadn't paid much attention to these things, she could more or less guess how it was. The Xiao family's courtyard next door was big, with plenty of empty rooms. It wouldn't be impossible for Xiaoxiulan and Wang Qinxue to live there. But thinking about it, she knew Wang Qinxue would never agree. Living at his wife's family's house would make people think of him as a live-in son-in-law. Unable to think of a good solution, Ruanruan didn't know what to say for a moment. The 2 of them sat there in silence, looking at each other. After a long moment, Ruanruan was the first to give in. Not wanting Xiaoxiulan to overthink things, she simply opened the Kang cabinet and took out her sewing basket and some fabric. These were leftover pieces from making clothes. Some big, some small, in all sorts of colors and patterns, but mostly cotton. Ruanruan picked up a piece of soft cotton and showed it to Xiaoxiulan. Xiulanjia, why don't we make some clothes for the baby? Look, I've got all these scraps here. They're not enough for adult clothes, but they should be perfect for baby clothes. For the past couple of days, Xiaoxiulan had been so worried about the sleeping arrangements that she hadn't even thought about making clothes. Now, hearing Ruanruan's suggestion and seeing the fabric, her interest was instantly piqued. Great idea. Ruanruan, I remember you're really good at sewing. Xiulanjia, your sewing is even better. The 2 of them huddled together, holding up pieces of fabric and comparing them. In no time, they decided what kind of tops and pants to make, as well as little socks, hats, and maybe a small quilt. Xiaoxiulan was 3 months pregnant now, and it was September. By the time she gave birth next April, the weather would be warmer, but newborns are sensitive to the cold, so they'd still need to prepare some thick clothes and a little quilt. The more the 2 of them talked, the happier they became, and soon they just got to work. First, they drew out the patterns, then cut the fabric. Children's clothes are easy to make, as long as you don't add any cotton padding inside. You can sew one up in just 10 or 20 minutes. Both of them were experienced, so before long, each had finished a piece. Ruanruan made a little jacket, while Xiaoxiulan made a pair of little pants. Although the colors and patterns of the 2 garments were different, once they were finished and placed together, they looked like a matching set, especially cute. When Granny Chen came in, she saw the 2 of them with their heads together, pointing at the little clothes on the Kong bed and discussing what else they wanted to make. Granny Chen took a closer look. The clothes really were nicely made. But, are these clothes you made for Xiulan's baby to wear? Hearing this, Ruanruan quickly looked up at Granny Chen. Yes, Grandma, we're making clothes for Sister Xiulan's baby. What do you think? Granny Chen nodded approvingly. They're very well made. The style is nice, the stitching is neat, and you've tucked in all the loose threads. Hearing this, Ruanruan and Xiaoxiulan both broke into happy smiles. But these clothes you made are way too big. Ruanruan. Xiaoxiulan. Seeing the 2 of them looking at her with question marks all over their faces, Granny Chen found it even funnier. She held out her hands to demonstrate, a newborn baby is only about this big. The clothes you made, he probably won't be able to wear them until he's 6 months old. And look at the colors, you don't even know if the baby will be a boy or a girl. But that's not a big deal. These colors are light, so either a boy or a girl could wear them. Still, they'll have to sit in the cupboard for a while. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Xiulan exchanged a glance. Neither of them had expected to make such a silly mistake. When the two still didn't say anything, Granny Chen found it even more amusing. Ruanruan, you've been working in the gynecology department for a while now, and you've seen plenty of newborns. How come you still don't know how big a baby is? Su Ruanruan blinked. I never paid attention. Unless she was needed to help, she just did her part and left the rest to the families. She never really went to take a close look at the babies. As for Xiao Xiulan, it was even more understandable. She hadn't been in a hurry to have children before, so when would she have ever cared about how big a newborn was or what size clothes they needed? With this interruption, Xiao Xiulan completely forgot about her earlier troubles. After asking Granny Chen a bunch of questions, she finally let her go back to cooking, and she and Su Ruanruan started drawing new patterns and cutting fabric again. By the time Qian Aijiu and Xiao Aigua got off work and were called over from next door by Granny Chen, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Xiulan had already finished another set of clothes. Besides the clothes, they'd also made 2 little hats. Qian Aijiu had already heard from Granny Chen what had happened. She'd come in all fired up, but the moment she saw the little clothes on the king, her heart instantly softened. Qian Aijiu ruffled Xiao Xiulan's hair. Don't be upset. I'll go talk to your mother-in-law in a bit. This is something that needs to be discussed with her. I can tell what kind of person Qian Shui is. He's filial, and in his eyes, this isn't a big deal, so of course he doesn't want to go against his mother's wishes. But no buts. You just wait here. I'll go talk to your mother-in-law. Qian Aiju left as soon as she said she would, not even staying for dinner. Xiao Xiulan hurriedly chased after her, but all she saw was Qian Aiju's back as she rode away on her bicycle. Su Ruanruan followed her out and, seeing this, pulled Xiao Xiulan back inside. Xiulan, don't worry. Auntie won't go argue with your mother-in-law. Qian Aiju really wasn't going to pick a fight with Wang Dang. After seeing the little clothes that Xiao Xiulan and Su Ruanruan had made, Qian Aiju's heart softened, and she started to understand Wang Dang a bit more. Qian Aiju herself had 2 children, a son and a daughter, but she hadn't become a mother-in-law yet. But thinking about it, if Su Ruanruan got pregnant in the future, she'd definitely be anxious too, wanting nothing more than to stay by her side and do everything for her, just hoping that Su Ruanruan would be safe and healthy. Wang Dang's intentions were good, it was just that her approach was a bit off. She forgot to give the young Xiao Xiulan some personal space. Young people these days all want freedom. They want freedom in everything, want to make their own choices. They're nothing like the timid daughters-in-law of the past who were always obedient in front of their mothers-in-law. Qian Aiju pedaled her bicycle and soon arrived at the textile factory, stopping in front of the single room where Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue lived. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked lightly on the wooden door. Before long, it opened from the inside. It was Wang Dang. Seeing that it was Qian Aiju, Wang Dang was a little surprised, but quickly smiled and stepped aside to let her in. What brings you here at this hour, in-law? Is it about Xiulan? No, Xiulan's at home having dinner. Everything's fine. I just came over to have a chat with you. Hearing this, Wang Dang breathed a sigh of relief. Qinxue told me Xiulan just got pregnant, so I've been worried. Since Ruanruan wasn't working today, I went to talk to her. Ruanruan works at the hospital, right? In the gynecology department? That's wonderful. We may be getting on in years, but who knows more than doctors and nurses? It's great if Ruanruan can talk to her more. The words Qian Aiju had been about to say were swallowed back down. At the same time, she felt a bit puzzled. From the way Wang Dang was talking, it seemed she didn't know that Wang Qinxue and Xiao Xiulan had argued. As Qian Aiju pondered this, her thoughts circled twice in her mind. In-law, are you planning to stay here and look after the 2 of them for a while? Of course. This is their first child. I'm just afraid they're young and inexperienced. What if something happens to the baby? I'd regret it for the rest of my life. When I was young, no one gave me advice or took care of me. I lost my first child without even knowing why. That's why I worry so much now. Hearing this, Xian Aiju's heart softened even more. It's not just you who worries. I do too, Qian Aiju sighed. Xiulan's been careless since she was little. I'm afraid she won't pay enough attention. She's strong-willed and likes to do everything herself. She wanted her own room from the age of 3 or 4, didn't like anyone sleeping with her. Even as her mother, I couldn't share a bed with her when I came home. Now she's grown, but her temperament hasn't changed. Luckily, Qin Xue is so patient and tolerant with her. Otherwise, I'd really worry she'd never get married. Wang Dang's eyes widened in surprise, but after a moment, she laughed. Qin Xue is the quiet type, he never says much. If I'd known earlier, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. It was almost time for the afternoon shift when Qian Aiju finally rode her bicycle back home. As soon as she saw Qian Aiju return, Xiulan couldn't sit still in the house any longer. She stood up and quickly walked outside. Seeing this, Ruanruan hurriedly followed her out as well. She was also eager to know how things had gone with Qian Aiju's visit to Wang Dang. Stepping outside and seeing the relaxed, cheerful smile on Qian Aiju's face, Ruanruan finally felt at ease. Since Qian Aiju was smiling like that, it meant the matter had been resolved. Before Qian Aiju could even park her bicycle, Xiulan anxiously asked, "Mom, how did the discussion go? What did my mother-in-law say?" Qian Aiju waved her hand. "It's all settled. In a bit, I'll take you back. You can help your mother-in-law pack up her things, she'll be moving back home. From now on, during the day, she'll come over to help take care of you, and in the afternoon, she'll go back to her own place." Huh? Xiulan was a little surprised and a bit embarrassed. Won't that be too much trouble for her? A day or two might be fine, but as time went on and the weather got colder, it would be tough. Of course, Qian Aiju knew what Xiulan was thinking. She waved her hand and said, "What's there to worry about? Your mother-in-law cares about you, but she's not foolish. If the weather's bad, she just won't come out. Qin Xue hasn't even told her about this yet. When you go back, talk to her nicely and make sure to discuss things properly with Qin Xue too. Don't keep arguing and talking about divorce over every little thing, you're not kids anymore." At this point, Qian Aiju's tone grew even more earnest. "Xiulan, you have to understand, the affection between people is limited. If you keep wearing it down, you're the one who'll lose out in the end." Xiulan blushed at her words. "Mom, I understand. I won't talk like that anymore in the future." She'd only said she wanted a divorce because she was too angry before. But she was still rational, she hadn't actually said those words in front of Wang Qinxue. Qian Aiju understood this, which was why she wasn't angry. Otherwise, with Qian Aiju's temper, she probably would have grabbed Xiulan by the ear and yelled at her. As they were talking in the yard, Granny Qin came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. "What are you all standing around talking for? Hurry up and eat something. You've been running around all afternoon, aren't you hungry?" Qian Aiju smiled as she took the bowl. "When you've got something on your mind, who remembers to eat? But now that it's all settled, I can finally eat in peace." Even as she said this, Qian Aiju ate quickly. When she finished, she hurried into the kitchen to wash the dishes, then came out and said to Xiulan, "Xiulan, come on, I'll take you back now. Let's not waste any time." Everyone was used to Qian Aiju's brisk, energetic ways. Xiulan was anxious too, so she didn't refuse. She followed Qian Aiju out of the yard, and as they reached the street, she turned back and waved to Ruanruan and Granny Qin. "Granny Qin, Ruanruan, I'll come visit you again soon." After watching Qian Aiju ride off with Xiulan, Xiao Aigua, who'd been sitting quietly to the side, stood up as well. "I'd better get to work too. I still need to ask for leave for her. She's always been like this her whole life." Once Xiao Aigua left, Granny Qin took Ruanruan back to her room. "Ruanruan, compared to Xiulan, you're much luckier." Ruanruan hadn't thought this way before, but at this moment, she completely agreed with Granny Chen's words. At the very least, Xiao Chengjin wouldn't argue with her, and he'd never let her, pregnant as she was, return to her parents' home on her own. Her mother-in-law also wouldn't ignore her wishes, thinking she knew best and forcing her own version of kindness on her. Sometimes other people's kindness can be a burden. After Xiao Xiulan went back, Su Ruanruan didn't see her for several days, but according to Qian Aiju, Wang Dang had already returned home and would come over during the day to take care of Xiao Xiulan. Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue had also made up. As for Xiao Xiulan's job, they found a relative on Wang Qinxue's side to fill in for her. Once all the miscellaneous matters were settled, Xiao Xiulan could finally focus on her pregnancy. Logically speaking, Xiao Xiulan was still young and shouldn't have to be so careful while pregnant, but for some reason, this pregnancy was anything but smooth. At first, she experienced some spotting. After that stopped, she was plagued by relentless nausea and vomiting. Even the doctors at the hospital said that usually, morning sickness only lasts for the first 2 or 3 months, and it should ease up later on. But Xiao Xiulan was already more than 3 months along, almost 4, and she was still throwing up badly. It really was strange. At first, Xiao Xiulan was worried. She went through a bunch of checkups at the hospital and consulted several doctors, all of whom said there was nothing wrong. Only then did she finally relax. But with all the vomiting, she didn't want to eat anything, and it was obvious to the naked eye that Xiao Xiulan was getting thinner. Su Ruanruan saw Xiao Xiulan at the hospital and was startled to see how much weight she'd lost. That night, when she got home, Su Ruanruan rummaged through her treasure space for a long time but couldn't find anything that Xiao Xiulan could stomach. Before Su Ruanruan could come up with a solution, Xiao Xiulan's condition improved on its own. Not only did her appetite return, she wanted to eat everything she saw. 3 meals a day weren't enough, she needed 5. When Su Ruanruan heard about it, she could only sigh at how unpredictable pregnancy could be, but she was relieved. Thinking that pregnant women need extra nutrition, Su Ruanruan specially took out 2 cans of milk powder and gave them to Qian Aiju, asking her to deliver them to Xiao Xiulan and make sure she had a cup every day for the best nutrition. Qian Aiju didn't know that Su Ruanruan had plenty of this stuff and absolutely refused to accept it at first. In the end, Su Ruanruan just left the cans and ran off, so Qian Aiju accepted them with a smile. Once Xiao Xiulan's situation stabilized, a reply from Xiao Chengjin arrived. By now, it was already October, and the weather had turned cold. Su Ruanruan sat on the warm Kong bed, holding the letter, and slowly opened the envelope, reading it word by word. Compared to his earlier letters, Xiao Chengjin's writing had become more and more direct. Saying, "I miss you," was nothing. Now he was writing things like, once Su Ruanruan was pregnant, he wouldn't go to work anymore. He'd stay by her side all day, watch her give birth with his own eyes, and never let her get upset or worried. Although Su Ruanruan was surprised that Xiao Chengjin would write such things, she had to admit that she couldn't hide the smile on her face as she read the letter. She read Xiao Chengjin's letter twice, word by word, before carefully putting it away. Then she picked up another letter from the table and headed out. As soon as she opened the door, a cold wind blew against her neck. Su Ruanruan shivered from the chill, hunched her shoulders, and hurried outside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she arrived at Hu Xiaoxiao's door. Hu Xiaoxiao had just gotten home not long ago and was about to help out in the kitchen when she heard a knock at the door. When she saw Su Ruanruan standing outside, Hu Xiaoxiao broke into a delighted smile. "Ruanruan, what brings you here? Come in, come in." Hu Xiaoxiao grabbed Su Ruanruan's hand, and the two of them hurried inside. Once they were sitting in the warm house, both let out a sigh of relief. "I don't know what's up with the weather," Hu Xiaoxiao said. "It's only just October, but it's already this cold. My mom says it looks like it's going to snow soon." "Ruanruan, can you believe it? Snowing in early October. If it really starts snowing now, what are we going to do this winter? We'll freeze to death." Su Ruanruan felt the same way, but she'd already heard similar worries from Granny Chin and Su Aimin. Both of them had lived most of their lives, and back in the day, their livelihoods depended on the weather. They were very sensitive to changes in it. Since they both said so, snow probably wasn't far off. Xiao Xiao, have you guys got your thick clothes ready? And food and supplies? I think it's better to prepare in advance, just in case. At the mention of this, Xiao Xiao frowned. These days, every household's food is rationed. Even if I wanted to buy more, I couldn't. Ruanruan hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered in Xiao Xiao's ear, "If you want, I can help you get some." "You can help me? How?" Ruanruan smiled mysteriously. "I have my ways. Just tell me if you want it or not. If you do, don't go to bed too early tonight, wait for me. You're taking me with you?" Ruanruan just smiled and didn't answer. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao assumed Ruanruan had agreed. But Ruanruan had no intention of taking Xiao Xiao along. She didn't even plan to go herself. So, Ruanruan quickly changed the subject. "I got so caught up chatting, I almost forgot why I came over." "Why did you come?" "To deliver a letter, of course." As she spoke, Ruanruan pulled out a letter and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "Look at us. Qingjin and I have basically become your personal mail carriers. From now on, you two owe us a meal." Blushing, Xiao Xiao took the letter and stuffed it into a cabinet, not daring to read it in front of Ruanruan. Ruanruan understood she was embarrassed and didn't say anything more. After sitting for a while longer, she got up to leave. After dinner, when it was already pitch dark outside and no one was out and about, Ruanruan told Granny Chen she was heading out, then left the house. When she got to Xiao Xiao's door, Ruanruan took out the food she'd prepared from her treasure space. She didn't even think about bringing out premium rice or white flour even if she was willing. Xiao Xiao's family might not want to buy it. So, Ruanruan brought some third-grade flour, some broken rice, some millet, and various coarse grains, flour, beans, corn grits, and so on. There was a good variety, all packed into cloth bags, tied up tight, and stuffed into 2 large burlap sacks. Ruanruan knocked softly on the door. After just 2 knocks, hurried footsteps sounded in the courtyard. A moment later, the door opened and Xiao Xiao came out, looking anxious. "Ruanruan, are we leaving?" Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh, but she held it in. "Leaving? No. I brought you the supplies." "You brought it for me? Where is it?" It was pitch dark outside, and Xiao Xiao hadn't noticed that there were 2 burlap sacks at Ruanruan's feet. It wasn't until Ruanruan picked up a sack in each hand that Xiao Xiao finally saw them. Luckily, Xiao Xiao was quick on the uptake. Seeing this, she hurriedly stepped aside and said, "Ruanruan, come in quickly." Once Ruanruan had carried the 2 sacks into the courtyard, Xiao Xiao even poked her head out to look around outside. Of course, she couldn't see a thing. There was no moon in the sky, not a single star, and all the houses near and far had already turned off their lights and gone to sleep. It was quiet and still, the night dark and the wind high. A night like this was perfect for doing something thrilling. For Xiao Xiao, who had always been honest and well-behaved, this was already an extremely exciting thing to do. Even though she lived in the county town, she had never been to the black market, let alone done any private deals like this. So even though they were in her own home, Xiao Xiao was so nervous she kept wringing her hands. Wei Hong saw how anxious Xiao Xiao was and couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you. Then look at Ruanruan. Why can't you stay calm at all?" Xiao Xiao pouted. "Mom, if you'd let me go out with Ruanruan and see the world, I wouldn't be so worked up." "No way." Wei Hong refused without even thinking. "If you had Ruanruan's skills, I'd be happy to let you go with her. But do you? If you get yourself in trouble, that's one thing, but if you drag Ruanruan down with you, could you live with yourself?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao, who had been a little unhappy just now, immediately shook her head. "No way. I definitely can't drag Ruanruan down." Wei Hong was finally relieved to hear this and gave Ruanruan an apologetic smile. Ruanruan didn't mind at all. In fact, she was grateful for Wei Hong's opposition, otherwise, wouldn't her own secret be exposed? It was already late, so the 3 of them didn't waste any time. They opened the sacks and took out the contents one by one. Ruanruan had come well prepared. She'd even brought a scale and weights, so they could weigh everything right away. Wei Hong was a decisive person. Even when faced with so much grain, she stayed calm. After checking everything, she waved her hand and decided to buy it all. Hu Xiaoxiao was stunned by her mother's decision. "Mom, that's a lot. We're really going to buy all of it." Their family already had a monthly grain ration, and with only so many people, would they even be able to eat all this extra grain? Wei Hong didn't have time to explain to Hu Xiaoxiao. "I said we're buying, so we're buying. Let's weigh it and settle up." Ruanruan wasn't selling the grain to them to make money. She just wanted to be prepared, just in case. So her asking price was only a little higher than the state grain store, and even lower than what Wei Hong had expected. Wei Hong hesitated a bit. "Ruanruan, I know we're close, but you can't be careless about this, and you definitely shouldn't lose money for our sake." Hu Xiaoxiao had been working for a while now, and she wasn't naive. Hearing the price, she was surprised too. "Ruanruan, my mom's right. Let's be fair and square about this. Xiaoxiao, Aunt Wei, you both know what kind of person I am, don't you? We'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future. I wouldn't take advantage of you." Wei Hong and Hu Xiaoxiao thought it over carefully, glanced at Ruanruan's expression, and, in the end, chose to believe her. But both of them made up their minds. If there was ever a chance to help Ruanruan in the future, they would do so without hesitation. The three of them worked together to weigh and calculate, quickly weighing all the grain and tallying up the final amount of money. Wei Hong went into the inner room for a moment, and when she came out, she was holding a thick stack of cash. Ruanruan was a little surprised when she saw that hefty pile of money. She hadn't expected to make so much from the sale. Not that she was short on money to begin with. But money is one of those things you can never have too much. Even if you don't need it now, you'll always find a use for it in the future. After collecting the money, Ruanruan left without asking Wei Hong to see her out. It wasn't far anyway. Thinking of Ruanruan's skills, Wei Hong didn't insist on escorting her. When Ruanruan got home and stepped into the yard, she saw Granny Chen coming out of the house. Seeing Ruanruan return safe and sound, Granny Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. "What took you so long?" "Honestly, if you and Xiaoxiao have something to talk about, can't you do it during the day? Why go over at night?" What could Ruanruan say? She could only smile. With one worry off her mind, Ruanruan slept especially well that night. When she woke up, she hadn't even moved yet before she noticed the light was unusually bright. Hugging her quilt, she scooted over to the window and pulled the curtain aside a crack. The light from outside was so dazzling that Ruanruan instinctively shut her eyes, only daring to open them a sliver after a while. It was snowing outside. Looking closely, Ruanruan realized the snow must have started in the middle of the night. The snow on the ground was already a palm's width deep. She hadn't felt it while under the covers, but as soon as she threw off the quilt to get dressed, she was hit by the cold. Even though the Kang, heated brick bed was burning, it clearly wasn't hot enough. The room was still freezing. Ruanruan didn't dare waste time. She quickly dug out her thickest clothes from the Kang cabinet and put them on, found her cotton boots, and only then opened the door to go out. As soon as the door opened, the wind and snow rushed in, making Ruanruan wish she could crawl right back under her quilt. She first added firewood to her own Kang, then headed over to Granny Chen's room. Just as she opened the Kang's firebox to add wood, she saw the curtain in the window move. Granny Chen was peeking out. Ruanruan smiled at her. "Granny, I'm adding some firewood for you." As she spoke, the door opened. It was Suaimin. Suaimin was bundled up thickly, just like he had been during the coldest days of last winter. But back then, it was the dead of winter. Now, it was only just October. Looking at the swirling wind and snow, Suaimin sighed. "Looks like this winter is going to be a tough one." How could it not be tough? For the elderly, the harshest part of winter is the hardest. If you can't eat your fill or stay warm, and if you get sick, there's no telling if you'll make it through the season. Granny Chen soon finished getting ready and came out of the house. Seeing Suaimin still standing there with his hands behind his back, she scolded, "If you know it's going to be tough, why are you standing out here in the wind? Trying to get sick and make it even harder." Suaimin didn't get upset at her words. He just chuckled and followed Granny Chen into the kitchen. Ruanruan, go back to your room. We'll call you when the food's ready, Granny Chen said to Ruanruan. Granny, let me help you cook. As soon as Ruanruan stepped into the kitchen, she shivered from the cold. Without a fire burning at night, the kitchen was just as cold as it was outside. Walking into it felt like stepping into an ice cellar. It wasn't until Su Aimin got the fire going that the kitchen finally warmed up a little. Breakfast at the Su family was always simple. Some porridge, dough for flatbreads, or maybe a bit of batter fried into stuffed pancakes, a few boiled eggs, or sometimes just some soybean paste and pickled vegetables. That was breakfast. Simple as it was, the food tasted good and most of it was made with fine grains. All in all, it was still very decent. These dishes were easy to make, even if it was just Granny Chen working alone. She could have everything ready in half an hour or 40 minutes. Now, with Ruanruan helping, breakfast came together even faster. In the midst of their busy work, Granny Chen stood by the kitchen window, looking out at the snowflakes swirling and drifting down outside, her face full of worry. With snow falling like this, I wonder how many people won't have enough to eat. Seeing Granny Chen so anxious, Ruanruan could only comfort her softly. Grandma, this year's autumn harvest was good. Not just this year, even last year and the year before were good. It'll be fine. It's fine for now, but what about later? Ruanruan, think about it. This year the snow came so early, and there are still months of winter ahead. If it keeps snowing like this, when will the thaw come next year? If the thaw comes late, it'll delay the spring planting, and if that's delayed, what about next year's autumn harvest? And the year after that? Su Aimin, who was tending the fire, looked up when he heard this. If heaven is still kind to us, things will get better by the year after next. But if not... He didn't finish his sentence, but Ruanruan understood what he meant. Those 3 hard years had just passed, and people had only started to enjoy better days. If it happened again, who knew how many would suffer this time? Ruanruan thought hard, but she was certain that nothing like this had happened in her previous life. She wondered if things had changed because she'd been reborn. But she didn't think it had anything to do with her. She could change the fate of those around her, change her own fate, but she couldn't change the weather itself. After breakfast was ready, the 3 of them didn't bother taking the food elsewhere. They just ate right there in the kitchen. With the cooking done, the kitchen was much warmer, and eating in there didn't feel cold at all. Once they finished eating and cleaned up, the 3 of them bundled up and left the kitchen. Afterward, Granny Chen went to light the small stoves in both Ruanruan's room and her own. They burned coal in the stoves, not briquettes. Coal was cheaper than honeycomb briquettes and easier to buy. Since the stoves weren't used for cooking, there was no need for a big fire. They could just set a kettle on top and let the water heat slowly. Even if the stoves burned all day, they wouldn't use up more than a few lumps of coal. For the Su family, that little bit of coal was nothing. While Granny Chen and Ruanruan were busy with the stoves, Su Aimin carefully made his way through the snow to the backyard. When he saw the neatly stacked firewood under the shed, he finally felt at ease. With a winter this cold and many more days ahead, if they didn't have firewood, they'd really be in trouble. When Su Aimin returned from the backyard and saw Ruanruan, he smiled and praised her. Ruanruan, it's all thanks to you. You really thought ahead and bought a load of firewood in advance. Otherwise, with this heavy snow, the roads would be hard to travel, and getting firewood would be no easy task. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy any. Hearing this, Ruanruan shook her head with a smile. It's not like we wouldn't be able to buy any at all, but the price would probably be much higher. That's why your grandpa said you did a great job. By the way, when Aunt Qian comes back at noon, ask her if she has enough firewood. If she doesn't, we can give her some of ours. Don't worry, Grandma. Aunt Qian has 2 cartloads as well. Granny Chen looked at Ruanruan in surprise. You helped her get it too? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? It was the day after our firewood was delivered. You and Grandpa didn't go out, so you probably didn't hear the commotion. Qingjin wasn't home, and uncle and aunt both had to work, so everyone was busy and might not have thought of it. Even if they did, they might not have had time. Since I had the time and was already buying for us, I just got some for them too. After listening to Su Ruanruan's explanation, Granny Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ruanruan, you did the right thing. Even though you and Qingjin aren't married yet, it's pretty much the same. With Qingjin not at home and our families being neighbors, there are things that need you to pay extra attention to and think about. Although she said this, Granny Chen's gaze at Su Ruanruan was full of tenderness and concern. Su Ruanruan wasn't even 18 yet. She was still so young, yet she handled everything so thoroughly. She didn't even need to be reminded, she took care of things in advance. Good. Really good. For a moment, Granny Chen couldn't even tell if she was feeling more happy and proud or sad and distressed. That day, the snow outside kept falling thick and fast, never stopping for a moment. The snow on the ground grew visibly deeper by the minute. By afternoon, when Su Ruanruan went out to check, her foot sank into the snow, and it had already reached her calves. If it kept snowing at this rate, by tomorrow morning, it would probably be up to her knees. That was not a good sign. Never mind anything else, just think, how many houses could withstand such a heavy load of snow? Even though their own house had just been inspected in the fall, and the roof was made of brick and tile, so it shouldn't collapse easily, Su Ruanruan still felt uneasy. Ignoring the heavy snow outside, Su Ruanruan brought a ladder out from the house. After setting it up and testing it a bit, she grabbed a rake and a broom, ready to climb up. In the yard, Su Ruanruan was stomping through the snow and looking up at the sky. Granny Chen and Su Aimin had already noticed her, but they thought she was just being playful, wanting to enjoy the snow. But when they saw her set up the ladder and get ready to climb up, they couldn't sit still any longer. They quickly stood up and hurried outside. Ruanruan, what are you doing? Granny Chen called from the doorway. After successfully catching Su Ruanruan's attention, she quickly ran out of the house and rushed over to her. What are you doing climbing up there in this kind of weather? Su Ruanruan couldn't help but find it both funny and a little exasperating, but at the same time, she was deeply moved. Grandma, just look at how thick the snow is on the roof. Even though our house is tiled with blue glazed tiles, it's still pretty old. Who knows when it might not be able to hold up anymore. I have to work the night shift again tonight, so I won't be home. I just can't relax knowing you and Grandpa are here alone. So, while I'm still home, I'll go up and clear the snow off the roof. That way, I'll feel a bit more at ease tonight. Granny Chen understood that what Su Ruanruan said was true, and it was indeed something that needed to be done. But what kind of family lets a young girl worry about things like this? And climbing up onto the roof to shovel snow in the middle of a snowstorm, no less. But Granny Chen looked at herself, then at Su Aimin standing not far behind her, and in the end could only shake her head helplessly. All right, you go up, but be careful. I'll stand down here and hold the ladder for you. Grandma, look how thick the snow is. It's blocking the ladder's feet. There's no way it'll slip. You say it can't slip, so it can't? Does the ladder listen to you? If it really listens to you, then call out to it, and let's see if it answers. If it does, I'll turn right around and go back inside. Su Ruanruan hadn't expected Granny Chen to act so cheeky, and to her, of all people. Amused and surprised, Su Ruanruan also understood Granny Chen's determination, so she didn't argue anymore. As she climbed the ladder, Su Ruanruan thought to herself that she'd better hurry up and finish shoveling, so Granny Chen and Su Aimin could go back inside. Otherwise, standing outside in this cold for too long, they'd catch a cold for sure. The snow on the roof was really thick, and once it piled up, it got heavy. Don't be fooled by how light and fluttery snowflakes seem as they drift down. They look weightless, but once they accumulate, they're actually very heavy. Luckily, Su Ruanruan was strong enough. No matter how thick the snow was, it wasn't a problem for her. In no time, the area in front of her was cleared. She used a rake to push all the snow down to the ground, and for the spots she couldn't reach, she swept them with a broom. Once that section was cleared, Su Ruanruan continued to climb higher. The snow had started falling during the night, and the bottom layer had already frozen, making it slippery and hard to get a foothold. Ruanruan managed to keep her balance, and after a few tries, she finally managed to crouch steadily on the roof. Her actions made Granny Chin and Suimin's faces turn pale with fright down below. Granny Chin instinctively wanted to shout, but realized it would only distract Ruanruan, so she swallowed her words. After a while, seeing chunks of snow fall down and Ruanruan still crouched steadily up there, both Granny Chin and Suimin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before, Ruanruan had always thought the Su family's courtyard was great. Plenty of rooms, enough space for everyone if the family grew, and lots of storage. But after shoveling snow on the roof for an hour, Ruanruan didn't think so anymore. If only the Su family had just 3 rooms, how nice would that be? In an hour, she could have cleared the snow off 3 roofs easily. But now, after a whole hour, she'd only managed to clear about half. At least she'd been working nonstop, so she didn't feel cold at all. In fact, she'd broken a sweat, and her hands weren't frozen stiff. Only her feet felt a little chilly. By the time Ruanruan finished clearing all the snow off the Su family's rooftops, another hour had already passed. Seeing Ruanruan covered head to toe in snow, Granny Chin felt so sorry for her that she hurriedly urged her to come inside. Ruanruan was just about to agree when she turned her head and saw the woodshed. The shed was a simple structure, and with such a thick layer of snow on top, it looked like it might collapse at any moment. The words on Ruanruan's lips were swallowed back. "Grandma, since we're at it, let's clear the snow off that shed too. If it collapses, the snow will fall right onto the firewood, and it'll be a hassle for us to use it later." Although Granny Chin felt bad for Ruanruan, she knew she was right. "Let's go. The shed isn't very tall, your grandpa and I can help too." The woodshed really wasn't very high, just a bit taller than a person. Granny Chin and Suimin stood on something to reach the roof and could scrape off the snow themselves. Of course, most of the work was still done by Ruanruan. It took about 15 minutes to clear all the snow off the shed. When they headed back to the front yard, Ruanruan carried a basket of firewood on her back, saving Granny Chin and Suimin from having to come back for it later. She put some of the firewood in the kitchen and some by the heated brick bed, before dusting off her hands and stomping her feet to shake off the snow, then followed Granny Chin inside. As soon as they sat down on the warm kong, all 3, Ruanruan, Granny Chin, and Suimin, let out long sighs of relief. "It's so much warmer inside," Ruanruan exclaimed. Granny Chin smiled and agreed, "Of course it's warmer inside. The roofs are all cleared now, and we can ignore the snow in the yard for now. You're not allowed to go outside again." Hearing this, Ruanruan quickly glanced at Granny Chin. When she realized Granny Chin was serious, Ruanruan shook her head helplessly. "Grandma, I still have to go to work." "Huh?" Granny Chin's mouth fell open in surprise. After a long moment, she finally remembered that Ruanruan had the night shift today. Granny Chin glanced out the window and saw that the snowstorm hadn't let up at all. Her face filled with worry. "It's snowing so hard outside, and you still have to go to work tonight? There's no heated kang at your hospital either, who knows how cold it'll get at night." Hearing this, Ruanruan felt helpless too. "But Grandma, I still have to go to work." How could she skip work just because of a snowstorm? Granny Chin understood this too, so she didn't say anything more after that. After a while, Granny Chin checked her watch, and when she saw the time, she jumped up in alarm. "I need to hurry and make you something to eat." With that, she put on her shoes and rushed outside. Seeing this, Ruanruan quickly called out, "Grandma, there's no rush. I can eat something at the hospital, it's the same." "How could that do? We have food at home and there's still time. Just wait, I'll have it ready for you in no time." Before she finished speaking, Granny Chin had already dashed out of the house, stumbling through the snow toward the kitchen. Watching Granny Chin's retreating figure, Ruanruan felt a warm glow in her heart. It was a feeling that was easy to describe, like sitting in a room warmed by the kang, while snowflakes drifted down outside. Granny Chin said she'd be quick, and she really was. About 20 minutes later, she came in carrying a bowl of noodles. Looking at the noodles topped with 2 fried eggs, Ruanruan exclaimed, "Grandma, how did you cook so fast?" Mixing the dough, rolling it out, cooking the noodles, 20 minutes just isn't enough time for all that. I already made the noodles at noon. Just now, I only had to boil some water and cook them, Granny Chin explained. Hearing this, Ruanruan remembered that after lunch, she had gone back to her own room, while Granny Chin and Min had stayed busy in the kitchen for quite a while. Thinking about it now, they must have been making the noodles then. Looking out at the wind and snow, Ruanruan realized that Granny Chin must have put the finished noodles outside, somewhere sheltered from the snow. That way, the noodles would stay fresh and be easy to cook whenever they wanted. After finishing the bowl of lovingly made noodle soup, Ruanruan had to get ready for work. Back in her room, she put on the thickest clothes and shoes she had, wrapped a scarf around her neck, put on a hat, gloves, and a mask, bundling herself up so tightly that only her eyes were showing. Even indoors, dressed like this, she was starting to sweat. Ruanruan didn't dare stay inside too long. If she started sweating and then went out into the cold, she'd catch a chill for sure. Granny Chin understood this too, so even though she hated to see Ruanruan go out in such weather, all she could do was watch her leave. With the snow piled so high, even walking was exhausting, let alone riding a bike. That was out of the question. Ruanruan waved to Granny Chin. "Grandma, hurry back inside and close the door. When Aunt Qian and the others come home tonight, remind them to clear the snow off the roof. Don't go outside for anything else. As for the snow outside, I'll take care of it when I get home from work tomorrow." Granny Chin listened patiently, then urged her, "Go on now. It's freezing out there, and you've got a long walk ahead of you. Why are you still standing here chattering away? Am I not older than you? Even I don't nag this much. Or worry as much as you do." She didn't say that last part out loud, because Granny Chin knew in her heart that she really was getting old, and Ruanruan was growing up, with more and more things for her to worry about. This was the responsibility she had to bear as she matured. If she didn't let Ruanruan handle these things, that would truly be doing her a disservice. As long as she was alive, she could still look out for Ruanruan, but she wouldn't always be around. Thinking this way, Granny Chin felt that it was actually a good thing for Ruanruan to grow up a little sooner. With these thoughts in mind, Granny Chin kept her eyes on Ruanruan's departing figure. Watching her struggle through the snow, sinking with every step, Granny Chin's heart ached. She wanted to wait until Ruanruan left and then go outside to clear a path, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. She really was getting old. She could still do most things, but in this icy, snowy weather, there were just some things she couldn't manage. It was hard enough not being able to help Ruanruan, but if she went out, got hurt or sick, and caused even more trouble for her, she'd really rather not go on living. Granny Chin let out a deep sigh, closed the door, and slowly made her way back inside. After Ruanruan left home, she barely saw another soul on the road. The only sound was the wind howling in her ears. Even though Ruanruan didn't feel like she was moving very fast, the wind still howled against her face as she walked. On top of that, snowflakes kept slipping through the gaps and swirling around her eyes. As soon as the snow touched her skin, it melted into icy water, sending a chill through her body. At first, Ruanruan felt cold, bone-chillingly cold. But after a while, she gradually became numb to it. Most importantly, all her attention was focused on her feet. The snow had already reached past her calves and was creeping up to the backs of her knees. No one had cleared the snow from the road, making every step incredibly difficult. With each step, her legs sank deep into the snow, and she had to yank them out with effort before moving forward again. Walking was exhausting for Ruanruan, yet she didn't feel the slightest bit warmer. She had no idea how long she'd been trudging along, but finally, she reached the hospital. The moment she stepped through the hospital doors, Ruanruan felt like someone who had been wandering in the dark and had finally seen the light. She almost wanted to cry. The area around the hospital was a bit better than elsewhere. After all, even on snowy days, people still had to go to work and patients still needed to see doctors. Of course, it was impossible to clear all the snow from the hospital grounds, but at least there were paths for people to walk on. No longer having to pull radishes with every step, Ruanruan let out a huge sigh of relief and walked briskly toward the OB/GYN department.